Chapter 310. Oh, no. Roger muttered to himself as he looked at Casey, who was staring at him in disbelief. He heard the sound of a fight, so he moved quickly to join them since they weren't far away, but he couldn't believe it was Casey and Trina. They were later spotted by Belaruna and Chris, who were walking out of the passage Roger had cut, and their faces brightened considerably at the thought of their new companions. Oh well, since they were already facing each other, they had no choice but to move together, even if it made things a little uncomfortable. So this is how we meet. Roger was the first to speak, unable to stand still and watch. Casey didn't respond, just glared at Roger. Instead, it was Trina who spoke up. Yes, I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Roger Chelisai. The same goes for me, Trina Ryanhowl. Wasn't your group supposed to leave immediately after analyzing the world tree? We were going to, but we got stuck in the middle of nowhere, so we were forced to move inward. I see, but that's a good thing. No one got hurt, and we're able to join up like this. Trina glared at Belaruna as she said that. Roger and Chris were one thing, but the elf woman was someone she didn't recognize. Who is she? This is Belaruna Petana, who is traveling with us this time. She is an expert on the world tree. Isn't she an outsider? Besides, I thought Chris Benimor was supposed to be in charge of studying the world tree. It can't hurt to have one more, and she's an elf whose identity is vouched for by the first princess, so you don't have to worry. Roger used the name of the first princess to assure Trina just as he did with Chris. Trina's eyes narrowed at the words, and her forehead wrinkled. Princess Eileen. Of all of them, Trina was the one who had the closest relationship with Princess Eileen. But even she, if asked if she knew the princess perfectly, would have to say that she did not. Eileen was a difficult person to get to know. As Roger had said, there was nothing strange about the sudden addition of an elf to the existing group, given Eileen's tendency to hide things and not reveal her plans, even to her closest confidants. Roger's words left no doubt. Furthermore, given the stories I've heard within the command center, it seems that the first princess has had a prior meeting with Mr. Roger Chelisai. Trina nodded her head, dismissing her doubts. Have you learned anything about the situation? In response to Trina's question, Roger said yes, and explained what he knew to Trina and Casey. He told them about demonic power that was sealed within the world tree, and that the warlocks were trying to harness it. I see. I wondered why the Liberation Army's members turned into monsters like that, but it was demonic power. Casey, who had been listening silently until then, spoke up. I never thought demonic power could exist in a place like this, let alone be used by our enemies. If you put it that way, it's strange that there's such a secret mega-facility underground in the capital, with the roots of a dead world tree at its center. It's obviously real since it's already happened. But what we need to do is stop being surprised that it exists and start stopping the Liberation Army and the warlocks as quickly as possible. In that sense, it was fortuitous that the scattered forces came together in one place. As Roger emphasized the importance of the situation, Casey nodded reluctantly. There was still so much she wanted to tell him, but for now, every minute counted. There was no time for personal matters. Even if I told him now, she thought, he'd just brush it off as usual. Well, I'll ask him later, when this is all over. Of course, she knew that by then she wouldn't have the courage again, but if she didn't make up her mind now, this uncomfortable knot would never be untied. Then let's move quickly. With that, the group of 5 began to move at a brisk pace toward the center hollow. Along the way, they were met by a second wave of chimeras, but they were no match for Roger and the others, now nearly double in strength. With each swing of Trina's two-handed sword, the creatures were cut to pieces, falling to the ground before the magic of Roger, Chris, and Casey. Their previously sluggish movement began to gain momentum. In the midst of the battle, Casey found himself inwardly marveling at Roger's magic. It's amazing. Roger's magic was neither flashy nor large-scale. Considering the prevailing attitude among wizards that hierarchy is a measure of strength, Roger was hardly considered a powerhouse. However, anyone with a keen eye for magic would have been astonished to see Roger in battle. He did the most with the least. No magic was ever wasted, and there was no waste in the process of casting a spell. His magic was flawless, free of mistakes and errors, like a mathematical formula. Roger's magic aimed only for the deadly sharp point when dealing with an enemy. Its simplicity was so overwhelming that it was almost dehumanizing. Strong, even if this isn't his true skill. Casey knew that Roger was not using his full strength. Back when he was Professor Moriarty, Roger had fought her with a whistle while cloaked in black shadows. She didn't know what kind of magic it was, but she figured that at the very least, his powers were stronger now than they had been then, not weaker. After all, the man Shed faced at the Kunst auction house had even managed to subdue the beast of G. Vorden, and that magic of leaping through space that I saw then. He hasn't used it yet, but it could be enough to turn the tide of battle. Just as she was beginning to wonder how far this man would go, the entire underground passageway began to vibrate once more. They were trying to change the terrain again. Trina immediately noticed and warned. The group's reaction was swift, as they had been through this situation several times before. As if on cue, Roger and Chris stepped forward as a giant flower-shaped magic tree bloomed behind Chris' back, shooting vines toward the passageway that was about to be divided into sections. The light green, translucent vines spread out like roots the moment they touched the wall, stopping the blocks from moving, but the blocks' movement was too strong, pulling the vines taut and threatening to tear them apart. Hurry up, it won't hold for long. At Chris' shout, Roger grabbed his staff with both hands and stamped it into the ground. A burst of magic power shot out from the tip of the staff, spreading in concentric circles across the ground. The energy immediately interfered with the facility's moving devices, generating magic from within. Pillars of stone soared from within, destroying the core device that moved the blocks. The bulkhead that was about to descend in front of them stopped, and the blocks in the other sections stopped as well. It worked. Belaruna shouted in triumph as the shifting stopped. So far, it was neither the chimeras nor the second's test subjects that had bothered them the most, but the terrain changes. It was blatantly obvious, especially now that they had increased their numbers. However, they relied too much on this feature and kept doing the same thing over and over again. They'd been beaten so many times that they had a rough idea of how the internal structure worked, and the result was this. By destroying the key machinery that transforms the underground facility, the liberators could no longer change the terrain. In other words, no one could stand in their way. After summoning the magic tree back, Chris adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "I was nervous when I heard the plan, but you really did it. If the structure inside is powered by an elaborate mechanical device, all you have to do is destroy it." Roger made it sound easy, but this was impossible without the help of the coordinate designation spell. The key device was deep within, invisible to the naked eye, and knowing its location didn't make it accessible. It was Roger's magic that made it possible, since as long as he knew the coordinates he could strike across space, as the key device was immobile and in place, so it was an easy target for them. That took care of the most annoying problem. Casey didn't seem to marvel at the reality before her, as if she'd known the plan would work all along. Roger's behavior so far had been too outlandish for that, so it was hard for her to be surprised anymore. They must have realized there was a problem, though, because they went all out. As if sensing something, Trina tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. With the keen senses of a master knight, she detected a number of figures moving toward them from a distance, at least 5 times as many as the ones that had come earlier to stall for time. The enemies must have gotten impatient, realizing that it would be impossible to use the device to block their path. All hands on deck. From here on out, it's a battle of stamina. But their most troublesome enemies were not the experiments. Now that the advantage of being able to change the terrain at will was gone, the fight ahead would eventually be decided by the difference in pure strength. It's going through. With a shout from Trina, her twin blades sliced through the first of the charging chimeras. The other members followed suit, using magic and their own skills to sweep through the creatures. Only Belaruna approached the bodies of the fallen test subjects and snatched samples from them unnoticed. He, repairing the tracheal unit. Anyone available, send in the chimeras. Buy us some time. The Liberation Army members and the warlocks panicked. Their goal had been to buy time before their enemies got here in the first place. From the way the first and second test subjects were dying one after another, they knew their enemies were not ordinary. If they were knights, they were masters, and the wizards were at least at the 5th rank. The enemies that actually came in were what could be called a one-man army, since only a fool would think of confronting them head-on. They tried to buy time by using the terrain to their advantage, but it didn't work since Roger destroyed a key piece of machinery. Damn it! Wasn't the core device more than 100 meters away in the thick rock? Even a swordmaster couldn't penetrate it. This is bad. More than half of seconds we sent in have died. Thave sped up. At this rate, they'll be here in 10 minutes. The pale-skinned warlock shuddered in contemplation as he heard the horrific news one after another and glanced anxiously at his mentor, Andre. What is it that has you so disturbed? Well, master, it is. Forget it. You can't get angry in a situation like this. It means they're a strong. It wasn't that Andre wasn't angry. Even now, he was suppressing his anger, but the reason he didn't panic or show his emotions was because it would be very illogical. He knew that at times like this, he had to be rational. What's the status of test subject third? We're still not completely finished with the coordination. We're about to go through the final stage, but I don't know if it will be successful. Let's skip the last step and proceed as quickly as possible. Inject all the rest of the demon's power into it. But what will happen if we do that? At those words, Andre glared at his apprentice with a vicious gaze. His eyes glowed with a furious fire, and the apprentice immediately clamped his mouth shut. Are those words coming out of your mouth under these circumstances? That's why you shouldn't. At this rate, the enemy will reach us before you open your eyes, and this whole thing will be for naught. So it was better to get third up and running right away, even if something went wrong. Do you understand? We're not in a position to waste time right now. Well, even so, I need more time to wake up third now. Do it anyway. It'll buy you some time. What? Before the apprentice could ask anything, Andre stood up and used his magic. An unbelievable amount of power erupted from his frail body and enveloped the area. The warlocks and the liberators froze in their tracks, terrified, and turned to look at Andre. Don't be stupid and do your jobs. Andre flicked his gaze toward the passageway leading outside. I'll deal with them. There was a loud bang, and the barred door exploded, sending up a cloud of dust. Two figures emerged from the dust. One was Veronica DeVille, a white-uniformed knight with black ponytail. The other was the imperial servant mage who had come with her. Andre looked at them, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Ho ho! Unexpectedly, here are the first ones. As Andre looked at Veronica, she realized that he was the strongest enemy here. She drew her sword with an icy gaze. The coldness of the blade's tip made it clear that she was not using an ordinary aura. The cold steel knights of the Empire were said to imbue their blades with the chill of the north. Interesting. The black robes around his body fluttered wildly as Andre prepared his magic. Considering the guests have arrived, I should welcome you. Chapter 302, Andre Semov gathered mana in his chest and shot it out like a pillar. It was a mana release, attack that didn't even contain an attribute. However, the enormous amount of mana turned into an immense force on its own, threatening to engulf Veronica. Veronica swung the sword in her hand from top to bottom towards the incoming energy. The frosty aura at the tip of her sword sliced the bubble in half as white frost formed on the ground along the trajectory of Veronica's sword. Andre's eyes lit up with interest. You have an unusual aura. I've read that some knights can imbue their aura with attributes of their own, depending on their constitution. Veronica didn't even bother to reply. The difference between her demeanor and that of her foe was dramatic. Instead, Veronica intensified the cold aura that emanated from her sword. It wasn't worth engaging in conversation. Andre was just asking, not really expecting an answer. Still, he was an annoyance. The blow earlier hadn't been at Veronica's level of power, but for a moment, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. No, it wasn't an illusion. Andre deliberately exhaled through his mouth as pure white water vapor formed in the air and dissipated like smoke. The corners of his wrinkled eyes curved into crescents of amusement. Interesting, you don't just create cold. This was no mere cold. The aura particles that flowed from Veronica's sword carried an intense coldness. Even now, the scattering aura particles continued to encroach on the space, taking over the surroundings. For the opponent, the more time passed, the more the cold numbed his body, gnawing away at both physical and mental strength. It's a technique that draws out extreme efficiency in hand-to-hand combat. But even so, I don't think she could survive this cold. Andre's doubts were dispelled by the look in Veronica's eyes. Yeah, I wasn't staying in the coldest part of the world for nothing. Veronica joined the cold steel knights to operate in a cold environment. It was all to endure the double-edged sword of her aura. It must have been easy for her to fight against a test subject like the second. Andre laughed self-deprecatingly and pulled a test tube from his bosom, but Veronica didn't stand still. At her signal, The wizard who had been waiting behind her moved. The robed wizard stretched out his arms, and a gust of wind, carrying Veronica's aura particles with it, rushed toward Andre. HMPH. Andre snorted and unfurled a barrier to block the attack. However, the scattering aura particles froze the area around him, pressuring him further. Frost began to form on the hem of Andre's robes. Definitely a troublesome technique. But even the chill didn't stop Andre from pulling the test tube completely out and mixing the reagents. Inside the test tube were tiny balls of flesh, like beans, 3 of them. Andre unscrewed the lid and poured it out onto the ground, where it squirmed and inflated like a balloon. In no time at all, the lump of flesh grew into a human form about the size of an adult male. It had a shaved head, no eyes, and ivory skin. The sight of it gave Veronica an eerie feeling, and her night senses told her that the creature was anything but ordinary. Now, when they aren't fully prepared, Veronica leaped high in the air, falling toward Andre. Her sword was filled with a different kind of densely packed aura than before. It was ready to slice Andre in half even if he used defensive magic. However, Veronica's sword was blocked by an experimental object that suddenly began to move. The creature's outstretched forearm collided with Veronica's sword, making a strange sound. Veronica's eyes widened. An attack containing this much aura was blocked with a bare arm. Veronica gasped as she realized that her blow hadn't even cut the test subject's forearm. The test subject's forearm was now a razor-sharp carapace protruding like a blade. Of course, there was nothing it could do about the coldness of the sword itself, and its entire forearm was covered in white frost. Veronica immediately stumbled backwards. A few moments before, another attack had come where she had been. The one that blocked Veronica's sword pushed its frozen forearm. The ice on its surface fell to the ground. At the same time, the purple, necrotic forearm, like a bruise, quickly returned to its ivory color. His frostbitten and necrotic body had been restored in an instant. It was an incredible regenerative ability. Andre spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. How about this? My proudest experimental masterpiece, something I would have never dreamed of creating before, but thanks to the life force of the world tree, I was able to. They're not mass-produced, but they'll do the job. Before he could even finish his sentence, the wizard that was with Veronica shot a fireball at the excremental subject. If the cold didn't work, he would use the opposite element to burn them to death. Waves of flame rolled in like a tidal wave. It was then that one of the 3 test subjects stepped forward and held out its arm that bulged, and then it transformed into a large shield that covered its entire body. Immediately, flames hit the shield. The heat was intense, with bright red embers scattering in all directions. Slowly, the flames subsided, revealing the test subject standing upright. It slowly lowered its charred shield. The charred skin peeled away like a mold, and the ivory flesh inside quickly sprouted. Andre clicked his tongue and shook his head. Such a simplistic idea. These creatures are designed to withstand any attack. That's the right metric for life to evolve. Andre gazed at his test subjects with satisfaction. The greatness of life, it's the direction of evolution, the direction we humans should be headed. They don't burn or freeze and can regenerate any wound. Andre muttered in a low voice, and can overcome even incurable diseases. Andre shook his head and stared at Veronica with a determined look on his face. What do you think? Do you want to keep fighting? Andre shook his head as he watched Veronica sheath her sword once more. How is it that in the face of such a perfect result, she cannot admire it, but only harbor hostility? Andre raised his hand to command his subjects. It was then that his expression sank, and he looked up with half-open eyes. A golden-haired knight was falling vertically, towering over him, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. It was the perfect ambush, impossible to block or dodge, and the sword pierced right through Andre's brow. Immediately afterward, Passius kicked Andre in the shoulder and back tumbled away as the blade of the test subject's sword narrowly missed him. Passius checked Andre's body. He was still standing, his brow pierced, still looking up at the sky. At the sight of him, Passius immediately stepped back further and his judgment was correct. Amazing. The dead Andre's mouth moved and his bloodshot eyes rolled as he turned to face Passius. I would have caught you off guard, but you're quick. For a master, your senses are sharp. Of course, he hadn't expected this master to be an assassin. The corners of Passius' mouth twitched in disbelief. I didn't think you'd survive a stab through the head. Maybe I should have stabbed you through the heart. It would have been useless. My body is far beyond human." Andre raised his head, then lowered it again as the scar across his head healed quickly. "That's a bit cowardly," Passius muttered to himself. "So is a swordmaster's ambush. A pragmatic battle with no sense of honor. The old me would have been killed in a heartbeat. That's an undeserved compliment. Honestly, I am surprised. I wasn't planning on revealing this trick right away." Andre stared at Passius and stretched his arm in the other direction. His hand lengthened to an uncanny length, and then he slapped hard at the air. Immediately afterward, there was an sound, and the man who had been cloaking himself in thin air was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground. Iron Mask, Rotherham stared at Andre in disbelief. It was a clever way to distort your appearance by manipulating the density of the air in the atmosphere. But that doesn't change the flow of air. Andre's words meant that the touch of his skin was sensitive enough to pick up even the subtlest of atmospheric currents. The newcomers, Passius and Rotherham, stood at Veronica's side and steadied themselves. The sight of them made Andre sigh inwardly, despite his outwardly relaxed demeanor. A sixth-rank wizard, a masterful royal guard, the vice-captain of the Cold Steel Knights, and another sixth-rank wizard of the imperial family. It was quite the lineup. If this was before he discovered the world tree, he would have died many times over. I guess I can't let my guard down. He quickly drew a new tool from his holster. It was a syringe filled with a black liquid. Under the protection of the test subject, Andre plunged the syringe into his chest. The black liquid flowed through his veins, reaching his heart. The heart, already beyond human endurance, began to beat with terrifying force as black veins rose and fell over Andre's skin. Ooh! Andre's mouth fell open as he gasped at the pain that shot through his body, followed by the immense exhilaration that followed. His eyes went completely black, and then a fiery yellow pupil emerged from the center. The entire group tensed up at the sight as the energy emanating from Andre had changed. If he had been tricky to deal with before, he now had the air of an invincible being. I see. With that kind of power, I can do anything. The refined demonic power was obtained by diluting the power extracted from the world tree until it stabilized. Andre had injected it into his own body, using the power he created by mass-producing the second test subjects. Even if it was successful, a normal person would be torn apart and killed by a single drop in their veins. But this was possible because Andre was no ordinary man. He had already modified his body with biotechnology, and he could accept any amount of demonic power. Black mana began to surge around Andre's body. "Here we go. Let's fight to the best of our abilities." Immediately afterward, black mana shot out in a fan-shaped pattern. Boom! A massive vibration shook the entire underground facility, and for a moment, Roger Group froze in place, thinking that the broken machinery had been restarted. But then they realized that the vibration was much larger and that the impact echoed from some distance away. This. A gust of wind blew in from the end of the dimly lit passageway and swept past the group. It was the shockwave from a massive explosion of some sort. Trina frowned at the ominous aura the shockwave seemed to carry. Her swordmaster's senses reacted violently to the alien and unpleasant aura. "Looks like the people who arrived before us started fighting." Everyone nodded at Roger's words. They hadn't stopped moving, but the experiment's intensive sabotage had slowed them down considerably. Besides, it was clear that the warlocks had done something with the demonic powers to create such a large shockwave. This is getting annoying. Roger squinted his eyes as a faint sign of magic prickled his skin. He looked away and saw a paper frog on the ground. He realized it was the information from Sedna and Hans, and immediately picked up the paper frog without anyone noticing. His sneaky behavior went unnoticed as everyone else was distracted by the distant force. Roger quickly scanned the contents of the unfolded paper, unable to pass on further information due to the discovery of the chimera under our control. One particularly dangerous-looking experiment is currently being prepared in the Central Hollow. Andre of the Biotech School is stalling for time. After checking the contents, Roger crumpled it up and stuffed it into his pocket. "We'd better get moving, too." Chapter 303, This is not good. Fixing his sword, Passius muttered to himself as he looked at the enemy before him. The ground around him was littered with scars, testament to the fierceness of the battle. Some were from sword strikes, while others were craters from Andre's magic. Passius looked at Andre. He stood there, unharmed and unchanged from before the fight. He didn't look tired, even though he fought hard. Ure still not showing any signs of weakness. Normally, in a situation like this, you're supposed to let your guard down. In his time as Shadow of the First Princess, Passius had faced many enemies, and most of them had died because they were overconfident in their abilities and didn't use their full strength. He suspected Andre was one of them. When Andre was branded a warlock and hunted down, he was still conducting unauthorized human experiments. As usual, the only wizards who break taboos because of their thirst for knowledge are the ones who think they're the best and look down on others. Andre, however, played the hand he was dealt right from the start. He didn't spare any of his experiments, his modified body, or his refined demonic power. As a result, even with the power of the four of them, Andre was able to counteract them without losing. I can handle the three experiments, but the biggest problem is the demonic power, and not knowing what kind of power it is poses a great risk. Passius recalled the battle from earlier. As a master knight, he was the one with the best hand-to-hand combat skills in the Empire. That's why he took charge of Andre, while the other three dealt with the test subjects. Andre was a brilliant wizard, but he had spent so much time studying that his actual fighting skills were a bit lacking. Of course, it was only a minor flaw that only a master like Passius could find. It wouldn't even be visible to others. That alone showed how powerful Andre was. For such a man to become even stronger than he was before, it was a tricky matter. The problem is demonic power. Whenever I try to strike at an opening, my power is scattered. It didn't negate the power. Rather, it affected those who wield it. The black wavelengths that leak out are distracting me whenever I come in contact with it. The aura doesn't form properly, and his swordplay becomes dull. His resolve to defeat his enemy faltered like a candle before the wind. The demonic power was interfering with the opponent's mind rather than the body. This is bad. If he could use all his strength, he would try to find a way to defeat the other side. However, this power was very malicious, and it disturbed his mind. So this is demonic power. Even so, Passius raised his spirits, which had sunk a little. Andre looked at him with a more serious gaze. Indeed, a master is different. He had enhanced his overall physical abilities to manipulate massive energy, and coupled with his demonic powers, made him far more powerful than a conventional Lexer, sixth-rank wizard. He could also send out waves that greatly shake the opponent's mind. Most people would be stunned, frightened, or hallucinating in the face of it. But after exchanging blows several times, Passius remained unperturbed and continued to search for his opponent's weaknesses. His determination was unwavering, but more than that, it was the way he fought that made Andre wary. Unlike the other knights, he has no fixed style. He noticed from the start that Passius would do whatever it takes to win the fight. He'd throw daggers coated in aura or kick dirt into the opponent's eyes with his toes. If he felt he was at a disadvantage, he'd pull back, mixing in fakes with his attacks to trick the opponent. It was truly remarkable. Masters have the power to crush their opponents from the front, no matter who they are. They know their strength and are naturally willing to go toe-to-toe. They can also use such tactics if they have a truly objective view of their strength. Nevertheless, Passius was different. The honor of being a master didn't exist for him, a master who uses everything to win a fight. What a terrible man. Andre's thoughts stopped there, and he smiled bitterly. It was not what he had planned to defeat Passius himself. Shit. As he readied himself for battle once more, Andre clicked his tongue and swung his arm at the intense cold that was coming his way. Veronica was struck by the black mana-soaked arm and bounced back, but the sensation on her hand was less than pleasant. Andre raised an eyebrow as she landed lightly on the ground. He flicked away the frost on his forearm, his gaze darting back to where his subjects were fighting. You've already subdued them. I'd have thought they'd at least gain me more time. The bodies of the creatures, mangled in various places. They weren't cut up and dismembered, but just crumpled. You've been hiding your skills. At the center of it all was a man in an iron-masked Rotheran, a strange mage, dressed in what looked like a pure white robe, but with a helmet on his head. Andre heard that he was one of the pillars of the new tower, but he never expected him to use such a strange technique. Is it an unusual type of magic? Yes. As he said that, a translucent figure floated up behind Rotheran's back. It was a muscular human figure with a long beard and hair. It was not a magical beast made from a form of magic. Rather, something else, something holier and more powerful. Origin magic. Origin magic was a special class of magic that borrowed the power of great spirits to fight. It was similar to necromancy, but different. Basically, while necromancy was about summoning the residual thoughts and faint spirits of the dead, origin magic was more about borrowing the power of past heroes from a place called the Great Flow. As such, the unusual family of origin magic was also known by other names, like mythic reenactment. Being unknown until now means that you've been hiding your power, but now you revealed it. It's a perfect counter against demonic power. Yes, and it makes me realize why you've been covering your face. Andre muttered and summoned his magic. Not demonic power, but his own highly refined magic. The formulas, like the countless constellations embroidered in the air, showed that the magic he used was anything but ordinary. As it was about to unfold, Veronica, Passius, and the servant wizard immediately tried to react. It's too late. However, countless yellow eyes blossomed from Andre's blackened forearms and stared at the approaching enemies. The strange wavelengths in his eyes sent all sorts of mental shocks through his opponents. Their attacks were momentarily hindered, and Andre's magic was complete. Sixth level Great Magic Heavenly Stone Sutra. Boom. The ground began to rumble like a wave. Everyone standing on the ground could barely steady themselves from the shaking. It was as if the solid earth had become watery and soft. Surprisingly, only the floor rose, while the walls and ceiling remained unaffected. Soon, something popped out of the churning water. It was a whale, a huge whale made of rocks and boulders. After swimming through the sea of earth, the whale rose high into the air. Just as the tip of its head was about to touch the world tree hanging from the ceiling, the behemoth slowly toppled to the side. In its wake was the iron-masked Rotheran. Rotheran tried to dodge, but the whale's sheer size made it difficult to escape. The ground also continued to shift, impeding his movement. Soon enough, the whale plummeted to the ground, crushing him. A huge shockwave erupted, accompanied by a booming sound like the simultaneous detonation of countless bombs. Mr. Rotheran, Veronica shouted at the cloud of dust that rose. Andre marveled at the sight that emerged after the dust settled. Ho ho, did you manage to stop that? Rotheran was unharmed. His clothes were tattered, and he was gasping for air, but he was in fairly good shape for someone who had been struck by a sixth-rank spell. It was all thanks to the power of the great spirit behind him. Unlike the old man from before, the shielded figure of a general with an imposing appearance was protecting Rotheran. This, of course, consumed a great deal of Rotheran's mana, but the shock didn't stop there, because the helmet on Rotheran's face began to crack. The cracks spread quickly, and the helmet shattered and fell to the ground. Veronica's eyes widened, while Passius was surprised, but Andre grinned. I thought I smelled a beast somewhere. Rotheran's dark brown hair cascaded down his back. He had golden eyes and coppery skin, but the most striking were the beastly ears that sprouted from the top of his head. A beast that has attained the rank of Lexer occupies a place in the new tower. Somehow, the great spirit he had seen earlier, when Rotheran was using origin magic, looked more like a melee fighter than a mage. The Suins wielded an unusual power called spirit, and perhaps it was connected to their use of origin magic. With a trembling hand, Rotheran groped for his face, then lifted his head to glare at Andre. His pupils, like those of a beast, were split vertically, glowing with a fierce, wild hostility. HMPH. Passius feigned calmness, but inside he was racking his brains. It's surprising that Rotheran is a Suin, but it's not that important under the circumstances. Passius examined Rotheran's condition. He looked quite unsteady, perhaps because the mask that hid his identity was gone. He might still be valuable as a fighter, but he wouldn't be able to fight as sharply as before. Andre, on the other hand, was unharmed, so he would be at a disadvantage as time went on. It won't be good for us if we keep going toe-to-toe like this. It was a no-win situation. Andre didn't have the means to definitively defeat them either, but that was the problem now, so he was buying time for the test subject to wake up. If the mission comes first, Passius' eyes narrowed. If he stepped aside and let the other three deal with Andre, he could destroy the laboratory on the other side. But if this call would tip the scales in Andre's favor, and the three of them would be seriously injured, or worse, some of them would die. The only thing keeping the fight alive was the fact that Passius was able to draw Andre's full attention. Do I sacrifice the three of them to thwart Andre's plan, or do I continue the fight until more reinforcements arrive? The usual Passius would have abandoned his companions without delay. He had come here under the first princess orders, and there was little camaraderie between him and the others. The rational thing to do would be to throw them away. Still, he hesitated, perhaps because of Roger. He was the first princess' former bodyguard and his senior, but meeting him and talking to him had changed his mind. I shouldn't be so hesitant. As he pondered this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his mouth curved into a wide smile. What? Andre was slow to react, not understanding for a moment why Passius was smiling. Instead, it was his blackened arm that moved first. A myriad of yellow eyes sprouted from the arm, darting in unison to stare to one side. There was a silver-haired knight in black uniform, wielding twin swords. The mind-shattering dark waves were useless for the moment, and in the moment he felt it, Andre's body had already been slashed. What the? Andre muttered in surprise as he watched his blackened arm split into countless pieces and scatter. The attacks were fast and sharp, and he couldn't defend. He had a magic barrier around his body, and yet, without a sound or a movement, the opponent broke through the barrier and sliced off his arm. He must be a master to be able to do this. Master. Andre's gaze calmed as he regained his composure. It allowed him to deflect the next attack, which followed by releasing a black force outwards. Trina Ryanhowl clicked her tongue in disappointment and stepped back. Instead, a cannonball of yellow light flew over her shoulder. It was the magic cannon of Chris Benimore's magic tree. The cannonball slammed into Andre's body, and fractured bolts of magic scattered backward, hitting every inch of the shared wall. Andre lowered his reddened, intact arm. The guests have finally arrived. As he muttered that, Andre's gaze narrowed because he could see only two of the people who were supposed to be there. Where the hell are the other two? Andre's head snapped to the back. No way. That was where the laboratory and his men were. Chapter 304. Upon entering the central area, Roger's group immediately split in two. Trina, Chris, and Balaruna went to support the people fighting Andre, while Roger and Casey stayed behind, sneaking around to avoid being seen by Andre. Casey unfurled a cloak of water to block out prying eyes, and the others drew Andre's attention to them. Demonic power. Roger sensed a dangerous power from the black aura that Andre emanated, and could see why his master had insisted on checking the underground. His master would be interested in the demonic power. Of course, the power was still sealed away in the world tree, and it wasn't enough for Grander to make a move, so she settled for dropping hints. Whatever it is, we need to destroy everything related to the experiment while he's distracted. To that end, he moved away from Casey. Are you sure? Casey looked worried, wondering if her struggling colleagues needed backup. Now that they were alone, her tone had reverted to the way she usually spoke with him. They'll be fine. There are two masters, and even if Andrei Semov uses demonic power, they won't be outmatched. Yes, I suppose so. Well, do what we have to do. Casey watched the warlocks bustle about with determination and also glanced at Roger from time to time, but didn't ask him anything directly. Given the circumstances, there was no time for idle chatter. Let's go. Yes. Roger prepared his magic and Casey joined in. In a flash, the spell was complete, and the magic unfolded in a matter of seconds. At the same time, the curtain of water around Casey lifted, revealing the two of them. The warlocks and liberators felt the sudden surge of magic and realized that the enemy had reached them, but it was too late. A massive blast of fire magic spread out like a fan, rippling across the laboratory like a tidal wave. The wide range meant the power was not concentrated enough to kill, but it was enough to damage the incubators and experiments that produced the chimeras. Stop them. This must be protected. In the midst of the crisis, the liberators and warlocks chose to fight instead of flee. Those who had already undergone body enhancement procedures threw themselves into the fray, pushing back the flame waves. During this brief interlude, the wizards completed their spells and unleashed defensive magic. The first liberators to throw themselves in were burned to a crisp, but their defensive magic allowed the rest of the group to remain protected. The flames of Roger's fire did less than half of the damage he had originally aimed for, throwing themselves into the fire without even caring if they get burned. They were fanatics, but this was only the first attack, and Casey Selmore was the second to move. Following the wave of flames was a thin blade of water curved like a crescent moon. The water strike contained a great deal of magic in itself, slicing through anything in its path. The defensive magic shattered, and the water blade began to shatter the incubation facility. The transparent glass tubes were sliced open, and chunks of unfinished chimeras and experiment second flesh spilled out onto the floor, along with the unidentifiable liquid inside. No, you bastards! At the sight, the liberators lunged at Casey with bloodshot eyes, but Casey's attack didn't end there. While a normal wizard would release their magic once, and that would be the end of it, she is a single-attribute elemental wizard, so once used, water could be reused again and again. At Casey's will, the blade of water returned like a boomerang, spinning around her with terrifying speed. The liberation soldiers who were about to charge at her were stopped in their tracks by the power of the strike they had seen earlier. That momentary hesitation gave Casey a chance to counterattack as the water blades clustered in a single place, forming a dozen cannons. Casey stretched her hand out in front of her and pointed, causing the cannons to spew water instead of fire. The massive water cannon blasted the Liberation Army members in one fell swoop, destroying the few remaining incubators. Damn it! Release all the remaining experiments. Ha! But they're still in the coordination stage. We don't have time for that, so release them now and protect Third at all costs, even if it means throwing your body. At this point, it would have been easy to lose faith, but the Liberation Army and the Warlocks were fired up and ready to fight back. They knew they were no match for these two, and they knew it, but they never backed down. In the case of the Warlocks, it was the satisfaction of knowing that their ultimate experiment was finally complete, and for the Liberators, it was out of hatred, wanting the means to kill their loathsome enemies to be complete. It was far from a feeling of conviction, but it was the same in that it set their hearts on fire. The poorly coordinated experiments rose to their feet and lunged at Roger and Casey. Their forms were incomplete, their bodies disintegrating in real time, but at least they were able to grab their opponents by the ankles. I think that bought them enough time. Casey shouted to Roger, not taking her eyes off her foes. Roger would take the first blow, Casey would take the second, and Roger would once again take the third. What's taking a guy who's so fast so much time? Casey was about to shout when a blinding flash of light appeared behind her. It was the kind of light that makes you dizzy even when you're not facing it. If she had been looking at it from the front, she would have been blinded in an instant. In fact, the chimeras and test subjects that had been moving towards them stopped in their tracks, eyes glazed over in pain. At the same time, massive amounts of magic began to mix with the light, creating an explosion of light. The beams of light stretched out in all directions, transforming into countless spears, leaving a pure white trajectory behind them. It was an enhanced version of the light magic Roger had used to sweep the chimeras from the ground, a spell that contained more mana and pierced enemies with greater power. Fifth-level light magic Angel's Ladder was more like a laser than a spear. It was so fast that enemies couldn't even see its shape. By the time they saw the attack, they could only watch as the white trajectory had already pierced through their bodies. The same could be said for the Warlocks, who instinctively unleashed their defensive spells in response to the unusual amount of light. But their magic was helpless in the face of a spear of dense heat, created by a single point of concentrated power. It was not an attack that could be dodged while blinded. The light pierced through everything like a heavenly punishment for their misdeeds. The chimeras and seconds in the line of fire fell. Soon after, the rational subjects, the liberators who were helping them, and finally the warlocks all fell. It was a sight to behold, with flashes of light and people falling like dominoes. Even Casey, who was about to ask what the hell he was doing, was speechless at the sight before her. This is wit took me so long. At the same time as she felt unnecessarily nervous, he realized that the man she'd seen 3 years ago didn't show all he was capable of. He didn't even use the black shadow he used to fight me. He can use light magic while wearing shadows. How many different elements could this man manipulate? All of them. No, 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 not all of them. She could count the number of single-attribute elemental wizards on one hand, let alone an all-attribute wizards. Such a thing was truly the stuff of legends and myths. Casey shook the thought from her mind and checked the situation. None of the enemies were still standing from the 3 surprise magical attacks. Most of the cultivation equipment and test chambers had been destroyed, and what was left was barely holding its shape, but there was one test tube still intact. Unlike the others, It was a huge glass tube filled with red liquid instead of green, and inside it, a man lay still, his eyes closed. The fact that it hadn't been shattered in all the commotion was due to the warlock's desperation to protect it, even at the cost of their own lives. Roger saw it too, and began to gather his magic once more. This must be the most dangerous experiment Hans ever told me about. So far it has not been broken, but that is the end of it. With no one to protect it anymore, he wanted to destroy it before it was finished. Son of a bitch, Andre shouted from a distance, and a stream of black energy flew toward Roger, who seamlessly switched from offensive to defensive magic. Andre's black arm and Roger's hexagonal magic barrier collided. What? Why was Andre Semov here? Does this mean that Trina, Passius, and the others have fallen? Roger's questions were answered the moment he saw Andre's condition. The figure of Andre facing this way was a sight to behold, to say the least. White frost and the marks of battle were carved into every inch of his body. The fight wasn't even over yet, and Andre was glaring at Roger like he was going to kill him. You can't touch that. The moment Andre realized that Roger was destroying the laboratory, he flew here and never looked back. Masters Passius, Trina, and the others unleashed a barrage of attacks to capture him, but Andre had come all this way by devoting himself to dodging and blocking only those attacks that were truly lethal, allowing the rest to pass. Even with the modifications to his body and his access to demonic powers, the pain was still there, and in order to endure such pain, Andre had prioritized the test subject. He was truly enraged that they tried to destroy his lifetime of experimentation, so Andre unleashed the demonic power he had partially suppressed. I'll kill you all. The severed arm regenerated, as did every wound on his body. The blackness that had engulfed only one arm spread to Andre's entire upper body. Some of it split and merged with his ragged clothing to form a black robe, and as the black robe fluttered, countless yellow pupils sprouted from it. The pupils shuddered and shot out dark waves. It was an attack that shook the opponent's mind and could not be easily blocked by any defensive magic. At that moment, Casey stepped forward. She unfurled a thin membrane of water, which stretched into 2 layers, then more than 10 in an instant. The waves traveling through the medium of air were greatly reduced in power each time they passed through a water barrier. After passing through 10 layers of barriers, the power of the waves was considerably reduced from what it had been at the beginning. Still, the demon's power was terrifying, and Casey could feel her head throbbing as she unleashed the barrier. A multitude of piercing sounds and images began to play in her mind as hallucinations, confusion, and fear appeared. With all the negative emotions building up, Casey yelled out. Now, the cry was directed at Roger, who answered the call. He finished the spell in almost an instant through the source code, then shot it toward the test subject at breakneck speed. It didn't matter that the power was low, since it was enough to destroy the test tube. Impossible. Andre didn't take it lying down, so he quickly conjured up a formula and spread a layer of defensive magic around the test tube. The violet barrier of magic succeeded in blocking the magical bullets fired by Roger. Demonic power and mana, they're literally 2 different things. Just then, reinforcements arrived. While struggling with Casey, Andre was slashed in the back by a blade made of compressed aura. Damned imperial dogs. Despite the direct hit from a swordmaster or a blade, he did not die, and only a single trickle of black blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His modified body, protected by demonic powers, had long since transcended that of a human. Even if his heart and brain were destroyed, he would not die, and the source of his regeneration was an endless surge of demonic power. But there was no one here who felt discouraged. Their first and foremost goal was not to kill Andre, but to stop his experiments with demonic power. Now, with reinforcements here, Roger had bought himself another minute, and he used his magic once more. No way. Andre made the magic barrier more solid. He concentrated on strengthening the barrier, even as his body was being slashed by the sword, so that it would be impenetrable no matter what magic Roger used, but his eyes widened as Roger's magic unfolded. Roger's magic had passed through his barrier and appeared in front of the capsule containing the test subject. What? Andre muttered in vain for a moment as Roger's completed spear of light shattered the capsule and pierced the heart of the sleeping test subject inside. Chapter 305, the test tube shattered, and the slumbering experiment 3 inside fell helplessly to the ground. An unidentifiable red liquid flowed around it, making it look like a giant bloodsucker. What the hell? Andre looked at Roger in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Roger had managed to ignore a solid barrier that even magic couldn't penetrate and hit his target. If he had known Roger had this skill, he would have countered it, but Roger hid it well. He knew that Andre would be able to deal with it if he found out. So he waited for an opening, and when it came, he capitalized. I can't believe he managed to break the machinery of the underground facility. He had a sharp trick up his sleeve, but he didn't let it slip and used it at the crucial moment. Even as Andre realized that Roger was by no means an ordinary magic teacher, he could not suppress the anger that boiled up inside him. How dare you, how dare you? Andre glared at Roger with his black and yellow eyes as if to kill him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent to kill the man who had ruined his masterpiece of a lifetime. The emotion in his eyes was an unquenchable hatred. Faced with it, Roger did not shrink at all. In fact, he even stared at Andre with his deep blue eyes. Andre couldn't imagine what Roger was thinking as he looked at him. More than that, his blue eyes were strangely disturbing. The blue of his pupils seemed to swirl endlessly in what was supposed to be their natural color. You, those eyes are. Andre started to say something, then stopped. What the hell did it matter now? All that mattered was that Roger had ruined his research, and now he was going to die by his own hand. Andre summoned black mana, and everyone tensed, readying themselves for battle. It was fortunate that they had somehow managed to stop the creature before it awakened, but it wasn't all over as Andre remained. The tension in the air made it hard to breathe. It was a situation where the slightest snap of the fingers could lead to an instant conflict. The first person to make a move was the last person anyone expected. Louisbold, a sixth-rank wizard, who was a member of the Liberation Army and a self-proclaimed guinea pig for the biotech warlocks, moved his body slightly. With everyone on high alert, there was no one who could not catch the movement. Louisbold moved, and it was not a post-mortem stiffness. Roger and Casey's magic kicked in immediately, while Passius and Trina also drew their swords and stabbed at him. They didn't have to say a word to each other, and since he wasn't dead, yet they knew they had to kill him. However, all of their attacks were immediately pushed aside by an explosive release of mana from Louisbold's body. What? Trina stared at Louisbold in disbelief. Even if it was a surprise attack, it was still a Master Knight's strike, but he repelled it by releasing his mana. What kind of mana does it take to do that? But even to her surprise, the mana that flowed from his body didn't stop. The power swirled around him like a giant vortex, and his body slowly began to rise into the air. He was a man in his mid-30s with ubiquitous brown hair. His bushy beard was untrimmed, and he looked more like a laborer than a wizard. But right now, he had an enormous presence that made everyone in the room tense. Hovering in midair, Louisbold slowly opened his closed eyes. He looked no different than a normal human being, but one eye was tinted black, like Andre's, infused with demonic power. All at once, the pulsing energy stopped and was sucked into Louisbold's body like a sponge. The storm of a moment ago was gone, and a calm stillness descended over the area, like a calm lake at dawn. Slowly landing on the ground, Louisbold looked around with an expressionless face. His demeanor, as if he hadn't yet grasped the situation, prompted Passius to make his move. It was a sneak attack that was aimed at the opponent's weakness. Even Andre missed it for a moment, as the master dropped his guise and moved like an assassin. The next moment, Passius was about to swing his sword at Louisbold's throat, but a face sprouted from his back and stared at him. What? In a moment that baffled even the most experienced Passius with its unbelievable appearance, a compressed bolt of wind shot toward him as the face opened its mouth. Passius retracted the sword he was about to swing and went into defense. Immediately afterward, the wind bolt that struck his sword spun at a terrifying speed, sending him flying into the distance. The deflected wind bolt grazed the roots of the world tree and landed on the ceiling of the central area. The bullet expanded, countless winds shredding the walls around it. Lord Passius, Veronica shouted, swinging her sword. A cold aura exploded from the tip of her sword, shooting toward Louisbold in the form of a crescent moon. Louisbold had been so focused on the flying Passius that he hadn't seen the attack coming from the other side, but this time, the tables were turned as a face appeared on his chest, and his mouth opened once more. This time the face shot flames, and they collided with Veronica's cold aura and consumed it. As everyone stared at the scene in disbelief, only Andre stared at Louisbold with a face full of excitement. Ooh, finally. Andre shuddered with joy at the realization that his failed experiment had opened its eyes. He hadn't failed, and his work had seen the light of day. It was still incomplete, given that only one eye was blackened, but he hadn't failed. On the other hand, the expression on the faces of the raiders was not so good as they saw how he blocked Passia's surprise attack and Veronica's blow. Louisbold's momentum was unnerving, especially that face that sprouted from his body. The moment it opened its mouth, magic was triggered. From what I've heard, he can't use fire magic. That was what Roger and others were most wary of. Louisbold was essentially a wind attribute wizard, working with ice and lightning, but couldn't use fire elemental magic. All wizards are limited in the elements they can use. There was no way he would suddenly be able to use the element of fire unless he was learning magic for the first time. The face. Casey spoke up. The face used magic on Louisbold's behalf. Andre let out a small chuckle as Casey stared at him as if to see if that was true. You're a little more perceptive than you look. He's our masterpiece experiment, the one we poured everything into. Do you have any idea how much materials went into that thing? Materials, you say? Chris asked, wondering what the hell that meant. Andre only laughed, but didn't answer. Instead, it was Trina who spoke up. You've used wizards. Something about what Louisbold had shown her and what Andre had said convinced Trina. There had been a recent wave of disappearance of unaffiliated wizards, and while I wouldn't be surprised if they've died somewhere, there was a fifth-rank wizard in the mix, which has caught the attention of Imperial Intelligence. HMPH. So you're the head of the Nightcrawler Knights, quick on the uptake. Andre's words were practically a confirmation of Trina's. You used wizards as materials. If that's the case, does that human body have? Yes. The missing wizards, who knows how many, are contained in that one body. Andre smiled at that. Using demonic power and the cells of the world tree, along with all the essence of what we've learned through our experiments, is in there. That's not Louisbold, the Liberation Army officer anymore, but the ultimate test subject commonly known as the Third. I am dizzy. Louisbold, who had been still, spoke up. And hungry. I don't know what this unknown hunger is. Louisbold's gaze swept over the people around him, and a smile spread across his face like a gourmet at a feast. Looks like there's plenty to eat here. The look in his eyes did not belong to a fellow human being. The smiling, wrinkled face was filled with an indescribable sense of discomfort. Are you really Louisbold? The servant mage who came with Veronica muttered when he saw Louisbold. He was a man who had served in the army with Louisbold in the past. In a way, he could be considered a comrade in arms, and their relationship wasn't that bad, but after Louisbold deserted, everything went wrong, so he left the army. But when he saw Louisbold after all these years, he wasn't the same man. Louisbold. At the sound of the name, Louisbold was dumbfounded. Ah, yes, that was my name. No, 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 who am I? Louisbold. David. I can't stop thinking of names. Galloway. Chad. Jenna. Unintelligible sounds began to flow from his mouth as he clutched his head in his hands as if he were confused. Andre clicked his tongue as he watched. The names Louisbold was muttering now were the names of the wizards implanted in his body. His memory was confused from having so many wizards implanted in his body. Well, it's for the best. As long as we get new data from him, that's all that matters. And the test subjects for that data would be the invaders. Andre turned to Louisbold and gave him a command, Test Subject 3. Aha! Louisbold responded to the sound of Andre's voice. His pupils shook as if there had been an earthquake. Yes, you are 3, and I am your master, Andre. I am. It doesn't matter who you are, but you're hungry, aren't you? There's plenty of food in front of you right now, and isn't your priority to eat it? At Andre's words, Louisbold's trembling stopped. His mouth, which had been muttering as if in confusion, fell silent as if something had changed dramatically. Removing his hands from his head, Louisbold's expression became as calm as it had been when he first released his mana. That's right. Who I am doesn't matter right now, because all that matters is how I solve this hunger. Yes, that's it, Third, so eat them, because that's what you were made for. Andre's eyes widened as he shouted that and looked down in disbelief. Louisbold's hand was in his lower abdomen. Despite the distance, Louisbold's arm had stretched out and pierced Andre's abdomen, but the strange behavior didn't stop there. as a black vein of blood began to crawl up his arm and began to drain the power from Andre's body. "You, what the hell?" Louis Bold smirked as Andre stared at him in disbelief. "You look the most delicious." You madman, biting your master." Louis Bold was now absorbing the demonic power in Andre's body. Andre gritted his teeth and tried to hold on, but it was no use. No matter how hard he swam, he could not escape the whirlpool. Andre's infusion of refined demonic power crumbled in the face of something closer to its essence. But it wasn't just demonic power that Louisbold absorbed. He sought to absorb Andre's mana as well as demonic power. "Inam!" Andre shouted, clutching Louisbold's forearm with both hands. His eyes flashed with determination, as if he wasn't going to be easily defeated. At that moment, a blade of compressed wind from nowhere sliced through Louisbold's extended arm. As the absorption ceased, Andre hastily stepped back, putting distance between himself and Louisbold. Louisbold retracted his extended arm and examined the severed section of his arm. The severed arm regenerated in seconds, and his gaze turned to the interrupter, the dark-haired young man who had been staring at him with a haughty gaze for some time now. "You!" Annoyance flashed across Louisbold's face, as if he was offended by the interruption. Seeing this, Roger let out a cold sneer. What kind of fool would wait for the enemy to become stronger? Chapter 306, You're annoying. Louisbold muttered and reached out his hand toward Roger. Just as he was about to pierce Roger's heart, Louisbold's hand bounced to the side with a thud. What was that? Louisbold panicked as pain shook his 5 organs. He turned his head to see Rotherham standing there with his fist outstretched. Its golden eyes, like the pupils of a beast, glared at him. In that split second, Rotherham's fist struck. It was the blue human form at his back that struck the blow. Staring at him with a beaky gaze, the blue figure had an enormous presence that resonated with the soul. Similar to necromancy, but different rather, it was far more advanced. It must be an unusual type of magic. As his mind wandered to that point, he felt an intense hunger again, a hunger that scraped at the very bottom of his soul, fueling his greed. Louisbold wet his lips with his tongue. If he ate that, maybe he could get the same magic for himself. At that moment, a strong presence at his back jolted him out of his reverie. It felt like countless thorns, thin and sharp, piercing his entire body. Turning his head, he saw the figure of a grey-haired female swordswoman in a black uniform. Holding a sword in each hand, Trina Ryanhowl swept past him, and in an instant, a brilliant display of swordplay enveloped him. Landing on the ground, Trina's expression crumpled. The sensation at the tip of the sword is shallow. Even with her sword coated in aura, she felt a tremendous amount of resistance to her slash. In fact, there were only countless shallow cuts on his body, none of which could be called fatal. Even those wounds healed at a remarkable rate, so it was almost as if the blows hadn't struck. It was then that Passius, seeing an opportunity, stepped forward. With a high leap, he landed on top of Louisbold's floating body. With his left foot planted on his abdomen and his right arm on his shoulder, he lifted the sword he held in his back hand and thrust it down with force. A compressed aura, distinctly sword-like and unlike any other aura, formed on his blade. It was Aura Blade, the symbol of a master. The white glowing aura blade pierced through Louisbold's heart, and his sturdy body, which had only suffered cuts from ordinary swords, crumbled before the aura blade. With his heart pierced, Louisbold tumbled to the ground along with Passius, but Passius didn't stop there, plunging his sword deeper and deeper, releasing a powerful aura. Pure white auras erupted along with spider web-like cracks, scattering fragments of the destroyed ground into the air. A normal human would have been shredded cell by the aura particles. It hurts, but rather than disintegrating, Louisbold scowled and glared at Passius. He even clutched the aura blade that had pierced his chest with both hands. The surging aura particles melted both of his hands, but the melted hands regenerated at a terrifying rate and began to push back the aura particles. The hands, blackened with demonic energy, now had a firm grip on Passius' sword and began to push back. Passius' eyes widened. He tried to push with more force, but he couldn't stop his sword from being drawn. I can't believe he can exert this much force. The power of a master that transcended humans was being pushed back. Louisbold's physical abilities had long since surpassed those of a knight. At that moment, the face on one of Louisbold's shoulders stared at Passius and opened its mouth. Passius clicked his tongue, drew his sword, and stepped back. Immediately afterward, a sharp whirlwind soared toward the ceiling of the central area. If he had been a moment too late, the wind would have caught him and torn him to shreds. As Louisbold tried to rise, translucent vines flew out and bound his limbs. It was Lao Flume, Chris' magic tree. Now, Chris shouted, and the servant mage released the power he'd been channeling for the past few moments. The entire hollow was bathed in a reddish hue, and Louisbold could see the cause as a round sun had risen above his head. The servant mage dropped a huge fireball as if to say goodbye to his fallen comrade-in-arms. Louisbold tried to use his strength to tear the vines apart and free himself, but Roger was not one to stand idly by. He stamped the ground with his staff, and the ground shifted, wrapping itself around Louisbold's body in layers like handcuffs. Even those cuffs cracked and shattered as he strained. Roger had bought enough time for the sun above the hollow to fall. Fifth rank fire elemental magic sun fall. The sun descended and swallowed Louisbold's body as it landed on the ground and exploded in a fierce storm of light. A huge pillar of fire rose up with the explosion as sweat broke out on his forehead as he concentrated on maneuvering his magic. The flames, which had been spreading in concentric circles, changed direction and spun in place, gradually shrinking in size. The heat that was trying to escape was trapped inside, burning hotter and hotter. Even when the heat stopped spreading, it still burned the skin of those watching, and soon a sphere of fiery yellow flames formed where the vortex was compressed. It was a 3-meter diameter fireball that looked like a tiny sun sitting on the ground, and of course, there was unimaginable heat inside it. Sunfall was a spell of epic proportions that lived up to its name. That's amazing. Belaruna, who was no stranger to magic, gasped in admiration. The Sunfall was comparable to a 6th-rank great magic in terms of power. It had the disadvantage of requiring a very long preparation time, but thanks to the people around him, he was able to cast it safely. An attack of this magnitude would have surely killed even Louisbold, but no one in the room was celebrating. The chills that had been sending shivers down their spines hadn't gone away. In fact, it had only gotten worse since the little sun had consumed him. It was then that something changed in the bright yellow sun. Suddenly, a black dot appeared at its center, which gradually increased in size until it engulfed the entire sun. The dazzling sun turned into a black sphere, like a solar eclipse in the middle of the night, and when the flames died down, what emerged was a jet-black egg with a hard shell. It cracked at the center and snapped in half. Inside, Louisbold stood motionless. As if he had been reborn from within the egg, his appearance was both normal and alien. The servant wizard was dismayed when his strike failed. His most powerful attack, fueled by all the magic he could muster, had failed to produce any results, and he despaired. There was a movement in the stiff atmosphere, and it was Roger Chelisai who acted. Countless beams of light bent at various angles and began to strike at Louisbold's body. Those who had felt hopeless for a moment were brought back to their senses by the magic. The dazzling beams of light dazzled the eyes, drawing constellations around him. He tried to ignore it as it wasn't enough to do much damage to his body. At that moment, 2 beams of light struck his eyeballs. No matter how strong his body was, there was nothing he could do about his pupils, so he opened his mouth to spit out his annoyance. A spear of light pierced the inside of his open mouth. The huge beam of light wriggled inside his mouth, burning the inside of his throat. Louisbold staggered for the first time, falling to one knee. At the sight of him, Trina shouted, "Push! The fight wasn't over yet." With that shout, Trina swung her sword vertically at Louisbold. Roger, meanwhile, controlled the movement of the light beam, making sure it didn't reach her. Louisbold felt a shiver of air cut through him and stepped back. Immediately afterward, Trina's sword sliced into the ground as if it were firewood and caused it to crack. Louisbold, who had regenerated his eyeballs quickly, sneered at Trina. "Alas, you missed." No, I didn't miss." Louisbold was about to ask what that meant when a rumbling sound came from beneath the cracks in the ground. The ground began to tremble slightly, and then the vibrations grew to the point where they resembled an earthquake. What was that? Louisbold's eyes sharpened, fixating on the crack in the ground. Immediately, a stream of water gushed out of the crack Trina had created. Water! Louisbold looked at it, puzzled. Was the attack from earlier intentionally meant to draw up the water flowing below? "Are you trying to drown me?" Just as he was about to say that there was nothing they could do with this much water. He saw the endless stream of water rising into the air and felt a strange sensation. Something was wrong with the water's behavior. Like a fountain, the gushing water should be falling back down. But instead of falling, the water continued to spill over and spread out into the air. It was as if the water had a will of its own. For the first time in his life, Louisbold frowned at an incomprehensible phenomenon. They don't create water with magic, but move existing water like that. A piece of information flashed through his mind. Such wizards existed on this continent. Then his gaze shifted to Casey Selmore. There was something about her that seemed to have something to do with water, from the magic she exuded to the color of her hair. He had just woken up, so it was too late to recognize her. Louisbold murmured in wonder. A color wizard. Call me a genius detective. Casey shouted back, extending her arm toward Louisbold. The rushing waters stopped at once, and Louisbold squinted as the vast mass of water had transformed into countless spears. Casey smirked at him. Not that you'll be calling me that in the future. Casey's outstretched hand clutched at Louisbold, and the countless spears of water rained down on him almost simultaneously. As the spears flew at him from all directions, he was enveloped in black magic power. Water spears rained down on him like a rainstorm on an umbrella, but Louisbold flesh, protected by demonic power, remained unscathed. However, there was no end in sight to Casey's assault. Each spear that was thrown would return to the air, transform into a new spear, and shoot toward him. How bothersome. Louisbold strongly expanded his black magic power as a black dome formed around him, deflecting the spears. The mouths on his body gaped open and unleashed their magic as huge streaks of lightning, hot balls of fire, and sharp whirlpools spread throughout the central area. It was a multi-elemental attack of unbelievable power unleashed simultaneously, and everyone else had to step back to avoid getting caught in it. A single individual unleashing that much power. You still have time to mutter such words. Roger tugged on the back of Chris' head as he muttered in disbelief. Even as he backed away, Roger's gaze remained fixed on Casey, who stood frozen in place. The great underground water continued to gush from the ground, and using her mana and willpower to control the water, she began to battle Louisbold in earnest. Huge fireballs and bolts of lightning clashed with her water spears, and steam rose in the air. Roars that echoed through the central area, along with shockwaves that made the skin crawl. It was like watching giant beasts fiercely bite at each other. The seemingly equal fight turned in Casey's favor over time, as Louisbold's attacks had a time limit, but Casey's didn't. There was an endless supply of water from the underground, and the water that had been scattered by the various spells gathered once more, drop by drop, to join the great flow. This is amazing. Roger was honestly impressed. This was why single-element wizards were feared, because as long as that element was present, their attacks would be unstoppable. Water, in particular, is the very foundation of this world. From the clouds that float in the sky to water vapor in the atmosphere, rain falling in torrents, flowing rivers, groundwater pooling in rock formations underground, and endless oceans. Water's greatest strength was its endless circularity, and since there was an endless supply of the element, at least for that moment, Casey was unstoppable. Chapter 307. Casey's attack was relentless. It was like watching a rainy season rain with no end in sight. Wow! Even Passius was in awe of Casey's display of power. The reputation of single-attribute elemental wizards was not for nothing, but it was Casey's mental and magical control over large amounts of water that was most impressive. Louisbold tried to resist with multi-attribute magic on several occasions, but he was no match for Casey's constant supply of water from the underground. Realizing that this was no longer an option, Louisbold formed a tortoise-shell-like shield around his black magic. Each time the water bottlers struck the black shell, a clear snap rang out. You think that's going to stop them? Casey sneered at Louisbold and immediately changed her attack. The normal-sized water spears began to gather in a circle, and soon a gigantic spear was formed. The water spear had enormous mass and immense magic power. Even the water on the edges was flowing at a tremendous speed. Seeing this, Louisbold's eyes widened slightly. Immediately afterward, the water spear dropped down onto his shield. The water spear was unable to completely break the shell and slid down along the surface. However, its power was clearly demonstrated by the crunching sound of some parts of the shield breaking apart. Louisbold's expression hardened as he realized that his shield would break. The next moment, several more of the same giant water spears fell. How many swords of that mass could he handle? While he inwardly admired Casey's strength, the thought that he could control water if he ate her was maddening. His thoughts turned to hunger and greed, and he acted. Releasing his black magical shell, Louisbold lunged at Casey. He'd lost the battle of magical power at a distance, so he'd chosen a different tactic. His experimentally transcendent body moved in a way that left an afterimage. There was a certain calculation in his behavior. They didn't expect him to suddenly engage in close combat, and he planned to catch them off guard. Louisbold jumped over or ducked the streams of water that blocked his path as he approached Casey's position. But he soon realized something was wrong with Casey's unwavering gaze. "You think I haven't been through this before?" Casey fought enough melee enemies, so she waited for Louisbold to approach. The space between them shimmered, and a thin curtain of water split open. Within it, hidden water soldiers, wielding spears and shields, surrounded him. Louisbold tried to struggle, but even his strongest body was no match for the volume of water. His limbs were bound, and he was stabbed through his heart, but he still glared at Casey. His gaze was filled with hostility and greed for Casey's abilities. Casey forced water into the creature's mouth. Cuck, cuck, gulp. Swallowing the water, Louisbold let out his first scream. The water inside his body had begun to boil. It even synchronized with the blood in his body, causing his entire body to boil. KKKKKK, KHHHH. But Louisbold's screams slowly faded, and a chuckle escaped his lips. Casey clicked her tongue in annoyance at the sight. Despite the extreme measures taken, Louisbold hadn't died. If anything, he was resisting the pain and developing a tolerance for it. Casey decided to change things up as the soldiers holding his body melted away and transformed into the form of a giant. Coo-woo! The giant grabbed Louisbold and slammed him into the ground. But it didn't stop there as it grabbed Louisbold again and smashed him through the wall, plunging him into the depths of the world. The throbbing and crushing sensation in his body, coupled with the constant shifting of his vision, kept him awake as the water giant grabbed him with both hands and opened its mouth to swallow him whole. The giant's form collapsed, transforming into a giant sphere of water. It was an ordinary sphere on the outside, but inside was a vortex of water. It was as if a child had put a worm in a small vat and shook it around. Louisbold was repeatedly swept to and fro inside the water prison all the while. Casey's expression did not change. Even though he should have been dead 100 times over, he was still alive and well. In fact, he was getting stronger and stronger. He wasn't even drowning since he had become a being that didn't even need oxygen to live. As Casey wondered what to do, Roger gave her the answer as immense coldness began to envelope the water prison. The water in contact with the cold quickly froze and turned white. But the sphere was too big for Roger to handle alone. That's when Rotharan, Chris, and the servant wizard joined him. The three of them used cold magic. Belaruna threw in a reagent of cooling liquid, while Veronica raised her aura and focused the cold into the water sphere. The result was a massive icy prison, over 50 meters in diameter. Louisbold's body was trapped inside like a stuffed insect, unable to move. But no one was relieved. Casey continued to draw up groundwater and add it to the top of the ice prison, while the others froze it, increasing its size. If they couldn't kill him, they would keep him in this state forever. It was then that Louisbold's voice echoed through the ice. That was good. His voice echoed in everyone's minds as if it were consuming the space, even though no matter what he shouted inside would never be heard. But my patience with you is over. At the same time, black waves of energy erupted from within the giant icy sphere. It was the same attack that Andre unleashed when he borrowed and used his demonic power. As if waiting for it, the others responded by raising their magic and aura. They tried to resist the force as best they could. But Louisbold's mental attack was far stronger than Andre's. The black waves seeped into the cracks of their minds, digging deeper and deeper. It came into contact with the negativity they'd been hiding and explosively maximized it. What? Casey panicked at the sudden blackness of the landscape. Where was Louisbold? Where was everyone else? At that moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Thinking it was an enemy, she readied herself for battle, then relaxed as she recognized her opponent. Grandpa Virgie, a man she had admired since childhood. The man who had inspired her to become a detective, despite her talent, was right in front of her. But her grandfather was looking at her with none of his usual gentleness, just disgust. "I'm disappointed in you, Casey." "What? Ah, why? Why do you ask?" "Casey, I asked you to make this world more just." "Yes, I did my best to. Did you really do your best?" Casey couldn't say anything in response to that. The old man's gaze shifted to the side, and Casey naturally followed suit. Roger was there holding the body of a child in his arms, unable to shed a tear of grief. Casey labeled him evil and chased after him. "Did you really fight for justice?" Ah, Casey sank to her knees and looked up at her grandfather with a trembling gaze. The cold eyes staring back at her were not the grandfather she knew. "I am disappointed, Casey. I am so disappointed in you. After all, you were nothing compared to your sister." "Oh no, I am." Just as Casey was about to shout, the old man's skin melted away like clay. His exposed white bones burst into flames, and he grinned at Casey. Casey turned and ran, her eyes unfocused. "Why are you running? Are you trying to turn your back on the truth, just like you did before?" A shout erupted from behind her, but Casey ran, and ran through the darkness as if she couldn't hear him. When she stopped, out of breath, new people appeared in front of her. It was a little brother and sister. The same slum kids who cheered after she defeated James Moriarty and who looked at Casey with delight. "Liar, cheater." The two kids spat out coldly, as if they felt betrayed by Casey's acts. "Oh no." Casey tried to make excuses, but the two kids were gone, and the words that needed to be said were swallowed by the darkness with no destination. "I am." Casey's head hung low, the tip of a shoe in her vision. She lifted her head and saw the man in front of her. He was the man who had once been James Moriarty and was now called Roger Chelisai. He stared at Casey with his usual emotionless gaze. No, actually, the lack of emotion was an illusion. This was a man who, more than most, felt intense compassion for the suffering of others. Roger's eyes took on an entirely different look as she realized this. The inorganic pupils she had previously thought of as emotionless were now filled with pity, disappointment, and sadness. "You didn't save anyone, after all." The words crushed Casey's spirit. Immediately, the ice sphere shattered, revealing Louisbold, whose entire body was covered in black magic power. "You're really no good." Louisbold muttered to himself as he looked at the stunned people on the ground. Even Casey Selmore, who had been pushing him, had fallen asleep, and the same was true of the two masters, Passius and Trina. Even so-called transcendents had their weaknesses. Their bodies might be strong, but their minds were far too weak, and demonic powers excelled in that regard. More than that, it was poisonous enough to be worthy of the name demon. It was not a physical blow, but an attack that shook the opponent's mind, causing all sorts of negative delusions. Even a sixth-rank wizard with a solid mind could not be safe from it. Such praised powerhouses, yet they have such a weak mind. Immense magic power, vast knowledge, and transcendent physical prowess crumbled before the power of the devil. Louisbold was both saddened and amused by the sight. In his old life, he would have fought tooth and nail against just one of those men, but look at him now. He was victorious, and all the others had fallen to their knees, but Louisbold was not satisfied. This was just the beginning. He would grow stronger, and he would bring down the empire and establish the new order he wanted to see in the world. To do that, I will need to absorb your power. Louisbold's gaze fell on Andre. Andre was not knocked out by the waves, since he was infused with the same demonic power, but Andre was not immune. In the face of a stronger force, he too was affected by the waves. To prove it, Andre's complexion was pale, and his eyes were dark with fatigue. Louisbold could sense the uneasy emotions radiating from him. It is sad and unfortunate. A father who had to watch his beloved daughter suffer and die from an incurable disease. At the same time, he could see through the traumatic memories. If only I'd known, if only I'd found a cure, if only I'd pushed myself harder in medicine, but regret doesn't bring a dead daughter back to life. Shut up. So, in the hope that no one else would suffer in the future, I decided to take a path that people would hate, because nothing is more important than saving lives, no matter how much you're reviled, even if the way you do it is, frankly, a little unseemly even for us. Louisbold stepped up to Andre's nose, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. "But it's over now. I'm going to drain you of all your power, and then I'm going to eat you up here, then I'm going to kill all of them, and you'll be glad you're not in the way." Andre's expression turned to despair. Louisbold pressed in, trying to absorb Andre's power, but at that moment, Louisbold's expression turned grim. Louisbold squinted and looked back. Where even the masters had been stunned by the demonic power, a man stood unharmed. I'm surprised you didn't collapse under the circumstances, especially since he was the one who had annoyed him the most. You, the one who tried to kill me before I could open my eyes. Roger didn't answer. Instead, he glanced around at the unconscious people around him, then pulled something out of the inside pocket of his coat. It was a pipe. Roger struck a tiny spark from his index finger and lit the mouth of the pipe. Roger inhaled the poisonous herb and exhaled a puff of pure white smoke as Louisbold watched the spectacle with interest. He wondered why he was suddenly smoking, but this was no ordinary cigarette. The white smoke that flowed out of his mouth was a toxin that contained great energy. Are you going to have one last outburst before you die, when all your efforts have failed to kill me? Louisbold sneered at Roger, who was raising his power. The human faces glued to his body laughed at him as well. I am now the ultimate wizard. I've swallowed up several wizards and have mastered all the elements, and you, a mere wizard, dare to challenge me. At that, Roger took another drag from his pipe and blew out the smoke. You made the wrong choice in stunning the people in this room, for you have reduced the number of witnesses. What? I am a teacher at Theon Academy, and my job as a teacher is to teach the students. A blue mist began to form around Roger, and at the same time, his eyes turned red, but despite the change, Louisbold didn't feel it was serious. Ha, you were a teacher. Yes, that's why I'm here today to teach you a lesson. Louisbold sneered at Roger. Really? I can't wait to hear what you have to teach me. Do you think you can teach me anything at your level? Don't worry. Roger's eyes gleamed coldly. You'll soon see what real magic is. Chapter 308. Louisbold deemed Roger's words a bluff. Real magic. He had no business discussing such nonsense in the presence of the ultimate being. Why don't you start by stopping this? Louisbold snapped his fingers, and a black ripple spread out. It sliced through Roger, but Roger was still standing. Louisbold narrowed his eyes. The whites of his eyes, blackened by demonic power, and his pupils, tinged with a yellowish hue, gave off a puzzled expression. Strange. Louisbold's first reaction was one of annoyance, but his next was questioning, a force that ate away at his mind and dug in, weakening his spirit, an attack that no amount of magic and aura could defend against. That was the kind of demonic power he dealt with. A human being would inevitably have scars and weaknesses. How come you're fine? Do you also deal with demonic power? You talk a lot. Then it's even stranger. How can a mere mortal be unharmed by demonic power? Louisbold couldn't understand Roger. A man, who was no more than an academy teacher, withstood an attack that would have knocked out a master and a Lexa wizard, and now, at this very moment, was still giving him an uneasy feeling that made his temples tingle. I've never been fine. Roger didn't answer, and Louisbold arched an eyebrow. That filthy power must have burrowed into my mind. It showed me some really dirty memories. What? Only, the moment I realized they were false, I woke up. Hearing this, Louisbold tried to determine whether Roger was telling the truth, and he didn't sense any deceit in those imposing words. That meant that Roger had indeed resisted the demonic power with his own mind. Is that possible? What you think you know isn't the whole world, and it makes me very angry. Roger flicked the ash from his pipe. I am in a bad mood, and you've made it less so. I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. Louisbold rolled his eyes and studied Roger. Ever since he'd taken a drag from his pipe, the mana around him had been flowing outward, forming a blue mist. But instead of dispersing, the mist had grown denser, hovering around Roger. It was a strange phenomenon, since normally a wizard would not be able to handle all of his mana at once. A wizard level is not determined by the amount of mana they can release and the amount of mana they can control. Yet Roger was now handling more mana than he could possibly contain. Is that even possible? It was bizarre, like watching a cart with a set maximum size for what it could carry move without a hitch, even though it was carrying something dozens of times larger. Moreover, the color of his eyes had changed. Or rather, they had regained their original color. The blue color of his pupils was due to the enormous amount of mana within them. That's strange, too. How does it manage to keep that much mana stored even in battle? Maybe that was the source of the unpleasantness he'd been feeling from Roger for a while now. Huh. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter anyway. Louisbold chuckled to himself, realizing he'd got himself into trouble. It was interesting to see what Roger was doing, but that might be all there was to it. Besides, he's already been implanted with the cells of the World Tree and the bodies of several wizards, and he even has demonic powers. He realized that the magic teacher in front of him was not ordinary, but he was still a human. He'll admit that you have a strong enough mind to resist the demonic power, but fighting isn't just about mental strength. That remains to be seen. His firm voice didn't sound like mere bravado. Louisbold didn't like Roger's attitude, since he was so cranky in the presence of a man of absolute power. He even spoke as if he were a teacher, giving instructions. First of all, you need to lower your head a little more. At the same time as he muttered that, the face on his shoulder opened its mouth. It was like a signal to activate the wizard magic he had absorbed, and a gust of hot flame and icy cold air was activated and shot toward Roger. Roger stood still, drawing in some of the magical mist that floated around him. The swirling miasma shifted, then thinned, forming a formula. Flames and ice clashed in a matter of moments. Roger's flames neutralized Louisbold cold, and vice versa. The ice extinguished the flames, but after that, wind blade after wind blade shot toward Roger. The ground vibrated, and a wall rose up in front of Roger. The wind blades slammed into the wall, leaving scars like the claw marks of a beast. Out of thin air, Louisbold formed a massive boulder and dropped it directly on Roger's head. Just before the massive mass crushed him, the wind swirled around him like a drill, and a surging geyser pierced the center of the boulder, scattering debris in all directions. Throughout the fierce confrontation, Roger did not even move from his position, and Louisbold didn't like it. The face protruding from his abdomen opened its mouth, eyes widening, and a magic circle was carved into the front of the face, as a tidal wave of water, centered on Louisbold, rose up and washed over Roger. The miasma of mana wriggled, and then spiraled as the trunk of a giant vine of magical power rose like a tidal wave. The wave of vines grew in size, sucking up the water that Louisbold had created and threatening to swallow him whole. What? Louisbold was dumbfounded by the sight, but he immediately unleashed a flame that consumed the plants. As countless embers scattered in the air, he stared at Roger. Have you been hiding your power? Roger did not answer. His will became magic, and the spear of light that had tormented Louisbold so many times shot forth in a torrent. He knew that light magic was the trickiest of all, and the attack was so fast that it's hard to parry. Louisbold summoned demonic black magic and wrapped it around his body at once. He planned to block the attack from all sides. At the same time, he gathered his energy in his hands and created a lightning bolt, and when was about to shoot it at Roger, he realized he couldn't see anything. What? He looked around, puzzled as a pitch-black darkness surrounded him. The ground caved in beneath his feet, and because he was unprepared, he lost his balance and fell into the pit. From the bottom of the pit sprouted countless metal blades, and Louisbold was naturally pierced by them. Crack! Louisbold grabbed the metal spearhead that had pierced his back and protruded from his chest. The spear was created with metal magic, alchemy, and reinforcement, but he squeezed his hand, and the pole cracked and shattered. For nothing. He swung his black, enchanted arm, shattering the spears around him in a torrent, then leapt to his feet and ran out of the pit, but a feast of elemental magic awaited him. Tree roots bound his limbs, and a spear of light stabbed him in the abdomen. As he strained his limbs to break the roots, a winged bullet flew by and struck him in the forehead. Ignoring it, he tried to push through, but he felt a huge weight on his back. A huge boulder had fallen from the sky and crushed him. Respond to. Crushed by the boulder, Louisbold rolled his head as he fell to the ground. At that moment, the ground suddenly rose up, and a cubical, sleek metal pillar rose up. As he crashed through the rocks, Louisbold was pinned between the rocks and the metal. In the aftermath of the impact, the rock shattered, sending shards raining down and through the cracks in the rocks. All manner of elemental magic flew like arrows, pummeling Louisbold non-stop. What? The magic storm raged on without giving him a moment's respite, and in the midst of it all, Louisbold could do nothing but be pummeled. What is this? It was only one opponent, but he was struggling more than he had when he fought several at once. How is it possible for a human to control all the elements? This is what Louisbold couldn't understand. Common sense told him that a wizard could only work with a limited number of elements. Of the 10 elements in the modern magical world, No one had ever been recorded as having mastered more than 7, no matter how many they worked with, but Roger was using all 10 elements right now. He thought Roger was blessed since he could use rare light magic, darkness, plants, and even metal, but this was too much. Talent. The short but powerful word echoed in his mind. He didn't want to admit the limitations he faced as a wizard and pushed himself to the limit in battle. Still, there was a wall in front of him, a wall of talent that could not be crossed, no matter how hard he tried. It didn't take him long to realize that he could never cross it the right way, so he decided to take a different path, an ugly, dirty one, but one that would make him stronger, and that's what he saw. Black magic. So he joined the Liberation Army, forged a connection to the underworld, and became a guinea pig. He experimented on humans to strengthen their bodies, harvested living wizards, grafted them onto his body, and even embraced demonic powers, all in the name of breaking through the barriers of talent. It was all about results and power. Indeed, Louisbold had become stronger, and now all that remained for him was to wield this power at will. He would use it to stamp on those who looked down on him and feel inferior. You were wrong. To be strong, you must do whatever it takes. The winners will tell you what's right and wrong. He definitely thought that. What the hell is this guy? A man of real talent, hiding his power, standing among the criminals, appeared from an unexpected place. He wielded a variety of magic that he hadn't learned, and possessed unbelievable mana control, along with a mental power unaffected by demonic power. That sent ripples through Louisbold's mind. No, no, no. It shouldn't be like this. The world shouldn't be this unfair. Roger's magic failed to do any serious damage to his body, but it had succeeded in shaking the inferiority complex deep within him. The man who used his demonic powers to penetrate the minds of others was now mentally outmatched. It was the height of irony. Care! Louisbold unleashed his demonic power, and the black power surged, pushing back Roger's magic. No, it didn't just push it away, it disintegrated it, but the changes didn't stop there. The black energy concentrated in his arms, and they inflated like balloons. His arms grew to his size and balled into fists. Then he slammed his arms down on the ground. The bare earth cracked like a spider's web, and the ground turned over as a cloud of dust rose with the flying debris. There was a flash of yellow light in the dust, and Louisbold shot out of it like a cannonball toward Roger. At the same time, black waves shot out from his body. Unlike before, they were not scattered in a wide area, but focused on Roger. The first wavelength to arrive struck Roger's body hard, and although Roger was not dazed, it did not prevent the fog of mana he had been manipulating from being momentarily disrupted. His control was affected, and that was exactly what Louisbold wanted. Even if he wasn't stunned like the others, he figured that if he focused the power of the wavelength, he could stop Roger's spell casting, and his plan worked. As he approached Roger, he jerked his massive right arm back. The corners of his mouth curved into a creepy smile that stretched all the way down to his ears. At this rate, his fist would tear Roger's frail flesh like soaked paper. I admit it. With your magic alone, you are clearly the strongest here. But fighting wasn't about magic alone. Fighting is about using all the power you have. In that regard, Louisbold had no qualms about wielding demonic power. That's when Roger's behavior became bizarre. It was as if he was making a last stand. He stretched out his open hand toward Louisbold. Stop your pointless resistance. Louisbold's shout was unfinished when suddenly an immense pressure crushed his body from top to bottom. He didn't even have time to swing his fist before he was flattened to the ground like a frog. Louisbold's eyes fluttered open as he tried to comprehend what was happening. Against tremendous resistance, he managed to crank his neck to look up at Roger. His left hand held upright against his chest, as if in prayer, and his right hand was still outstretched toward him. It was a simple gesture, but the effect it produced was unimaginable. A hand seal. It was similar but different, and Louisbold could feel it instinctively. I told you, Roger said to Louisbold, who looked up in disbelief. I'm going to show you real magic. Chapter 309, should I? Hans was at a crossroad. He thought over and over again about what he should do, but he couldn't come up with a clear answer. He hesitated again and again. The anxiety he'd been feeling for a while now rose to the top of his head. Finally, unable to hold it in, Hans plucked up the courage to speak. You're not going. What? Grander, lying on the couch, turned her head slightly to stare at Hans. Meeting those red eyes with a hint of annoyance, Hans felt a sense of dread, like he was falling off an endless cliff. Hans swallowed hard and opened his mouth. "Why aren't you going to help your brother?" he asked. "There you go again. I thought Id already answered that." "Yes, you did, but you know." "Know what?" "You told me there was something underground, and when I checked it out, I found that warlocks were secretly experimenting with demonic powers." Grander smiled wryly at the word demon. I did drop a hint, but you're quicker than I thought. But so what? The power is sealed away in a shell anyway. For now, yes, but the warlocks and the Liberation Army are conducting some sort of experiment. Maybe that sealed power will be awakened. What makes you think that? Grander didn't dismiss Hans' words. Instead, she asked him with curiosity in her carnelian eyes. "What? I asked you why you think that." That. Hans didn't know what to say. To be honest, it wasn't something he'd racked his brain to come up with rationally. It was more like a gut feeling, like an animal instinct. But he couldn't just come out and say, "It's my gut, right?" Grander stared at Hans. He looked into those eyes and for some reason said what he knew he shouldn't have said. "It's a hunch." "Huh." Hans wished he hadn't said it. He wondered why he'd said it and felt a rush of anxiety. He was not surprised when Grander glared at him, mocking him. However, contrary to Hans' fears, she didn't get angry. Instead, she pushed herself up off the couch and asked with interest, a hunch. What did you feel with that hunch?" "What?" "Well, what did I feel? I just felt that something was going to happen if I kept going like this." "You just felt like something was going to happen?" "Yes." That's an ability I'm not fully aware of yet. My student picked up something interesting." "What?" Hans was about to ask what the hell was wrong when Grander said, "I was actually going to make a move even if you hadn't told me." "Really? After all, I felt what you felt, and I am the one who told you that something was underground. But why didn't you move?" He didn't ask, but the look in her eyes said it all, and she crossed her arms in frustration as she leaned back against the couch's backrest. "There's only one reason I don't go. I don't feel the need to move." "No, I was going to move, but I didn't feel the need." "You don't feel it?" Grander shook her head. "Apparently, your instincts are overly developed in the direction of crisis detection." "No, what the hell is that?" "Forget it. I don't need you to see it or to do anything about it. Just watch." Grander's lips curled into a smile at the surge of power she felt underground. It was the smile of a mother proud of her accomplished child. "I'm sure he can do it." Louisbold tried to pull himself up by straining his arms, but his arms wouldn't budge, as if there was a heavy lead weight on his back. Strange, his demonic power far surpassed that of the master. He had the strength to lift a boulder the size of a house, but now he could barely steady himself. What did you do?" He could barely breathe, but he managed to get the words out. Roger must have done something to create this enormous pressure, but he had no idea what it was, and an uneasy thought flashed through his mind. Could this be real magic? Magic that he didn't know about, that only a gifted one could use? No, it couldn't be. He'd never heard of such magic, let alone a mere human. A mere human can't generate this kind of power, you thought. Louisbold fell silent as he realized his thoughts had been read. In truth, he didn't need to be read since it was a natural reaction. From what Roger had said, it was obvious that he was right about the attack, which made it all the more difficult for Louisbold to understand. Water magic was already obsolete. More precise and reliable magic would be harder to cast without the aid of a ritual, and its power would be much weaker. Besides, what's up with those simple hand gestures? To cast magic with your hands, you had to be busy moving them around. Just holding out his hand like that wasn't going to cut it. I told you, it's real magic. Nonsense. I've never heard of such magic. Louisbold exclaimed through clenched teeth, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he realized it might be true. The backslash of the demonic power. Even more alarming to Louisbold was the golden aura that enveloped his entire body, since the demonic power was unable to resist the golden energy. I'm trying to get up with all my might, and a mere hand gesture forces me to lie flat like a frog. This is ridiculous. What kind of power is that? That's not even divine power. It's painful. Roger turned to face Louisbold, who lay flat on the floor. By the look on your face, you feel far more shame than physical pain. You asshole." Roger's words made Louisbold bite his lip. The other man's downward gaze seemed to intensify his own bitterness. He saw in Roger a reflection of the others, how they looked down on him and his limitations, the sneers of those who said, "You'll never make it." I wanted to kill them all. His whole body stood up with a jolt as black blood trickled from his lips and nose. I will kill you. No, I won't just kill you. I'll make you suffer as much as I can. I'll make you beg me to kill you. You have a pretty good mouth for a stuffed specimen. Shut up, Louisbold shouted, but Roger squeezed his body even harder. The demonic power was certainly intimidating, but it was useless in the face of what he was dealing with. What is it? Suddenly, Roger had the impression that there was a hand on Louisbold's back. No, it wasn't an illusion. It was a black shadow in the shape of a human being, leaning in to whisper something in Louisbold's ear. It lifted its head, looked at Roger, and cackled. It was a black, bare face with no features, and Roger felt an inexplicable chill at the sight. Just as he was about to do something about it, it vanished like a mirage, but immediately afterward, a change came over him. The sound of muscles and bones contorting echoed through Louisbold's body as he lay on the ground. Louisbold, who had never felt pain from any attack, screamed in agony. The faces of the wizards implanted in his body also screamed in unison, eyes wide and mouths agape. As the screams echoed, the changes continued, and instead of returning to its original size, the bulging arm pierced through both shoulders and sprouted another arm. 4 arms slowly pushed his body off the ground. To Rudger's astonishment, Louisbold slowly pulled himself up, resisting Rudger's pressure. He's getting stronger. Rudger frowned at the change. He kept his outstretched right hand, but pointed his capital left hand, index and middle finger raised, at Louisbold. A mist of magic swirled around him, forming an incantation. The ground shuddered as a sharp rock all pierced Louisbold's palm, immobilizing him. But what came next was astonishing. The stone pillar that had pierced his palm and protruded from the back of his hand began to gnaw away at his hand. The hole had turned into a mouth, crushing the rock all. You, Rudger said, looking back at Andre, who was watching from a distance. Do you know what the hell is wrong with him? Why would you ask me? You made him that way. Don't you think you should know why he's like that? Andre was dumbfounded by his words. They had just been fighting to the death, and he hadn't expected Rudger to ask him this question here. Normally, Andre wouldn't have even responded, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis at the sight of Louisbold's grotesque form. I don't know. Are you kidding? Rudger was about to ask, but then he refocused his mind and held Louisbold down. He was losing ground in real time, but if he didn't stay focused, Louisbold would break free and go on a rampage. He had to buy time by holding him back as much as possible. Any guesses? That. Rudger clicked his tongue as Andre hesitated to answer. I asked the wrong person. I expected too much from a man who was nearly killed by his own test subject. Rudger's sarcasm made Andre cringe, but he couldn't get angry since he was right. He had been beaten by his own guinea pig, and some of his demonic powers had been taken from him. And what could be more humiliating than to have his past, the one thing he kept hidden, come out of his mouth? Perhaps he's being consumed by demonic power. The taunt worked, and he responded, Go ahead. I don't know if all demonic powers are like this, but I do know that the demon sealed in that dead world tree root reacts to negative emotions. Indeed, the black wavelengths of the demon's power penetrated the human psyche and incapacitated them in an instant. It's not just about affecting others, is it? Negative emotions also affect him. Unless you're a demon, your power is nothing more than borrowed power. Yeah, I get that he's running amok because of some inferiority complex, but is there any way to stop him? I don't know about that. What I was trying to create in the first place was essentially an ultimate life form. You're lying. You don't want me to realize that he's a test subject, too. Andre's eyes widened. He couldn't understand how a mere teacher could see through that. It didn't make any sense, not with the power Rudger was displaying right now. Since he had come this far, he had nothing to hide, so he spoke up. The demonic power is inherently at odds with the life force of the world tree. It's at odds with it. The whole point of the experiment was to fuse them. The life force of the world tree and the demonic power were repulsive to each other, but the human body was not. It was a great neutralizer. Andre wanted to make the human flesh a bridge that could fuse the world tree life force and demonic power like a surfactant that allows water and oil to mix. Human flesh could embrace both the life force of the world tree and the demonic power, and it was through countless trials and errors that Experiment 3, the current Louisbold, was created. I thought that if I could do that, I would be able to handle the power of demons and the life force of the world tree in a human body. If I could do that, I would be able to evolve into a greater being, a human being with no physical defects and no incurable diseases, a perfect body. As he mumbled helplessly, Andre's expression turned slightly grim as he remembered something from his past. Perhaps it was because he had been stripped of some of his demonic power, but his eyes, filled with brilliance, were even clearer than before. But by the looks of it, it must have been the other way around. The demonic power we thought we could control was actually controlling us. Does that mean the demonic power is now uncontrolled and on the rampage? It's not rampaging. It's moving with a will. What does that mean? Kara. Just as Roger was about to argue, Louisbold completely shook off the force holding him back. The intense release of energy created a storm that made it difficult to open his eyes. By now, Louisbold had grown 4 arms and a horn on top of his head. He felt as if he were submerged in the black depths of the ocean, as if something cold and massive was crushing his entire body. Louisbold, now fully demonized, raised a hand and pointed it at the base of the world tree. The tree moved, and like worms crawling inside the roots, the things that had been wriggling and shifting began to gather in one place. It was the same for Andre. Andre's eyes widened, and he coughed up black blood. It was so much that he wondered if it was draining all the blood out of his body. In fact, Andre's skin was puffy, and his cheeks were hollow, but as he looked at his body, he panicked. What the hell? At the same time, the roots of the world tree swelled beneath him. Roger's eyes focused on the boil-like swelling. That's when he first entered this underground facility. There was something in the shape of a human protruding from the tip of the world tree's root. Something similar, but much stronger and larger, was now trying to break through the root. One of the roots of the swollen world tree exploded, sending a cascade of black liquid down. The black liquid seemed to swallow Louisbold whole. If it's the demonic power that's been trapped inside the world tree. Roger's head was throbbing from his crazy thoughts, since he knew what the black shadow that smiled earlier was. Chapter 310. The cascade of black liquid slowly tapered and stopped. Nothing more flowed from the dead world tree, as if it had been squeezed dry of its contents. The last drops fell through the hole in the world tree as the black liquid poured onto the floor, forming a large puddle. Above the pool, a figure floated at a distance. Its entire body was bathed in inky blackness, and red lines were tattooed across its body. It had 4 arms, and its back was covered in black wings that looked like the flaps of a bat's skin. Most striking of all, it had 2 black horns growing out of the top of its head. When Roger saw it, he groaned to himself. I am going to die. Is this a real demon, not just a Liberation Army cadre who borrowed demonic powers? The demonization was complete. No, the demon that had taken over his body now spoke. Ah, good. The voice was eerie and dismal, at the same time pleasing and seductive. There was something about this strange voice that made him feel conflicting emotions at the same time. There was no longer any trace of Louisbold in the voice. It's been a long, long time. After struggling in that damned world tree, I've finally been able to get out, and I have you to thank for that. The demon smirked at Andre as he said that, as if in genuine gratitude. The demon looked away from Andre, who was mostly disempowered and bewildered, and looked at Roger. I see. You are the one who's been giving off an uncomfortable aura for a while now. Roger didn't bother to answer. He didn't know what the mind-bending tricks the demon might be up to with this conversation. You're being wary, but you don't have to be. Unlike the original owner of this body, Louisbold, I have no intention of fighting you. No intention of fighting. Roger couldn't help but ask as he tried to remain silent. It was very unusual for the demon to say such a thing. If anything, Louisbold, who was bent on killing them all, was even more demonic. You seem to possess quite a bit of power. I've just been resurrected, so I don't have to deal with you. You speak more eloquently than I thought, given your ugly appearance. I've existed in this form since the beginning of time, and to call me ugly is a bit of a stretch. What? Roger couldn't help but feel that something was off about this conversation with the demon. Something about it was too normal, too unlike the demons in the literature. It didn't respond to his provocative words with anger, but with calm. Why should I fight you in the first place? You used humans for your resurrection. It was the humans who tried to use my power in the first place. So in exchange for lending my power, I received a small price to get out of that prison. After all, it was the humans who caused all this carnage. It was true, but Roger remained vigilant to the end. He didn't know when the creature would suddenly change its demeanor. and lunge. But in his experience over the years, the demon in front of him really didn't seem to want to do him any harm. I don't feel any animosity or malice that I should. This is also the first time Roger has actually met a demon and wondered if the literature had been deliberately misleading. Considering that the writers were members of the Order of Lumensis, I can't say no to that. But Roger did not let up on the tension until the very end. So what are you going to do now? I hadn't planned on being forced out so suddenly, but I have a mission that was given to me long ago, and I must fulfill it. A mission. Yes, all apostles like me have a mission, and while some don't follow it, I am one of them. With that, the demon raised one hand and pointed his index finger at Casey on the floor. Immediately after, black energy shot from his fingertips and engulfed Casey. It transformed into a black sphere about 2 meters in diameter before shrinking to a single point and disappearing. Nothing existed where the sphere had disappeared. Even the ground was indented, revealing a sharp, curved surface. The sight stunned Andre to the core, as the power of the attack was unbelievable for such a simple gesture. The demon, on the other hand, was puzzled. Hmm. The demon's head turned to face Roger, who was holding Casey Selmore in his arms. The demon's gaze flickered between the crater and Roger. What did you just do? That's for me to ask. Roger's voice was angry as he laid Casey gently on the ground. Didn't you say you weren't going to fight? I did. I said I wouldn't fight. Then why did you suddenly try to kill someone who passed out? The demon cocked his head to the side as if he didn't understand Roger's question, then clapped his hands together. Ah, so that's what you meant then. I'm not looking for a fight, especially not with you. But you tried to kill my coworker. Is that wrong? Roger realized something was wrong with the demon's words. He tried to kill Casey, saying he wouldn't fight, and yet it still said he hadn't lied. Yes, Roger couldn't help but realize. Everything the demon in front of him said was genuine. There was not even a hint of animosity toward his opponent, but beyond that, there was barely any emotion. And yet, he was going to kill Casey casually, like stepping on a bug on the side of the road, because that was his mission. I was a fool to think I could talk to a demon, even for a moment. Hmm. Judging by your reaction, you have an intense hostility towards me, which I don't understand at all. You know it's not a good idea to fight me, don't you? So you want me to watch you kill all the people here. Can't I do that? Before the demon could finish his sentence, a pillar of fire rose from beneath his feet. After a brief flurry, the flames died down, and the demon was still hovering in midair, unharmed. I don't understand. He still didn't understand Roger's behavior, but Roger turned to the demon and said solemnly, "If you still don't understand, then you'll die in ignorance. That would be a pity." The demon said, sounding genuinely sorry. It had no intention of fighting. "Before we fight, let me ask you a question. How did you defend that human from my attack earlier when she was clearly out of range?" Roger was dumbfounded. In the middle of all this, he's asking questions. But of course Roger had no intention of answering. Sensing his determination, the demon hummed and stroked his chin. "You don't intend to tell me, I see. It's a bit peculiar, because her position has changed slightly, albeit only for a moment, and it would be impossible for you to move quickly in that split second." The demon recalled the blurry scene again, then shook his head as if it didn't matter. "Let's see if I can stop this one, shall we?" With that, the demon spread its forearms wide, and something like a jet-black snowflake formed around him. The snowflakes slowly floated through the air and landed on the fallen people, each with a purpose, but just before they reached the bodies, Roger moved. His body was instantly covered in black shadows, and his jet-black cloak fluttered as a raven's mask fell over his face. He used a large amount of mana to weave magic into his body, as the fainted people were all swallowed up by his shadow. When they emerged, they were far away from the snowflakes. Having lost its destination, the snowflakes hit the ground and exploded like an inflated balloon, the expanding sphere engulfing the space around it. The place where the snowflake had touched was neatly disintegrated, but the demon was not furious that he had failed to kill anyone. Instead, it gazed at Roger with interest. A spell to travel through space via shadows. Is such a thing possible for wizards in this day and age? But I know of no such magic in the memory of this body. Instead of answering, Roger walked over to Belaruna and rummaged through the pouch at her side. He paused slightly at the chunks of test subject flesh in the pouch, but then pulled out what he wanted. It was a finely folded piece of paper. Unfolding the paper, he found dried herbs inside. Roger stuffed the dried herb into the tobacco of his pipe and pressed down hard. The demon watched Roger's actions with interest. Roger struck a lighter-like flame from the tip of his index finger and stuck it into the pipe. He pushed the pipe under his raven mask and soon puffed out a stream of smoke. This time, however, the smoke wasn't white. Instead, it was a dangerous purple color, something far more potent than the herb he had inhaled against Quasimodo. It was a poisonous herb that Roger had specially ordered Balaruna to make, and the effect was more than 10 times what he'd used before. Blue mana began to flow around Roger's body, and the mana fog added to the existing fog, growing in size. More, he needed more. If the opponent was a demon from the literature, this would not be enough. Divine power. That was his last resort. The repercussions of misusing divine power can be devastating, so he had to be as careful as possible. He also needed to maximize his mana reserves for the best use he could make of it at the moment. Oh, no. It was then that Casey's voice was heard. Casey plummeted into infinite darkness in an endless descent into the abyss of her mind, but ironically, the sensation triggered a memory for her. Well done. The image of the man throwing himself down the waterfall, muttering those words to himself as he plummeted. Recalling it brought her back to her senses. The man couldn't blame her for not saving anyone, because he was the one who had to carry all that grief and pain alone. The things he couldn't protect and the things he couldn't accomplish were his own inadequacies, and yet he didn't stop. She saw it, and it made her want to chase after it. She couldn't let this false illusion break her. Casey opened his closed eyes and faced the false world squarely. Boom! The black world cracked and shattered like broken glass. Casey was back in the real world. Roger looked at Casey in surprise, but he didn't forget to check her out. Even though she was awake, she wasn't in the best of shape. She was so traumatized that she couldn't speak or move properly. She literally could barely open her eyes. Me, I have to fight. Still, Casey muttered desperately, clutching the hem of Roger's pants. She couldn't stay still like this. She'd fight too. Roger stared into the blue eyes that looked up at him desperately. I too, with you. Casey didn't finish the sentence. Roger leaned down and placed his index finger on her lips. Then he pulled his hand away from Casey's grip on his pants. Casey's eyes widened since Roger's behavior was out of character. He wasn't blatantly ignoring her or even pushing her away. Rather, he was careful, like touching a slender piece of glass. When Roger's index finger moved away from her lips, Casey let out a sigh of regret. From the way he was acting now, she knew what he was trying to say. Rest. With that, Roger raised his shadow, and it cocooned the bodies of those who had passed out, including Casey. With that, the cocoon submerged into the shadows, transporting them to a safe place far, far away, away from the central area. Moving someone other than yourself with spatial magic takes a great deal of energy. Needless to say, if the distance is far from yourself. Nevertheless, the blue aura around Roger didn't seem to have changed in size. In fact, it seemed to have grown even larger, swallowing up the purple smoke from his pipe. It was like watching the birth of a giant creature, and the sight gave the demon an inexplicable chill. This will endanger me if I stay still. His instincts told him he couldn't let this happen, so the demon immediately fired a psychic wave at Roger. It was a huge wave, nothing like the one Louisbold had used, and it was eating away at Roger's mind, but Roger stood still. He didn't stagger, but instead stared at the demon with a steady gaze, as if he wasn't affected at all. How? The demon asked, as if it didn't understand because Roger's mind was even more solid than before. Moreover, an unnerving power swirled around Roger. It was similar to holy power, but a little different. It was definitely the kind of mana used by wizards, but it had a strange quality to it, unlike ordinary mana. The demon remembered Roger's power crushing Louisbold's body. This is the magic you used without any casting or ritual, but this time you don't even have a wand. How can you use it, and why is it triggered? Even after searching through all his memories as a demon and the memories in his body, Roger's behavior was hard to understand. Is it even magic in the first place? For the first time, Roger reacted to the demon's question, and with a nod, he admitted that it was magic, but this only fueled the demon's questions. How on earth can you use such magic? Faith. Roger's voice was unwavering, and the demon asked, unable to comprehend. Faith, that's all it takes to use that much power. Then let me ask you the opposite. What makes you think you can't? Roger's question left the demon speechless. He couldn't think of anything to say when Roger asked him why he couldn't do it. What should he say if he asked him why he couldn't do something that was obviously impossible? You can't answer that. Is that all there is to the demon in the literature? I'll tell you, I'm not a demon, my name is Basara. And it is you humans who call us, the apostles, demons. That's not what matters now. Roger couldn't keep the disappointment out of his voice. Magic existed where he thought it didn't. What he thought was impossible was possible. If so, what more was possible? He had experienced the presence of magic and witnessed the power of mystery. It was the kind of thing that a person living in this world should feel. However, Roger went one step further and created a magic with no rituals or chanting, but only his faith and conviction, because magic is a miracle that defies the laws of reality. Belief in miracles. It was ironic because Roger lived in a world where magic didn't exist, so he was able to think further than the people of this world, who took magic for granted. Come, demon, a true mystery that cannot be calculated by a formula alone. Roger's real magic was his faith and his awe-inspiring belief in the infinity of magic. Chapter 311. Interesting. For the first time, Basara, a demon who rarely showed emotion, curled the corners of his mouth. He said he was amused, but Basara could feel the displeasure bubbling up inside him. Is it because I am using human flesh as a vessel? The original owner, Lewispold, harbored a tremendous sense of inferiority towards Roger, and the aftermath of those feelings would be felt by the demon himself. It's not so bad. Earlier, Basara had said that she didn't want to fight Roger, but after hearing Roger's words, he changed his mind. I want to fight that man. For the first time, Basara thought of it of his own volition. I see. Actually, I was wondering whether I was strong enough to fulfill my mission. I want to find out. How strong am I now? I have a great object in front of me to measure that. An enormous, breathtaking aura of magic surrounds him. He stares down at me. All right. If we're going to fight, this is as good as it gets. Basara felt a surge of motivation. If he couldn't surpass Roger here and now, he didn't deserve to fulfill his mission. I'll use all my strength. As he spoke, Basara snapped his index finger and thumb together as black energy crackled, then materialized into a spell. The corner of Roger's eye twitched behind his mask at the sight. Mana. Yes, it is mana enhanced by my own power. By nature, demons do not use mana since demonic power is a powerful force in itself. A mental wave based on it could defeat any opponent, no matter who they were. Even a wizard of lesser rank or a master would fall equally, but for Roger, it didn't work at all. To Basara, Roger's presence was an unpleasant incompatibility, but with the vessel of Lewispold, Basara became even more powerful than before. Science, magic, and the fine physical ingredients of a modern wizard woven together harmoniously in its best form. Basara was able to manifest magic that he shouldn't have been able to use in the first place through Lewispold's body, the so-called dark magic. The finished formula was black-red in color, and a black, energized metal was created out of thin air and shot toward Roger in a torrent of water. This was no ordinary metal, but demonic iron, and in terms of power alone, it was one level higher than the same type of magic. The same spell required different fuels, and therefore produced different results. Roger drew a shadow around him as he watched the metal that Basara shot out. The spear of metal flew at him, and the moment it touched the shadow, it bent as if space had been distorted, sending it flying into the distance. As the curved spear struck the root of the dead world tree, something incredible happened. The dead, ivory-colored roots of the world tree began to turn black. The effect was like a curse imposed by Basara magic. Then how about this? Realizing that his point-blank attack would not work, Basara cast his next spell. This time, it was a wind-based spell normally used by physical masters. However, this spell was also much more powerful due to the black magic. Foul wind, the winds of decay rushed toward Roger like a beast over the ground. The ground it swept across rotted in an instant, but Roger responded with the same wind magic. An attack with the power of decay should have been consumed by flames. But if he added flames to something with wind properties, it would feed off the flames and grow even larger. Instead, it was better to strike back with the same element, but with more force. Whirlwind. Roger's wind became no ordinary wind, but a wind imbued with divine energy, colliding with Basara's magic. The two forces pushed and pulled against each other, but in the end, it was Roger's magic that prevailed. Seeing the rush of golden holy wind, Basara spread his wings and soared vertically, casting his next spell, Ice Blizzard. Basara spread his arms wide, and a freezing blizzard arose. Any part of the world tree's roots that made contact with the blizzard froze in an instant, then shattered with a crackling sound. The bitter cold froze everything it touched and shattered it completely. Finding it difficult to fight back with such cold, Roger used a different kind of magic. The five elements fire. When fire is too strong, water evaporates. It was the most effective attack against the bitter cold. As his five elements spell unfolded, Roger activated one more five elements wood fire. Trees rose from the ground and began to burn fiercely, resonating with Roger's flames. Through the symbiotic power of the five elements, the flames were fed by the wood for firewood. The chill, reinforced by black magic, was quickly pushed back. It was unbelievable, both from Basara's point of view and from the empirical perspective of Louisbold's memories. The compatibility transcended the power gap, and aside from that, there was something else. Let's stop this. Basara cast his magic again. Fusion water. Water that could melt anything was poured over the flames. But instead, the flames vaporized the water with intense heat, sending a red stream of fire toward Basara. How? As confident as he had been at first, Basara couldn't shake a nagging feeling as he exchanged magic with Roger. Something was bothering him. At first, he thought he was just a nuisance to fight, so he decided to be merciful and let him go since it was the practical thing to do, but Roger rejected the offer and challenged him to a fight. In the immediate aftermath, there was a bit of bravado and a clear sense of purpose toward the mission. He even thought it was a good thing, but now Basara frowned at the discomfort he felt inside. He didn't recognize the feeling as anxiety, since he was a demon that fanned the negative emotions of humans. But ironically, he was ignorant of his own emotions. Playing is over. I'm done. With that, Basara held out his hands, and a human's mouth dropped open in his palms, and the magic kicked in. Two dark magics merged into one, creating an immense power. Fusion magic flowing glacier was casted as a steady stream of ice swept through the central area. The bodies of the warlocks and test subjects inside were quickly melted and fused into the glacier as the all-consuming ice was about to reach Roger's body, but an intense beam of light burst forth, tearing through Basara's magic. Light! Basara frowned at the sight, but activated his magic once more. Fusion magic showers of pyrite combined iron and wind as a storm of corroded steel raged, an infernal tempest that tore at anything in its path. The storm sought to consume the beam of light, but the beam of light survived and grew stronger. Some of the mana that had been swirling around Roger broke loose and merged into the pillar of light. Immediately afterward, the pillar of light split into countless stalks and took on the shape of a butcher knife. The outstretched light seemed to resemble a human hand, and the storm that Basara launched was torn apart by the light. At the center of the light, the shadowy Roger clasped his hands together in a pact. A man of shadows, raising a brilliant light behind his back, the indescribable irony of the sight stopped Basara in his tracks. It was then that Roger unbuckled his helmet and held out his hand towards Basara as an attack in the shape of a human hand, thousand hands, materialized. The palm, glowing with golden light, was the same magic that had crushed Louisbold's body. The only difference was that there were 1,000 of them, living up to their name. Basara spread his wings, soaring high above the ground. His speed was so great that, for a moment, a black line was mistaken for nothing but air. Immediately afterward, a hand of light gave chase, leaving a pure white trajectory. Basara performed incredible flying acrobatics and quickly traversed the wide central area. Boom! Every time she passed through a gap in the world tree root, the light behind her collided with it, causing one pure white explosion after another. Basara's constant dodging didn't last long because the hands of light were too fast and too numerous, and eventually Basara was overtaken by them. Hands of light flew out and slammed into his back, shoulders, and waist. One white blast after another followed, and the force of the impact pierced through Basara's flesh. Ah! Basara screamed in agony, his palm burned where it was touched. Basara stopped flying and switched to defense as searing yellow eyes sprouted from his black body. Snowflakes of black magic spread like spores, forming a black sphere around Basara. Thud, thud, thud. Light blows furiously pounded the black sphere from the outside. The sphere shuddered, but it was impenetrable. Just as Basara was about to smile with satisfaction, Roger changed his stance, and his outstretched hand curled into a fist. What? Then the flying hands of light did the same, turning into fists, and they burned with fierce gold. With his attacks now more powerful, the light fist struck the sphere hard, and the black sphere began to crack, then shattered like glass. Basara spread his wings again and tried to flee, but his body didn't budge. What? Basara suddenly realized that something was grabbing his ankle. He looked down to see a shadow rising from the ground, lengthening to envelop his lower half. Basara tried to resist, but the shadow pulled him even harder. Even his hardened body was no match for this force, and the shadow wrapped itself around Basara's entire body, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, and a cloud of dust rose, but before it could settle, fists of light rained down on it. Ugh! Basara screamed in agony. His regenerative powers and strong body were no match for the magic Roger was now unleashing. Flesh crumbled to dust, muscles ruptured, and bones shattered as the holy power did not allow flesh to regenerate easily. Andre, far away, could not tear his eyes away from the sight. My God! A demon, the ultimate test subject, was being defeated by a mere mortal. A mere mortal was taking on a demon in a way that was not only unequal, but one-sided. The fight he was watching now was a reenactment of a mythical scene that no one knew. Is he a monster? Andre was in awe of Roger, but he was not optimistic about the situation. It's certainly a great spell, but he can't sustain an attack of this magnitude for long. Immediately, the mana fog that had been swirling around Roger began to shrink at a noticeable rate. It was the largest it had ever been, but the magic he was using now was costing him a lot of mana. Roger knew this, and he wanted to kill Basara as quickly as possible, but Basara was as tenacious as a cockroach. He was now determined to hold out, offering no defense or resistance. Instead, it channeled all its power into regenerating its body. The pain must have been excruciating, but Basara gritted his teeth and tried to endure it. Andre felt a sense of urgency. He needed to strike harder. Roger must have realized the same thing because he stopped unleashing his countless fists of light. Instead, he began to unite the hands of light behind his back. The arms lengthened and merged into one, tangling back and forth like a thread. A single beam of light drew a line, and as it did, a shape began to form in the air. It was a golden, glowing Buddha. The awe-inspiring figure sat on a lotus flower and stared at Basara. The sight of the Buddha set off alarm bells in Basara's mind. His instincts screamed that he must not take this attack. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Basara screamed, straining his body, and the sturdy ropes of shadow began to tear. The speed was faster than Roger had calculated. With each tear in the shadow rope, Basara's skin cracked and his muscles tore. Still, Basara did not stop. He'd rather endure the pain now, but the attack Roger was preparing for him was far worse. Thud, thud. At this rate, he would break free of his bonds before Roger's magic was complete, but the moment Basara cut the last rope of shadow clinging to his body, he came to a screeching halt once more. Basara's head snapped to one side. There, a half-dead Andre, drained of more than half his power, stretched out his arms in this direction as a binding spell unfurled, squeezing every last bit of magic out of him. It was a spell that Basara could tear like a sheet of paper if he wanted to. In reality, the spell Andre unleashed with all his might was only able to immobilize Basara for less than a second. But that 1 second was all that mattered. It was the final piece of the puzzle that completed Roger's magic. The golden statue was complete, and facing it in all its glory, Basara's body froze. What was it about this thing that made him feel like he was no match for it, even though he was a demon? Roger summoned all his remaining mana and reached out to Basara. Vajra Divine Palm, in time with Roger's movement, the Buddha stamped down on Basara with his giant hand. Chapter 312 on the ground, evacuations were in full swing. The most elite members of the organization were headed down the waterways to hunt down the liberators, but that didn't mean they could be complacent. Furthermore, the periodic vibrations coming from underground were alarming. A fight that should have been a one-sided affair was instead fiercely fought, causing the evacuated citizens to tremble in fear. The same could be said for the students of Theon who were evacuating the palace. Boom, boom. Doesn't the sound seem to be getting louder? What the hell is going on down there? Everyone, don't stop moving. Some of the knights and guards leading the students also sensed the seriousness of the situation and sped up their steps. Everyone's getting restless. The air around them was filled with stifling negativity, and what should have been a fun field trip had turned into hell in less than half a day. God, let's hope this ends well. As she started to walk away, Renée slumped down. The pain, like a needle piercing her temple, was overwhelming. She grabbed her head with her hands. Ouch, Renée. Erendia, who had been walking beside her, came to her aid. Are you okay? What happened? You didn't hurt yourself, did you? Oh no, it's just that all of a sudden my head ouch. Renée. Renée couldn't answer Erendia's call for her easily. In addition to the headache that felt like it was splitting her skull, her eyes burned like they were on fire. My eyes hurt so much. The pain was so intense that I felt like she was going to cry, but the tears dried up and evaporated in the heat. The pain that had been there for a while disappeared as though it had been swept away. It was only a few tens of seconds, but the pain was so intense that it felt so long. Renée could barely catch her breath. Renée, you're really going to be okay, aren't you? Yes, yes, I'm fine for now. Come on, let's move. We'll be in trouble if we stay behind. Erendia started to help Renée to her feet, but then stopped. There was something strange about the way Erendia stared at her. Senior, Renée, your eyes. Erendia muttered as he looked into Ren's eyes. Lights like a cluster of sparkling stars floated in her pupils. Had her eyes always been like this? It couldn't be. Erendia's senses and time watching her so closely told her. Surely Ren's eyes had changed, and in a very different way. Just as Erendia was about to ask what had happened, Ren's expression hardened in an instant. Her eyes stared in a single direction before she spoke in a firm voice. Senior, you need to move first. Yes, I should. More than that, your eyes are. Now is not the time to talk about that, let's go. Ah, okay. Erendia moved with her touch, puzzled by her suddenly determined demeanor. Still, I am the senior one. Erendia's bewilderment and grumbling didn't deter Renée. The others might not see it, but she saw a vast evil presence bubbling up from the depths of the capital city. It looked like it could burst through the ground at any moment, like a volcano. But it didn't, because someone was desperately holding it back. Who is it? All Renée could see for the moment was power in color, the color of a great evil, the color of darkness, and its opponent that was a brilliant golden color, casting a dazzling radiance and dispelling the darkness, as if he stood in direct opposition to the evil entity. It was almost nostalgic, but she couldn't let it go. Her instincts warned her for some time that it would be dangerous to stay here. Huge golden palms filled his vision. Basara realized it was too late to dodge and raised his 4 hands to meet it, willing himself to put up as much resistance as he could. His regenerated body surged with terrifying power and was engulfed in black energy, burning like a flame. It had summoned all its strength. Resistance? No, it was going to pierce through those golden palms like a bolt from the blue. Come, let's see who's stronger. Basara's confidence slowly dwindled as the palms slowly approached. 4 arms blazing with black flames met the palm of the Buddha's hand, but with a crackling sound, the fingertips crumbled to dust and scattered. Basara could only stare at the sight with wide eyes. Powerful magic, a strong body, immortal regeneration, all of it was worthless before him. Only face to face could feel that no matter what he did, he would never be able to resist its power. I should have done as my instincts told me and dodged before the attack was complete. As the seconds ticked by, Basara's eyes filled with golden light, and the Buddha's enormous palm completely engulfed his body. There was no noise as the huge hand descended, but only the slightest sound of wind, like a butterfly landing on a lotus petal. And then the golden hand was gone. All that remained was a giant palm print on the ground. Ha! Ha! Roger breathed heavily. Behind his back, the golden Buddha with a merciful expression turned into a powder of light. It scattered around him, illuminating the interior of the hollow beautifully. The golden dust looked like fireflies as it traveled between the roots of the world tree. Andre looked up at the sight with a blurry gaze. It's beautiful. The sight suddenly brought back memories. He, too, had a child who dazzled like a star in the dark night and remembered her smiling face, which he couldn't see anymore. It's all for nothing. Andre's gaze fell to the palm print on the floor. Despite his fearsome regenerative powers and ability to surpass the masters, Louisbold's flesh showed no sign of life. He had literally been reduced to dust, cell by cell. Andrei's lips curled in disbelief that such a thing was possible. Despite the loss of his life's work, Andrei was not strangely angry. In fact, he was almost relieved that the obsession that had consumed his mind for so long was gone. Suddenly, he remembered why he was here. He had once been a promising mage, not a warlock hiding out and experimenting. He was a nobleman with a lovely late daughter, a daughter he would never trade for anything. His wife was weak and died shortly after giving birth to their daughter, but her last words were a request for her daughter. "Honey, I want you to take care of her." Andrei raised her with all his heart and soul. He loved her more than anyone and taught her to love more than anyone else. She was his purpose in life, his everything. Then she became terminally ill, and despite all the medicines he could find and all the doctors he could call, her condition grew worse and worse. I can't. He couldn't let her go like his wife, so Andrei decided to make his own cure. There was no disease in the world that he couldn't cure. He was an authority in this area, a respected intellectual, so he analyzed the causes of the disease and looked for ways to cure it. But he lacked too many things like time, materials, data, and samples. Time is something you can get by sleeping less, and materials are something you can spend money on. Data on whether a treatment would work or not was not readily available, and he could only do so much research with lab rats. It was important to know if it would work in humans. At that moment, a word flashed through Andrei's mind: human experimentation. A taboo for wizards, a horrible evil reserved for fallen warlocks. If he attempted it, Andrei would lose so much. His honor, pride, and money, everything he had built over decades, as Andrei Semov, would crumble like a sandcastle. But as Andrei turned to check on his daughter, he was stopped in his tracks by the sound of a harsh cough coming from her room. Through the crack in the door, the child was coughing in pain, and the handkerchief covering her mouth was smeared with red blood. The child who had smiled so cheerfully at himself earlier in the day looked like she was dying. The moment he saw it, Andrei felt something snap in his head. The next day, Andrei sneaked away from prying eyes and bought ingredients from the underworld and ended up performing forbidden human experiments. Like a car with broken brakes, Andrei continued his research with less and less sleep, first on cadavers, then on criminals who deserved to die. The data piled up quickly, and when the cure was ready, Andrei was overjoyed and went to visit his daughter. "Andrei Semov, you are under arrest for state-sanctioned human experimentation." If only the Imperial intelligence hadn't come to arrest him. Andrei realized that he's been caught, but he also realized that he needed to get the cure to his daughter, so he overpowered them all and headed for his mansion. But when he got there, the child's closed eyes, now cold, greeted him. "Child, why are your eyes closed?" Andrei trembled and squeezed his daughter's hand, but he could not feel any warmth in her cold hand. "The cure. Here is the cure. This will surely cure the disease." He squeezed the medicine into her hand, but the vial rolled helplessly across the floor. "Why? I have succeeded in developing it. I have found a cure for an incurable disease." There was no longer a daughter he knew. She no longer smiled at him as a father, or wished to go outside to look at the view from the window. I didn't do all that to see this." Andrei eventually broke down, cradling his daughter's body in his arms. Soon after, agents of the Imperial intelligence burst into the room. "Here, Andrei Semov is here. Arrest him. If he resists, kill him." Andrei's tear-filled eyes turned to the agents. They stared at him with contempt, labeling him as evil, and Andrei's anger boiled like lava at the sight. "Today I have developed a cure for an incurable disease, a great advance in medicine. But why? Why did my daughter have to die? Why do you look at me like that? Why are you bound by such petty morals that you let someone who could be saved die? It's wrong. This world is as wrong as it gets." "Yes." The words slipped from Andrei's lips. His voice was hoarse from crying, but still dripping with hate and filth. "Then let me show you that you were foolish and I was not wrong. Stop it." Intelligence agents and even knights rushed in, but they were no match for Andrei, a Lexo wizard. That day, the promising sixth-rank wizard Andrei Semov died. In his place, Andrei Semov, a warlock of the biotech school, was born. So that's what happened. Andrei lowered his head again, reflecting on his past. A shadowy man stood in his path, Roger Chelisai, a teacher at the academy. Roger stared at Andrei, and Andrei stared back. Roger didn't ask why he was helping. He just stared at the wizard, who was now on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. It was then that Andrei muttered in disbelief, "Are you going to kill me? I don't intend to." "Ha!" Andre didn't know if it was the confidence of his own power or the last bit of sympathy he could muster, but he felt strangely familiar with this man. Have you ever failed to protect something you were supposed to protect? Have you ever hated the world, and yet, as if sustained by evil, you did everything in your power to prove yourself wrong? When Roger didn't answer, Andre smirked. I see you have. I didn't realize it at first, but I could see it in your eyes. You're like me. Andre muttered like a man who had already given up on everything. So you're not an ordinary teacher after all. As Andre muttered that, he squeezed the last of his mana into his right hand and materialized a spell. It was the same framework that Roger unfolded as he taught his students the source code. This is the formula for my knowledge. Take it. It will help you in some way, or you can make it public. Then you'll have a place in the Arcane Chamber's Hall of Fame. Why are you giving me this? Roger realized that Andre's knowledge was unusual. After all, it was the culmination of a lifetime of study by a Lexer-rank wizard turned warlock. It carried no small weight. With that, you might be able to regain your former reputation, or at least, given your help in the last fight, you might be able to avoid the worst punishment. Andre shook his head. I didn't do it for anything in return, it's just that I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear what? What I failed to protect, and what the world failed to protect. I was tormented by it all. Andre coughed, and black blood gurgled. His body was dying. Andre laughed bitterly. It wasn't praise I needed, or great achievements to make a name for myself in the world. I just wanted to protect what I held in my hands. It must sound ridiculous to commit such an evil deed for such a thing. It doesn't make sense to others. Of course, I don't want it to make sense. I was sincere the whole time. That's all that matters to me. I didn't care if I had to be an enemy to the world for that. I didn't care who cursed and pointed fingers. No matter the filth, no matter the thorns, I was willing to endure it all. You are, too, aren't you? Andre's clear eyes pierced Roger's. Chapter 313. Even so, I'm not broken enough to have dabbled in demonic powers. Andre humbly accepted Roger's sharp point because he knew he was wrong. I know demonic power is dangerous and that I'm not like you when it comes to using it, but I, too, had my reasons for doing so. Was it because you were manipulated by demonic power? No, Andre answered firmly. They say the devil plays tricks to get flesh in return for lending his power, but I think that's wrong because it was entirely my will to wield that power. All of these choices, all of them, were made by me. Then why? There must be a reason, Roger thought. It was said that Andre was driven mad by greed and ruined by human experimentation. But Roger could tell just by talking to him that Andre was perfectly sane. He wasn't crazy. In fact, his eyes were as clear and deep as the ocean. He had been emotional in the face of third success, fueled by his demonic powers. But now that he was gone, he was a wizard befitting his age and rank. A father came to me to save his child. Andre recounted a story from his past. At the time, I was undercover, healing people in the slums. I just wanted to test a drug I was going to manufacture. I was trying to use it in moderation, and then he came to me with his kid. Recalling the day's events, Andre smiles in amusement, but his eyes are somber. Surprisingly, he was a fierce Lumensis follower, a man on a mission to despise and exterminate warlocks, and yet he came to me, a warlock. What a joke. Andre coughed dryly. But you know what's even funnier? The child he brought me was already dead. Its warmth hadn't cooled down, it hadn't been dead for long, and then the father said, please save him. I said, what? The child is dead. Why are you asking me to save a dead child? And he said, well, if you're a warlock, you can save a dead child. Andre chuckled, the absurdity of that statement still fresh in his mind. I tried to tell him that I was a wizard by birth, and that warlocks have their own schools, but I knew it was useless, and he wouldn't know if I told him, so instead I asked him something else. I asked him why he hadn't thought to cure the child when he was sick, because it was a simple fever that killed him. A simple fever reducer would have saved his life. Andre asked him why, and he said with tears streaming down his face. He said he thought if he prayed to God, he would make it happen. It's ridiculous how a man's illness can be cured by a prayer to God. But what's even more ridiculous is that he truly believed it, right up until the last breath of his child's life. But in the end, the child died, contrary to his father's wishes. In the name of God, he could have lived, but he didn't. He could have been saved, but he wasn't. It was a terribly, terribly unpleasant farce. In the name of that god, the Lumensis persecuted human experimentation. They didn't even use living people, just corpses. I'm not advocating for human experimentation. I am just saying that sometimes progress requires an unholy path, and if you can't keep it, what's the point? If you realize it after you've lost something precious, it's too late. What do people know? They don't learn. They just watch and follow what others do, what they are told to do, even in this age of intellect and science. Andre's cloudy eyes held Roger in their unfathomable wisdom. That is why I hate the gods. It's not the blessing of a priest, it's medicine and antibiotics. It's not the grace of God that heals the sick, it's medicine and surgery. The same goes for incurable diseases. With research, it is no longer incurable. Andre's voice was full of passion as he said this. It should be people who save people, and no one should stand in the way of saving people in the name of God. And so it was. Those who hated the name of God and wanted to deal with demonic powers. I wanted to show them that they were wrong. I wanted to open up the possibility of human progress with the demonic power that everyone hated so much. Andre's lips curled into a bitter smile. But in the end, I failed, and this is the result. He was fully aware that his actions were those of a man driven by ego, but if he could save one more sick person, that would be enough. You are like me. I can't even begin to imagine what you must have gone through to gain such strength at your age. Andre tried to look into Roger's eyes, to see through him, but there was nothing to see. His emotions, his identity, his memories, everything was an unknown, like the unbelievable magic he had shown. And so, he was the best person to hand over all of his work to. This will be of some use to you on your path. Andre didn't care if his life's work disappeared on the spot. Handing it over to Roger was not an act of desperation to leave a trace somehow. The only reason he did it was to help someone walking the same path as him. Roger reached out and touched the sigil that hovered over Andre's palm. The magical formula, written in pure white code, seeped through Roger's arm and into his body. Andre watched the entire process as if it were his last duty. When he was satisfied that the transfer was complete, Andre took a moment to catch his breath and stared at Roger clearly. His eyes weren't just looking at Roger. Through Roger, Andre saw his old self, his old and foolish self. You shall not fail. With those words, all the remaining flames of Andre's life were extinguished, and in his fading consciousness, Andre thought, I've heard that when a person dies, their vision goes pitch black. Darkness after death. A fitting end to my life, he thought. But strangely, what Andre saw before him was nothing but white. He wondered if it was a dying man's last hallucination, and as he was thinking about it, he saw a figure in the white world. Ah! As if mesmerized by something, Andre walked towards the person. At first he staggered, then his steps quickened until he was sprinting like a young man. Andre wrapped his arms around the child and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry. Andre cried like a child. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. His only daughter assured him it was okay and wiped his tears away. Then she raised a finger and pointed to a spot. There was his wife, the one who had left him. Andre stared at her in disbelief. So you've been waiting. She took his hand and led him away, and he followed her lead, stopping suddenly in his tracks and turning around. She asked, What's wrong? Andre smiled softly, shook his head, and continued on his way. Nothing. And just like that, Andre was reunited with his family. The three of them slowly melted into the white of the world. Thud, the outstretched arm fell, and Andre's head drooped with a faint smile tugged at the corners of his wrinkled mouth. Roger didn't know what Andre had seen before he died. Was it self-satisfaction that he had left everything behind, or relief that he had somehow left his research with him? It was impossible to tell, but the way Andre smiled, it was as if his soul was truly saved. Redemption. Roger gave Andre a brief moment of silence, then looked around. The central area was a mess from the fight. There were shards, debris, and traces of World Tree roots everywhere. With so many traces left behind, I am already wondering what excuse I am going to give them. Maybe I should blend in with the fainted and pretend that I fainted with them. I am exhausted from using up so much magic. Roger took out a magic restoration pill and popped it into his mouth. The excessive use of magic power will soon take its toll on my body. It was when he was preparing to take a break that he felt a huge presence rise up along with a cold chill. Turning quickly, he saw a black dart hovering in the center of a palm-shaped crater. What? That attack didn't kill him. The dart slowly grew until it became a black flame that burned in the air, and bloodshot eyes flashed through the dull flames. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. The demon began to howl, and the cry echoed directly into Roger's head, as if he was screaming right next to him. Not words spoken through vocal cords, but a cry that communicated with the soul itself. A normal person would have fainted just from hearing it. Damn it, he's like a cockroach. Are all demons this tough? Roger grumbled inwardly, but checked himself. He had used up most of his mana in his last attack, and if he were to fight the demon, he would most likely lose. Destroy it before it regains its full strength. But how? He used a spell that was almost the best against a demon, but it hadn't died. How could he kill it? As Roger pondered this, he realized that something was wrong with the demon's condition. Its body can't regenerate. The creature that was now floating in the air was literally an incorporeal force. It had no body, and just a spirit body made up of energy that hadn't yet dissipated. Then that means he's not exactly in the best shape either. This was a chance. Just as Roger was about to activate his magic, wary of the demon's shouting stopped, and his red eyes turned to Roger. Human, Roger Chelisai. You've ruined everything. The demon, whose physical body had been destroyed, and whose spiritual body had also suffered a great blow, could not control his churning emotions. He glared at Roger with a hatred and anger he had never seen before. It was intent on killing Roger even in this state. Roger didn't avoid the demon's gaze, but he didn't neglect to check its condition. The demon had swelled to a size that could be pinched, but that was all. As if that were the limit, the demon's spirit body could not grow any larger. In fact, just maintaining it in this state was straining it, and it was slowly dispersing into powder at the tips. It was now in a state of limbo. As long as the given framework of a physical body did not exist, even a demon could not exist in this world, and the demon felt it too. All that remained of the demon was the power it had barely materialized, but even that was rapidly being consumed. At this rate, it would be completely destroyed. Rather than fight Roger, the demon realized that it must find a vessel for its power now. But where was the right vessel? Unlike Louisbold, no human body would be able to withstand his power. Roger and the demon locked eyes, wary of each other when the demon suddenly felt eyes on him. The demon's gaze snapped to the side, and for a moment Roger thought he saw something there. But all he could see was the half-broken exterior wall of the cave. But the demon was different. He felt it in his gaze and read the wavelengths of the strange power within it. So it's still there, a remnant of the accursed saint. What? Before Roger could ask what that meant, the demon moved. Taking the form of a black mist, the demon flew to the ceiling of the central area and entered the gap created by the fight. It was only possible because it had shed its physical body. Roger had no time to react to the demon's sudden movement. Damn it. He thought he'd escape through the other passageways that connected to the central area, but now he was running through a gap in the ceiling. Besides, it was clear from his direction that he was headed for the ground. My remaining mana is. Roger measured his remaining mana. He didn't know what the demon saw, but he was pretty sure it was the remnants of a saint. A saint and the demon. The words flashed through Roger's mind in rapid succession, culminating in the face of a young girl. Without a second thought, Roger popped all of the mana restoration pills into his mouth and cast a spatial spell as his body vanished like a mirage, shrouded in shadows. On a street where the entrance to the Devalk Imperial Castle could be seen in the distance, Renée stopped running and stared at the ground. Renée! Just as Erendia was about to ask why she had stopped, Renée shouted, "Everyone run." But the warning was too late as a harsh vibration rumbled from beneath them and the ground began to crack like a drought. What the hell? Why all of a sudden? The students and the knights panicked as black smoke erupted like lava through the cracks. A black mist floated in the air, its huge red eyes glancing down at the capital city. Where are you? The moment the cry echoed out, onlookers dropped to their knees as the mind-shattering sound was irresistible. Impatiently, the demon rolled his eyes and finally found the starry eyes staring back at him in disbelief. There you are. The demon's red eyes narrowed, and the black mist turned into a swirl and lunged for Renée, whose legs froze. The black vortex was about to engulf her body when a shield imbued with the element of blue lightning blocked it. Ren's eyes widened as she caught sight of a familiar figure behind her with flowing navy blue hair. Flora. Flora Lumos stepped forward to protect Renée. Why her? No, that wasn't what mattered now. Even Flora's magic wouldn't last long against the demon's power. The demon had broken through the barrier and was once again targeting Renee, but Flora maintained her defensive spell and lightly scribbled with one hand as a gentle breeze followed and blew Renee backwards. Renee was about to say something to Flora, but Flora looked back at Renee and opened her mouth. With this, my debt is paid. Immediately, the magic barrier shattered, and a black mist engulfed Flora. Chapter 314. The demon Basara was furious. The vessel he so desperately wanted was right in front of him, but everything was ruined by an intruder. Not only had he failed to take the body of the saint, but he had taken the body of a human being who looked like a little girl. Nothing could have been more humiliating. Basara looked down angrily at the way things had turned out and suddenly felt a pang of doubt. This, Basara's eyes lit up as he took a look at the body he had unintentionally taken over. Normally, a human body containing his power should have disintegrated, its skin cracking like a drought because uncontrolled power is a curse. But there was nothing wrong with his current body. It was more than fine. It was too fine. Because it was strong. No. In terms of strength, Louis Bold's body was the most ideal. But this body was still healthy for one reason. Her potential was greater than anything else. Her magical potential is far greater than Louis Bold. She may be weak now, but in a few years, her talent will be in full bloom. The heights to which Louisbold had been driven by the inhumane experiments were merely milestones that Flora could reach in the not-too-distant future. Such was Flora's talent, a once-in-a-century occurrence. I had originally intended to take the body of the saint. It was like finding a jewel in an unexpected place. Basara scattered his power throughout Flora's body. The important thing now was to take control of Flora's mind. Basara was a demon of deception and mind control. It was no small feat to extinguish a student's mind and turn her into an idiot. Moreover, this girl, Flora Lumos, harbored a great deal of darkness in her heart. Despite her magical talents, she is not accepted by her family and suffers from severe trauma. Although she presents a facade of strength and dominance, she is very vulnerable and easily hurt by the slightest criticism. Basara couldn't have asked for easier prey and sought to destroy Flora's self. What? But it didn't work as he thought. Flora's tiny, delicate self fiercely resisted Basara's will. If he tried to force her, he might actually lose control of her body. Yes, such resistance is to be expected given your talent. Basara decided to hold off on destroying Flora's self because as it stood, there was no immediate danger of him losing control. With his demonic powers, Basara pushed Flora's physical potential to the limit. The colors I see with my eyes, the scents I smell with my nose. What a body to be able to feel the power of magic so sensually. A pleasant smile tugged at the corners of Basara's mouth as he took over Flora's body. Flora's appearance had also changed slightly due to the demonic power. Her once blue-black hair had turned jet black, like the darkness of a starless night sky. Her skin had become more lustrous, and her eyes had taken on a strangely seductive glow. Squeezing her own hand, Basara turned to Renee, who was now staring at her in disbelief. Darkness, like a violent storm, swirled around Flora. In skin-crawling terror, Renee couldn't take her eyes off the scene before her. Soon enough, the storm subsided, and a seemingly unharmed Flora emerged. But something was off about her appearance. Her hair color had changed, but more importantly, her aura was different. "Who are you?" Renee asked without realizing it. The figure was Flora, but there was an inky darkness behind her. The darkness was eerily similar to the one shed seen underground. She felt an instinctive certainty that she wasn't Flora, and something else had taken over her body. Basara, who had taken over Flora's body, raised her index finger to the corner of her mouth and smiled at Ren's question. Curious. Why would a saint of this era be here without an escort? Moreover, it seems you haven't even fully awakened your abilities yet. Renee didn't understand what Basara was talking about. What was a saint and what was an awakening? Just as she was about to ask, she felt a stabbing pain in her eyes. Ouch, HMPH. My judgment still seems a little immature. I must have woken up in an absurd world. Basara muttered to himself as he gazed at the architecture of the capital. Suddenly, Basara wondered how much stronger he could become if he harnessed the power of this body. If this was the case, he might be able to fulfill his mission once again. Then let's test it. What great things could be done with this body? What happened? Suddenly my head. The panicked students and guards around him woke up. I guess I should clean up here first. Basara muttered that and snapped his fingers. At that moment, black shadows swirled around him, scattering a dark aura in all directions. The black particles contained within themselves the emotion of negativity. As it spread in all directions, the people, at first wondering what was going on, quickly turned to panic, and they froze in place, floating like aspens. Renée felt her head hurt at the sight, and Basara marveled at her ability to maintain her sanity in the midst of such a dense atmosphere. Still, a saint is a saint, and even if she doesn't realize it, she is unaffected by my power. Flora's slender, pure white index finger pointed at Renée. Then I have no choice but to kill you myself. Black magic began to form at his fingertips. It was nothing more than a high concentration of compressed energy, but it was a blow that would be impossible for the current Renée to block. Renée knew it and staggered back. She didn't know how, but Basara was trying to kill her now. If only she could get out of the way. Ah, there's no point in running away. As if reading her mind, Basara smiled seductively and reoriented his fingers as a pulsing black aura pointed at the panicked people. If you run, I will kill everyone here, but if you don't run, I promise I will only kill you and leave these people untouched. It was a lie, of course. Basara's mission was the extermination of all humans. Still, saying this was nothing more than a way to taunt Renée. She knew it, but she couldn't get away. Basara smirked. You're a sweet girl, and the owner of this body thinks so too. Basara turned on his feet and walked slowly toward Renée. The human who interrupted me seems to care deeply about you. If that's the case, he'll have to kill you to get even. Basara turned his right hand, and the black magic at his fingertips spread out around his hand, transforming it into a sharp beast's hand. This vicious grasp was directed at Ren's heart. Goodbye. Just as he was about to stab his hand into it, something stepped out of Ren's shadow and grabbed Basara's wrist. Teacher. Renée stared at Roger's back in disbelief. From the shadows, Roger slowly rose to his feet. Shrouded in ether nocturnus, he glared at Basara with eyes that boiled behind his mask. Basara was not displeased to be interrupted. In fact, he even smirked, as if he had been waiting for him. Well, well, you finally came. You've suddenly taken an unpleasant turn in tone. I'm acting in accordance with the body's owner. It's called respect. Why? Does it suit you? Roger didn't answer. Instead, he reached out with his right hand and extended his index finger toward Basara. The gesture reminded Basara of an underground fight, and he backed away. Only later did he realize that Roger's gesture contained no magic, and he frowned in annoyance. Meanwhile, Roger turned his head slightly to look back at Renée. Renée, are you okay? Yes, yes, I'm fine, but you, sir, you look like. Renée stuttered, unable to adjust to Roger's shadowy form. Roger glanced at Ren's condition, then back at Basara. Ill deal with him. You evacuate those around you. The words reminded Renée of what was important right now. Senior Flora was taken while trying to save me. Yes, can she be saved? That's Roger couldn't answer easily. This was the first time he had ever fought against a demon that had taken over a human body in the first place. There were a lot of things to consider, starting with the complete separation of body and soul, and it wasn't like Basara was going to allow it. With every second counting, he wondered if he could bring Flora back in one piece. It was a luxury to even question that. Don't worry. It'll be done in a minute. She must have sensed something in that short answer, so Renée breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. As she slowly backed away, Basara stared at Roger. Just as he was about to say something, Roger cast a spell, and his shadow engulfed Basara. The shadows shifted their position from the streets within sight of the palace to a deserted square with no people in sight. Basara looked around at the change in scenery. There was no one around, so it was clear from there what Roger's intentions were. Interesting, Basara knew it, but he deliberately didn't resist Roger's magic. He was certain that no matter what he did, he would not be defeated. Basara was happy to participate in the entertainment. Why don't you get some help? I don't think you can do this alone. No matter how many people there are, they'll only get in the way. Really? Is that why you kicked that saint out? Basara giggled in amusement. It was the first smile he had ever seen on Flora's face, but Roger found the sight more offensive than refreshing. You're lying. You think I don't know you came all the way here on purpose because you're worried about her. You speak as if you've suddenly become intimately acquainted with me. Of course I do. I got a glimpse of her memories when I took over this body. I think I know who you are now. You care about people, even if you pretend not to, and you care about that kid in particular. The owner of this body must be very disappointed. Roger didn't answer, but Basara didn't say it because she wanted a response. Rather, she said it to make Roger feel bad, and it seemed to work. Roger didn't show his feelings outwardly, but the hostility in his eyes grew stronger. Even now, in possession of a perfectly gifted body, it made his skin crawl, and Basara laughed in amusement. Are you going to kill me? And if you kill me, this child will die with me. If necessary, you really are a ruthless teacher. Basara smiled seductively and spread his arms wide. It was an invitation to come and play, and Roger took a step toward her as a violent storm of darkness began to swirl around Basara. There was no finesse or skill, just the overwhelming violence of power emanating from a body whose talents had blossomed to the extreme. With that alone, the entire street was swallowed up by the storm. Roger took a slow step forward, his gaze fixed on Basara. The storm pushed him forward as the distance was only a few meters, but taking a single step was far more arduous than traveling 1,000 miles. Worse, the closer they got, the more exponentially the density of the storm's power increased. His breath caught in his throat, and his vision blurred as Roger's steps slowed, but Basara remained still deliberately. It was such a pleasure to watch the man who had driven him to annihilation panic under the strain. All this time, as a demon, Basara had wielded the emotions of others while remaining numb to his own. He thought emotions were a waste of time and a distraction. Basara admitted that he had been stupid. He didn't realize it when he didn't feel it, but now he did. Emotions are a good thing, especially when it comes to watching humans struggle. It was sweeter than a drop of water in the midst of a soul-twisting thirst. For now, at this moment, Basara decided to put aside the agenda of his mission and focus on one thing. Let me taste more, delight me more, see how far the man in front of her would go. What a pleasure it would be to watch the process, and then to show the master of this body his shabby end. Just thinking about it was enough to drive him crazy with excitement. Ahaha! Don't give up, sir, for your student is waiting here pitifully. The shout rang clearly in Roger's ears, even through the dark storm. Aidan fell into a deep sleep. He felt as if he were floating alone in a pitch-black space. Despite his awareness that it was a dream, his body vehemently refused to wake up. I wonder what happened. Just as Aidan was about to ask himself that question, a light flashed in front of his eyes. Hey, wake up! Who is that? The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but the shout wasn't enough to wash away the darkness. If you sleep here, you're going to pay for it. I thought you told me not to sleep on the floor. At the sound of that vaguely familiar voice, Aidan's eyes widened at the intense energy that erupted from the depths of his mind. Ah! Aidan screamed as the area around his eyes was throbbing with pain. Ah, sorry. Did I hit you too hard? Master. Aidan's eyes widened as he recognized his master, Madeline. What the hell happened? I just wanted you to wake up. Here, take your staff. It's shaped like a sword, just like you. What? Why? Why? Forcing Aidan to his feet, Madeline pointed to the massive dark storm spreading in the distance. We need to get through that. Chapter 315, Aidan still couldn't wrap his head around Madeline's words. Let's go through there. What the hell is that black storm? Ah, Aidan looked around, realizing why he defainted. Where was Leo? Where were Tracy and Iona? Aidan looked around and saw his friends lying on the ground. He was about to pull himself up and check on them when Madeline grabbed his shoulder. Stop. Don't bother checking on them. They're out cold right now, but they're not in critical condition. What? I'm more surprised about something else. You were hit a little hard, but you woke up right away. You've been practicing the spells I taught you, haven't you? Aidan's face fell as he suddenly realized something. Master, what the hell is going on? It's a long story, but what we need now is to get to that storm over there. Even as Madeline spoke, she sounded reluctant, but she couldn't help it. The man came out and warned me. When she spotted a massive eruption of power in the distance, Madeline's first reaction was to flee. Something dangerous had happened, so she needed to hide somewhere safe and come back when it's over, but her escape lasted less than 3 seconds as a black, shadowy man emerged from the ground. It was Roger Chelisai, and the moment she spotted him, she froze. Madeline, thank God. Yes, yes, yes. Things are not looking good right now. I don't have time for a long explanation, so I'll cut to the chase. I need your anti-magic. My anti-magic? I'll buy you some time. All you have to do is clear the way. A way? To whom? Yow'll see. Are you going to do it or not? At Roger's question, Madeline broke out in a cold sweat. She ran away because she was scared, and now he wanted her to go back there. No one could do that without going insane. But when she saw the look in Roger's eyes, she couldn't help but say yes. "I'll do it." Good. With those words, Roger disappeared back into the shadows. It's a magic that's hard to believe even though she saw it before, moving freely through space using shadows. This is why you can't run away and not be caught. Ah, that sucks. Madeline rubbed her head roughly, then lifted her head up. Ah, Madeline paced. In the meantime, whatever Roger had done, the storm raging in the distance had moved on. Instead, a larger black vortex that threatened to engulf the entire capital formed. I can't fight this alone. I needed the help of someone who can use anti-magic. And one such person happened to be in the capital. Aiden, will you do it? Madeline asked, looking at Aiden with serious eyes. Honestly, Aiden's help was just a backup plan, just in case. It wasn't a requirement. If Aiden didn't want to do it, Madeline would leave him behind, at least as a teacher. But this foolishly upright apprentice didn't seem to think so. I have to do it. It's dangerous not to, isn't it? Who? Your friends? No, no, my teacher. Madeline was speechless for a moment. Aiden looked over at her, grinning from ear to ear, and Madeline smirked and roughly ruffled her apprentice's hair. Yuck, don't give me that look. What look? You don't need to know. Madeline quickly grabbed Aiden's hand and pulled him to his feet. How are you feeling? I think I'm okay. I don't care if it's bad, you said you'd do it, so I'm not going to spare you. You never change, Master. Neither have you. Madeline reached for the staff at her waist. Her staff, like Aiden's, was shaped like a sword. But unlike Aiden's, which was merely an imitation of a sword, it was a real sword. I'm ready. He must be in the center of that storm right now. I don't know exactly what's going on, but he's putting up a fierce fight. Let's go. Yes. Madeline headed into the storm with Aiden. Roger kept moving forward through the black storm, unable to see anything. It felt like the world was coming to an end, and every step he took weighed him down like 1,000 pounds. It was hard to breathe, and he could barely see. The intense wind pressure of the storm made his entire body feel like he was being beaten with a club. But more than anything else, it was the fluctuation of his emotions that bothered Roger. His mind, which had been as strong as an iron wall, was beginning to be affected, albeit in small ways, by the non-stop barrage of mental attacks. Why are you still alive? You ruined everything. Why didn't you save me? Flashes of the past appeared, but Roger didn't stop and stepped toward Basara. That's great. Basara was honest with himself. No matter how great a man you are, it's hard to maintain your sanity in a storm of this magnitude. The slightest lapse in concentration, and the storm would tear you apart. Body and mind, it was an assault on everything at once, and yet Roger held on, or rather, he kept coming toward him. This storm had no eye of the storm, so it wasn't safe to move toward the center. On the contrary, the closer you get, the more the strain on both body and mind rises sharply. Getting closer would only make it worse. Still, Roger didn't stop. Why do you keep coming? Basara asked. It was a pure question. Are you trying to be a hero, to protect the world, to stand up to me out of pure conviction? But something in Roger's demeanor told Basara that he wasn't fighting out of heroism. Then what was he fighting for? Basara didn't understand. Now that he was more emotionally capable, he was curious to know what was driving Roger. Or is it the owner of the body I occupy? For the first time, Roger responded as a fleeting flicker appeared in his eyes. It was so subtle as to be imperceptible, but Basara, who controlled the space itself, could tell, and a long arc formed at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. To think that someone of your caliber would be motivated by such a trivial reason. Basara placed a hand on his chest as he said this. Are you trying to play teacher now, when you didn't really care what happened to this kid? You don't know it, but I can feel it. This kid hates everyone in the world, and rightfully so, because no one has ever acknowledged her for having such a gift. Basara said. She was born into a good family, but she was discriminated against because she was an outcast. She was despised and persecuted by those who wanted to recognize her, and no one around her wanted to help. Roger stared at Basara with wide eyes. He could barely make out the words, but he knew they were there. Basara continued. It's the same for you, too, Professor. You knew this kid was good, but you never gave her a proper compliment. I wonder if you ever gave her the proper recognition in the first place. The shadows on Roger's body began to chip away. Even the physically resilient ether nocturnus could not withstand the storm's cumulative damage for long. The storm began to tear at the fabric of his clothes and cut into his skin. What kind of a stranger are you, anyway? You have your own precious child to save. Maybe you shouldn't have paid attention to Flora. Basara could feel Flora's emotions. Even now, her emotions were seeping into him, and the more they did, the more they maximized their potential. The storm slowly grew in size, spilling over the square and swallowing the surrounding buildings. The roofs of the buildings around the square disintegrated, tearing off bricks. So did the brass pipes on the exterior walls and the sturdy cars. Give up now. She's already given up on everything. She'll be happy now because she has someone who understands her, the only person who understands her. No, not a person. Basara laughed, holding his stomach as if it were funny. Human or demon, it doesn't matter. It's important to have someone who understands you, isn't it? If a god or a man won't hold your hand, a demon will. The Lumos family believes in the religion of Lumensis, which follows the gods. They say that the teachings of the gods are the real truth, and that their behavior is not wrong. Flora Lumos grew up in such a family, and everyone, including her father, her siblings, and the people of her family, abandoned her. Even the guards who were supposed to save her. Given your skill, I'll give you one last chance. Get away from here and never be seen by me again. Then I can spare your life. Basara spoke excitedly. This is my way of repaying the master of this body. I want to kill you, but this child doesn't seem to want to kill you very much, so this is my last mercy. This demonic mercy I speak of is as precious as a mermaid's tears, isn't it? By now, Roger was within earshot of Basara. Just a hand's reach away, Roger staggered to a halt. Now that he was within touching distance of Basara, the black storm was at full strength. He couldn't move, even if he wanted to, and it was a miracle he could even stay in place. With a knowing look on his face, Basara offered, "Now answer me, will you give up? Come on. If you just say that, it'll make it easier for everyone, and she can let go of her expectations and start fresh. Just say it. I give up. It's not that hard, is it? It'll let you live." The raven mask on Roger's face was long gone, one cheek was bleeding, and Roger pursed his lips. Basara pricked up his ears, knowing he was about to say something. As far as Basara could see, Roger was already at his limit. His body and mind were so worn out that he could barely stand. In fact, he could hardly believe he was still standing on his own two legs. But that too was coming to an end. Go ahead, say it. You give up. If you say so, it's all. You talk a lot. What? Well, if you're going to make such a big deal out of it, you can't possibly not know. What? I come all this way, and you tell me to give up. The moment when Basara gets that look of disbelief on his face, Roger shouted as loud as he could. Madeline, right after that. The black storm that was about to engulf the capital snapped in half. What? Basara couldn't comprehend the sight before her. It was not merely demonic power, but the power of a supremely gifted physical body, imbued with magic. Even a master could not stop this storm. Then the unbelievable happened. Basara's gaze fell on the edge of the storm. There, breathing hard, was a man and a woman. One was a student, Flora remembered, but the other was a dark-haired woman she had never seen before. Seeing the inscrutable power radiating from the tips of their wands, Basara muttered, "Anti-magic. Magic that nullifies magic." It was a ridiculous magic that gave one an unconditional advantage in combat, regardless of the size of the power. To make matters worse, there were not one, but two anti-magic users in the same place. What an absurdity. But even that miraculous unusual, magic could only calm the raging storm for a moment. The storm would move again, and the disaster of destruction that had been halted would continue, but that momentary lull was enough to turn the tide. This is what Roger was aiming for from the start. There you are. The storm had subsided enough for Roger to see, and Basara's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. Before he could struggle, Roger reached out with his right hand and grabbed his head, activating the magic he had prepared. Drive him to hell, divina virtute in infernum detrude. Chapter 316. Roger opened his closed eyes. He looked up and saw his surroundings where reference books, papers, open exercise books and pencils appeared. This place. The scene was familiar, and Roger was about to say something was wrong. "Are you awake? You must be tired." The voice behind him turned his head. In his own small room, there was someone sitting on his bed, a man in his mid-30s, with a frail appearance, but with an aura of kindness. As soon as the boy saw him, he muttered under his breath, "Father, father, gee, my son's all grown up. He doesn't even call me dad anymore. How's your studying going?" The boy looked at the reference books on his desk and realized what was going on. He'd fallen asleep while studying. "Ah, yeah, I'm just trying to do my best. I see. My son wants to be a doctor or a scientist, and as a family, we should be supportive, but you need to take it easy. I'm worried you're overdoing it and damaging your health." "No, I just fell asleep." With that lame excuse, I put my pencil back in my hand. I had no intention of taking a weekend off to study for the upcoming exam. As I stared at the problem book and tried to solve it, I realized something was wrong. Why was I studying? A small question suddenly popped into his mind. He shouldn't have had to think about it, but he found himself strangely searching for the answer. Yes, there was. There was something he wanted to achieve. The reason he was studying so hard was because of his dream. But how did I come to have that dream? The pencil fell from the boy's hand and rolled across the desk. He didn't think to catch it as it tumbled to the floor. I see. The boy rose from his chair and looked back at his father. It was a dream. The father nodded, smiling kindly while the boy looked at his father and pursed his lips to say something, but in the end, the words failed to materialize and dissipated like smoke in his mouth. The boy bit his lip and slowly made his way to the door, and the moment he put his hand on the doorknob, his father asked, "Are you going?" "Yes." The boy replied, his eyes fixed on the doorknob. "There's a kid I need to help, so I have to go." "I see." The boy said the words, but he didn't open the door. Maybe this is where he wanted his father to tell him to stay with him a little longer. A little bit would be nice, so let's talk. It's a dream, so it's worth it, right? His grip on the doorknob loosened. "Dad, I go." The boy's eyes widened at the words and looked back at his father with trembling pupils. His father was looking at him with a look of pride, and with that the boy realized that the story was finished. There was no need to start over. His grip on the doorknob tightened again. "Okay, let's go." The boy opened the doorway wide. There was nothing to see, but he didn't hesitate to step through. He didn't need a goodbye, he had heard enough. His childhood self had been replaced by that of Roger Chelisai. A pitch-black darkness where nothing can be seen. An endless abyss of unconsciousness. The bottom of the black void was filled with crimson flowers. The red flowers were beautiful, but they were also eerie, as if they were steeped in blood. Flora lay in a field of them. Flora opened her eyes and pushed herself up. She looked around. Where am I? Her bleary eyes snapped open, and realizing what had just happened, Flora put one hand to her forehead. Yes, I must have been there. A black mist oozed from the cracks in the ground. It was about to strike at Renee with a will of its own, but she stepped in front of it and blocked the attack. She was swallowed by the fog, and her vision went black, and when she opened her eyes, she was here. No one's here. Flora scrambled to her feet and shouted, but no voice answered, so she began to walk. She wanted to get away from this monotonous, creepy world of red and black as soon as possible. Is anyone out there? She tried to shout louder, but her voice was swallowed up by the endless darkness, and not even an echo was heard. Flora couldn't even begin to realize how big this place was. Maybe this was an infinite space with no end. Suddenly, an anxiety flashed through Flora's mind. What if I never get out of here? In a panic, Flora ran through the flowers. The feel of the red petals against her ankles was unpleasant. It felt like an invisible hand was constantly teasing her ankle. Everywhere she passed, red petals fluttered into the air. Flora called out as she ran, "Is anyone there? Someone help me." She didn't know how long she could keep running. Gasping for breath, she finally slumped to the ground. "Please, someone." She pleaded in a sobbing voice, but the world remained silent. She knew that no one would come to her aid because she had always been a loner. The moment she realized what she had been denying, she lost all motivation and slumped down like a marionette with a broken string. No one would come to her rescue. Not family, not friends, not anyone. No one. Maybe it was for the best, so it was better to just disappear. Staying here didn't seem so bad even though she can't meet people here, but she wouldn't get hurt. A tear rolled down Flora's cheek. A single tear formed on the tip of her chin and fell onto the red petals. Slowly, Flora's consciousness began to fade as she was immersed in the flower field. Her body became more and more transparent as she lost motivation and started fading away. The moment when Flora's solid self was about to be turned off like a switch being flipped in the world where nothing existed but a field of red flowers. A small change occurred. Bang! The dull sound of a fist hitting something solid was heard as a beam of light hit Flora. Flora raised her bowed head. Her vacant eyes stared straight ahead. There was a tiny, tiny crack in the black void, and the light that illuminated Flora was leaking through that crack. The dull sound continued as the gold began to spread out like a net. As the crack grew larger, the light leaking out grew clearer, and the void shattered. Beyond the shattered space was a pure white world of light, and a man stood on the field of flowers, his back to the blinding light. Ah! Flora's pupils dilated, and her red lips quivered in disbelief at the sight before her as Flora mouthed a name. Professor Rudger. Flora Lumos. Rudger stood and faced Flora. Her complexion was pale and her eyes devoid of light. Worst of all, her body was turning translucent, but Flora was alive. It was not too late. Why are you here? I came to help. Help, you mean me? Rudger nodded at Flora's stunned inquiry. Flora was about to say thank you, but she bit her lip as she remembered her situation. Torn between sadness and joy, she glared at Rudger. Are you going to pretend to care now? I know you don't really care about me anyway. I am just a talented student, nothing more, nothing less. Flora, why the hell did you come? You could have just abandoned me, like my family did to me, and then I wouldn't have this much trouble. Flora shouted, raising her quills like a prickly hedgehog, and Rudger listened to her in silence. Then, when she lowered her voice, he spoke up. Flora, I'm not going to deny that I'm here to save you as a teacher, but being a teacher is only a secondary reason. You're the real reason I'm here. I'm here purely because I'm worried about you. You're worried about me. Ha, that's ridiculous. I know you're struggling. I understand where you're coming from. I've been through something similar to what you're going through, and I couldn't leave you alone. Don't lie. Flora thought Rudger was lying on purpose to convince her. He wouldn't say he understood her otherwise. She was abandoned by her family and nearly branded at a young age for religious reasons. Even if that hadn't happened, the memory of that day has left an indelible scar. But do you understand that? You've been through something similar. Who are you? What the hell do you think you know about me to say you understand? You can't. I've been through so much. I've suffered so much. Flora vented her inner darkness. Normally, she would never show it as she wasn't even aware of it. Do you have any idea what it's like to be abandoned by your family? Flora, don't say my name in that voice. As Flora shouted, the world began to vibrate. Immediately afterward, from behind Flora's back, a black shadow rose up. Yeah, Flora hates it. A paper doll-like figure with an elongated upper body appeared. The shadow's face flickered, revealing pure white eyes and a mouth. Rudger's eyes narrowed as he realized the creature's identity. Basara, surprised. I didn't know there was magic that could reach the depths of the subconscious, but it's too bad Flora doesn't want to go out. Rudger didn't respond to Basara's words. Instead, he turned to Flora. Flora, are you sure you don't want to leave? If I do, what difference does it make? It's all the same anyway. Jealous siblings, disdainful stares, a family that doesn't approve there's no difference. There is. What did you say? I said there is a difference. Flora pursed her lips at Rudger's near assertion. What the hell do you mean? You're the one who decides that. I am not the one who decides. Flora's voice trailed off. She was desperate for someone to save her. Maybe she even expected it. She wanted Rudger to tell her that he would help her, that he would protect her when she was out there. But Rudger didn't seem to have any intention of saving her. Flora, you wanted to be saved. You wanted someone to reach out and take you by the hand and lift you up. I understand that feeling. Knowing that, why on earth would you? Because, Flora, in the end, it is you who must change. Even if I help you, if you are not willing to walk on your own, my help will be of no use. It will only ease your mind for a moment. It's not a fundamental solution. And yet, if I try to change you, it is my will, not yours. You will end up living a life of being kept alive by others again. Is that really what you want? Rudger stared at Flora with an unwavering gaze that contained not even an ounce of falsehood. He spoke the cold, hard truth without any consideration. Salvation is not something you can ask for, it is something you must earn. No one can live your life for you. No one can fully understand your despair. And of course, no one can help you overcome that despair. Rudger never spoke of saving others because that would be too arrogant. He could only save himself. So I ask you, Flora, do you want to change? It's unreasonable to expect salvation from others. Something like that will never come, no matter how hard you try. At least that's what Rudger thought. Therefore, salvation, even the salvation of others, was never an option for Rudger. Salvation done by someone else is no salvation at all. It's just another form of captivity in the name of salvation. In the end, man had to rise of his own free will. She had to fight for herself, and all he can offer is a little help, a little push, on the back of someone who wanted to move forward. If you want to change, he'll help you. As long as you don't give up on yourself, he'll cheer you on. That was Roger's conviction. It was his path and belief. Flora didn't know what to say. To be honest, she wanted to get out of here and go back outside. But the outside was so scary. All the things that had hurt her were still out there. It would be a terrible thing to have to face it again. Still, if anyone can help her, even just one person, that would be great. Too bad. Then a voice interrupted them. I can't believe you're talking about something so funny without me. Basara, who had been bouncing around on Flora's back, began to grow in stature. At first, it was only about 3 meters tall, but then it grew to the point where Flora had to lift her head quite a bit. Flora, have you forgotten that the outside world is full of pain? This place, on the other hand, is different, and if you're here, you won't be hurt by anyone, because ill makes sure of that. Basara leaned his massive frame down and whispered in Flora's ear. I can understand you, because we are one, and only I can fully empathize with your pain. Ah, don't believe that man. You know he's never acknowledged you, even after all that talk. He's a liar. Basara's whisper threw Flora into confusion, but then Roger spoke up. I've felt it before when we fought. Basara lifted his head and stared at Roger. His jet-black face and pure white eyes were so monotonous, yet they held an indescribable, inorganic fear. You talk too much. Ouch. To say that to me in this situation. Basara completely unfolded his bowed body. It felt as if a giant mountain had risen from the ground. This is my world, my domain, not the outside world, and you think a mere mortal weak mind can stand against it? Roger glanced at the cowering Flora, then up at Basara. Well, see, that's why he came here. Chapter 317, I saw in the comments that people wonder where Roger was branded. Well, you'll find the answer in this chapter. Ha ha ha, that's funny. I might have to give you credit for that now that you're saying it. Basara laughed out loud at Roger, but then his pure white eyes widened. Boom! Immediately afterward, the petals on the ground exploded, and a jet-black spike tried to pierce Roger's back. It was only Roger's reflexes that saved him. Spinning around, Roger grimaced at the pain in his back. He hadn't dodged perfectly, and the thorns had carved a long, horizontal gash into his back. Not surprisingly, his clothes were torn to shreds. Relieved that he was in the spirit world, Roger realized that the condition of his physical clothing would be no different. All that matters now is his attack. Basara did not use magic. This space itself was his world, and he could make anything happen if he wanted to. At that moment, Basara's massive arms swung like a whip. As the arms swung, pushing back the red flowers, it was as if a black wall was approaching at high speed. Roger stretched his hands out in front of him and summoned his magic power. In an instant, 5 layers of magic barriers were created. Choo-choo-choo-choo. But Basara's arm shattered the 5-layer barrier as easily as glass in an instant. Taking advantage of the arm's deflected trajectory, Roger ducked as low as he could, narrowly avoiding Basara's arm. Roger straightened, the recoil sending him stumbling backwards, while Basara watched him in amusement. It was a kind of confidence, knowing that he could strike again, but not doing so. In this space, Basara had absolute power. That's why he watched Roger's every move to see how far the little bug would go. You're clearly intent on toying with me. He didn't realize that Basara had no emotions when he took over Louisbold's body. A demon with emotions was a pretty bad thing. Of course, he hadn't met any other demons, so he couldn't be sure. Roger stretched out his right hand toward Basara. Within moments, the spell was complete, and a dragon-headed flame flew toward Basara. Basara snorted in disdain, and the flame dragon was extinguished. What? As Roger hesitated, Basara extended his flailing arms, 3 on each side. A total of 6 arms stretched out like whips toward Roger. Roger calculated the trajectory of the flying hands with his eyes and created a barrier of magic at an angle, but didn't stop there and charged forward. The barrier that he had set up at an angle to maximize his power was shattered easily, and the shockwave that spread out hit Roger in the back. The surrounding flowers were swept by the wind, sending red petals into the air. Roger tried to run through the gap, but was forced to stand still as something like a black root had grabbed his ankle. Roger focused his energy on a very small area, burning just the root that was holding his ankle. It was an incredible feat of magic control. However, the roots that had been burned away now grew many times in number, binding Roger's calves, and there was something strange about the flow of petals around him. The dancing petals that had descended had become fixed in midair, elongated, and turned into sharp awls that were pointed at Roger. "Let's see if we can dodge this one, shall we, sir?" Flora cried out urgently, but Basara had no mercy and countless petals shot toward Roger. Flora's mind spontaneously conjured up a terrible sight. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to turn her head away, but a faint glow of light forced her closed eyes to open again. "Don't look away, Flora." Surprisingly, Roger was unharmed, and with a halo around his back, he looked more transcendent than magical. Flora couldn't take her eyes off him. "I have yet to hear your answer. Not that strange magic again." Basara reacted violently, shouting at Roger. It wasn't just a shout, it was a shockwave attack of immense physical force. Roger stared at the oncoming petal storm, and the halo behind his back formed the shape of a great tree, the Sephiroth tree. The raw power emanating from it shattered Basara's shockwave, and his face contorted in irritation. Indeed, Roger shook his head at the sight. So this is how you use it. He wasn't using magic with mana now, he was using pure imagination. This was the spirit world, after all. It was unlikely that there was a set amount of mana in the spirit world. If there was a limit, it would be the strength of the person's mind. So Roger handled his power in a manner befitting of the spirit world. It took a few spells to get a feel for it, and now he just needed to sharpen it. Fighting in the spirit world doesn't give you an advantage. A man whose only weakness was the amount of mana he had, but was now no longer at the mercy of that weakness. "First of all, could you stay away from my student?" Roger gently extended his hand toward Basara, and Basara felt a chill from the simple gesture. That was the blow that had annihilated his body in the form of Louisbold. A dazzling glow emanated from Roger's back, and the image of a giant Buddha emerged. In the spirit world, he had no limits, so its size and majesty were far greater than what he had seen in the outside world. It made Basara, who was already huge, look up once more and stirred his emotions. "Do you think ill be defeated? No matter how great your power is. I am the king here, I am the god." Basara puffed himself up, growing even more massive. His lanky body became muscular, and horns sprouted from his head. His 3 pairs of arms joined together again, but they were even thicker than before. "I am a god here." The Buddha stretched out his arms toward Basara, and Basara punched. Boom! The two enormous forces collided, but unlike before, Basara wasn't pushed back. In fact, his strength was slightly stronger. A smile formed on Basara's face. "Do you see? Your brilliant attack doesn't work anymore." "Certainly. One strike won't be enough." Roger gave Basara a friendly warning. "Then how about 1,000 of them?" "What?" Before Basara could ask what that meant, a change came from the Buddha. It wasn't the statue itself that changed, but the expanse of light behind it began to take on the shape of a hand, and countless hands formed behind the Buddha's back. "Can you stop them all? The 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes of the Potalaka." Countless hands stretched out toward Basara, who gritted his teeth and stretched his arms. The muscles in his arms exploded, and he threw punch after punch at an incredible speed. Countless shockwaves exploded in the air, and with a deafening roar, black light and pure white brilliance flashed out one after another. The ground was turned upside down, and countless petals spread outward in concentric circles. It was a battle worthy of the myths, but the fierce struggle gradually favored one side over the other. "How?" Basara threw out his fists, which had multiplied in size, in an attempt to resist, but he could not fend off 1,000 hands. One by one, blow after blow fell upon his body until he was completely pierced. Once the breach was made, the attacks came at once, as if a dike had been breached, and white flashes of light beat on Basara's body like drums. Flora could only stare at the sight, as the fight between the giant demon and the giant, strange statue was unbelievable to behold. More than that, it was the beauty of it that caught her eye. Countless palms reaching out into thin air, and each one was magic perfected to the extreme. Yes, magic. Flora's eyes were seeing it as magic now. Her eyes were telling her so. There was an enormous impact behind her, and Basara's body bounced off into the distance. Flora's shadow was clinging to Basara, and she was pushed away. With the impact, a scent wafted in, a sweet, spicy, and soothing scent. It was a scent Flora had never smelled before, but strangely enough, she knew what flower it came from. Do you know about the lotus? It was Roger's voice that brought Flora back to her senses. Roger, who hadn't taken his eyes off Basara, who had flown off into the distance, spoke with his back to Flora. By nature, lotuses are supposed to float on water, but this is not the case. It actually grows in the mud of a dirty swamp, and yet the flowers it produces have a beauty untainted by the mud. There is a saying that goes something like this: it grows in the mud, but it is not stained by the mud. No matter how full of absurdity the world is, it is not colored by it. Flora, I want you to walk that path, unshaken by anything. He wanted to walk her own noble path. You are too good a child to give up on yourself because of ignorant people, sir. Even as she listened to Roger, Flora couldn't take her eyes off his back. Roger's clothes were torn away, revealing his bare back and something like a tattoo etched there. On your back, what the hell? Oh, you mean this? Roger smiled bitterly as he realized what Flora was talking about. He didn't want to show it, but there it was. Sir, that symbol can't possibly be. Yes, it is. You're right. The tattoo on Roger's back, like a scar that can never be washed away, was a stigma. The kind the Lumensis used to brand their illegitimate children. Why on earth would you put that on you? As Flora rubbed her eyes in disbelief, Roger replied, I told you. I went through something similar to what you did. That's this. This is like not even close. Flora was almost branded, but not quite. Her mother, now deceased, had protected her as best she could. But the memory of that day was still traumatizing for her. For Flora, at such a young age, it was a scar that couldn't be washed away. But what about Roger? He wore a complete brand on his back. Judging by the size of the torn garment, it must have covered more than half his back. Normally, the Lumensis brand their illegitimate children before they reach the age of 8. That said, Roger had been branded at such a young age. Don't worry about it. It's all in the past. That's not the point. Flora covered her face with her hands as she felt ashamed of herself. She thought she was the only one who suffered, that she was the unhappiest person in the world, and that no one else could understand her pain. A tear rolled down Flora's cheek. I didn't even know that you. Stop. Roger cut her off as she began to scream. Flora, I didn't come all the way here to fight that monster to see you suffer, nor did I come to you to see you cry, and yet you insult me with your tears. Ma'am. Flora bit her lip and held back her tears. Answer. What answer? I asked if you wanted to go outside again. At the word outside, Flora hesitated for a moment. What if I say I want to go outside? As long as you don't give up, I'll do whatever it takes to help you. Really, if I don't give up, y'all help me all the way. Of course, Flora asked in a sobbing voice. Why would you do that for me? You don't need me. I shouldn't have been born in the first place. Cause, Roger said, looking back at Flora. No one should ever say that they shouldn't have been born. One look into those unwavering eyes, and Flora's heart completely changed. It may be hard now, but y'all find a reason to live in this world. I promise. Flora couldn't hold back her tears any longer and kept her head down, barely able to contain herself. Flora pleaded with Roger. Then help me. Of course. Hearing the answer he wanted, Roger turned his gaze straight ahead. Caw! An earth-shattering roar erupted from beyond the horizon of the red flower field as red petals exploded and scattered in all directions. Basara, whose body was partially destroyed, raised his gigantic body. This is my world. I can do as I please. Its bright white eyes glared at Flora, who cowered behind Roger. Flora, y'all never get out of here. Then I guess I'll just have to beat you out of here. Chapter 318, Flora. Watch it. Before entering the fray, Roger called Flora's name. Flora wiped her tears and glared at Roger. Look at what? The magic I use from now on will be different from what I've been showing you in class. Different, you mean like the light I saw a moment ago? Yes. The others can't see it, but you can. Your talent is that great. That's so keep an eye on it. One day, you might be able to use magic similar to this. For a moment, Flora didn't understand what Roger was saying. Be able to use similar magic. The same miraculous powers that Mr. Roger had unleashed. It couldn't be possible. There's no way I could see such common sense-destroying magic and replicate it. But Roger's voice was too serious. In the first place, Roger is not the kind of person who minces words to suit his audience's mood. In the end, everything he said was sincere. He genuinely thought that Flora could see his magic and learn from it. He believed in her talent and, more importantly, in her will to do it. He wanted to show her magic that the other students hadn't seen. Flora swallowed hard to stop herself from sobbing again at the words. There were no tears this time. Shed enough tears so far. Flora stared at the back of Roger's head with determined eyes. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Roger smiled faintly and floated into the air. His body was engulfed in a bolt of purple lightning, and he shot toward Basara in the distance. Flora couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight. Even a single blink was a luxury for her now. I must see it. I must see it all. I must make it mine. Flora didn't even entertain the thought of Roger being defeated by a demon. It was normal for her to think that, in such a hopeless situation, Roger would win. Beyond that, she even felt joy at the thought of learning the magic he was about to perform. The sadness is gone, and all that's left is aspiration. I want to be like him, and even better, I want to surpass him. A new life goal was etched deep in Flora's mind at this moment. Don't miss a beat. Roger, engulfed by the lightning, struck directly at Basara in the distance. Despite the distance, Basara's large size was clearly visible. Even if it wasn't because of that, Roger's attack was so powerful that it could be felt even from a distance. Care, why do you keep interrupting me? Why? With a mocking look at Basara, who was ranting at him, Roger raised his right hand to the sky. A great force gathered in the black void, and a dazzling spear of lightning was formed in Roger's hand. Myths, legends, and handed-down stories were but fakes that mimicked the original. In this spirit world, a single, unwavering belief can make something almost as powerful as the real thing, just like this spear of lightning. Go! Cry of thunder. The lightning spear left Roger's hand and disappeared in a blinding flash of light. Basara ducked his head at the pain in his abdomen as he tried to track its location. A gaping hole like a tunnel had been torn through his chest. When did this happen, or more importantly, what is this power? His flesh, which had only suffered minor damage from the Buddha's blow after blow, had taken an enormous blow. Gritting his teeth, Basara channeled his regenerative powers. He could regenerate as many wounds as he wanted, as long as he didn't lose his mind. In this world, Basara was theoretically immortal. Roger watched Basara heal his wounds as if it were a matter of course. Yeah, it's no fun to break down so easily. I would be ashamed of myself if I went out with a bang in front of my pupil and it ended too easily. Roger took no pleasure in hurting Basara in this world. There was only the simple knowledge that he had done what he had to do. With Basara's shout, a burst of black magic erupted, threatening to engulf Roger like a tidal wave. There was no mercy now, only the intent to use all of his power to eliminate him quickly. Roger raised his hands this time. Flames began to rise above his head as he poised to grab something out of thin air. It was no ordinary fire. Instead, it burned far more fiercely than the flames of hell. It was the magic sword once wielded by a giant to burn all 9 worlds to the ground. World-scorching destruction unfolded in Roger's hands. Boom, and the world split. A pillar of fire rose high into the sky, following the trajectory of Roger's sword. It traveled in a straight line, slicing Basara's attack in half, but the flames didn't stop there, cutting off Basara's right arm entirely. Basara squinted, looking down at the severed section of his arm. He tried to will it to regenerate, but the wound wouldn't budge. How? Why would a severed arm not regenerate? Basara didn't understand. If you're asking me why your wounds won't heal, I think you know the answer. With that, Roger summoned the 5 elements, one after the other, and attacked Basara. Water, fire, wood, metal, and earth slammed into Basara's body like meteorites. As he fended off the attack, Basara was thrown into confusion. What does that mean? What does that mean? But no matter how hard he denied the truth, he couldn't turn away from it completely. I am afraid. This is the spirit world. Here Basara's mind is immortal, never dying unless it is broken. In other words, his immortality would end the moment his mind broke. Intimidated by a mere mortal. He is an emotional manipulator, a being who preys on people's fears, holds their hearts in his hands, and feeds on their unholy emotions. He may have been the object of someone's fear, but he has never felt fear for someone else. And I never would. Basara tried desperately to deny that he had been frightened at all, that his wounds hadn't healed because of some unknown magic that Roger was using, until he saw Roger preparing to launch his next attack. Blinding light flashed in quick succession, and the heavenly thunder was now in his hands. Similar to the lightning spear he had used earlier, this time it took the form of a weapon. Only it wasn't a spear. Unlike a weapon that specialized in stabbing and piercing things, this one was more blunt and heavy. Hammer. It was a hammer made of lightning, and it possessed a power comparable to the lightning spear from earlier. Basara stared at the sight, his mouth open in disbelief. At first, he hadn't realized the nature of the power when he was caught up in Rudger's magic. But now, he could feel the power of what that magic was ultimately trying to accomplish. You human, how can you the power of a god? That is the power of the gods. It's not like the hated Lumensis. There is a qualitative difference between that power and the thunder hammer Rudger wields. But even so, there was no disputing that the hammer was forged with the power of the gods. A mere mortal, not even an apostle, how can you use such power? The power Rudger wielded struck fear into Basara's heart as it touched his soul. Oh my God, the Most High, forsaken by the cunning Lumensis, help me, help your apostle. Basara began to talk nonsense. There's nothing to be gained by feigning insanity. It didn't delay Rudger's action for a second. With a wave of his hand, Rudger's hammer fell vertically across Basara's forehead. Instinctively, out of fear of death, Basara raised his remaining arm to form the strongest shield he could muster. The hammer fell, but there was no explosion as the massive force collided. Instead, Basara's shield crumbled to dust before the hammer with ease. Ah! Basara's eyes took in the sight of the hammer and saw something in the power of the great beings that existed beyond. It was the eternal heavens, a power that descended from the beautiful paradise once inhabited by the one he served. I, who had hoped so much. Immediately afterward, an explosion of pure white lightning engulfed Basara's massive body. The dark world was filled with white flashes, and a violent storm raged. When the explosion was over, the light subsided, and there was a quiet repose. In the center of the explosion, where even the flowers evaporated, Basara was left with only his head. What a surprise! Basara honestly admired Rudger. His hair was slowly turning to powder at the ends and falling apart, but there was no anger in his voice. He had fully accepted his death. Wielding the power of the gods as a mortal, it's not something you can do without breaking your mind. Or perhaps that's why you were so unharmed by my attacks. Ironic, since it was humans who declared everything but the one seat of heaven to be evil, and now they're wielding powers that are bordering on heresy. Basara realized that the power Rudger was wielding was not that of Lumensis. Maybe it was inevitable that I would wake up like this, meet you, and be defeated. Is that all you have to say? Basara, who had already lost nearly half of his head, smirked at Rudger's relentless words. I can see how thorny your path will be. It's a shame I won't get to see it for myself, but it can't hurt to keep you in suspense. When you have finished speaking, go. Beware of the apostles. Rudger reacted to the first proper words of warning. It was very faint, but it told him that there were more beings in this world besides Basara that could be called demons. I suppose you guys don't consider each other allies. You humans have lumped us together, but we are separate beings by nature. Sometimes we are enemies, but other times we hold hands. How many of those apostles are there? I don't know the details, but it's important that they exist. With that, Basara said his last words, as if he had done all he could. Whatever it is, I am sure you can do it, so go ahead and shake things up, hero. With those words, all of Basara's body turned to dust and scattered. Rudger watched Basara's final moments and replied, Not a hero, I am just a teacher. Rudger muttered something to himself and turned around. Flora had realized the fight was over and was running toward him. Gasping for breath, Flora stood in front of Rudger and took a moment to catch her breath. Her clear eyes bore into his. Her face had always been stern and stern in class, but now there was a faint glimmer of respect. It was a natural reaction. After all, he had just beaten a demon and showed her real magic. Rudger looked at the flower garden, which was slowly beginning to crumble. Now that its original owner was gone, this world was coming to an end. Flora, yes, sir. Let's go. Madeline and Aidan watched the black storm with trepidation. On cue, they struck as hard as they could, but then came the problem. The storm paused for a moment as it had taken a hit, but it quickly recovered and began to spin more violently. It didn't grow as large as before, but they couldn't let it continue to swirl around the center of the square. Madeline was at a loss as to how to stop it. Her attacks, even those that cranked up her anti-magic to the max, only delayed it for a few seconds. If it moved again, there would be nothing she could do. Madeline's legs were shaking, and she was getting nervous. Master, look. Aidan lifted his finger and pointed to the center of the storm. Madeline also noticed the change in the storm. The storm, is it subsiding? The black storm that seemed like it would never stop was slowly losing power as the black smoke dissolved into thin air, slowly revealing the landscape inside. Flora lay stunned, and Roger stood, covered in wounds. Sir? Ah, hey, Aiden. The storm hadn't even started yet, and Aiden was running forward, and Madeline couldn't stop him. Roger looked back and spotted them too. Finally, it's over. With those words, Roger collapsed. Roger opened his eyes. It was the middle of the night, and it was dark, making it difficult to see. After a few moments, his eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and Roger raised his upper body off the bed to look around. He was clearly in a VIP room at the capital's main hospital. Roger examined his body, noting that there were no cuts or sore spots. He must have been treated while he passed out. The reason Roger opened his eyes, however, was not because he was fully recovered. The stirring next to him made him open his mouth slowly. I didn't think you'd be free enough to visit me in the middle of the night. I can't help it. It's now or never. Something stirred in the darkness and took the shape of a man in black robes and a mask over his face. Roger looked back at him and said, "Zero order." "Oh no, you don't even give me a respectful bow anymore." Zero Order smiled under his mask and said playfully. Chapter 319. Roger looked around. The hospital room he now occupied was a special room of sorts, used only by him. In a place like this, Zero Order would fit right in. There would be no one guarding the entrance, but the hospital itself would be heavily guarded. As he slipped through the gap, he realized just how out of place he was, but he wasn't as nervous as he had been before. He didn't know it then, but he was sure of it now. "So, what brings you here?" Zero Order has no intention of attacking him. He knows that he is not the real John Doe, but he watched the other First Orders interact with him. There was only one conclusion Roger could draw from this. Zero Order wants something from him, especially if he's willing to come to him like this. Roger didn't know what he wanted from him right now, because he hadn't given him any clues. But right here, right now, he might be able to find a clue. Zero Order smiled, amused by Roger's change in demeanor. He casually walked over to a chair off to one side of the VIP room and sat down. Roger pushed himself up from the bed. Judging by the fact that his clothes were still on, it didn't look like the hospital had done much to his body. He had seen Madeline before he passed out, so he had been taken care of by Princess Eileen. Roger took a seat across from Zero Order. The room was bathed in a bluish moonlight through the half-drawn curtains. Quite a nice setting for a quiet conversation, isn't it? Part of me wants to go outside and get some fresh air and look at the stars, but I'm not the kind of person to drag a sick person around by force. Enough with the gossip. Okay. If you don't want to do it, it wouldn't be polite to say more nonsense. Zero Order seemed to take it for granted that Roger would speak back to him. It's as if he's fully aware of his personality and takes it into account. Before continuing the conversation, Zero Order placed a hand on the mask he wore over his face. With a click, he removed it and placed it carefully on the table. Roger watched the sequence of events in disbelief. He hadn't expected Zero Order, who had been hiding his identity behind a mask, to suddenly show his bare face in front of him. Aside from his surprise, Roger's eyes scanned Zero Order's form, not wanting to lose sight of his true face. Behind the mask, Zero Order was far from ordinary. He expected him to be an incredibly horrific monster or some other twisted creature. But in reality, Zero Order was no different than a normal man, and quite handsome. His skin was white, and his hair was inky black. Even in the moonlight, his hair seemed to suck up all the light. It's just the right length, curly, and somehow soft. He looked too good to be the mastermind of the Black Dawn, the organization that manipulated all the events of the world from behind the scenes. You look quite surprised. If we're going to have a proper conversation, we're going to have to do it face to face. Zero Order smiled at Roger. It was one of those smiles that were hard to read between the lines. "I've seen what happened today from afar. The Liberation Army, warlocks, and demons. Wasn't this all you're doing?" Roger asked. "Weren't you the one who taught the warlocks about the existence of the underground facility and enabled them to continue their experiments?" Indeed, Zero Order knew all about it, but he laughed lightly and shrugged. "I see, that's what you're thinking, and it's a bit unfair. I didn't make them do that. You didn't make them do it. Of course, I knew about the dead world tree beneath the capital and the demons sealed within." The words gave Roger an indescribable feeling. Zero Order had drawn a line in the sand, as if that was all there was to it. But I can assure you, it wasn't me who leaked the information. Then it must have been Nikolai. Yes, Nikolai specializes in gathering information. I didn't ask him to do it, and I can't believe he's been doing it so secretly. You knew about it and let it happen. I won't deny it, but considering how Nikolai usually is, it was a bit of a courtesy this time. He's the type to make a big deal out of things. Zero Order didn't really argue that point. So you wanted to see me because you saw me struggling. Are you going to give me a pat on the back for a job well done? It'd be teasing you if I said you had a hard time. I'm here to see how things are going, and I have something to tell you. Roger thought about what Zero Order had said. Zero Order had said they were looking for someone. That's why he sent John Doe to Theon. Now that John Doe was dead, Roger was the next in line to fulfill the task. Is the person you are looking for the owner of judgment? Roger was the first to speak. Zero Order's ashen eyes flickered at the words. He tried not to show his emotions, but the reaction itself lent credence to Roger's guess. You found it. Roger glared at Zero Order, who looked expectantly in his direction before answering. No. If you didn't find it, how do you know they have judgment? I've read the scriptures. It says that saints are born when the world is in great turmoil, and judgment is one of those saints' powers. I don't understand why you're suddenly talking about the scriptures. It's because there's an entity that's always been mentioned in those texts. Roger remembered Basara's presence and also remembered his warning. As they talked, Roger continued to recall, organize, and reassemble information. How did Zero Order know about the underground facility? Where had Zero Order heard that Basara was sealed in the roots of the Dead World tree? And most of all, Zero Order had watched it all unfold. The demons from the scriptures. No, I should call them apostles. After smiling for the first time, a frost of expression descended on Zero Order's face. Did Basara tell you that? He didn't tell me about the existence of the other apostles until shortly before he died. I don't think it's because of his kinship with you. He just wanted to trouble you, but he did tell you they existed, and that should have been enough of a clue for you. I won't deny it. Ha ha. Well, well, I would have preferred to keep my identity a secret. Zero Order regretted that one of his hidden hands had been revealed. But you don't seem too surprised that I guessed your identity, do you? Is that something I should be surprised about? What? Ha ha ha, you're a funny guy after all. My eyes weren't wrong. Zero Order revealed that he is a demon. Roger takes it for granted, but there was something bizarre about the two of them, to say the least. Since you know my identity, I assume you've guessed right. Yes. I figured if a demon from the scriptures was looking for something, that's the only way to find it. That's true. Normal people wouldn't bother with that kind of scriptures, but since I've come this far, I don't need to hide it anymore. That's right. I am looking for a saint candidate. Zero Order mouthed the word candidate. It might have been an insignificant detail to overlook, but Roger didn't miss it. Why are you looking for them? Is it to get rid of them? Is it because I am a demon that you think so? I'll leave that part unanswered. I have my own issues. Whatever it is, the answer is no. The idea of finding a saint candidate in the first place is too far-fetched. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. It's not that easy to find them. They might not be awakened right now, and we don't know when they'll pop up, but one thing's for sure, the candidate for the Judgment Eye is definitely in Theon. There was conviction in Zero Order's voice. There was no way he could have known that the Judgment's candidate was in Theon from an ordinary information book. As an apostle, he must have known through some other means. So I'll ask again, just to be sure. Are you sure you haven't found the candidate? There was something irresistible about Zero Order's stare. He was suspicious of Roger now. If it were anyone other than Roger, they would have allowed themselves a moment's respite. But Roger had seen it all before. He'd had enough of this sort of thing. I still haven't found it. I've only just realized that I was a candidate for the judgment in the first place. Okay. Let's move on from that for now. Fortunately, Zero Order didn't seem to want to probe further. I'm sure you have your own questions. Something about the apostles, for example, as you may have heard from Basara. Finally, something important. Roger shifted his stance, ready to listen to Zero's next words. As you know, we are what you humans call demons, opponents of the will of the Lord Lumensis, planners of disasters that want to plunge the world into chaos. You seem pretty proud of yourself when you say that. Because I deserve it, but you see, we're not demons. We call each other apostles. Apostles. The word apostle means a messenger or an agent sent by God. Indeed, Basara had searched desperately for his guard before he died. Roger never asked the Zero Order if they had a guard they served, or if there was a guard other than Lumensis. And Zero Order smirked, as if he'd expected that from Roger. I see. You know the hidden truths of this world, too. To a certain extent. Yes. So, Roger Chelisai, what do you see in this world? Roger closed his eyes for a moment. Zero Order watched him in silence, patiently waiting for him to answer. When Roger had finished, he spoke. A cage. A cage, yes. This world is a cage, covered with thin, tight iron bars, beautiful and repulsive, vast and absurdly narrow. We are trapped in it, unaware that we have been deprived of our freedom. Indeed. Zero Order nodded in satisfaction. When I first saw you that day, in front of the burning warehouse, I could tell you were something else. Someone else. Yes. You're a human, but you see the world the same way we do. You see it through a different lens, ones that no one else does. That alone qualified him, but Roger dismissed Zero Order's words with a snort. Even if that's how you see the world, there's no way I am going to get along with you, the one behind all the events. Yes, I recognize that, because if you look back at where you've come from, you're a very different from me. Zero Order made a comment that suggested he was aware of Roger's past behavior. It was not just a guess. Zero Order actually knew. As much as he has a hidden hand, Zero Order must also have a hidden hand. Especially considering he's a demon, not a mere mortal. But one day you're going to have to make a choice, because this world is too big a place for one person to navigate alone. So we're going to hold hands. That's what it sounded like, though it would be better if we did. Roger stared into Zero Order face, but all he could see in his expression was favor. Maybe it was because he'd found a colleague who saw the world the same way he did, or was it because there was another reason? Roger didn't know, nor did he think the man would tell him if he asked. It was then that a third party interrupted the conversation. How long have you two been talking to each other? The voice came from the window, so Roger and Zero Order's gazes naturally turned there. A woman was leaning against the window, which had been open for some time. She was dressed in loose-fitting adventuring clothes that exposed her shoulders and collarbones, and a corset that cinched her waist tightly. She wore thigh-high black leather boots and clutched a parasol in one hand, but it was her hair that drew the most attention. Her mid-length hair was half white, half black, centered on her brow. Roger had never seen anything like it before. Didn't I tell you to wait outside, Helia? It was then that Zero Order spoke. I was waiting, but the person who said he'd be back didn't come back in time, so I got bored and made my own move. The woman named Helia turned her gaze toward Roger as she spoke. Her two yellow eyes sparkled as if she had found something interesting. So, you're the human who took down that Basara. Roger's expression hardened at the woman's words. The ease with which she spoke to Zero Order and the way she waited until he spoke to her gave away her identity. I had a feeling she wasn't a normal human. He didn't think he'd see another apostle in this room, but Helia smiled wryly and waved at Roger. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Helia, the newest First Order. Chapter 320, A New First Order. At those words, Roger naturally turned at Zero Order as if asking if the words were true. Zero Order nodded wordlessly. He said that he was looking for a new First Order during the Order Synod. Besides, the way Helia was treating him, she seemed to know that Roger was not the real John Doe. Zero Order must have told her. What a strange day. I can't believe I've met 3 demons in such a short time. Demons are only mentioned in ancient texts and legends. Naturally, people in this day and age dismiss the idea of demons as mere fiction, even though they lurk in the shadows of the world. Such demons have gradually begun to reveal themselves. Zero Order, Basara, and now Helia are demons to the world, but they consider themselves apostles. There must be more than 3 demons, and here's the problem: Basara said he had a mission, so the others must have missions too. Feeling Roger's stare, Helia smiled wryly. There was something dreamlike about the way she smiled against the moonlight. He's a funny one. He's got us right in front of him, and he's not afraid of us, but he's trying to think. Indeed, this is the man who defeated Basara. Should I say he deserves it? As she muttered, Helia's figure vanished like a mirage. The following moment, Helia reappeared behind Roger's back and ran her black cotton-gloved hand over Roger's shoulder. And you're quite handsome, too. In all my years, I've met very few men as handsome as you. Roger's eyes snapped to Helia, and her form vanished, then reappeared like a mirage. Just as Basara specialized in minds, this must be some kind of power Helia possessed as an apostle. An illusion. At Roger's outburst, Helia removed her hand from his shoulder, and her eyes widened in surprise that it only took one look for him to figure it out. That's amazing. Normal people are so easily fooled. As she muttered that, Helia's position shifted once more toward the window. She hadn't moved in the first place, merely fading away and pretending to appear behind Roger's back. It's not just an illusion, it's a touchable, tactile illusion. It's my specialty, and it's a bit of a blow to my ego to be seen through by someone who's only met me once. Do you like to play cards? With that, Helia produced a deck of cards from her hand. It was an illusion, but of course it was something you could touch. In other words, although Helia's illusions were illusions, they were real. Helia was tempted to offer Roger a wager because it hurt her pride to have her abilities seen through so easily, but Zero Order stepped in to restrain her. Helia, that's enough. I am having a conversation. HMPH. Are you ordering me around? Don't you realize that I don't have to do what you say? We're equals. Helia. Zero Order spoke Helia's name in a more chilling voice, but the mere change in tone made the atmosphere in the room grow heavier. Even Roger, sitting across from her, felt a faint but palpable chill run down his spine while Helia, the recipient of his gaze, was still smirking. For a moment, the two demons glared at each other, but in the end, it was Helia who raised the white flag first. She sighed heavily and shrugged. Okay, don't look at me like that. I was bored. Oh man, who do you think is so traitorous that they'd kill their own apostle for flirting with someone? Helia. Oh no, look at my sanity. I wasn't supposed to say that, was I? Helia stuck out her tongue while narrowing her eyes. At the sight, Zero Order shook his head, tired of being lectured. Traitor. Roger thought back to Helia's words. Don't be so harsh. It's hard enough to keep an illusory circle around this room as it is. If you go on a rampage here, you might get caught. At the mention of an illusory circle, Roger glanced out the window. The view outside was unremarkable, but when he strained his eyes to take a closer look, he saw something subtly out of place. I wonder if that's how they were able to sneak in here in the middle of the night. But was it really necessary to sneak in here in the middle of the night? Roger's doubts were quickly dispelled by Helia's next words. It's a strange thing to begin with. Why is there a monster in the capital? I thought it disappeared about 20 years ago when it said it was going to destroy the Bretis kingdom. Helia grumbles and Roger realized at once who she was referring to. She's talking about my master. Do they know each other? Furthermore, given that they were talking about a 20-year gap, it was clear that they hadn't seen a trace of her since she picked him up. It was clear that Helia was unaware of his relationship with Grander. Given her open behavior here, it was the same with Zero Order. Roger kept his mouth shut for a moment, figuring it was best to keep it hidden for now. What bothered him now was that Zero Order had been called a traitor by Helia. So there's some sort of conflict among the apostles. They used to be enemies. In retrospect, Basara didn't have much of a sense of camaraderie with the other apostles. After all, they were separate entities. But that's not surprising. People don't all get along with the same people. So what are you going to do? It was Zero Order who spoke up. He looked at Roger again, as if he had chosen to ignore Helia. Perhaps he was asking if they were going to hold hands. I'll withhold that answer. I wasn't expecting a positive answer, but I suppose I should count myself lucky that I wasn't rejected outright. But we'll eventually cross paths again, someday. Zero Order was sure they would, and Roger didn't bother to argue with him because he was feeling it too. Zero Order, what the hell do you want? You've heard, I am sure, that the apostles have a mission. Basara said it was his mission to rid the world of humanity. Are you trying to tell me you're the same? Zero Order shrugged. I wouldn't do such a thing otherwise. No. Roger cut through Zero Order's answer. If you really wanted to end the human race, or even worse, destroy the world, you wouldn't have left Basara to die like that. Basara's abilities are particularly overwhelming against humans, since masters and lesser rank wizards have fallen before his mental attacks. The crucial reason for Basara's failure was Roger. His mental waves were ineffective, and he was unable to prevail even in his own realm of the mind. In the past, Basara was sealed the roots of the world tree, but he had been resurrected after so many years, only to be defeated by a single person. You stood by and watched Basara die. I had no choice. He was dead before I could do anything. That's a lie, too. You knew all along that Basara was sealed underground in the capital, but you didn't try to free him even when you knew. If Zero Order really wanted chaos in the world, he should have unsealed Basara right away. His refusal to do so meant that Zero Order had a different agenda than Basara. He had created a secret organization, the Black Dawn, to wreak havoc on the world, but even that could not erase the perception that it was a step toward his hidden purpose. If anything, I think you wanted Basara dead. Enough. Zero Order cut Roger off mid-sentence. I've had enough of this unproductive talk. We don't have much time left, so let's cut to the chase. You do realize that Brettis is on the move again, right? I am aware. They recently opened a door that was long closed. Especially with what's happened in the capital this time, I am sure they'll be looking to interfere with the Exilian Empire, as they have been doing for a long time. I doubt the Empire will stand idly by. Of course they won't. Over the years, the power of the Kingdom of Brettis has diminished, and the power of the Empire has increased, but you should know that. It's not the power of the state that makes it so terrifying. Roger knew what Zero Order was talking about. You mean the power of religion? That's partly true, but their power is far more terrifying. Why do you think such a facility is abandoned underground in the capital in the first place? Zero Order brought up the subject of underground facilities out of the blue. Do you know who built those giant hollows and underground ruins? I know they were built by an old kingdom long before the Exilian Empire. Yes, and that kingdom was a very powerful one at the time, so much so that not even the Brettis kingdom of the time could stand up to it. Roger felt something odd about that statement. The kingdom of Brettis couldn't do anything. But from what he'd heard from Princess Eileen, the country's leadership had changed overnight. The kingdom of Brettis has historically wielded great power, and what mages typically use is called magic, but what they use is called holy law. Holy law, otherwise known as divine magic, was once considered a miracle of the gods, but in more recent times, it has come to be referred to as divine magic, a subclass of magic. However, Roger knew that its fundamental power was different from magic, the holy artifacts that are based on it and the people they create. It's not the physical force that scares me, it's the mental, a fanaticism that borders on brainwashing. The Old Kingdom, before the Empire, did not want nations to be controlled by the holy kingdom of Brettis, so they experimented in secret, working hand in hand with a subspecies. Roger remembered the dead world tree in the underground facility. Why would there be such a thing underground? They worked with the elves. Yes, the world tree is a tricky species that is impossible to cultivate unless you are an elf. Many wizards were surprised when it was first said that the roots of the world tree were underground. But if it was the elves who were involved, then the existence of the world tree made sense. But that's strange. I thought the elves held the world tree sacred and worshipped it, so why would they be involved in growing it? The elves were once different than they are now, just as the human world is. Perhaps the elves of the past were very enterprising, unlike now. They had such a past, and perhaps their current conservatism was due to the events of that day. For Brettis, it would have been heresy for the kingdom to join forces with the elves. Yes, but the kingdom tried to hide it somehow, and they did a good job of it. The problem is, Basara saw through it. On a mission, the demon Basara attacked the kingdom eventually. The kingdom joined forces with the elves to fight him, and they managed to seal him in the roots of the world tree. But in the process, the kingdom of Brettis caught wind of it. Eventually, the heads of state were all replaced by the authority of Brettis without a single act of resistance. Roger felt uncomfortable again. There's no guarantee that something similar won't happen this time, so be careful. You're trying to use me as a messenger, so I can deliver that warning to the Exilian Empire. Don't be so offended. I'm sure the Empire isn't too fond of the kingdom of Brettis, and neither are you. Zero Order was right. Honestly, if you asked Roger what he hated more, the demons or the Holy Land, he'd say the Holy Land of Brettis without a doubt. He hated the demons, but he hated the Holy Land even more, because they did all sorts of evil things in the name of God. Part of it was because he was one of them, so he was more familiar with their darker side. It's time. Zero Order stood up from his seat, placing the mask he'd left on the table over his face. Roger didn't bother to hold him back since he had no reason to. Before leaving, Zero Order said to Roger, "The Order Synod will convene again soon. Why are you telling me that? Just so you know." And with that, he flew out the window in a puff of black smoke. Helia waved to Roger and disappeared from view like a mirage. As the two demons disappeared, the illusory circle that surrounded the hospital room melted away, and Roger stared wordlessly out the open window. The stories the two demons had left behind were enough to make his head spin. But it doesn't change what I have to do. It was then that someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Roger asked, and a soft voice came from the other side of the door. "It's me, Flora Lumos." How could she be here in the middle of the night? Roger wondered, but then he realized. Flora had been at the scene, so it made sense that they were in the same hospital. It was then that Flora, who had been pacing outside the door, cautiously spoke up. "May I come in?" Chapter 321. Flora's behavior in the middle of the night made Roger wonder. Why now? Roger was about to say no, but he held his tongue. Normally, he would have told her to stay away, but fighting with Basara had taught him who Flora was and what she wanted. If he pushed her away, she would be hurt all over again. "I can't help it." Roger let out a small sigh and opened his mouth. "Come in." He felt a flinch from the other side of the door, and then the door cautiously opened. Roger sat back in his seat and stared at Flora as she entered. Once inside the room, Flora looked around cautiously until she spotted Roger sitting still in the center of the room. Flora's eyes were blank, as if she were dreaming. In the night, a pale moonlight cascades through the open window as Roger sat still in his seat with the blue light behind him. It was like looking at a dreamy painting. "Come and sit." Roger's voice snapped Flora back to reality. Flora realized her indiscretion and quickly took the seat across from Roger. Her face was flushed, albeit slightly. "Aye." Flora tried to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. There was so much she wanted to say before she walked in, but now that she was face to face with Roger, she felt like her brain froze. At this rate, the awkward silence would continue, but Roger spoke up. "Are you feeling well?" His voice was uncharacteristically soft, and Flora's head snapped up. She made eye contact with Roger and replied in a slightly croaky voice. Fine. You're not sick anywhere." "Ah, yeah. I was checked and they said there's nothing wrong with me. In fact, they said I'm healthier than I've ever been." "I'm glad to hear that," Roger said, but he kept a close eye on Flora. The only light was the bluish moonlight streaming in from the window, but it wasn't enough to distract him from seeing something. "Hair." "What?" "The color of your hair, it's changed, a little bit, but it's darker." "Oh." Flora nodded, realizing what Roger was talking about. "Yes." Apparently, the effects of the possession are such that once the color is gone, it never fully returns. Flora's hair had been a bluish-blue color, but now it was darker. It wasn't completely black like it had been when Basara had taken over her body, but there was no hiding the faint black tinge. "It shouldn't be a problem, should I dye it?" "You won't have to. It's not like you're going to be penalized for it." In fact, Flora's change in hair color was proof that her talent had blossomed even more than before. The physical changes were the result of Basara taking over Flora's body and forcing her to realize her potential. Judging by the results alone, it was a sign of success. At that, Flora barely suppressed the smile that threatened to spread across her face. In truth, she had given it a lot of thought before coming in. She wondered if the fact that her hair was darker than it had been before was a sign of a curse from the demonic possession. If it was, she would have to dye her hair. Flora honestly didn't want to dye her hair. It didn't look bad on her, and she was happy to have a little bit of Roger's hair color. In such a situation, how could she not be happy when Roger told her it was okay? "I wonder if you feel the same way." Of course, Roger didn't know that. He was just saying it was okay purely as an advisor. "I see. I'm glad to hear you're not ill, so what brings you to me this late at night?" Flora asked, a little taken aback by Roger's straightforwardness. "Does it have to be something?" "It's Flora. People don't usually come to me in the middle of the night unless they have something important to discuss." "Ah." Flora blushed as she realized her mistake. She tried to come up with an excuse, but her fingers tangled in her hair. "Well, why not? At this time of night, can't I come by?" "No," Roger said firmly, and Flora pouted her lips as if hurt by the words. Normally, she wouldn't have done this, but Flora was feeling mentally closer to Roger now. So much so that she would naturally do things with him that she wouldn't even do with her old friend Cheryl. Okay, since you put it that way, I'll cut to the chase. Are you pouting?" "No, I'm not pouting." "Well, let's call it that then. What if I was, in fact, pouting? You said you weren't earlier. I suddenly changed your mind. How do you want me to respond to that?" "First of all, I just wanted to thank you for saving my life back then." Flora bowed her head as she said it. If it wasn't for you, I might have been. Enough with the thanks. Like I said, I did what I had to do. Well, people don't usually do what they have to do, and it was pretty dangerous. Well, we're both okay in the end. Yeah, well, anyway, I wanted to say thanks because I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow, so I was trying to do it as soon as possible, which is why I am here now. Why not tomorrow? You've done a lot of work on this case, and you're going to have all sorts of people coming to see you tomorrow, and it's going to be hard for you to find the time. Flora was right. Right now, he was in solitary confinement because of his injuries, but by tomorrow, he'll have all sorts of people coming to see him. The only good thing is that not many people saw it firsthand. Roger thought of the witnesses. He knew how to deal with the others, but Casey Selmore bothered him. Still, the fact that she knows who I am and hasn't told anyone yet suggests she's up to something. Except for Casey, the others didn't matter. That's where Eileen's help would come in. If she's competent, she'll quickly take the credit for this as if it was someone else's doing. However, Flora, unaware that he has some sort of deal with the first princess, was convinced that Roger would be busy starting tomorrow, but Roger didn't feel the need to correct her. I see why you came in the middle of the night, but is this the end of your business? No. Flora raised an eyebrow, and Roger crossed his arms, adopting a tell-me-more attitude. Well, what do you mean? You see, Mr. Roger, in my dream now, I don't know if I should call it a dream. Anyway, you showed me that unusual magic. I did. What was that? Roger repeated, not understanding the gist of the question. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I mean, the one you used, Mr. Roger. Yeah, what the hell was that? You ask a strange question, Flora. You're talking about magic, but you ask me what it is. What am I supposed to say? Was that magic? Flora repeats with a scowl, but Roger didn't understand her attitude. Didn't I say I was going to show you magic? You did. Well, if I said it and used it, it's magic. The logic was so perfect that Flora was speechless. She moved her trembling lips closer together and found her voice. So it really is magic? Yes, but that kind of magic is not. You've never heard of it. Is that right? Flora nodded. Of course, because it's not magic that exists. I created it myself. You created it. But it's not normal to create magic of that magnitude, is it? The magic I use is simply unaffected by hierarchy. It's a literal miracle, a power that requires no training and no chanting. And how do you do that? Faith. Flora. Roger stared at Flora with a steady gaze. Looking into those blue moonlight eyes, Flora felt like she was walking through a dream. Faith. The word that Roger had spoken was stuck in her mind. Faith in magic, a mind that seeks mystery, and a sincere will to fulfill it, all of those things make up true magic. True magic sounds like nonsense, but it's strangely believable when you say it. She saw with her own eyes what Roger did in that field of red flowers. Flora, you saw it. It's magic, no matter how much you try to deny it. Yes, it is, and I was puzzled too, so I asked you to confirm it, because it's magic that has never been revealed before. I get it, so what was it like? What do you mean, what was it like? The magic. It was, I don't know how to put it into words. She tried to keep her voice calm, but Flora still felt her skin crawl just thinking about it. Her fingertips trembled, her body tingled. It wasn't fear but excitement at the prospect of a new mystery. A shiver ran through her body like a stallion on a prairie, raising the skin on her back. Her heart pounded like an active volcano, and her head burned like an overload. As a wizard, it's hard not to feel exhilarated, both mentally and physically, to witness the magic of the century with her two eyes. Flora, why do you think I showed it to you? Flora swallowed hard at Roger's question. Why? I know the value of my magic, and that's hard for people in this world to accept. It's not like that, it's almost a revolution. A revolution is a big word, a force to be reckoned with, but to me, it's all the same. Ah, yes. Flora felt a surge of excitement run down her spine. That's right. This was who he was. She found herself slowly adjusting to Roger's behavior. To continue my question from earlier, do you know why I showed you that magic? It's because. Flora thought about why Roger would show her this great magic. The answer popped into Flora's head at once, but she hesitated before answering. What if she answered, and what if she didn't? Then she might die of embarrassment. Flora didn't like expectations, since she had lived a life of being betrayed by expectations. Maybe it would be the same now, but this time, she wouldn't push him away like a prickly hedgehog. Flora took a deep breath and spoke. Because I can use that magic. That's right. Flora gulped at Roger's answer. This magic I use is not something that can be easily copied by someone else. Even the most talented wizard of the Lexer class will fail as many times as a novice who has just begun practicing magic. Then why did you show me? Because you have talent beyond that. But even so, that's weird. You're just showing it to me because I can learn it, shouldn't I? Of course not. It's my magic. I can do what I want with it. That's. As Flora began to argue, she realized it would be a meaningless rant. Roger was not a man to be judged by basic common sense in the first place. Given your talents and the path you have ahead of you, it is my judgment that ordinary magic will not suffice. That's why I've shown you a new horizon of magic and the path you must take. Why would you do that for me? I told you, I cannot allow a wizard with your talent to be oppressed by humans who do not recognize your value. And yes, I cannot stand idly by while others pass on the torch. Flora had to stifle the glee that threatened to surge through her at those words. Otherwise, she might have jumped out of her seat and let out a shout of joy. More than that, she didn't want to show Roger her ugly side. I've given you all the clues to the new magic. All that remains is for you to utilize it. Roger appreciated Flora's talent. She was the only student in the class who could perform a simple version of his coordinate designation magic. Now that her potential had been forcibly unleashed by Basara, Flora's possibilities were even more wide open than before. Maybe she would go where he hadn't gone before. Okay, if that's what you say, I'll try my best. Your best is not enough. You have to try like hell. I'll do that even if you don't say so. Roger nodded in satisfaction at that curious answer. So you've asked all the questions you wanted to ask. No doubt, in fact, there's still more I'd like to ask you about, like that mark on your back. It's a family affair. Okay. I'm not going to bring that up because it's probably hurtful to you, too. Instead, there's just one thing I'm curious about. What is it? Flora asked, narrowing her eyes at Roger as if that was her real question. What's the connection between you and that girl, Renee? Chapter 322. Flora closed the door to Roger's hospital room and stepped out. She leaned back against the door for a moment, unable to move. Her blurry vision was projecting the conversation she had just had with Roger. What's your relationship with the girl named Renee? Flora took a deep breath and asked the question she was most curious about. She wondered if she should have asked the question right then and there, but she was more concerned that she would never get an answer from Roger. Normally, Roger would have responded to Flora's question with silence, or at least dismissed it as nothing. But because of what was going on in his mind, Roger listened to Flora's question and then became deeply troubled. From that alone, Flora realized that Roger's attitude toward her was quite different. She realized that he seemed to care more about her than before. I can't go into details. It's my personal business. What does that mean? You actually have a relationship. Not a very good one. But you seem to care a lot about her. Flora revealed the bitterness she'd been harboring, something she wouldn't normally do. But just as Roger's attitude towards her has changed considerably, Flora's behavior towards Roger has also changed, and she was more genuine than before. There was a kind of resonance between what had happened in their minds. No one but the two of them will ever know what happened that day. But even so, Flora was quite troubled about the relationship between Roger and Renee. It was in the past, something she doesn't even remember. Did you two meet a long time ago? Roger gave a small nod, but Flora didn't ask how they had met or what had happened. She couldn't bring herself to ask after seeing the changed expression on Roger's face. It was a look of deep sadness she'd never seen before and made Flora feel sick to her stomach. She realized that she had been helped by Roger, but she couldn't help him. For the first time in her life, Flora felt a sense of inadequacy. At the same time, she thought that if something bad happened to her, would her teacher look like that? Flora shook her head. She had promised herself to be different from now on. She had to try harder since for the first time someone had reached out and given her a chance. She didn't want to waste a single minute of her life. Pulling herself together, Flora made her way to her hospital room. Feeling Flora's movement away, Roger remained seated, staring out the window. Contrary to what he feared, Flora seemed to be doing quite well. Neither her speech nor her behavior was any more embellished than before. Her emotions were more visible, which was nice to see. And while he was glad for that, Roger couldn't help but feel his head spin. The events in the capital would have far-reaching consequences, but Roger wasn't worried about the future of the ripples themselves. His only concern was Ren's condition. When he had rescued her from Basara that day, He had looked into her eyes that were filled with bright light, a sign that the plan had worked. Basara looked at Renee and said she was a saint, but Roger didn't know what that meant. Renee had the qualities of a saint. The judgment she possessed was not simply inherited through blood. It was determined by something much larger and more fatalistic. There is only one in every century, and most of the time, its bearers don't even realize they have such power. The only time they wake up is when something big happens on a global scale, but Renee's judgment eye has awakened. It wasn't complete, but it was enough to make her wonder about herself. And most of all, I am worried about Zero Order finding her. Given that Zero Order is a demon, he would be most likely to seek out Renee to eliminate her. For now, Roger is hiding her, but one day she will be found out. Will he be able to protect her in the future? I just wanted her to grow up like a regular kid. He wanted the child to forget everything and live a normal life, but fate would not allow it so easily. Roger stopped thinking about it and let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had no one to blame but himself for what had happened to Renee in the first place. From the day he killed her mother with these bloody hands, her life was already far from normal. In a way, by caring about her, he was doing her an even greater wrong. It was a selfish act, a one-sided way of relieving him of his guilt. But it happened. If he had come this far, he couldn't pretend he didn't know. And in a twist of fate, there was one other person in Theon who had been involved in the day's events besides Renee, Freud, and Ulberg. The little wolf was now a fully grown man, but his animosity towards Roger has only increased. He hadn't yet told Renee about her past, but Roger never knew when something might come out of nowhere. Whoa. Roger thought back to the last conversation he'd had with Andre in the underground central area. He had failed to protect someone, and he had despaired about it. So had Andre, and he had ended up becoming a warlock. You will not fail. The words of encouragement struck Roger as ridiculous, not because it was silly. Rather, it made him feel grateful. Those few words from Andre touched Roger's heart. The irony is that the words brought sweet comfort to Roger's parched heart. I thought I would live my life in solitude, but this is what happens when you live. Roger thought to himself and looked out the window. It was strange that the person who should have been the first to arrive by now hadn't. Strange. I thought she was in the capital. Isn't she coming? Granda's nature was such that she would have come to tease him in the middle of the night. Away from prying eyes if he had been injured and taken to the hospital. She's so selfish. It's not really strange that she doesn't come when she's supposed to. Roger had given up trying to guess at Granda's behavior. If she doesn't come, that's good. Well, I wish we could have chatted a bit more. He's quite an interesting guy. Helia grumbled, twirling the mountain in her hand. Zero Order responded to Helia's comment with a silent nod and continued on their way. The streets of the dark capital were desolate with unclean debris from the terror that still lingered. Helia liked the sight. It was as if the world had come to an end. Of course, the world hadn't ended. These ruins would be rebuilt and returned to their neat and tidy state by the next day. Still, it's good to enjoy it while you can. When Helia muttered that, Zero Order, who was walking ahead, stopped. Helia, who was walking behind, also stopped. What the hell? What's going on? Helia poked her head over Zero Order's shoulder and stared straight ahead. Then her face twisted into a grimace. In the center of the wide street was a girl with blonde hair that shone in the moonlight that poured in like a curtain and red eyes that could be seen clearly in the darkness of the night. She looked like a doll in a crimson dress. Helia's crumpled expression didn't straighten easily, knowing her identity. No, why would you? Going for a walk on a moonlit night. When Helia muttered that, Granda broke the silence. It's a rare sight, not just one of your kind, but two of you together, nay, three, considering what happened today. Granda's red eyes glowed eerily. It was like a drop of water falling into a still pool of blood and rippling out. The sight made Helia tighten her grip on the parasol in her hand. Meeting her gaze, Zero Order remained unperturbed and spoke. What brings you here? No business. Is there some reason I shouldn't be here? I thought you wanted some quiet and thought you avoided crowded places. That was a long time ago. I have long since changed my mind. Granda smiled mischievously as she spoke. That's what's bothering me now. I'm not in the best of moods right now. I came here to do some sightseeing, and now I've run into two creeps. You're the one who forced us to come here when we were avoiding you. Or are you going to fight right here and now? Why not? A crimson aura began to swirl around Granda. Not to be outdone, Helia began to stir up black magic, ready to use her illusions. At the sight, Granda curled the corners of her mouth in disdain. You dare to use that crude illusion against me. I recall that I punished you severely once before, but you seem to have forgotten. At least I can buy myself some time and escape. You're the same as ever, trying to run away from someone who's stronger than you. Because no one usually wants to fight a monster like you. Granger's eyebrows shot upward in displeasure at that retort. A monster? Ah, I take that back. Helia immediately lowered her head. Of course, it was only words, and slowly illusions began to take shape around Helia as ancient beasts that looked like a mishmash of beasts and bugs appeared. All she had to do was give the command, and they would attack Grander with everything they had. It was then that Zero Order stepped forward. I'm not going to fight you anyway, so let's just call it a day. What? Grander raised an eyebrow and shot Zero Order a look that said, "What does that mean?" Zero didn't avert his eyes, and their gazes collided in midair. In the end, it was Grander who withdrew her power first. HMPH. My excitement is gone. That's good. It hasn't been that long since I've seen you, but you're still different from the other so-called apostles. I suppose. An immortal who wants to die and an apostle who doesn't seek God. It's so ridiculous I can't even laugh. Helia was puzzled as the life drained out of him. What? I thought we were going to fight. Shed been scrambling since Shed realized Grander was in the capital. When she and Roger met, she didn't keep her illusions active too long to avoid being detected by her, but Grander was more perceptive than she realized. As they quietly made their way out of the capital, she appeared in front of them and showed hostility. Somehow, though, Grander had no intention of fighting her. Is that old woman senile? In the old days, she would have lunged at me, splattering me with blood. Even now, the memory sent a jolt of electricity down her spine. Unlike Helia, who was genuinely surprised, Zero Order seemed to have guessed something. You found it. Grander snorted at Zero's confidence. Not found. I've just pushed the goal back a bit. I see. And did you ever find what you were looking for? I haven't found it yet, but I've seen the trail, so it shouldn't take long. You're faster than I thought. What the hell? What are you two talking about without me? Helia asked, but neither Zero Order nor Grander answered her, so she pouted her lips, as if they weren't even in the same space. Ah, well, I don't need to know then, do I? With that, Helia spoke with a huff and vanished like a phantom. The illusion of the ancient beasts she had created dissolved into thin air like a mirage. I shall go as well, and I trust you will honor your oath. With that, Zero Order vanished in a puff of black smoke. Oath. Granger muttered the word oath once, then turned her carnelian eyes to a single spot. In that direction was the hospital where her apprentice was staying. She had heard that her apprentice had been injured and had been taken away, and she had considered making fun of him. Today is not the day. She shook her head in disappointment and strode back to her quarters. At this rate, she's going to have to make fun of Hans. My apprentice picked up a pretty funny one, though. Burra, what is it? Hans, who was nursing Balaruna back at the inn, shivered at the sudden chill. Surely the events in the capital were over, so why the uneasiness? It must be an illusion, right? Chapter 323. The next morning, a visitor came to Roger's room. He opened the door to reveal a handsome knight with blonde hair and a good-natured expression, Passius. The first princess is expecting you. I think I need to rest a little longer. The first princess is expecting you. I'm afraid I'm still not feeling well. The first princess is expecting you. No matter what he said, Passius just smirks and repeats the same answer. It's unfortunate for him, but Passius is giving off the vibe that he can't give in either, so Roger has no choice but to reluctantly agree. When they arrived at the hospital's entrance, a black steam car was already waiting for them. The car was reserved for the imperial family, so it was difficult to see the interior through the glass windows. Perhaps this was a courtesy of Princess Eileen. I didn't ask for this. The thought of Eileen's generosity should have overwhelmed him, but Roger didn't think so. Eileen gave as much as she received, but she took more than she gave. All of these little perks and considerations she was giving now would add up to a leash on him later. Roger knew it, but he had no reason to refuse at the moment. It was Eileen who would cover up as much as possible for what he had done, and Roger was in a position where he needed help. Once they were in the car, Passius took the wheel. Do you drive? Sometimes I drive when the princess is on a secret inspection, which is why I had to get a license. Does the royal guard do that? I am an unusual case. Even as he muttered that, there was already a hint of resignation in his voice. Roger felt a twinge of pity for his successor, but at the same time, he was glad he wasn't in that position. Using a master who can coat his bare hands with aura as a mere chauffeur. I don't know whether to call it a waste of manpower or working him to the bone. As Roger was thinking that, the vehicle pulled away as Passius turned the wheels skillfully. The roads were deserted, as the repair work from the terrorist attack hadn't yet been completed. So, how are you feeling? Good enough thanks to the treatment I received. As per the princess consideration, I've hired tight-lipped healers, so you don't have to worry. I see. Oh, by the way, there are other people waiting in the Imperial Castle right now. First of all, those who entered the underground tunnels that day will be awarded medals. You mean a decoration ceremony? I don't mean to sound snooty, but you should be a little proud of yourself. You're just jealous because the others don't know about what you did, right? Passius smirked behind the wheel. To be honest, I'd rather give Mr. Roger all my medals. You mean me? I know what happened that day in the underground tunnels. When I woke up, I was in a different place, and I couldn't help but feel that I owed it to Mr. Roger. Did the others think so too? No. I was the first one to wake up, and I talked a good game, so no one really suspected anything. As a shadow of the first princess, he had a very neat way of handling things, and Roger was glad to hear that. To reveal that he stayed behind and fought Louisbold alone would be to reveal that he'd been hiding his power. Not that anyone hasn't noticed, of course. Do you happen to know who it is? Casey Selmore. The answer came right out of Roger's mouth. I see. You and the detective already know everything there is to know about each other. Not exactly. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't bother you, but Detective Casey agreed with me that Mr. Roger saved our asses. In fact, she even managed to convince the one person who was most suspicious of you, Trina Ryanhowell. Is that so? After all, Casey seemed intent on keeping his identity a secret, even now. She hadn't even told her best friend, Trina. Now I find that rather suspicious. What does Casey Selmore want from me? Even then, she insisted on fighting with me no matter what. Why? Does she feel a sense of competition? Aside from Roger, Casey was the only one who resisted the demon's power. It wasn't perfect, of course, and she was in a pretty bad state, but it was something to wake up in that situation. It was something Roger hadn't expected at all. By any chance, is Casey Selmore in the Imperial Castle? Oh, that's Passius hesitated for a moment before answering. Detective Casey left for Leathervelk shortly afterward. You mean she left? Yes. The princess personally called for her, but she left, saying she was tired and busy. Passius' words were not empty, but more like heartfelt praise. As far as he was concerned, Casey's cool refusal of the first princess' subtly pressuring invitation was very admirable, perhaps even more so because he knew he would never be able to do the same. I did see her condition before she left, though, and she didn't look too good. What condition was it exactly? Oh, Ure finally admitting that there's something between you, and Ure worried, right? Yeah, let's just call it that. Just kidding, just kidding. She had a dark look on her face, and she looked really tired. Is that so? Yeah. Passius had drawn the line at the end of the story as far as he knew. Roger remembered the pitying look Casey had sent his way at the end. Glancing out the window, Roger scratched his temple with his hand. Maybe he should go see for himself at least once. We've arrived. By now, the vehicle had arrived at the entrance to the Imperial Castle of Devalk. The guards had been warned at the entrance, and they opened the gates right away, frightened at the sight of the vehicle. The castle was still majestic, untouched by the terrorist uproar. Looking at the countless white spires, Roger headed inside, half excited, half worried. Roger stood in the anteroom, where the Emperor stays for a short time before being announced, casting a subtle glance at Chris Benimor, who was nervously hovering on one leg. Mr. Chris Benimor. What? Roger said his name a little stronger, and Chris responded. His voice, which normally would have been booming, was somehow weak and full of melancholy. Roger knew what was wrong with him. Are you still thinking about that elf lady? Not that elf lady, Lady Belaruna. Yes. Are you still thinking of Lady Belaruna? Don't you dare use her name. What the hell? Roger shook his head in disbelief. During the underground fight, Roger had gotten everyone to safety, but in Belaruna's case, he had hands take her away before the others could come to their senses. The problem was that Belaruna's disappearance shocked Chris as if the sky had fallen. You're a very unlucky man. Chris Benimor was now searching for Belaruna as anxiously as a man with a broken heart. If it weren't for today's ceremony, he'd be wandering the capital like a ghost. I'm sure she's out there somewhere. No, you don't know how frail and delicate a woman Lady Bellaruna is to have disappeared so suddenly, so suddenly. Feeble and frail. For a moment, Roger had to reconsider his understanding of the meaning of the word frail. To his astonishment, Chris had been convinced that Bellaruna was a young elven maiden. Bellaruna, the infamous witch doctor of Thunderworld. If you dropped her in a crime zone right now, she'd probably eat them up. Just look at her work in the underground waterways. In the midst of all that fighting, Bellaruna had even managed to sneak a chimera and some flesh tissue from the subjects inside her personal pouch. Roger was horrified to see it when he went to retrieve the specialty chemicals. I mean, she didn't even get in trouble for trying Target into the world tree, so what's the big deal? Roger shook his head. But I can't just leave Chris alone. He's getting on my nerves as we share the same space. In that case, I'll ask the first princess. What did you say? I will have a chance to speak with Princess Eileen privately, and I will ask her where Miss Bellaruna is. So just be quiet for now. Roger swallowed the last part, but Chris seemed to recognize the implication and immediately stopped shaking uneasily. Yes, please. Roger was relieved to see Chris calm down. Now that he'd said this much, he should ask Bellaruna for her opinion. It's her choice to meet him or not. However, given the way she had reacted to Chris, it was unlikely that she would say no. I'm sure she'll want to meet him, so I'll let her. Roger had a sudden thought. I'm not going to get a wedding invitation out of the blue, am I? He wondered what his face would look like then, but he couldn't quite picture it. Are you ready? You must depart now, an imperial servant said, opening the door. Roger and Chris rose from their seats and followed the servant's lead into a large hall. The Hall of White Mirrors, as it was called, was a pure white space that could hold hundreds of people and still have room to spare. Light streamed in from all sides, creating natural lighting that was not at all dazzling, and the floor was made of smooth marble. True to its name, it was like a white mirror, and everything was clearly reflected on the floor. Roger glanced up. Beyond the sparkling, jewel-like chandeliers, hyperrealist masterpieces were painted on the ceiling, a space of both aesthetic beauty and awe. It was here that Roger came face to face with the Emperor. Of course, he wasn't alone. Roger was flanked by Chris Benimor and other members of the infiltration team, including Passius and Trina Ryanhal. Only Bellaruna and Casey Selmore were absent. Roger looked at Rotharan, who still wore the iron helmet over his face. It was almost disrespectful to hide one's face in the presence of the Emperor. However, Rotharan's refusal to show his face was so well known that special permission had been granted. Suin. Roger remembered Iona O'Valley, one of the students in his class. Suins are a fairly discriminated race in modern society. In the elitist world of magic, they were naturally ostracized even more. Nowadays, it's much less prevalent, but there are still vestiges of discrimination. For a Suin to rise to such a position in such a place, it must have been hard work. Not to mention, Rotharan was also hiding unusual magic. That means he got there with his own strength, something that could not be done without a great deal of determination. It was then that Rotharan glanced at Roger from behind his mask. Roger could feel the stare. It wasn't because he was staring at him, but because Rotharan was secretly aware of Roger. Just then, a powerful trumpet sounded, signaling the start of the ceremony. Both men's gazes turned toward the front at the same time. Out of the corner of their eye, they saw the imperial family, but there was also a face they hadn't seen in the square. It was the Empress sitting next to the Emperor. I can see right away who first Princess Eileen looks like. The Empress was so young and beautiful that she didn't look like someone who had 3 children. She could have even been mistaken for Eileen's sister. The only difference was that she had a more mature and cozy look, unlike Eileen, who was darker inside. Next to the Empress stood the first Princess Eileen, and beside her were the second prince and third princesses. The entire imperial family has gathered here, and it looks like it's quite a ceremony. In particular, the 3 siblings with their completely different personalities stood out. Of the 3, it was the second prince who caught Roger's eye the most. Unlike Eileen and Erendir, whom he had seen many times, this was the first time he had met the second prince. He rarely shows his face in public, so this was a rare opportunity. The second prince was, in a sense, the most unusual of the 3. He was the one who rarely generated rumors. If you were of imperial blood, you were bound to generate rumors of some sort. Their bloodline brought the blue with them wherever they went, and even Erendia had made a name for herself among the nobility, but the second prince was even less recognized than Erendia. That was partly because he kept a low profile, but Roger suspected there was something else. Second, Prince Ivlan van Exilian. The frail-looking figure resembled his father, but the look in his eyes was very different. He said he gave up the succession, the power, all of it, because he was pushed out by first Princess Eileen. But the look in his eye says otherwise. It was then that the second Prince Ivlan gaze met Roger's. Their gazes intertwined in the air. At the same time, Roger sensed something about the second prince. That man, he is deliberately concealing himself. Chapter 324, the medal ceremony was uneventful. Quite a few people had gathered in the hall to watch, but none of them were as interested in Roger as they should have been, since most of the credit went to Passius. It had been concluded that the Liberation Army's terrorist campaign was stopped largely due to the work of the Royal Guard and the other master, Trina Ryanhow. Or more accurately, that's what the imperial family concluded and covered up the truth. Of course, the truth could not be completely covered up. In the case of the Black Storm on the ground, there were too many witnesses. The demon Basara attacked the students as they sought refuge in the imperial palace, knocking them all out. Afterward, a huge storm raged, and Third Square was completely destroyed. No matter how much they tried to block information, they couldn't cover up the truth. The only good thing was that the students who were caught in the crossfire didn't remember what happened. The reason was that they had been traumatized. Of course, there are some who have intact memories, like Flora Lumos, Renair, and Aiden. For starters, these three had intact memories. Two of them hadn't been knocked out, and one had woken up quickly enough to be in the middle of the action, but there was no need to worry. Flora would keep his secret, but he'll have to speak with Renair, while Aiden was the only one left. But he decided not to bother with him, since Madeline was his master. Given Madeline's usual behavior, he wasn't sure what to expect, but she was surprisingly good at following through. That's why she was in the Black Ops Alpha team. As Roger mulled over the situation in his head, he felt a gaze on him. He squinted in the direction of the gaze, and there, staring back at him, was a man, second Prince Ivlan. Of all the people being honored in the hall, he took a special interest in Roger. At first, Roger thought it was a coincidence, but one look into his eyes changed his mind. Rumor had it that the second prince had a gentle heart and not much political skill. Instead, he excelled in artistic endeavors such as painting and music, and it was said that he even gave up his right to the throne because he loved them so much. But in reality, the second prince was not like that at all. Roger, who had met many people and seen countless events, was convinced. He has a monster in his heart. It is said that a kindred spirit recognizes another kindred spirit, so it was clear that second Prince Ivlan felt what Roger felt. There was a glint of interest in his eyes as he looked at Roger, but it was only a fleeting moment. The medal ceremony, which seemed to last forever, was over. After receiving the attention and applause he deserved, Passius gestured to the center of the room. Passius, Passius, Trina, Trina. The people cheered and threw flowers at the heroes of their country. Roger was inwardly relieved by the enthusiastic response. It was proof that their smoke screen was working. Even as he thought this, Roger could not take his eyes off the second prince. After the ceremony, Roger joined the other teachers. "Mr. Roger, are you feeling well?" Many of the teachers were excited to see Roger and Chris back. Even though they had gone to the other side of the battle to help, it didn't change the fact that they had gone to a dangerous place. Now that they'd come back alive and well, and even earned a medal, there was bound to be some attention. To Selina's worried glance, Roger nodded slightly, assuring her that everything was fine. There wasn't much danger because the others fought hard. In reality, both Roger and Chris had been in danger, but he didn't need to elaborate. "I'm so glad you're A-okay. We were all so worried," Merylda said playfully as she came up beside Selina. "Of course, especially Selina. Do you know how much she prayed for Mr. Roger to come back safely?" "Me, Miss Merylda." "What? Why, I was only telling him what really happened." "Oh, no matter how you say it." Selina blushed and squinted at Roger. She wasn't usually embarrassed to admit that she'd done something like that within earshot of Roger. "Thank you for your concern." When Roger said that, Selina's face brightened, a look that showed her emotions so blatantly. Merylda gave a small giggle at the sight, and Selina shot her an intense glare. "Anyway, I'm glad you're back in one piece, Mr. Roger, and I'm sure everyone else is too. except for that guy over there." As she said this, Merelda's gaze shifted to Chris, who was surrounded by a group of aristocratic teachers. "He doesn't have any injuries, does he?" It's the kind of thing you wish you didn't have to say. Merelda's hostility was not surprising, considering Chris' usual dismissive demeanor. Well, I wouldn't say he's unscathed." "Oh, really? I was just joking and I didn't think it was that serious." "That's not bad, so where did he get hurt?" "His heart." "What?" Merelda asked, wondering what the hell that meant, but Roger didn't say much more than that. "So when are the others going back to Theon?" "That's something we don't know yet, but I am sure the President will be able to give us a more detailed schedule." Selina told Roger that the Theon administration was currently swamped with the messy field trip. "That's why we're here at the Imperial Palace, waiting for them to get back to us." "I see, and besides, the students need to get some rest as well, so perhaps we should stay in the capital a little longer." "Yeah, that's really thrown a wrench in my schedule for the rest of the school year, and I'm already worried about how much I'll have to cram in." As she muttered that, Selina turned to Roger and apologized. "I am sorry." "Sorry for what?" "That there's nothing I can do to help." Roger didn't think it was necessary to apologize for that, but the look on Selina's face told him she meant it. "You've put too much on your shoulders, Mr. Roger. You've saved students and gone down into the tunnels where the terrorists were, even though you didn't have to." "Miss Selina, that's what bothered me. I was in the safety of the Imperial Palace, and there were students out there struggling, and I couldn't help them." Selina hated that. She felt that she had done a terrible job as a teacher in Theon. More than that, she felt that as a human being, she had a responsibility to step in and help in this situation. Of course, Selina was not to blame. She was the one who had prevented the people inside from going outside, but that didn't matter to Selina. "There was something I could have done, and I didn't do anything." She lowered her head in a somber tone, while Roger stared at her for a moment before speaking. "Miss Selina, the events in the capital are certainly unfortunate. However, none of the students were actually seriously injured. Miraculously, none of the Theon students were harmed in this incident thanks to their mentors, who did their best to protect them. While some students were slightly injured in the Chimera's attack, none were fatally injured. Although many of the students fell victim to Basara's psychic waves, they were able to shake them off quickly and without any lingering effects. It was safe to say that there were no real casualties. But even if the students were safe, that doesn't mean there weren't any victims. Many of the capital's citizens were killed or injured, and many were left homeless and are still struggling in relief barracks. I won't deny that. I also feel bad that I wasn't there to help them, because if I had been, I might have saved at least a few more lives." Selina was right. If she, an accomplished elementalist, had stepped in, the damage would have been less than it was. The death of a person is a heavy thing. But most people are numb to the deaths of others who are not related to them. They may feel sad, but they can't express genuine sorrow and condolences since it's not their business. But Selina was different. She mourns even the death of strangers. Suddenly, Roger remembered what Selina had been through in the past. She had lost people she cared about, and her village had been burned. Although that was all Esmeralda's fault, and had nothing to do with Selina, since she was nothing more than an artificial spirit that Esmeralda had created to remind her of her innocence. A false personality, in a way. But were the emotions and feelings she was showing now really fake? They weren't. Miss Selina's reaction is understandable. But at the end of the day, this is what happened. You can grieve and feel sorry for yourself, but that's it. You don't have to dwell on it anymore. Selina's eyes widened in surprise, and she was about to ask why he was speaking so bluntly when Roger continued. "On the way to the capital, I saw the situation outside. The streets were broken and ruined, and workers were hard at work moving materials and clearing debris, and it's only been a day since that terrible thing happened. That's. I'm not saying they're immune to the devastation. I'm sure they grieve. I'm sure they're angry. I'm sure they feel hopeless, but they were there, sweating it out, rebuilding." "Do you know what that means?" Selina hesitated before answering. "I don't know. It means that in the end they will get through it." Selina's eyes narrowed, and she timidly retorted with a trembling voice. "But there might be some people who didn't." "Yes, I'm sure there are, and those people will need help." "Then. But it's not up to us to guide those people. It's up to the grieving person's neighbors, friends, or family people who can genuinely empathize with their grief. So we don't have to be sad, we just have to believe that they'll get through it." At that moment, Selina realized why Roger was telling her this. He was telling her that he was worried that she was dwelling too much on her grief and wanted to reassure her that she shouldn't be so hard on herself. His caring gesture meant the world to Selina. I'm not sure I answered your question, Selina. No, it's more like an overflow, and from the sounds of it, I must have been going off on the wrong track. Selina smirked at Roger with that answer. It was a warm, springtime smile that seemed to make flowers bloom all around her. I feel like I am always getting help from you, Mr. Roger. Thank you. Not at all. Roger was momentarily speechless at Selina's smile, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, I don't think so. But there was no way Merelda, who had been secretly eavesdropping, could have missed it. Oh. Selina blushed as she regained her composure. Me, Miss Merelda? Huh, why? Well, what was that reaction? What reaction? That's. Just then, in the distance, Passius spotted Roger and came running toward them. Ah, there you are, Mr. Roger Chelisai. All eyes turned to the man who had been so instrumental in solving the attack, but unperturbed by the stares. He turned to Roger. The first princess has asked to see you privately to recognize your work in resolving this situation. Roger nodded his understanding and turned to Selina and Merelda. I'll excuse myself for a moment then. Oh, okay. Roger quickly followed behind Passius, who walked straight ahead, and they arrived in an ornate drawing room. Welcome. Eileen, who was waiting for them, turned to Roger and said, the pure white sunlight streaming in from the window illuminated her silver hair, and Eileen was a shining jewel in her own right. From her demure demeanor to her facial expressions, she exuded charisma and dominance. I was tired of waiting. Why don't we meet in the garden where I saw you that day? It's the same yard where my mother and siblings moved, and I don't need to draw attention to myself. I don't mind being seen, but you do, right? In short, she was saying that she was going to all this trouble for Roger's sake. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Yes, be more grateful. You owe me. I would be more grateful if you hadn't said that. But if I didn't say it, you were going to pretend you didn't know. Roger didn't bother to reply. Instead, he casually sat down in the empty seat across from Eileen. Eileen's jeweled eyes sparkled, and she clasped her hands together and jammed them against her chin. Let's talk about what happened down there. Chapter 325. Have you not heard from Sir Passius? Not all of it. Passius fainted halfway through. How could you not know that? Roger's gaze naturally shifted to Passius, and he couldn't help but smile awkwardly at the question. It's just that I shouldn't be hiding anything from the princess. The words were unavoidable, but given the same circumstances, Passius would have made the same choice. His loyalty is to the imperial family, and he would never do anything contrary to that. To Eileen, at least, he had to be truthful with nothing to hide. So what happened to the Liberation Army officer who used that demonic power? He's dead. Dead. How? I killed him. Roger answered bluntly. There was no point in hiding it from Eileen, who knew most things anyway. If anything, it would make it easier for her to help cover up the truth. In fact, when she heard Roger's answer, Eileen gave him a look of disbelief. Is that true? Didn't you say you wanted me to tell you everything? Roger looked at her with a distant gaze. Eileen tapped her forehead with her index finger. From what I've heard, this Louisbold guy was a guinea pig for demonic power and gained great power. Yes, that's right. You have your facts straight. He was said to have harvested the parts of countless missing wizards and implanted them into his body, allowing him to manifest multiple spells simultaneously. He was also said to be physically complete, with access to the cells of the world tree and demonic powers. Yes, that is also correct, since the masters were overpowered. Eileen's expression grew more subtle at Roger's answer. And you killed him, is that what you mean? Yes. How? From what I hear, even the master's aura blade was unable to properly wound him. Ah, princess. Technically it could, but his regenerative powers were so great that he recovered. Shut up. You will keep your mouth shut. Passius interrupted, but was quickly silenced by Eileen's tirade. You killed a creature that had shed its human form and become a full-blown monster, and you did it alone. There was no one to help me in that situation, so alone, yes. Oh, not completely alone. I did have some help from Andrei Semov. Just a little. Please describe the situation in detail. Eileen didn't know much about the story after Passius passed out. That was why she had called Roger here now. Roger told her how, after his companions had passed out, he had moved them out of the way and fought Louisbold alone. Eileen was initially intrigued and consistent in her attitude. as Roger explained that he had subdued Louisbold with various spells. But as Roger's explanation grew longer and longer, she showed her first signs of surprise when he told her that the demon Basara awakened from within Louisbold. A demon, did you say? What are you so surprised about? A demon? Haven't you already heard about the demonic power sealed inside the world tree? I've heard that the demonic power was refined to strengthen the experiment, but I haven't heard that the sealed demon was fully awakened. Then you've heard it now. At Roger's words, Eileen glared at him, wondering if he was lying, but she knew he wasn't lying at all. Then there was that black storm that was seen on the ground. Yes, it was caused by that demon. Roger explained the power of the demon Basara, interfering with the human psyche, stirring up inner trauma, sending people into fantasies, and breaking them mentally. Eileen laughed in disbelief as she listened. From what I've heard, its power is so dangerous that it can easily take down a Lexa rank wizard and a master. It must be, since I was actually struck by both. But how did you survive that power unharmed? Not exactly unharmed, I was also affected. But you didn't pass out and fought him. Yes, I held it together with my mental strength. You make it sound like you're a well-trained soldier, like you got through it with your strength and mental toughness and all that. It's ridiculous. Eileen shook her head as if in pain. Roger's words were full of things that defied common sense. But the whole situation and Roger's behavior was proving to be true. Eileen had always known that Roger wasn't a normal person. I'm lucky because I'm basically immune to mental attacks. People don't usually call themselves lucky for something like that. Well, let's call it that then. Eileen narrowed her eyes. The more she listened, the more she couldn't help but think that she was getting a little bit caught up in Roger. But he was the one with the information right now, and he had the relational advantage in this situation. So you say the demon fled to the surface, attacked the Theon students as they sought refuge, and took the body of a girl. Yes, indeed. That explains why the students and guards fainted during the evacuation. Now we have a piece of the puzzle. She thought it odd that there was no sign of injury on their bodies, considering they had been attacked. None of the men could remember what had happened to them before they passed out, and they thought that the Liberation Army had played another trick on them. She didn't think it was due to demonic power. Is the student whose body was taken over okay? I remember you saying it was Flora Lumos, that Lumos. I saw her once before I came here, and she didn't show any signs of anything unusual. It may not have been immediately apparent, but there's no telling what will happen later, and if it's a member of the Lumos family, we'll have to be careful. We'll have to keep an eye on her. I intend to, even if you don't. As much as I'd like to, I'd rather keep her here and check in on her periodically. As she muttered that, Eileen sneaked a glance at Roger. I'm sure a certain teacher would be very upset if I tampered with his student, so I'll have to put that idea to rest. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's fine. If you're keeping an eye on her, that's reassuring in a different way, so I guess I can trust you. So, did anything else happen? The demon took over her body and forced her physical talents to bloom, which is why her hair color has changed, albeit slightly. Any side effects from that? No. On the contrary, her magic sensitivity, total amount of mana, and sense of the magic have increased by leaps and bounds. So she practically gained a boost in her talent. Eileen was intrigued by Flora Lumos, but it was only a fleeting feeling. There were too many other questions on her mind right now. So how did you deal with the demon? I entered the student's mind and annihilated his mental body. Eileen wasn't surprised anymore. She took it for granted. That must have been no ordinary fight. It wasn't a big deal. Yeah, it was not a big deal to you, but not to everyone else. Eileen cupped her chin with her left hand, lifting her right to point her index finger at Roger's brow. I sometimes wonder when y'all say something out of the blue, a word of great praise, and it's always no big deal, an ordinary thing so-so, not like this, but something more. Just the thought of those words coming out of your mouth frightens me. I think I need to brace myself. Eileen's words were playfully sarcastic, but also half sincere. It was at that moment that Eileen's expression changed from a smirk to a grimace. I see. I hear what you're saying. In the end, it was the Liberation Army that did this, but it was the awakened demon that did the deed. Yes. Well, that makes it even more troubling. Demonic power in the center of the capital gives them a reason to intervene. If they are, the cult of Lumensis. Its headquarters, the kingdom of Bretis, to be exact. Roger's jaw dropped at the mention of the cult of Lumensis. He remembered the bishop who had sought him out in Leathervelk. Normally, they would have stayed quiet, but lately they had become very active, and Roger didn't know why. Do you think they'll see through this? They will. They're very perceptive in these things. A black storm has risen in the center of the capital. It's ominous to say the least, and too many people have seen it. The only good news is that the black storm was caused by Basara, who had taken Flora's body. The fact that Roger had actually stopped it was unknown, but only that. The cult of Lumensis would use it to their advantage, and they might get to the truth by some means. For now, we're keeping as much information as we can, but it's only buying time. They're bound to get involved and start investigating, and when they do, you're telling me I'm not the only one under suspicion. You won't be the only one. The Lumos kid, Flora, will be caught up in it, and even if the two of you can keep it a secret, there is no truth that can be hidden from the world forever. Eileen clicked her tongue lightly at the thought. How insolent of them to use their privilege in the name of their gods and try and meddle in my family's affairs. Unfortunately, when they set their minds to something, it's not easy to stop them. It was not long ago, after all, that the kingdom of Bretis wielded great influence. They say it's less powerful now than it once was, but I don't buy it. You know what happened to the former kingdom before the Exilian Empire took over? Roger nodded with a heavy expression. Before the Exilian Empire appeared, the former kingdom built a facility underground and conducted many experiments. We don't know why they built such a huge structure underground, but we do know that the elves were involved, and that something that almost succeeded was thwarted by Basara's intervention. Come to think of it, I heard a story about that underground. About what? About how the dead world tree came to exist in an underground facility and how a demon was sealed within it. Eileen didn't look at him, wondering why he was telling her now. There had to be a hand or two they kept from each other. Wasn't that the nature of their relationship? That's interesting. There were those who helped grow the world tree underground. Elves, yes. At the mention of elves, Eileen leaned back and crossed her arms. She seemed to be lost in thought, and then her lips parted as she remembered something. Come to think of it, I've heard such stories, that there are special nobles in the kingdom of the elves. Yes, I heard that too. They were called the Elder Houses. They are said to be divided into several families, from those who control the world tree to those who rule outside the forest, but the most powerful are those who guard the center of the forest, the world tree. They are called the seven roots of the elven kingdom. But do you know, the House of Riffa, which is said to be the guardian of the world tree and the most powerful, was not always so. Is that true? It is said that in the past, the Riffa family did not rank so high within the seven roots. There was a different family that served the world tree at the time, but something happened, and the Riffa family became responsible for the world tree. You don't mean to tell me that something strange happened? Yes, it's just a guess, but it seems likely that it has something to do with the world tree underground in the capital, and it makes perfect sense. It was still speculation, but Roger thought it was a very credible story. To grow a world tree underground in the first place would be impossible without the help of elves. However, not all elves have the ability to grow a world tree. In the immediate case of Balaruna, she was banished from the kingdom for touching the world tree. The world tree is a deity that elves serve. To tamper with it would have been an affront to their very identity. But the Zero Order said there were some very enterprising elves in the past. Roger pictured the situation in his mind. A family that existed before House Riffa, and what had become of them. Most likely, it had been ousted from elven society. More than just banished, the family itself might have disappeared. That would have caused a great revolution in elven society at the time. Yes, but it was a long time ago, and it's such a closed place that few people know about it. Except, there is word that survivors of the ousted family still exist somewhere on the continent. That's surprising, but when you think about it, it makes sense. Indeed, they were once the most powerful family in the elven realm, so they must be well hidden somewhere on this continent. If we're lucky, we might run into them and learn the truth of the day from them. That's nonsense. They'll be hiding their identities for fear of pursuers, and how do you expect to meet them? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Roger thought it was none of his business anyway. The heirs of a doomed elven family are not the only ones who are searched for. Chapter 326, An Elven Family. Roger calmly corrected the story Eileen had told him in his head. There were other great families in the elven realm besides House Riffa. He did not know their names since little was known about them. Most likely, after the incident, the Elven Kingdom had destroyed all records of that family. The family that controlled the World Tree was very enterprising, uncharacteristic of the elves of today. They joined forces with the kingdom that was the forerunner of the Exilian Empire. The elves took a sapling of the World Tree and began to grow it secretly in the kingdom's underground. I don't know what they hoped to accomplish with it, but it wasn't a bad attempt. They almost succeeded, but when the demon Basara intervened, things went awry. Eventually, they succeeded in sealing Basara in the world tree they had been nurturing underground, but the tree was drained of life, and Basara's rampage became a problem when those who hated the demonic presence smelled it and moved. The kingdom of Bretis meddled in the affairs of the kingdom and the elves, and from that day forward, the leadership of the kingdom has changed. But the change was so subtle that it went unnoticed by the people themselves. It is strange that their king has changed, and they do not know it. It was as if a great unknown force had acted on a national scale. Roger finally summarized the situation. The current guardian of the World Tree is the Lipper family. That meant that the previous family in charge of the World Tree had most likely been ousted for stealing the sapling of the World Tree. It was understandable if the elves had become more conservative and confined themselves to their kingdom after the events of that day. 100 years ago, they had even gone to war with the humans. But what had happened after that, Roger didn't know. I need more information about the elves. He wondered if he should ask Belaruna about that. It had happened at least 500 years ago, and she wasn't that old. There was one elf who seemed to know, Vierano Dentes, teacher of elemental studies to the fourth-year students of Theon, an elf with the outward appearance of a young boy, but who had obviously lived longer than any of them. Eileen was contemplating inviting him over for tea later to hear his story. So, what are you going to do now? The job was done, but Roger gave all the credit to Passius since he didn't want to stand out too much. He'll have to go back to teaching. This whole incident really messed up the school calendar, and it's going to take a lot of time to get it straightened out again. You're a very diligent teacher, but that's not what I asked. Of course not, Roger said, glaring at Eileen. He'd like to go to the treasury in the Imperial Palace now. Roger walked the long corridors of the Imperial Palace, guided by Eileen and Passius. The beauty of the interior, each piece a work of art, was something he had felt before, but it was truly breathtaking. However, even that extreme beauty was far from enough to hold Roger's attention now. What Roger was about to see was not the kind of art that many people have seen. The Exilian Empire has a long history and tradition. It was a place filled with mysterious artifacts and treasures of unknown use. You may rejoice. It was Eileen, who was walking confidently in the lead, who spoke up. The treasury is a space that is not easily opened, even to members of the imperial family. Except for my father, the current emperor, no one is allowed to enter. Considering that, the princess seems to be going in as if it's a matter of course. That's because I am the next emperor. That meant that Eileen had pushed aside all the other claimants to the throne and was now proudly wearing the victor's crown. Roger thought of two others, second Prince Ivlan and third Princess Erendia. Erendia herself was not interested in power, but the other was a different case. The second prince. The second Prince Ivlan gives off an outward appearance of modesty and weakness, but Roger knew better that there's something else inside him. Perhaps his public persona is a mask. I wonder if the first princess knows that. Roger hesitated to ask Eileen. After all, the second prince was her blood. It didn't look good for an outsider to suspect him. Besides, Eileen is a woman who lives for her own self-satisfaction, but is also surprisingly protective of her family. Just look at the way she treats Erendia. Erendia is actually tired to death of the first princess attitude. Call it perverse affection or disingenuousness. It was safe to say that the way Eileen showed affection to her family was twisted in some way. Another way to look at it is that Eileen has her own kind of familial love for her siblings. Asking Eileen if she knows anything about her brother, the second prince, is a bit of a risk. To be honest, it was a pretty big risk to take. Ah, sister. Just then, a startled voice came from the front. I turned to see it was Erendia, accompanied by her handmaidens. Her jewel-colored eyes stared at us in disbelief. What brings you here? Well, I was on my way back to where the students are staying. After all, I am a student of Theon. Since you're home, perhaps you could rest a bit longer and talk to your father and mother. That's not necessary. I just saw them a little while ago. For such a young lady, you seem eager to get back to your friends. You must have made many good friends in Theon. Ah, that's. At the mention of friends, Erendia was visibly taken aback, since she had not made many friends. It's been almost a year and a half since she entered Theon, and Erendia had only made one friend. If she told her sister this, she would tease her for the rest of her life. Of course, I've made lots of friends, and I am having a great time at school. Even as she said that, Erendia sent an intense glance over Eileen's shoulder toward Roger, and her eyes were begging him to keep his mouth shut. Roger realized why she was so desperate. That. It was a pretty pathetic response, so Roger decided to play it off as best he could. HMPH. I see. Eileen shook her head in disbelief, and Erendia quickly changed the subject, as if the lie would be discovered any time soon. And where is sister off to now with Mr. Roger? I promised him a reward in advance for doing me a favor, so I am on my way to deliver it. But even if you were to take this road, you go to the Imperial Treasury. Erendir asked with a puzzled expression, and Eileen nodded as if that was the correct answer. That's right. I'm going to give him a gift from the Imperial Treasury. Now, wait a minute, sis, that's not quite right. Of course, Mr. Roger has done a great job, but the Treasury is in a different class. I'll give it to him. What's the big deal? I am the one who's authorized to open it. Still, we've only opened the Treasury to outsiders once in the last 100 years, and that was at the inauguration of Master Luther. Then this would be the second time. That's not something you can say that easily. Erendia shuffled her feet, unable to argue with her sister. It was in that attitude that Roger realized how great it was to enter the Treasury. Then Erendia looked back and forth between Eileen and Roger. It's unwritten law that the Treasury is not to be opened unless you're a member of the Imperial family. And I don't think Mr. Roger is going to be a member of the Imperial family. Sis, you can't possibly. Erendia trailed off as a disturbing image flashed through her mind. Eileen and Roger made a fine pair standing together. Eileen had natural leadership, charisma, political skills, a good eye for people, stunning beauty, and a brilliant mind. Even though she was her sister, she was so perfect that she didn't dare to look at her. So sometimes she wondered who her sister would marry in the future. Her husband would have to be at least as good as her, and it was unlikely that Eileen herself would accept any man for a companion. But if it's Mr. Roger, Erendia naturally compared Roger to Eileen. She didn't like Roger very much, since every time she saw him, she was reminded of her sister. Someone who looked normal and carefree on the outside, but underneath was something else. But here he was, standing with Eileen, and they couldn't have been more out of place. His looks. A man as cold, noble, and sculpted as Roger is hard to find, no matter where you look on the continent. His abilities. In addition to being a teacher at Theon, he invented new theories and rose to the position of director of planning in the shortest amount of time. No one could argue with that. Personality. To be honest, she can't say it's good, but compared to Eileen, it's better. Or rather, it suits her. Sister. No. Erendir asked, denying reality while Eileen smiled mischievously, realizing at once what strange fantasies Erendir was having. HMPH. I can't believe you've become so perceptive after all this time in Theon. Is it all because of your time in Theon? Erendia felt a wave of dizziness as she heard her words. She staggered to the side and was about to collapse when her handmaidens rushed to her aid. Princess, are you all right? The handmaidens shouted and quickly carried Erendia into the distance. Roger watched the whole skit and turned to Eileen. Aren't you being a little too playful with your sister? After such a passionate reaction, I can't stop teasing her. Well, I suppose so. I see you sympathize, and I can't say you're not a good-natured fellow like me. Eileen smiled in amusement, and beside her, Passius added, well, I suppose it's still better than the first princess, who knows, and is therefore worse. Eileen glared at him, and he shut up. Anyway, let's get moving again. From what I heard earlier, it sounds like you're not supposed to open the treasury. Are you sure about that? Don't you dare ask me that now. I made the suggestion knowing full well. With your skills, opening the treasury is rather cheap. Eileen started walking again, followed by Passius and Roger. Of course, if your performance doesn't live up to expectations, I've thought about reducing the number of things you can take from the treasury. Well, it looked like it, but you've performed beyond expectations. You've saved lives, stopped terrorists, and exorcised demons. That's why I don't even want to think about cutting you any slack in negotiations. Is that so? It's the right thing to do. The reward must be certain. Eileen was firm about this. She's almost obsessive about the certainty that comes with competence. It wasn't for nothing that those beneath her were so loyal to her. Eventually, the three of them reached a place so dark and deep that even imperial servants could not be seen. Leading the way, Eileen stopped in front of a massive stone gate. She lifted her head and looked up. Carved with all sorts of ornate symbols, the gate was imposing in its own right. It was similar to the gates she had seen in the world of Dreamland during the Order Synod. No, it was far greater than that because that was a dream, and this was a real door. Halt! If you get any closer, I'll draw my sword. True to Eileen's warning, there were guardians in ornate armor on either side of the entrance. Guardians, this is quite a murderous place, as it should be. As Eileen stepped forward, the Guardians' jet-black helmets glowed with an inner light. It was then that Eileen produced the key she had brought with her. She showed them the golden key around her neck, and the Guardians' glow returned. It was a simple gesture, but Roger saw the Guardians instantly recognize the key's unique magic wavelength. You may enter now. As I said, there are only 3 items you can take out. You are not coming with me. Only one person is allowed to enter the treasury. Any more than that, and the door to the vault will not open. That's thorough. It has to be. The underground vaults at the Kunst auction house weren't this strict, but this was the Imperial Palace after all. If anything, it made Roger realize that the name Imperial Treasury was not a flattering description. Stand in front. I did as Eileen ordered, and the giant stone door slowly opened. There was no noise for a door that large to move. The inside of the door was pitch black, and Roger realized it was some kind of magic. I'm not even allowed to peek through the open door. If anything, it was even more exciting. Roger smirked and started walking. Don't get lost. He heard Eileen's voice behind him, and he waved appropriately. The stone gate slammed shut again as Roger disappeared into the darkness. The door slammed shut, and Roger was enveloped in pitch blackness. He couldn't tell the difference between up and down, left and right, and felt like he was floating in nothingness. In the midst of it all, Roger stood tall and proud. He had been through too much to be surprised by this. After a few moments, as if the treasury had sensed the presence of a visitor, the darkness ebbed and flowed like a tide. Soon after, the glorious view of the interior came into view. Ho ho. Chapter 327, The Imperial Palace of Devalk is vast in size. When architects saw it, they couldn't stop talking about it. It's not just the sheer scale and awe-inspiring design. The most appreciated aspect is its practicality. The castle was known for its large grounds and for not wasting any space. Naturally, there were living quarters for out-of-town guests within the palace grounds. It was so large that it could accommodate hundreds of people at once, and currently there were students from Theon staying there. Wow, this is amazing. Look at this sculpture. It's by the famous Gavid. I saw it in a book. And look at these paintings. They say they're all authentic. I can't believe it's full of stuff like this. The students continued to exclaim as they wandered through the castle. There was a limited amount of space for the students of Theon to move around, but the Devalk castle was so vast that it was hard to feel restricted. So it's the Imperial Castle, after all. Honestly, I was worried when I was forced to stay, but maybe it's for the better. Ah, I really want to live here for the rest of my life. The accommodation for the guests was enormous, and the facilities were as good as a 5-star hotel. That's why none of the students were dissatisfied with their stay at the Imperial Palace. The food is delicious, the beds are fluffy, and every aspect of life is comfortable. In fact, they honestly wish they could stay longer, but he'll have to go back someday. Yeah, and then there's the whole balm of exams and assignments. I hate it just thinking about it. Back in Theon, they had a huge backlog of assignments and classes waiting for them. The mere thought of the brutal wall of reality they had pushed to the back of their minds made them gasp, so the students decided to thoroughly enjoy the moment. They were saddened that what should have been a fun field trip had been ruined by terrorists, so the imperial family decided to take matters into their own hands and give them one last fun-filled experience, along with the most comfortable accommodations, sumptuous dinners, and a tour of the palace. Of course, they didn't have to do it, but all of this was a calculated gift. Theon is a separate organization, free from the interference of the imperial family of Exilion, so making them indebted would give the imperial family an advantage in any future dealings with them. Besides, most of the students of Theon are very talented. If they graduate, they may become the pillars of the country in the future. Instilling a positive image of the imperial family in them was an investment in their future. In fact, many of the students currently staying at the castle expressed a desire to join the imperial family after graduation. Princess Eileen's plan worked. The students were busy enjoying the moment, oblivious to the dark underbelly of the palace. Sedna Rosen was one of them, and she decided to take a break from her duties, so she headed to a park with a natural setting. As a half-elf, Sedna always preferred to be around plants when she took a break. That's why Shed turned her own teaching assistant's office into a miniature botanical garden filled with all kinds of plants. No other teacher would have let me do that, but it's all thanks to Mr. Roger. Sedna strolled through the park today, never failing to thank Roger. The trees grew so densely off the trail that it could have been a dense forest. It was a place that most students would have found intimidating, but for Sedna, it was more like a home away from home. She squatted down with her back against a large willow tree near the shore of the lake and closed her eyes to feel the breeze blow through her hair, twitching her ears, hidden inside her hair. To get into a more comfortable position, Sedna unclasped her hands that were hugging her knees. At the feel of her fingertips on the ground, Sedna opened her closed eyes. Caught in her fingertips was a willow branch that had fallen to the ground. She grabbed it and examined it carefully. The branch was quite soft, probably because it was near a lake. She casually snapped off a section of the branch, pulled out the heart of the tree, and used her magic to bore a hole in it. Done. She put the flute to her mouth and blew into it, causing it to emit a tinkling sound. Sedna moved her white, slender fingers and began to play on the willow flute, but she didn't know what the tune was. She just mimicked the tune her mother had often sung to her when she was very young, before she died. For Sedna, it was a memory of her mother, a memory that would not last long. As she sang, Sedna felt a shadowy figure approaching her, and she took her mouth off the flute. Who? Sedna froze at the sight of the visitor. The first thing she saw was snow-white hair, clearly alien to the colors of the verdant forest. Julia Plumheart, a girl unlike herself, mature and reserved, with an air of mystery about her. At the sight of Julia, Sedna jumped to her feet and turned to leave. Are you trying to run away again? But Julia's words froze her in place, so Sedna slowly looked back at Julia. The Imperial Treasury, also known as the Treasury of History, it's a place that hasn't seen the light of day in a long time. As Erendir said, only one person has entered and left the Imperial Treasury in nearly 100 years, the current head of the Royal Guard and the greatest knight of his time, Master Luther. Now it was Roger's turn to enter. Just looking at the treasury entrance, there were people everywhere bowing in gratitude. Roger, however, was less than thrilled. Sure, it's amazing to see so many valuables inside. I don't think it's very impressive to say that you've entered the treasury. You're in, so what's the big deal? Roger quickly scanned the treasury. The first thing he saw was a brilliant golden color. It was the glow of gold coins, illuminated by a fiery yellow light. The brilliance of the glittering jewelry was almost painful to the eye. The value of the gold coins and jewelry in front of him was astronomical, but it didn't end there. This was merely the entrance to a vast secret warehouse. Roger surveyed the layout inside. The treasury was more like a giant exhibition museum than a warehouse. The ceilings, walls, and pillars were covered with ornate carvings that were in fact magical structures of sorts, watching for any intruders who might do anything suspicious. It was also damned wide. The immediate size alone would exceed the size of Theon Magical Arena, but that wasn't the end of it. There are all sorts of magical protections, and even if I was to plan an escape route for every eventuality, it'd never get out. Roger considered whether he could sneak in and then shook his head. Spatial movement would be useless with such a dense magical defense, not only from the outside in, but also from the inside out. Good thing I don't have to rob it. He'd been right to take Eileen up on her offer when Shed offered to let him enter the treasury. Roger walked past the display of gold coins and jewelry and into the deeper recesses of the treasury. The yellow hue of the lighting softened, and the light settled heavily around him. The reason for this was to accentuate the objects on display here. The objects displayed periodically on the left side of the aisle were bathed in pure white light, making their presence known. Each one was out of the ordinary. This is where it gets real. Roger's eyes swept over the closest artifact. It was a crown of 7 colored gems that was obviously a high-grade artifact, as it contained a great deal of magic power. The gloves, the cloak, and the full body armor next to it were also high-grade artifacts, or its equivalent, but Roger was here for the relic fragment. The only problem was, where the hell was the relic? This isn't an auction house that sells what's on display, so unsurprisingly, there are no signs or catalogs to show you what's where. The only way to find what you're looking for here is to wander around and check them out one by one. The good news is that each item on display has a name and a description of its purpose. It seems that they were collecting them haphazardly and didn't really care about their purpose. Regardless of its use, it would still be valuable. Given the size of this place, there may be more relics than just the one I am looking for. Roger continued to wander around inside the treasury. He hadn't been told when to leave, so he wasn't in any hurry and had plenty of time to look around. Just then, a faint glow emanated from the inside of Roger's breastplate. This. It was a reaction he'd seen before, and a sign that there were shards of the relic nearby. Roger walked in the direction of the light, and it didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Beneath the pure white light lay a small shard, nameless and unused. Finally, Roger reached for the shard. There was no such thing as anti-theft magic, since no one was allowed inside the treasury. Roger stared at the shard in his hand, then slipped it into his inside pocket. There are only a few left. He could call it a day and walk away, satisfied that he accomplished his goal, but Roger still had the opportunity to choose two more of the items here, two more to choose from. He hadn't really thought about which of the other artifacts he wanted to take, since his primary objective was the relic shard. Still, he couldn't just throw this opportunity away. Now that he'd gotten this far, Roger decided to explore the interior of the treasury further. There are a lot of artifacts here, and they're all exceptional. Even if I don't need anything right away, if I take something that looks good, it might come in handy someday. Roger eyed the items carefully. Anything overly ornate was a no-go. Anything that was bejeweled, glittering, or just plain precious drew too much attention and didn't fit with Roger's penchant for stealth. If he has something like that, he'll openly advertise the enemy that he is carrying an artifact. If they're wary of the artifact beforehand, it won't work as well as it should. Stealth is essential if you want to maximize effectiveness. With that thought, Roger chuckled to himself. To think that even choosing a treasure in a place like this is a matter of fighting. I must be losing my mind. But when he tried to think of another use for it, it was as if he was wandering through an endless fog. Roger's entire life has been a struggle. The inside of the fence where he lives is a secret place that no one else knows about. It was dark, cold, and muddy, and it was a world run on violence alone. He had been living there since the time he was taken by his master, perhaps even longer, and it would continue to be so. He had a goal to achieve, but the road to get there was long and difficult, and he wasn't even sure if he could get there or not, so he hadn't really thought about anything beyond that. But I thought, what if, just maybe, I had that opportunity? If he could just let it all go and live in peace? He wondered if he could lead a normal life like everyone else, when all he's ever done is fight. It would be too complacent to prepare for a future that might never come, since he always lived today to the best of his ability. Looking to the future was a luxury in itself. But if this all comes to an end and I can wash my hands of it and walk away, what kind of life would I have? It's a meaningless assumption. Maybe being alone in the right place made him think so. Roger decided to keep looking around, hoping to find something useful. Suddenly, Roger stopped in his tracks as there was one object in particular that caught his eye. He didn't know if it was an artifact or something like that. I think I've found one of the two remaining. Chapter 328. Sedna hesitated in front of Julia, while Julia let out a small sigh as Sedna stood there, unsure of what to say. Answer me. Why didn't you keep your promise that day? Sedna clamped her mouth shut as she remembered the promise from that day. As children, Sedna and Julia had been best friends. Talented in magic, Julia had been one of the students sponsored by the Rosen family, and as a result, Julia often visited the Rosens, so it was only natural that she grew close to Sedna, the only other girl her age. Julia was so gifted that even at the time she was said to be unparalleled. Adults spoke highly of her, praising her talent. As such, she was looked down upon by her peers. But Sedna was different. Sedna was an oddity. She was smiling, cheerful, and had a certain air about her that drew you in. Watching her play in nature was like coming face to face with a fairy tale. The arrogant Julia was instantly drawn to Sedna, and the two became best friends who genuinely enjoyed each other's company. But their relationship didn't last long. The main reason was the death of Sedna's mother. The loss of her mother changed Sedna. She refused to see Julia and preferred to be alone. Refusing to see anyone, Sedna locked herself in her room, and Julia was devastated. She had heard about Sedna's refusal to see anyone from her family, but had expected her friend to meet her, but she refused to do so. Julia felt betrayed by Sedna's behavior. No matter who it was, it would have been easy for her to feel skeptical and give up. But Julia didn't give up. Who doesn't want to see me? Julia was called a genius, and her ego was stronger than anyone else's. Even when others would have given up easily, Julia refused to let her pride get in the way. But Sedna continued to avoid her like a frightened rabbit burrowing deeper into its burrow. Even when Julia was accepted into the school of dreaming at the tower, Sedna didn't visit her. In her head, Julia understood Sedna. Her mother, the person she trusted most, had died, and she must have felt like she was alone in the world. Even if she had friends, they couldn't fill the void of a family. Julia knew because she felt the same way. Geniuses are lonely. They may be lauded for their brilliance, but they can't wash away the emptiness inside. That's why Julia was drawn to Sedna, who was as special as she was. She wished Sedna could have been at least as honest with her. If she had asked for help, Julia would have helped her in any way she could. Sedna was the first and last friend Julia ever made. For a brilliant girl with an overconfident and unwavering sense of self, her first friend was more important than anything else. So when her friend tried to push her away, the blow was devastating. So much so that she still holds on to it, even after all these years. Answer me. Sedna couldn't even formulate an excuse because she had felt guilty for Julia for a long time. A friend who was talented, beautiful, and cared about her more than anyone else was a good person, almost too good for her timid, cowardly self. But the times they'd laughed and played together were long gone. Sedna knew she couldn't go back to the past anymore. She hated her family and had joined the Black Dawn Society for the sole purpose of doing all the dirty work. She had seen the darkness of the world and dipped her toes in it. She was no longer the innocent Lady Rosen. That's why she can't treat Julia as a friend like she used to. The child you knew is no more. I am no longer the innocent Sedna I once was. The words echoed hollowly in my mind, unable to leave her mouth. She couldn't muster the courage to speak because she was still the same coward she always was. So she continued to ignore her and run away, hoping that one day Julia would get tired and walk away. Sedna knew she was terribly selfish, but Julia didn't give up. Even after she entered Theon, she found an opportunity to get close to Sedna. Sedna was not blind, and she knew it. She knew, but she ignored it. It was better to ignore Julia and be done with it, or so she thought. Why? The moment she met Julia's sorrowful gaze, Sedna was forced to face the past she had avoided until now. She didn't know what to say, but she steeled herself and opened her mouth. Why are you saying that now? I've been watching you since the beginning of the semester, of course. I didn't approach you then. You were avoiding me, and you didn't look well. Sedna couldn't argue with that. She had been on the outs for a long time after joining the Black Dawn Society. She was not trusted by the organization, and despite her skills, she was ostracized and watched over. The more she did so, the more she beat herself up like an obsessive compulsive, driving herself to the edge because this was all she had left. She couldn't let go of it, even if it was rotten. But I've noticed that you're a bright again, like you used to be. Probably since you became Mr. Roger Chellis's teaching assistant. That was the moment when Sedna began to change. Why? I'm sure Mr. Roger has been a good influence on you. But you know what, Sedna? He's a dangerous person. The words startled Sedna to the core, and she couldn't imagine why Julia would suddenly say that. Was she about to reveal Mr. Roger's identity? Regardless of Sedna's surprise, Julia continued. Sedna, as you know, I can use dream magic. I can enter a person's dreams, and I can see into their dreams as well. You're telling me you've been peeking into his dreams. Not at first, because Mr. Roger didn't have dreams. He does not dream. It's a rare constitution, even within the dream school, but suddenly, one day, I began to see his dreams, however faintly. Julia remembered the faintest trace of Roger's dreams. She had caught a glimpse of the tenuous connection to the dream world that Roger had made since his trip to the Order Synod. It would have been difficult for a wizard of her caliber to recognize it, and Julia's talent made it possible. The traces of the dream were very faint and brief, but I didn't miss the moment, and I saw it. That's a bad thing. Sedna found it ironic that she was saying this. She had killed a man, and now she was calling Julia a bad person for peeking into someone else's dreams. But that was the entire defense she could muster. Julia didn't bother to defend herself against Sedna's words because she had no other choice. She knew it wasn't right, but she wanted to know what kind of man Roger was for changing her. It was only part of it, but I did see Roger Chelisai commit murder. Murder. Sedna swallowed hard at the word. Hearing that Roger had killed someone didn't come as a surprise to her. It's funny to say, but it's now bordering on the obvious. What matters now, however, is that Julia has found out a secret that no one should know. Ah, what am I going to do? Sedna wondered. If Julia wanted to, she could tell everyone else. Not that anyone would trust her, of course. The reputation Roger had built up was solid enough to withstand any personal attack. Julia, on the other hand, is a first-year senior and a tower prospect from the dream school. Her voice cannot be called weak, and if she started a rumor, someone would believe it. Or even if they don't, they'll be fanned by people who hate Roger and want to bring him down. She knew that there was no way Roger could be threatened by something like that. But Sedna couldn't bear the thought of it happening. I have to stop her, but how? Sedna didn't have a good reason to stop Julia, and if she tried to reprimand her, she would only raise Julia's suspicions. Sedna hesitated for a moment before speaking up. What was the incident? For the time being, she was going to use her I didn't know attitude to confirm what Julia had found out. Julia's face lit up since for the first time, Sedna had responded favorably to her words. Do you know a girl named Renee from Mr. Rogers' class? Sedna nodded. She was one of the few students in the first grade that possessed a rare form of magic, and for a commoner, she was strikingly good-looking. Above all, she was a favorite of Rogers, perhaps his favorite of all the students. To be honest, even Sedna felt a little jealous. But why did this girl's name come up so suddenly? As if reading the look in Sedna's eyes, Julia explained. In the past, Renee had a relationship with Mr. Roger. They had a relationship. Yes, a long time ago, when she was a child, and Mr. Roger was younger than us. Julia said it was at least a decade in the past as she recounted the dreamscape she had seen then. That's when Mr. Roger killed Wren's mother. Sedna's eyes widened at the story she didn't know. At the same time, she understood why Mr. Roger had such an attitude toward Renee. The pieces of the puzzle fit together in her head. The guilt he was showing her was because of this. But there was an unanswered question. That Renee girl didn't seem to know anything about it. Of course she didn't. Her memories of that time were sealed by someone, and there's only one person who can unseal them. Roger Chelisai killed Wren's mother and sealed her memories. So, Sedna, stop being his assistant right now. Mr. Roger is a dangerous man, a murderer who hides his identity. I understand if you think I'm lying, but I'm serious. I'm telling you this out of concern for you. I don't know about you, but I still consider you a friend. Julia's sincerity was enough to convince Sedna, and Sedna really did consider Julia a good friend, but she couldn't tell her what Shed been through and what Shed done in the last few years. It wasn't so much a selfish thought as fear of being despised by Julia. On the contrary, if Julia knew, she'd be there to help her with open arms. Sedna hated it, and she didn't want to put her friend in danger. She was grateful to Julia, who still cared about her, even after all the times she'd broken her promise and tried to push her away. She could have hated her, but she didn't. That's why Sedna couldn't go back to her old relationship with Julia. Not for her own sake, but for Julia's. I'm sorry, Sedna. But to me, Mr. Roger is the best thing since sliced bread. Didn't you hear me? That's all a lie. Julia, I understand that you say that, but there are definitely good parts of Mr. Roger that you don't even know about. That was all Sedna could say. With something to hide, she couldn't tell Julia everything. Are you saying you don't believe me? This is between me and him. After saying that, Sedna bit her lip for a moment and then spoke her mind. So it's none of your business. The words were a brutal rejection, and Julia's puffy eyes shook violently. Her face contorted as if she were about to cry, but also as if she were about to explode with rage. Sedna found it hard to look away, and she would rather Julia give up right here. It was far better for her to be hated than to inconvenience Roger. You, Julia started to say, but then clamped her mouth shut. Her expression, which had been swirling with mixed emotions, returned to its normal color as if she were wearing a mask. Julia Plumhart, first-year senior at Theon and a prodigy and prospect of the tower. Okay. With that, Julia turned on her heel and stormed off. Sedna stared after her and clenched her fists. Her heart sank, and she wished she could say sorry right now. She wanted to apologize for all the years Shed ignored her and for all the wrongs Shed done, but she couldn't. Julia's words stayed with her, haunting her, but there was nothing she could do about it. Besides, the fact that Roger killed Wren's mother was not a lie. Julia's sincerity and her desperation to convince her could not be an act. It's also unlikely that Julia would lie so easily, so Roger really did kill Wren's mother. Why would Yao do such a thing? Surely Roger had his reasons. As Sedna thought about it, she wondered if she should tell Roger about it. Roger stared at the silvery liquid in front of him. From the looks of it, it was mercury at room temperature. Compared to the other objects, all of which had their own distinctive shapes, it was a shabby, alien thing, but Roger understood that there was no given shape for this guy. Anyway, I was looking for a new weapon that wouldn't draw attention to me. He found a pretty good one. Chapter 329, the artifact's description read, flowing silver. While it resembled mercury in name, it was something else entirely. Liquid metal. Reminds me of Victor Dreadful's liquid golem. The liquid golem was also an artifact created by mixing magic and science to the extreme. The existence of this artifact was no different. Roger lightly reached out and touched flowing silver. The silver, which had been still on the display table, curled around his fingertips as he touched it. It was like water flowing backwards in time, or a silver snake coming to life. Roger looked down at the tiny pool of silver in his palm. The moment he touched it, he realized its purpose. Flowing silver expanded in an instant, transforming into a razor-sharp sword. Roger held it in his hand and examined it. It was all silver, from the tip to the handle, but the sharp edge and the hardness in his hand insisted that the metal was not silver at all. Roger turned the sword back into a circle of liquid and flipped it lightly in his palm. Flowing silver on top of his palm stretched downward. It felt as if a huge ball of slime had been pressed into his palm. As Roger formed new shapes in his mind, the silver hummed and blossomed into countless flowers. It's bigger than its apparent volume and can take on many forms. Roger once again clapped his left hand over his right, palm up, and opened his hands wide, then flowing silver disintegrated into thin threads, fluttering in the air. Roger pulled on his fingertips, and the silver threads pulled taut and tensed as he stared at it in disbelief. Flowing silver was a sharp sword in its own right. If you held a piece of paper against it, it would shred like a paper shredder. And yet the part of it wrapped around his hand felt neither painful nor tight. Excellent. Roger formed a shape in his mind as flowing silver wrapped around his right hand, transforming into a bracelet of simple design. Roger looked at it with satisfaction, then turned to walk away. He'd already gotten more than enough, but he didn't want to waste the last option he still had. His footsteps echoed through the silence. It was a strange feeling to be alone in such a large space with no one around. I wonder if there's some kind of elixir in this place. As he thought so, Roger shook his head. There was no way that elixirs would be stored in a place like the treasury. If he wanted an elixir, he would have to ask Eileen for one. I shouldn't. Eileen would be happy to give him the elixir. Of course, once he took it, it would be up to Roger to deal with what happened next. He would be bound in servitude for at least 5 years, and although hell be treated as he deserves, but Eileen can't stand the idea of a talented man doing nothing. Once captured by her, Roger will never get a day off and will have to do all sorts of work like the grad students in Theon. I can't do that. Roger pushed aside his desire for the elixir. It wasn't like he needed it anyway, although it was a nice-to-have, do-or-die kind of thing. But for now, he could do without it, since Balaruna's final experiment had been such a success. As he walked, Roger didn't see anything that caught his eye. Maybe I should go a little deeper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pick something for them. If he found something for one of the Owens, he could give it to them. As he continued to explore, something stopped him in his tracks. One-eyed glasses, gold rims, and a gold wire ring. The monocle looks like an ordinary pair of glasses, but there's nothing ordinary in this place. Roger's eyes lit up with interest as he read the description on the monocle. The eye of possibility, an object that measures a person's potential or current skill. Surprisingly, the artifact was created by the first dean of Theon. It was said to be here because after his death, he donated it to the imperial family. Roger grabbed the monocle, and as he placed it on his face, the monocle itself adjusted to fit perfectly. Not bad for a pair of glasses. Roger looked around as the specially enchanted lenses detected the artifact and glowed blue with the magic power contained within. Ho ho! Roger exclaimed as he checked the various artifacts. As if measuring something wasn't enough, each artifact was a visual representation of the amount of power it contained. Roger tested the efficacy of the Eye of Possibility by checking out the objects on display and realized a few things. You can see the inherent power, but it's not complete. For example, one of the artifacts currently has 5 power and the other has 10. Naturally, the artifact with the 10 power shines much stronger, but the artifact with 5 power can actually increase its power, and if it does, it can go up to 20. However, as far as the Eye of Possibility could see, 5 was the apparent limit. If someone is deliberately hiding their power, it would be impossible for the Eye of Possibility to see it. Of course, even taking that into account, the Eye of Possibility's performance was quite satisfactory. Just being able to see the power someone has, even on the surface, is a significant advantage. Now all that's left is to see the potential, the possibilities. An artifact is an object, so there is no such thing as potential. If it was to be used, it would at least have to be used on people. Roger was disappointed that he didn't have anyone to test it on right away. Still, it's very useful in its own right. To find an artifact used by the first dean in this place was a mere coincidence or a sign of fate. Whatever it was, Roger thought, this was an interesting turn of events, and headed for the exit. The massive stone gates creaked open, and Roger stepped out. "You're late." Eileen, who had been waiting outside, spoke up as soon as she saw him. "How dare you keep the future emperor of the empire waiting this long? Y'all have nothing to say when you're holed in for insulting royalty. You have quite the welcome. So, what did you bring back from the inside? Wouldn't you know it if you saw it? I don't know what's inside. I'll know when I'm crowned emperor, but not yet. Yes, I'm sure you know which one I'll choose. The mysterious relic fragment. Yes, and the other is a monocle. Well, it fits." Eileen crossed her arms and murmured as Roger placed the Eye of Possibility over his face, but instead of answering, Roger looked at Eileen and Passius with the eyes of possibility. I see." Through the eyes of possibility, Eileen was a sparkling jewel. A treasure that would make any jewelry in the world not even raise its head in comparison. She could not be bought with $1 billion, and her value could not even be translated into a monetary amount. In fact, the very act of putting a price on it is blasphemous. Turning to Passius, he was also quite formidable. Though he hides his power well, he has a lot of potential as a royal guard. But even he was no match for Eileen's light. In fact, Roger couldn't help but feel her light curling around Passius. The writhing, slithering light seemed to engulf its surroundings, hungrily seeking to consume Roger's body as well. Roger felt dizzy and removed the Eye of Possibility from his eye, shoving it into his pocket. Eileen narrowed her eyes suspiciously, as if sensing something. "What is it? I think I just saw something." "It's an illusion. An illusion. The monocle you wore just now must be an artifact, since it was brought from inside. It was meant to see something, wasn't it? Answer me. What the hell did you see?" "Nothing, really." I said, "Answer me." I wonder if it's okay for her to pick apart others, but not for them to pick apart her, no. Maybe it's because it has never happened to Eileen, so she's not used to it, so no matter how she feels, she can't express it in a way that's sincere. Roger thought for a moment before answering. "It's just, I saw the most beautiful jewelry in the world." "What?" Eileen's cheeks flushed a subtle red, realizing how she'd taken that answer. "Oh." Beside her, Passius let out a sincere exclamation of admiration, while Eileen coughed and shook her head in disbelief. "HMPH. That's it. So what is the last one?" Instead of answering, Roger showed her the silver bracelet on his right wrist, then quickly transformed it into the form of a sword. Eileen nodded in understanding as she watched the flowing silver changing into a bracelet. "I see you've picked out just the right items for you, so what are you going to do now?" "My work is done, I suppose. I'm going to resume my duties as a teacher. I don't think there's any immediate business to attend to. With the students and the wounded, you should stay here for a few more days." Eileen was right. If Roger, the director of planning, had to do anything here, it was to wait for word from Theon, since the imperial court took care of most things. "I am sure you've done your share of hard work, but it wouldn't hurt to get a little rest. That's Ure always working, but sometimes people break down if they don't take a break." Passius, who was surprised by what Eileen was trying to convince Roger of, and his eyes widened. and he squinted at Eileen as if to say, "What is the princess is saying?" Eileen herself had a reputation for exploiting her subordinates to the point of squeezing their souls, and hearing someone like her preach the importance of rest must have been a revelation to Passius. But if she says it out loud, there's no way she'll be able to take it back. Passius was quick on the uptake, so he kept his mouth shut while Roger watched him steadily with a hint of pity and sympathy in his gaze. Aidan and his friends were eager to see the imperial palace. Usually, Tracy Fried would lead the way, followed by Aidan, Leo, and Iona. Tracy was unhappy that the much-anticipated field trip had been cancelled. After waking up stunned from the aftermath of Bassara's mind wave and fully recovered, Tracy dragged her friends out, insisting that they make the most of their remaining time. "I just want to get some more rest." Leo, who had a lot on his plate, sighed and grumbled, but followed along nonetheless. "More than that, Aidan, are you okay?" Yeah, no, that not." Leo started to say something, then stopped. When everyone who had been stunned came to their senses, Leo looked at Aidan, who was the only one still standing. He didn't have his head in his hands like everyone else, and he didn't look confused by the situation. Instead, he had the look of someone who knew what just happened. Leo, who had been with Aidan for so long, could easily recognize it, even if the others didn't. Of course, when pressed, Aidan would blurt out that he didn't know, but Leo decided to let it slide. It's not like he did anything bad anyway. More than anything, Leo felt grateful since he had been so closely associated with the Liberators, even if only on a forced basis, acting as their intelligence agent, but Aidan had helped him without saying a word. And Mr. Roger. Leo had been calling him Roger Chelisai, but now he was able to add the title teacher to his name. It's still awkward, of course, but it'll come with practice. In other news, the Liberation Army has suffered a major blow, and in a last-ditch effort, they managed to pull something off, but it didn't work. Sir Passius, Royal Guard and Swordmaster, stepped in to clean up the mess. It's really over. It had been an eventful field trip, and although there were injuries among Theon's students, but miraculously there were no deaths. Leah wondered if it really could have ended so well. "I don't care what happens to everyone else. I just want these idiots to be safe." As Leo thought that, he glanced over at Iona since something about her seemed off. Ona. Ah. Ona, who had always been a silent companion, stopped walking and was staring off into the distance at the forest beyond the great promenade of the Imperial Palace, but she couldn't see anything. "Is there anything out there?" "Yes. Really. I'm going to go look." With that, Iona turned around and headed off into the woods. Leaving Leo behind, who was still quite taken aback by her sudden move, Iona followed the eyes that looked at her as she entered the forest. "Come out. I know you're here." At those words, the other person came out of hiding, as if he hadn't had any intention of hiding in the first place. Wizard Ratharan. Iona's eyes widened as she recognized him. Chapter 330 Ratharan of the New Tower is a Lexer rank wizard that was instrumental in thwarting the latest Liberation Army attack. He's been decorated by the Emperor, and I am surprised he hasn't left the city since. No, that doesn't matter. My question is, why did Iona call him out so blatantly? No way. Iona narrowed her eyes. She is a Suin and knows what kind of discrimination Suins face in this world. Though things are better than they used to be, there is still a lot of discrimination directed at them. This is especially true for wizards, who are still prideful and self-righteous. Ratharan is a 6th-rank wizard. It would take a lot more than an ordinary personality to rise to that level, and Iona involuntarily clenched her fists in tension. This is the imperial city of Devalk, and even a Ratharan wouldn't be able to do anything to her in a place like this. But an extreme mage with a hatred for Suin might do something crazy. No wonder Iona was nervous. Ratharan, who was still staring at her, spoke up. "You need not worry, my dear. I didn't call you here to do anything to you. Judging by your reaction, you have no idea. I thought you were a wise and perceptive girl, but I guess that's not always the case." "Who are you?" Iona asked. But instead of answering, Ratharan placed his white-gloved right hand on his iron mask and slowly pulled it off. Why would Ratharan, who had been hiding his identity with a mask, remove it in front of her? Iona's eyes widened at the sight of Ratharan's slowly revealing face. "It's been a long time, Iona." The fully revealed Ratharan smiled weakly at Iona. He had brown skin and animal-like eyes, similar to Iona's own, along with curly brown hair. They looked so much alike that they could have been siblings. "Tenerin." Iona looked at Ratharan and mouthed the name. Rotherham was only a pseudonym, and his real name was Tenerin. Judging from his appearance, he was Iona's half-brother. Why are you here? It's been a long time since we've met. Is that what you're asking? Don't change the subject. In the first place, you could have been the next chieftain, and yet you suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. You ran away. I had no choice. The elders didn't like the idea of me learning magic at all. So you abandoned the name of O'Valley and came to learn magic. The name of O'Valley didn't suit me as an outcast anyway. Tenerin was Iona's half-brother and a servant of House O'Valley. He had the qualities of a great warrior, and his mind was as calm as a wolf's. The Suin believed in the importance of bloodline, and although Tenerin was half light-blooded, he had half the blood of House O'Valley, so it was not out of the question for him to become the next chieftain if he was capable. One day, however, Tenerin suddenly disappeared. It wasn't as if someone had ordered his assassination or that someone had told him he wasn't worthy of the position. He had simply disappeared. Ona didn't understand it. She and Tenerin hadn't gotten along so badly. As a child, Tenerin had often played with Iona, his half-sister. He would show her the magic he had secretly learned, away from the eyes of the clan elders, and only to Iona. You certainly could have been the chieftain. No, I couldn't. On the contrary, you deserve the position. Why? Because of your magic. It's not magic, and Iona, you're not the one to tell me that, because you're also a Suin, and you were admitted to Theon. That's I was mesmerized by the magic you showed me. More than that, I was fascinated by the magic you showed me, and I didn't think the Suin should be confined to the tribe forever. Ona didn't say that. It wasn't something Tenerin needed to know. You still don't look convinced. You see that? The others say you don't change your expression, but that's only for those who don't know you, when you can't hide your emotions like this. Tenerin smirked, then wiped the expression off his face. Ona, do you know why I abandoned the position of chieftain and lived my life in obscurity? Was there another reason? Because the position of chieftain has come to mean nothing to me. Saying that the position of chieftain was meaningless denied the very foundations of the Suins. The Suins have always organized themselves into tribes led by chieftains and formed powerful confederations. All Suins are proud of that and will not tolerate those who would insult it. But right here, right now, that pride has been trampled upon by Tenerin, the blood of Overley. Tenerin, even though I am of the opinion that the clan must change, there are certain things that must not be said. Ona, you are the reason it shouldn't be. You shouldn't be fooling around with the position of chieftain. What the hell happened? Ona asked calmly, not angry. Why would a promising young man leave everything behind and go into hiding? He even dropped the Overley name and hid his face to live as Rotherham. Ona, you know what my power is. The spirits of the heroes of old, the ones you showed me. When Rotherham was Tenerin, he had shown his true power only to Iona. Before he had fully mastered source magic, he had been empowered by a great spirit and given the best equipment he could find. That alone was enough for Tenerin to become a chieftain. It was a powerful thing. In fact, I still think so. But why? Until I met the true monster. A monster, you say? Ona didn't understand who this monster Tenerin was talking about was. I don't think anyone knows. It was only by chance that I encountered him in a desolate plain out of sight of anyone. Tenerin can close his eyes and relive the day. I suffered a bitter defeat. Defeat? You were defeated? Yes. I fought him with everything I had, borrowing the strength of great warriors, heroes, and chieftains, but I was defeated. You know what's even funnier? He fought me with nothing but pure skill and brute force. What the hell, how? A chieftain is the strongest warrior of his time. That's why Tenerin was considered the next chieftain. He was a Suin like me, but he was different. He was both a Suin and not a Suin. I thought I had a fair fight with him, but he was hunting me. Hunting the next chieftain candidate. Who? He called himself Pantos. Iona had never heard the name before, but Iona noticed that Tenerin twitched, albeit slightly, when he said the name. Tenerin was afraid. Shaggy white hair, a massive, muscular body carved out of millennial rock, and a vicious gaze that saw the world as his prey. He appeared to be a descendant of the White Bears, a clan said to exist in the far north. Tenerin met and fought him, but he suffered a crushing defeat. Pantos, triumphant, did not kill Tenerin, but simply vanished into thin air. It was as if he had no regard for his life. Tenerin was humiliated by this behavior, but also enlightened by it. What a narrow well he had been living in. What it meant to be the next chieftain. What does it mean to be the strongest warrior? The greatest was not a word he could use to describe himself. Pantos, the monstrous Suin, was the strongest. He dismisses the position of chieftain of the Suins as lesser, which is understandable, because with that kind of power, he would have been a hero among all the races of the continent, let alone a chieftain. But why? Because he was not satisfied with that. Even the position of chieftain was too small a vessel to contain such a monster. Why? He was right. The chieftaincy is an honored position in our clan, but in the grand scheme of things, it's so small and insignificant, and I didn't work so hard for it. Is that why you left? Because the chieftain position didn't appeal to you? Yes. What I wanted was a higher position, so I decided to study magic. I needed to have more control over the power I wielded. Before that, I was nothing more than a child wielding great power at will. And so Tenerin changed his name to Ratharan to delve deeper into source, magic, and harness it properly, but such magical knowledge was reserved for wizards. It was hard, of course. Learning magic among wizards while hiding my identity was like walking a tightrope off a cliff every day. He wore an enchanted mask to avoid being recognized as a Suin. It hid his distinctive body odor and kept his feral nature in check, since humans lived a much more restrained life. Ratharan's travels with a mask on his face were unwelcome even among wizards. Yet through his efforts, he had risen to the rank of Lexer and become one of the pillars of the new tower. Then why are you suddenly confiding in me? Because I think you're looking for me, me. Yes, that's what I came here for. She was right. Ona had come to the Empire to see the wider world, but also with another reason, to find the missing next chieftain, Tenerin. I'll tell you now, give up. I'm not going back, and for me, the position of chieftain no longer holds any appeal. To be honest, I wish you would just give it up and live the life you want. I chose to be a chieftain to experience the wider world. I see. Tenerin, now called Ratharan, shook his head in understanding. Ona has been like this since she was a child. She rarely showed emotion, always so expressionless that it was hard to tell what she was thinking. In her heart was a great ambition to revive the clan. They were both out to see the world, but they ended up doing the exact opposite. So, are you satisfied now that you're up there? Ona asked, and Tenerin snorted and shook his head. Satisfied, yes. I've come a long way for a Suin. I've risen to the 6th rank without using my source magic, but I'm still not good enough. Ratharan remembered the fight in the underground. He had been soundly defeated by Andre, who wielded demonic power and the Iron Mask. His symbol had been broken, and he'd even used his secret weapon, source magic. Despite all that, he was unable to defeat Andre. It was partly because Andre was so strong, but it was also because he had strengthened his body with demonic power and world tree cells. No wonder he couldn't win. In fact, just by pushing Andre around, Ratharan proved to be a formidable opponent, but he was not satisfied. He didn't console himself with the fact that he deserved to lose. I am still weak. He had a hunch he'd never get his revenge on the grey-haired Suin if he didn't improve himself. And that man. He saw Roger Chelisai for the first time in the grand hall of the arcane chamber. It was there that Roger had presented his theory of magic, and it had captured everyone's attention. There, he was merely concerned that one individual held too much information. He never really formed a personal opinion of the man. Ratharan watched Roger fight in the underground. His magic had driven Andre back despite the magic itself not being unusual. Aside from its light nature, his magic was not particularly powerful, but the precision and speed with which he used it, the sharpness with which it pierced through gaps, was a sight to behold. In that magic, Ratharan saw something similar to Panto's, a fighting style unbecoming of a man of his stature. It bore a striking resemblance to Roger's own fighting style. Was there such a thing among humans? The world is a big place, Ratharan thought. I still think I'm not good enough. I must become stronger. If I do, then one day I will surely be able to repay him for that humiliation. Yes, I can see why you'd say that, but why are you telling me here all of a sudden? If you're going to do this, you've had your chance before. Roger Chelisai knew who I was. Knew what? During the fight in the underground, I was unmasked and exposed as a Suin, and those who were there saw me. Roger Chelisai was one of them, and I understand you're in his class. Yes. Ratharan nodded, satisfied with the certainty of his information. I assumed that you, of House O'Valley, had told him about my identity, or that you would at some point, if not right away, so I just brought it up first. Ah, In other words, Rotherham was afraid that Roger would reveal his identity before he did. Iona, however, sensed something was amiss. Why? Rotherham raised an eyebrow in confusion. It's a big secret that a sixth-rank wizard is not human, but a Suin. I wasn't going to tell you, at least not yet. Iona was a little dumbfounded but firm. He would never tell. What? I mean, Tenerin, it was because of that worry that you confided in me in the first place that you said it was pointless. Iona could be sure that Roger would never gossip about such information. If asked why, she couldn't give a clear reason since it was more of a hunch. She could only assume it was because of what he'd shown her so far. But let me ask you a question. Where the hell is this Suin named Pantos? I don't know that. You don't know. He travels a lot and doesn't have any friends with him. He's not even close to anyone. Him? He probably tells his parents that they should be proud to have him, but there's no such thing as a friend, and certainly not a servant. Still, Rotherham continued. If he's that powerful, he must be fighting another battle somewhere else in this world. I'm sure of it. Hey, hey. The dwarven girl, Sheridan, slammed her leather-gloved fist into Panto's thigh, and Pantos snapped his massive head around to look down at Sheridan. Stop eating. When are you ever going to lose that weight? I'm going to eat this and lose it. Pantos, still looking like he could be rolled over if he fell, popped the chocolate in his hand into his mouth, muttering a lame excuse. Chapter 331, Episode 331, The Wall of Relationships 1. Did you hear? I heard you went through a lot there. Principal Alyssa's voice echoed through the communication device. Even though the other person wasn't present, Roger nodded in response. It was nothing much. Are you saying it wasn't a big deal? Even from the vague stories I heard, I could tell how remarkable you were, Professor Roger. Thank you. Oh, now you're not being humble anymore. Are you referring to humility? Yes. If it were the usual Professor Roger, that's what you would say. It wasn't a big deal. You would say something like that. Roger fell silent at the piercing words. In fact, until just a moment ago, he had been trying to say the exact same thing without a single mistake. Why aren't you answering? Did I strike a nerve? I won't deny it. Did someone else tell you not to be so humble? You're being too self-deprecating. I've been hearing that kind of talk a lot lately. Who was the most recent person to say that? Princess Irene von Exilian. Wow, it's impressive enough to face someone from the royal family. But you heard those words directly from her. It seems like you two are quite close. We know each other fairly well. Well, if you've heard those words from her, it means that you frequently said similar things to others as well. Now that I think about it, it seems that way. Upon hearing Roger's response, Alyssa burst into laughter from the other side of the communication device. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. You can laugh if it's funny. Do you know, Professor Roger, sometimes you can be really cunning, and other times you're just straightforward and honest. When I see that, I don't know which one is your true nature, or maybe both are real. Anyway, enough chit-chat. I'm sure Professor Roger has heard by now. This field trip has turned into a mess. Yes, you said that until the injured students are completely recovered and out of the hospital, we should stay here. That's right. While we're saying that, time is passing, and the original academic schedule keeps getting pushed back. This could mean that only the first and second year students will start their vacation late. The students would be furious. If not, we have no choice but to finish the remaining academic courses as quickly as possible. We'll have to extend the daily class schedule by 1.5 times. The students will drop like flies. Isn't that the charm of school days? Speaking of school days, it reminds me of when I was attending, I was much busier than I am now. Alyssa said that, and then quickly changed the topic. Although I'm saying this to Professor Roger, we might need to increase the emphasis on certain classes. Are you referring to practical magic and basic combat training? You hit the nail on the head. Yes, I mean exactly that. It has always been important, but after the recent incident in the capital, it became clear. Magic is important not only in theory, but also in practical application. In the academic curriculum at Siorun, there was always a class on practical magic. However, for the first and second year students, it had a smaller weightage. The real learning started in the third year, and Roger didn't think it was a bad thing. But due to the recent terrorist incident in the capital, Alyssa had changed her mind. This incident happened during the field study period. It's quite coincidental if you ask me. The Liberation Army definitely targeted Siorun students and carried out the terror attacks. In fact, most of the areas where the attacks occurred were where students were gathered with mentors. I'm not saying otherwise, but we can't just sit back and do nothing. Roger nodded. Madam Principal, you believe that all students should learn practical magic, regardless of their grade. Don't you agree, Professor Roger? When you made a bet with Chris Venimore that day, you taught a student named Aiden a mobility spell. In fact, if Roger had to choose what was more important between theory and practicality, he would undoubtedly choose practicality. Furthermore, the Liberation Army hasn't completely disappeared. We don't know when and where they might suddenly target the students. I agree. Besides, as Professor Roger also knows, it's not just the Liberation Army that we have to worry about. Alyssa's meaningful words. Although she didn't explicitly mention it, Roger knew what she was referring to. The Black Dawn. Alyssa was most vigilant against them. Of course, it's not just the Black Dawn. There were many enemies in Seorun. Seorun didn't exist because they did something wrong. It's just that organizations that attract attention in society tend to face countless pressures. In this vast continent, Seorun wasn't the only educational institution teaching magic. Seorun held the title of being the best among several academies, but it wasn't the only academy. Naturally, there were other academies in other countries that wanted to bring Seorun down from its position as the best. And Seorun, being a massive organization, consumes a significant budget, and there are separate individuals who support that budget from behind, including giant corporations, multi-millionaire investors, and even organizations at the national level. Devalk Hwangxiang was also one of the major supporters, providing funding to Seoran. However, not all major supporters wished for the success of Seoran. They didn't care about how highly Seoran was regarded on the continent. What they desired was one thing only, to exert greater influence on Seoran more than others who invested. Even if you are the chancellor, you can't ignore the pressure from investors. I understand, but it wouldn't have mattered much since it's just a nominal position. I don't like that kind of thing. I don't want to disregard it and end up bothered by annoying flies. Roger was confident in the influence of the investors. There was no response from Alyssa over the communication device. However, Roger thought Alyssa would be wearing a satisfied smile. Roger, you really know how to play along. I finally understand why teachers are so eager to somehow get their favorite students into graduate school. Roger, would you like to be my graduate student? Please stop with the scary analogies. It's a joke, just a joke. Well, half joke. Anyway, for now, since we're busy planning future strategies and schedules on this end, take a good rest, Roger. Think of it as going on vacation. I don't really think of it as a vacation, but it's true that I have nothing to do. Do you think it's easy to stay at the palace? It's already painful to think that they might demand something from us using this as an excuse. But since it turned out this way, we might as well take advantage of it. After leaving a message for Roger to rest until their next contact, Alyssa ended the communication. Roger left the communication room and stepped outside his room. The place where he had the conversation with Alyssa was a special location within the palace, a separate space prepared for external communication. They even have a separate communication room. The royal palace is truly remarkable. Even the royal guard was stationed in various locations. It was to ensure that no internal information leaked outside. But more importantly, a vacation. Alyssa had offered him a precious paid vacation, so she told him to rest if he intended to. Roger didn't explicitly refuse such a suggestion. But even if I tell her to rest, what should she do and how? You can only truly understand after taking a good rest. Roger reflected on his life and looked back. He realized that he had rarely let himself relax and rest. Most of the time, he spent his life engrossed in something. When he was with his master, he was busy learning magic. When he lived independently, he traveled to various places, assuming different roles and experiencing various events. A life of constantly running forward without a moment to catch his breath. That was Ludger's life. Ludger never doubted that he would continue to live that way until he achieved his desired goals. In fact, now he felt restless if he didn't do something. Taking a vacation for himself seemed absurd given his obsession with work. Well, I said vacation, but it doesn't mean I have to rest unconditionally. Ludger decided not to be bound by the word vacation. There were so many things he needed to take care of after this terrorist incident. The most important thing now was to meet with the witnesses from that day and have a conversation. I've had enough conversation with Flora, and Maidlena said she would take care of Aiden. Now what's left is, Ludger thought of the student with ash-grey hair. Rin. She was his student, possessing neutral magic and the owner of Judgment Chain. And she was also Ludger's guilt. At least I should meet her and have a conversation. But now that he was actually considering having a conversation, his thoughts became quite complicated. Not just the magic he showed Rin that day, but how would he explain her sudden awakening of Judgment Chain? And what about the existence of that demon? Now that we've come this far, Rin must have realized that I was the one who dealt with Basara. Perhaps Rhine is also curious. Shall I grab hold until the end without knowing? Roger lowered his head. However, the existence of Zero Order kept catching his attention without mentioning such aspects and letting it go. Rhine seems innocent yet perceptive. She wasn't the type to easily be deceived by suspicious characters like Zero Order. However, he couldn't exclude the possibility. Careless judgment becomes poison. Roger never expected to become a teacher to Soren, nor did he anticipate facing Rhine and Freuden, his past connections, again in this place. Yet these events unfolded. In the end, it meant that the world didn't simply revolve around speculation and reason alone. The story of a devil who calculates every movement of molecules to deduce future events is nothing but fiction. Roger walked along the long corridor, pondering on how to naturally approach Rhine and strike up a conversation. Just as Roger was about to turn the corner of the pristine white hallway, he nearly collided with someone. He sensed the presence and stopped his footsteps just in time. Otherwise, they would have truly collided. Roger stared intently at the person he nearly collided with. The same applied to the other person. Both pairs of eyes were filled with confusion simultaneously. It was something they never expected to encounter in a place like this. Life is truly a series of unpredictable events. When Roger had such thoughts, Rhine felt a similar complexity deep inside her. Spending a few days inside the Imperial Palace, she continued to think about Roger during that period. What was that teacher's appearance that I saw that day? What was it? Roger, surrounded by a black shadow, and his figure unexpectedly popping out from his own shadow. And Flora, who had been taken by an unknown entity, and Roger who fought against that unknown entity. What could have happened amidst the raging black storm? According to the stories, Flora is safe, and they say Roger is fine too. Unresolved questions filled her mind. Rhine was so curious that she wanted to meet Roger somehow and have a conversation. Especially lately, her eyes didn't seem the same as before. It wasn't that her condition had worsened. Rather, it had become excessively good, which was a problem. When she looked at her eyes, shining like starlight beyond the mirror, she often found herself staring at their beauty absent-mindedly. Moreover, the energy that had faintly appeared in people before now began to shine vividly like burning flames. Rhine didn't particularly appreciate this unexpected power. That's why she wanted to ask Roger. As a teacher, he seemed like he might know why her eyes had become this way. What should I say if I meet him? No, before that, can I even meet him? If I approach him without hesitation, it won't be bothersome, right? She had been pondering over such concerns until just a moment ago, but here they were, face to face. Rhine and Roger remained silent for a while. Both of them had a lot they wanted to say, but they were unsure how to open the conversation. Um. Ah. Both of them opened their mouths and then closed them simultaneously. Summoning her courage, Rhine spoke first. Teacher, please go ahead and speak. Roger nodded as he looked at Rhine, who was looking up at him with an anxious expression. Yeah. Since I have something to say, let's find a quiet place to talk. Oh, really? Do you mind? No, I'm fine. Actually, I thought you might be busy. It doesn't matter to me. You said you're okay, so let's find a bench nearby or something and talk. Roger's suggestion was welcomed by Rhine, so she vigorously nodded her head up and down. Yes, as the two of them walked together, Sedin observed them secretly, quietly watching their every move. Chapter 332, Episode 332. Wall of Relationships, 2, Roger, and Rhine sat on the same bench, keeping a slight distance between them. Rhine sat upright with a straight back, tightly gripping the edge of her skirt on her neatly folded knees. Her sidelong glance captured Roger's appearance. With his hands clasped and his upper body slightly inclined, he seemed as calm as the surface of a tranquil lake. His appearance was so mature, unlike her own. Perhaps because of that, Rhine couldn't take her eyes off his profile. Roger's subdued demeanor was captivating, and it was undeniable. However, there was something fundamentally different. Every time Rhine saw Roger in that state, she felt a sense of longing and wistfulness simultaneously. She didn't know the clear reason why. She was certain she had never met Roger in the past, yet whenever she saw him, she couldn't help but feel as if they had met long ago. Nevertheless, it seemed like an invisible wall existed between them. Rhine. Yes, yes. When Roger spoke, Rhine was startled, thinking that he might have caught her secretly staring him. Why are you acting like that? Oh no, it's nothing. Seeing Roger's puzzled expression, she didn't think he had caught on to anything. Only then did Rhine realize that Roger also had something to discuss with her. Rhine, I think you have a vague idea why I wanted to talk to you. That's, you must have seen it that day. Instead of answering, Rhine nodded her head. The appearance I showed you that day is one of my magic spells. Specifically, it's a summon magic that I control. Roger said so, and summoned his familiar, Ether Nocturnus. Since it would undoubtedly attract attention if he summoned the whole thing, Roger minimized it and presented it. A crow-like creature appeared on the garment on Roger's right shoulder. The crow swiftly turned its head to look at Rhine, and Rhine, though her shoulders trembled at the sight, didn't avoid the crow's gaze. This, this is your magic summon. That's right. It's quite unusual. It's called Ether Nocturnus. It moves through shadows, and right now it takes the form of this animal, but its primary form is closer to a garment. If it's a garment. Only then could Rhine recall the appearance Roger had taken that day. Literally, it looked like he had draped a cloak made of shadows over himself. Moreover, he was wearing a crow-shaped mask on his face. What did he call it again? Plague Doctor's mask. She had seen it in a book, and the mask evoked a considerably somber atmosphere. Now, looking at the shadow crow perched on Roger's shoulder, she couldn't erase the thought of its similarity. So, does that mean it's the ability of this magic summon to suddenly emerge from nowhere on an empty ground? More precisely, it emerges from the shadows. Since Ether Nocturnus is composed of shadows, I can also move through them as a medium. Wow, I see. Only then did Rhine realize how Roger could come to her rescue in that fleeting moment. That's really impressive, isn't it? Rhine exclaimed in pure admiration and asked, "Can I touch it? Feel free." Rhine naturally extended her hand toward the magic summon in the form of a crow. The crow stared at Rhine with its red eyes, but Rhine only paused her hand for a moment. With a gentle smile, Rhine reached out her hand, and Ether Nocturnus tilted its head to the side for a moment. Then it lightly brushed its beak against the approaching hand. Ah! Rhine exclaimed without realizing, struck by the peculiar sensation she felt from the palm of her hand. Indeed, even the touch itself was different from that of an ordinary crow. It felt as if the sensation of touching smoke. Considering that it was not simply a shadow, but manifested through magical power, it wasn't an incorrect expression either. Roger observed Rhine's fascinating gesture of touching his familiar for a moment, and then released the summoning of Ether Nocturnus. Rhine felt a twinge of regret at the familiar's form vanishing in an instant. It's not something I can keep for long. Even though it appears like that, it's very greedy, so it consumes a significant amount of magical power, especially under this bright sunlight. I see. Is the familiar fascinating? Yes, I've heard about them, but it's my first time seeing one in person. Indeed, familiars might be unfamiliar to first-year students like you. The proper lessons on summoning familiars are part of the third-year curriculum. It takes quite a while then. I wanted to learn it quickly. You don't have to worry too much about it. What? Starting from this incident, there will be significant changes in the academic curriculum soon. Among them, there is a possibility that the summoning lessons for familiars will be moved to the first-year curriculum. Although Roger said it was a possibility, he was practically certain. Familiars are like companions of the soul possessed by wizards. When summoned, familiars consume a significant amount of magical power. But in that moment, they guarantee tremendous stability and combat prowess. Even though only certain individuals can naturally learn elementalism, there is a reason why wizards are interested. Learning about familiars will undoubtedly be helpful in the future if one takes the time to learn. The implications were quite significant. However, summoning a familiar was not merely a theoretical process. It required a bit more instinct, intuition, and enlightenment. That's why usually students in their first and second years do not learn how to handle familiars. It is because they lack experience and proficiency in magic. The foundation of familiars requires one's own magical power and a deep connection. In that sense, it was quite revolutionary for first-year students to learn the summoning of familiars. As students learning it, they would be filled with excitement. Summoning a special being born from one's own magical power carries dreams and romance, which are not characteristic of a wizard. Of course, the teacher who would teach it would already be struggling with the dilemma. I have no idea who will teach it, but they will surely have a hard time. Rhine nodded vigorously, indicating her apparent understanding of Roger's comprehensive explanation. However, the explanation he had just provided merely scratched the surface of her curiosity. There were still numerous inquiries lingering in her mind. For instance, the actual essence of the black mist that had assaulted her that day, or the state of Flora who had selflessly taken her place. Is Flora senpai? Is she okay? Flora, you mean? Yes, that day because of me in my place. Whenever Rhine recalled that moment, her heart sank. It was clear that she was the target of that black mist. If anyone was to suffer, it should have been her. Flora is fine. Oh, yes, I'm relieved. So, you don't need to worry about it. Rhine pressed her lips together tightly, feeling as though Roger's words had glimpsed her innermost thoughts. Do you blame yourself? It's because I tried to protect you. I ended up in that state. I was even consumed by that eerie mist. A demon. What? That was a demon. Upon hearing his words, Rhine's eyes widened, and she gazed intently at Roger's profile. It was as if she was asking if it was okay for him to say that to her. Didn't you already know? Yes, yes. I'm asking if you had any inkling. Why do you think that demon took an interest in you in the first place? Well, as Rhine attempted to speak, her own iris flashed into her mind. The black mist. If Roger was correct, it must have been a demon. It was evident that the demon had singled her out as its target. It could vaguely be speculated that it was because of her awakened iris. Moreover, that demon said something about a saint to me. When he mentioned the saint, the illusion magic she had seen at the museum came to mind. It was called divine magic. A woman who used that magic praying. Strangely, that sight lingered in her mind. Could it be related to that? You seem to have many questions. Yes, there are so many things I don't know. I wonder why I suddenly got involved in this kind of situation. But still, you want to know. Yes, because I don't know, I feel like I need to know more, so that I can understand even a little about what I should do. That's why I want to ask. Do you know about my condition, teacher? Rhine stared at him with an unwavering gaze. Her irises were sparkling with a much more beautiful light than before. Just by looking at them, one could lose themselves and be drawn in by their charm. Roger, who had resisted the enchantment of the headmaster, found himself momentarily but blankly observing those eyes. Even though she hadn't fully awakened yet, if she was in this state, what would happen when she possessed a complete judgment eye? Teacher. Well, at this point, it's impossible for you to remain unaware. Roger pondered where to begin his explanation, but he decided to start from the very beginning, telling her everything. In the past, he had intended to keep it a secret, but now that more than half of the awakening had already occurred, Rhine needed to be informed as well. Rhine, have you heard of the Judgment Eye? Judgment Eye. It's the first time I'm hearing that term. The Judgment Eye is the ability to discern right from wrong. I believe it extends beyond mere intuition and encompasses perceiving something more intrinsic. Ah, Rhine nodded, as if she could grasp what Roger meant. She had believed that she could detect people who posed a threat to her like a ghost from the beginning of the semester. Conversely, she also thought she could distinguish those who wouldn't benefit her. The reason Rhine could freely ask Roger about things she didn't know, unlike other students who were still afraid of him, was because of that. And that judgment eye is said to be the unique ability inherent only in the saints spoken of in Lumensis Church. Saint. Although the demon, Basara, had referred to her as a saint, hearing it directly from Roger felt different. But how can someone like me be a saint? It doesn't matter how you perceive it. Most past owners of the Judgment Eye were probably the same. It's just that there are rarely cases like yours where awakening occurs. Then is Lumensis Church going to take me? Why? Because I might become a saint. That won't happen. Really? Yes. I won't let that happen. Rhine swallowed her breath at Roger's words. She was probably saying it out of concern as a student, but hearing those words directly confused her. But why? You have placed Lumensis Church on a pedestal. Instead of revering and honoring the birth of a saint, they would rather shackle and manipulate the saint as a pawn in their hands. Rhine contemplated questioning how he obtained such knowledge, but when she observed Roger's earnest countenance, she found herself unable to inquire. Considering Roger's knowledge of Lumensis Church, the Judgment Eye, and the existence of saints, it was clear that Roger knew something that Rhine didn't. What should I do then? For now, conceal it. Just because I conceal it, does that mean it will remain hidden? My eyes are too conspicuous no matter how hard I try. Well, that's true. Rhine, let me take a look. Ah, okay. Rhine followed Roger's instructions. Roger stared fixedly at Rhine's countenance. His sapphire-like eyes captured his own reflection. It felt as if he was beholding his own face in the tranquility of a still pool. As Roger silently gazed at her, Rhine sensed a tingling sensation. Ah, Roger, teacher, just stay still. Roger uttered these words and cautiously extended his hand towards Rhine. Ahem. As Roger's touch drew near her eyes, Rhine involuntarily flinched, causing her shoulder to tremble. Roger's hand was firm, yet gentle, emanating warmth. His touch on this side was as cautious as handling an ancient relic. Rhine didn't particularly dislike that sensation. If she had to choose between liking or disliking it, it leaned towards the positive side. She thought it would be fine if it continued like this for the rest of her life. And my heart is racing too much. Roger's presence was close, his perfectly sculpted face and the warmth of his hand touching her cheek. Rhine worried about what would happen if Roger realized that her heart was beating like this. Her heart was pounding so loudly that she couldn't control it, and it felt like it would resound clearly in Roger's ears. How long did it last like that? That's enough. With Roger's short statement, his hand that touched her cheek moved away. Rhine felt a sense of regret, but still asked, "What just happened?" "Do you want to see?" Roger conjured a metal magic in the air, creating a thin plate. The smooth surface of it reflected Rhine's face clearly, like a mirror. Rhine looked into her own eyes through the mirror-like gap. Ha! Surprisingly, her eyes, which had sparkled like starlight, had returned to their original state. Chapter 333, Episode 333, White Lion 1. How did you do it? It's a simple sealing magic. I just blocked the force trying to seep out. Simple. Really, it's not perfect, so be careful. Your awakened power will grow stronger over time, and once it surpasses a certain level, the seal will easily break. But for now, it buys us some time. A sealing magic, huh? Unbelievable. Rhine may appear this way, but she is a student who boasts considerable knowledge in theoretical aspects. Even for someone like Sren, teacher, who has devoted sufficient time and effort, sealing magic is considered quite advanced. It's not a magic that can be immediately unleashed in such a short time. Well, it's Mr. Dart Roger, so it's not that surprising anymore. However, Roger's attitude, nonchalantly treating it as nothing out of the ordinary, was somewhat peculiar. At this point, it seemed almost intentional. Rhine, I've explained everything to you, but remember, you must not tell anyone that you possess the Judgment Eye. Why? If news spreads that you have the Judgment Eye, the Lumensis Church will do whatever it takes to take you away. And the demon that appeared this time is no different. We can't guarantee that there won't be others targeting you. I understand. Rhine nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. However, she suddenly remembered that there was one more person who had seen her changed iris. Teacher. Why? You're not considering revealing that it has already been discovered, are you? Rhine instinctively averted her gaze from Roger's eyes, and a cold sweat ran down her forehead. Who saw it? It was just one person, Senior Erendir. Erendir von Exilian, you mean? Yes. I see. Since the two of them were often together, it wouldn't be strange for Erendir to notice Rhine's changes. However, the problem was her position. If she was an ordinary student, Roger could handle it casually, but Erendir was a member of the royal bloodline. No matter how you look at it, even Roger hesitated to warn her about it as a personal matter. But if I were to ask Princess Eileen, I would have to explain the Judgment Eye to her as well. It would have been better if fewer people knew about the existence of the Judgment Eye. Even if it was Eileen, Roger wouldn't go as far as telling her about it. Considering Eileen's personality, she would probably try to use Rhine in some way. It was best to keep it hidden. Rhine, do you consider Erendir as someone you can trust and follow? Yes, me. I want to know your opinion. Well, Rhine hesitated about what to answer. She could either evade the question or even tell a lie. But Ryan knew that's not what Roger wanted. At the same time, she didn't want to give a superficial response. Senior, I can trust her. Is that entirely your own judgment? Yes, of course, I don't know everything about her. There may be aspects of her that I'm unaware of, but still, I want to believe. Ryan answered honestly while her heart trembled with anxiety. Even if Roger were to criticize her for being naive and ask what she could do with such careless thinking, it wouldn't be strange. However, Roger readily accepted Ryan's answer with a surprising level of trust. All right, if you say it with such conviction, I won't probe any further. Oh, you understand. Didn't you mention that you have faith in her? Yes, but then that settles it. Roger believed that if Ryan expressed such strong conviction, he could place enough trust in her words. It was closer to trusting in the power of the judgment, than trusting her judgment. She won't associate with someone who has a negative impact on herself. Of course, as Ryan, she was overwhelmed by deep emotion, thinking that Roger trusted her and spoke so easily. But Ryan, even if you trust her, you never know when news might leak, so be cautious as much as possible. Yes, if someone unfamiliar approaches you, be on guard. If they are overly friendly, be even more suspicious. Yes, yes, don't follow someone just because they offer you food. Teacher, aren't you treating me like a child? Roger realized it in an instant. As he conversed with Ryan like this, he suddenly saw glimpses of her childhood self overlapping with her current appearance. Because of that, he unintentionally spoke to her as he would to a child. Roger let out a light cough. That was just a way of saying to be careful. It's not a bad thing to be cautious and prepared. Well, I guess that could be true. Ryan smiled brightly at Roger. But still, if I were to be in danger, you would come to save me, right, teacher? In her voice, which carried a hint of expectation, Roger responded coldly. We'll see. Yes. What does that mean? Ryan puffed up her cheeks and turned her head quickly. Roger chuckled lightly at her reaction. Well, that's a relief. At his words, Ryan turned her head back to look at Roger. I thought you would have a hard time because of that. But seeing you, it seems like I was worrying for no reason. I received help in dangerous moments, from Senior Flora and also from you, teacher. I can't thank you enough, to the point where I don't know how many times I should say it. I feel rather sorry for not being able to be of help. Just having such thoughts is admirable in itself. Roger said so, and stood up from the bench. Oh, are you leaving? Yes, it's a rare moment of free time. Since the field study was cancelled, make sure you take enough rest and enjoy yourself, even if it's within the palace. Roger left those words behind and departed. Ryan couldn't get up from the bench until Roger completely disappeared from her sight. Ha! When Roger was no longer visible, Ryan let out a small sigh. In the end, I couldn't ask. She had already asked enough things she was curious about, but there was still one lingering question in Ryan's mind. Whether we really haven't met in the past, I wanted to ask. Roger walked through the well-maintained park within the palace. The picturesque scenery was delightful to the eyes, as if it came straight out of a painting. Within it, the students of Sioran were all enjoying their picnics. Some of the students saw Roger and waved their hands cheerfully. Teacher, hello. Have a nice day. Roger was momentarily taken aback by their different reactions. At first, he thought it was because there were other teachers around, but that wasn't the case. The students were genuinely speaking to him. As Roger, it was a phenomenon that was hard for him to understand, but the students had their reasons for it. The students who were now cheering for Roger were eyewitnesses who had personally witnessed Roger saving them in front of the Crystal Palace that day. Roger, who had dealt with countless hordes of chimeras with splendid magic and ensured everyone's safety, was admired by the students in the Crystal Palace, to the extent that he was almost an object of idolization. Since then, Roger had received greetings from passing students multiple times. Although there were still students who were afraid of Roger and couldn't even meet his eyes, compared to before, the ratio was less than half. Still, receiving the medal seems to have helped improve my image. While having such pointless thoughts, Roger spotted a familiar face across from him. Oh, Sedna, are you resting well? Yes, it's all thanks to teacher Roger. Are you here alone? I don't have any close friends, so yes. As Sedna answered like that, she discreetly gauged Roger's reaction. It seemed like she was trying hard to act nonchalant, but it was a habit of Sedna's to show it whenever she had something she wanted to ask. If you have something you're curious about, go ahead and ask. Yes, that's why I'm encouraging you. Well, you see. Sedna felt flustered, but remembered the conversation she had with Julia earlier. She didn't completely doubt Julia's words, but she thought there might be some misunderstanding. However, since she had noticed Roger having separate conversations with Ryan, her uneasiness had been gradually growing. "Teacher, did you really kill the mother of that student, Ryan?" There was no reason not to ask if she wanted to. After all, it was an event unrelated to her. But if Roger were to inquire about who told her, Sedna would have to mention Julia's name. If that happened, the conflict between the two would undoubtedly escalate like wildfire on dry straw. At the moment, Julia held a strong hostility towards Roger. As someone who cared about Sedna as a friend, Julia couldn't view Roger, the murderer, in a positive light. And what about Roger? Roger wasn't the type to stay quiet when facing someone hostile towards him. Especially if the person knew his weakness, there was a possibility that he would use somewhat extreme means to shut their mouth. "What should I do?" Sedna hoped that neither of them would get hurt. Both of them were precious to her. "Sedna, do you have something to say?" "Oh no, well." In that fleeting moment, Sedna agonized over whether to ask or not more than 100 times. "Just, it's nothing. I think I must have been mistaken about something." Sedna's final choice, as she mumbled it as if it were nothing important, was to dismiss the matter. Roger also noticed that Sedna's behavior was somewhat awkward, but he didn't bother to pry. He thought there must be a reason for Sedna to act this way. "Oh, right. Hans Sr. sent a message." "Hans, he's currently waiting, but he said he wants to see you as soon as possible. He wants to see me quickly." "Yes." He didn't explain the exact reason, but judging by his urgent tone, it seems like something has happened to him. Roger pondered what could have happened to Hans. The answer came to him quickly. "Oh, I see." He recalled who Hans and Bella Runa were currently with. Grander, his eccentric mentor, was with them at the moment. "I wondered why my mentor didn't come to see me. He must have found another target to torment." As it was, Grander had been quite intrigued by Hans for a while. A person who accepted the beast's nature and transformed accordingly. Even for Grander, who had lived for a long time, Hans was an interesting subject. "However, it's not pleasant to be the target of my mentor's interest." Hans, urgently wanting to meet, must be to ask Roger to intervene with his mentor. Roger shook his head. He felt sorry for Hans, but at the moment he couldn't leave the palace. There was no justification, and calming down his mentor's boredom, which had fallen into monotony, was quite a burden for Roger as well. Send a reply asking Hans to wait a few more days. "Yes, understood." After Sedna left and Roger was alone, he tried to recall what else was left to do. There was nothing. He had received all the compensation from Eileen, and he had been in contact with President Alyssa. He had finished all the conversations with Rhine, which had bothered him the most, so it was safe to say that he had completed everything he needed to do during his stay at the palace. The only thing left is sending news about Bella Runa to Mr. Chris. Should he at least take a look during the remaining time? With that thought, Roger returned to his assigned residence and narrowed his eyes when he saw Adal standing awkwardly at the entrance. "What business do you have in my room, Mandelina?" Weren't you in the bar room? I stepped out for a moment to have a conversation with the president." "Oh, you went to the external communication room." "Yes, so if you came looking for me, it must mean something has happened." "WL, that's true, but—" Mandelina broke into a cold sweat and avoided Roger's gaze. She still found Roger intimidating. Even though she knew he had no intention of killing her, the deep-rooted fear engraved in her memory didn't easily fade away. Roger had no intention of reassuring Mandelina either. Knowing that once you give her an inch, she takes a mile, it was better to keep this tension intact. "So, what brings you here?" "WL, I wouldn't call it a business. A guest came from outside." "A guest? Did someone come to see me?" "Oh no, not you. They came to see the Emperor and the First Princess." A guest significant enough for the Emperor to personally come. Roger sensed a strange uneasiness in Mandelina's attitude and her words. "Although the First Princess told me not to say anything, I can't help but worry a little." "So, who came to visit?" After hesitating, Mandelina answered. "It's the kingdom of Bretis. They sent an envoy." Chapter 334, Episode 334. White Lion, 2. A grand reception room prepared to welcome a foreign delegation. In that spacious area, two groups stood facing each other, dividing the space. On one side were the knights and priests wearing white ceremonial robes and white armor on top. On the other side were the imperial royal guards, dressed in silver uniforms, arranged in formation. Although it was a space to accommodate important guests, the atmosphere in the reception room was extremely tense. The tea tastes good. A man with a relaxed attitude, as if completely unaffected by the heavy, intense atmosphere, made a remark. He had a fairly ordinary appearance. With his messy brown hair and a few freckles, his expression exuded arrogance. Aileen, sitting opposite him, stared at the man with narrowed eyes. But I've heard that the Empire has better tea leaves. It seems they weren't prepared after all. Ah, of course, I'm not saying that this tea tastes bad, but it doesn't quite meet my standards. The disrespectful remark made the royal guards bristle. However, as well trained as they were, no one dared to speak out of turn. Instead, they glared back at the man with liveliness in their eyes, pressuring him with their gaze. But the man confidently held his head high, not because he believed in his own abilities, but because he trusted the knights standing behind him. And even more than that, he trusted the woman sitting next to him. We have also heard about the unfortunate incident that took place in the capital of the Exilian Empire. It's truly regrettable. It gives me strength to receive comforting words from the Brutus Kingdom, even sending a delegation. Thank you for your concern. Eileen spoke without changing her expression. However, it's quite surprising that you've brought so many people with you if you're here to help and worry about the unfortunate incident. Eileen's gaze lingered on the woman sitting next to the smirking man. She was dressed in pure white attire, with a tiara adorning her forehead. Sitting elegantly with a faint smile on her lips, she had an air of dignified grace that almost resembled a mannequin imitating a human, sending a strange chill down Eileen's spine. Eileen immediately grasped the identity of the woman. Is she a priestess from their homeland? The Brutus Kingdom established branches of the Lumensis Order in each country and sent their own people there. In every major city of a country, there was always a district head who could exert some influence in their area. But even such district heads could only lower their heads when they returned to their homeland, facing the person standing right in front of them, a priestess. In the Lumensis Order, priests usually served as intermediaries between gods and humans, playing the role of a communication bridge. Therefore, they were regarded as the humans closest to the gods among people. In the Brutus Kingdom, it was a position that could not be considered low. But she is so young. When one hears the word priestess, they would typically imagine an elderly person, but that was not the case in the Brutus Kingdom. They hand-picked women in their mid-20s as priestesses, as if it were a sacred vow. Although the number of priestesses did not exceed 10, it was a well-known secret that all the priestesses wore tiaras. Whether the anonymous priestess knew that Eileen was staring at her or not, she smiled more intensely, as if a smile soaked in genuine compassion. It wasn't a sneer or a mockery, but a smile that seemed to have slipped away from true benevolence. However, Eileen didn't like that smile at all. Whether it was because she had a rough appearance or because she could exert influence even in the dark world, Eileen always felt uncomfortable around people like her. Especially if the other person was from the Brutus Kingdom, it made her even more uneasy. Moreover, it hasn't been long since the terrorist incident ended, yet they brought such a large force to the capital. It's as if they knew this would happen and made preparations without giving us a chance to react. Could it have been exposed? Or was it simply a coincidence? While Aileen pondered over various possibilities in her mind, the deputy priest couldn't hide his displeasure. You are being disrespectful. Don't you know who you are facing right now? Right, there was such a guy in this gathering. A foolish fox who believed that the power of the deputy priest was his own power. It is you who is truly disrespectful. Do you not know who you are facing right now? But you are not the emperor. However, I can become the emperor, unlike you, who can never ascend to the position of a priest, even as a deputy. Aileen's sharp remark made the deputy's face turn red. Having relied on the authority of the priestess to establish his own position and roam freely, deep down in his heart, he felt a sense of despair that he could never become a priestess. Aileen, being quick-witted, immediately grasped the opponent's weakness. The deputy priest was about to say something in response, but soon had a mischievous smile on his face. Yes, well, I am satisfied with this position. And what is important right now is not that, don't you think? HMPH, you're trying to divert the conversation. Speak to the point of why you came here. Didn't I say? It was to express my condolences for the unfortunate incident. So, it might make sense to bring priests, but why knights? It looks like they intend to use force, no matter how you look at it. Of course, force is necessary. It's just that the Empire is not the target. The deputy priest opened his eyes wide and scanned over Eileen from head to toe. But depending on the answer, it could become the Empire. What an arrogant remark. How dare he blurt out such nonsense in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, which was the territory of the Empire. If it had been an envoy from another country, Eileen would have drawn her sword and struck the man's neck. But the opponent was an envoy from the Brutus kingdom. Although they had lost some of their luster compared to the past, the power possessed by the Brutus kingdom was still formidable, especially the way they have been interfering with the leadership of other countries for a long time bothers me. If they were merely a nation, openly showcasing their strength, it wouldn't have been such a bothersome situation. However, they possessed an enigmatic power whose origins couldn't be discerned, intensifying the feeling of unease. That's why dealing with opponents who possessed unknown power was troublesome. Eileen thought to herself as she opened her mouth, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. I cannot comprehend what you mean. So, what are you planning to use that force for? As I mentioned earlier, we are aware of the recent events that took place in the Empire. However, among the reports we have received, there is one peculiar matter. A peculiar matter. It is said that a black storm erupted in the heart of the capital, which appears ominous at first glance. Do you happen to know anything about it? As if she could see through everything Eileen was thinking, the deputy priest had a look that seemed to say he knew everything. Seeing him like that, Eileen couldn't help but ridicule the arrogant deputy priest in front of her. It seems like he has experienced having his throat tightened a few times in a similar situation. To think he had the audacity to challenge her with such meager skills. Truly audacious. Well, I also heard about the sudden occurrence of a black storm. However, it was brief and quickly dissipated. Regardless of its duration, the fact that it occurred holds significance. Do you have any knowledge about the nature of that black storm? The dreadful event concluded only 2 days ago. It's a relatively short time frame to uncover any information. So, despite being aware, you're dismissing its importance. The words of the deputy high priest were essentially doubting whether the empire was related to the black storm. Upon hearing those words, the knights didn't get angry, but rather looked bewildered. It was because the opponent's words not only crossed the line, but went beyond it. Indeed, whether it was due to crossing the line or exceeding rudeness, Eileen's expression instantly turned cold. Even the pressure from the knights couldn't make her flinch. The moment the deputy high priest faced Eileen's expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if her gaze possessed physical force, sharply piercing his body. The areas her gaze touched felt cold and chilling, even though he was wearing clothes. It felt like the tip of an ice pick piercing the skin. Even though the deputy high priest had lost his courage, Eileen's cold gaze was something he couldn't endure. Once, I'll let your rudeness pass this time only, but remember, there won't be a next time. It was a voice that conveyed not mere bluffing, but a sincere warning that she might really do something. To conceal the fact that he was intimidated, the deputy high priest calmly nodded his head. Of course, that was his own thinking, but his pale complexion, flowing cold sweat, and trembling pupils clearly showed that he was frightened. Anyway, we don't know the reason behind the occurrence of the Black Storm either. Since the Liberation Army bastards joined forces with the Dark Sorcerers, they might have done something. Do you think the Dark Sorcerers are capable of such dangerous magic? I rather want to ask you the opposite. Aren't you underestimating the Dark Sorcerers too much? Ha, you really don't intend to say a single word, do you? Well, after all, I'm the next emperor. How can I be overshadowed by a mere deputy high priest? Upon Eileen's cutting remark, the deputy priest's face twisted, and he murmured in a low voice, I understand. Since the empire is so uncooperative, we'll have to look into it ourselves. Do as you please. Just the fact that we allowed you to come this far is an act of great mercy on our part. Do you think the homeland will remain silent when they hear about this? The homeland. You are the deputy of the priests, not the deputy of the Bretis kingdom. Yet you dare to speak in the name of the country, truly an arrogant remark. At those words, the deputy high priest fell into contemplation. Eileen effortlessly turned his half-threatening words back on him with her own rudeness. The deputy priest glanced at the priestess sitting beside him anxiously. That glance urgently conveyed that his words were by no means meant in that sense. Indeed, they say the next empress is extremely strong, beautiful, and intelligent. Those words seemed not completely unfounded. Surprisingly, it was the priestess herself who had remained silent until now who spoke up. I thought you were unable to speak. I simply didn't see the necessity. However, in this particular situation, I cannot stay silent, considering the opposing party involved. Ha! Eileen responded with a laugh to those words. She thought it wouldn't be easy for the priestess herself to step forward. It's probably also unsettling for them to leave the task to that blockhead. It's a pity. She had planned to dig a little deeper. However, contrary to Eileen's expectations, the priestess slowly stood up from her seat. We will take our leave now. Even as we are engaged in this conversation, somewhere in this world, an impure group is plotting something sinister. As if there would be an impure group as impure as you. Eileen barely restrained herself from saying those words. It was gratifying to know that those annoying and bothersome individuals would leave on their own. Watching the members of the Lumensis order leaving alongside the priestess, Eileen clicked her tongue in annoyance. For now, it seems like the immediate crisis has been averted, but judging by their reactions, it seems they still suspect us. Even though we've hidden it as much as possible, if they start investigating, they might discover some traces. And naturally, that will also lead to Roger getting involved. Judging by Roger's reaction, he seemed to despise the Lumensis order a lot. If it's a relationship where they explode just by coming into contact, like fire and gunpowder, anything could happen suddenly. For now, I sent Mandalina to warn that man to be careful. He's perceptive enough to protect himself and avoid danger on his own. Roger silently watched the group of people approaching him head-on. The moment he realized who they were, he couldn't help but feel awkward. The envoys from the Bretis kingdom that Mandalina mentioned. Of all places, I have to encounter them here. It was an absurd situation. He deliberately avoided paths where they could possibly be moving, yet they ended up crossing paths. They didn't seem to have any specific intention. It was just a coincidental encounter while passing by. Let's just ignore them and move on. As Roger was about to think that way, the woman wearing a tiara at the forefront turned her head towards Roger. Her gaze was hidden behind the tiara, but she was clearly staring at Roger. Who are you? He tried to ignore them intentionally, but they initiated the conversation. Roger silently looked at the woman with the tiara. At a glance, she held the highest position among this group. If she was accompanied by such a high level of escort from their homeland, is she the priestess? While Roger was having such thoughts, the deputy priest came up to him, fuming with anger. Hey, she's asking who the hell you are. Are you deaf or something? The deputy priest was not in a good mood. He had been mocked by Princess Eileen during their conversation and failed to fulfill his role properly. Just that alone was embarrassing enough, and now this guy dared to approach the priestess, so his frustration boiled up. Hey, what's wrong with your ears? Or is it a problem with your mouth? Priestess, it seems this guy might be deaf or something. Did you say priestess? Roger stared intently at the woman with the tiara and spoke. The deputy priest, who didn't expect Roger to suddenly speak, looked at him with a puzzled expression, saying, it seems you're accompanied by a suitable retinue for yourself. Chapter 335 Chapter 335 White Lion 3 About 15 minutes before meeting Roger, Priestess Lemria walked through the corridors of the palace, following the guide of the deputy. These are truly audacious individuals. How dare they treat the priestess of our nation with such disrespect? Princess Eileen did not see them off or provide them with a guide after their meeting. It was clear that they were unwelcome guests. Priestess, what would you like to do? Will you go directly to the scene where the incident occurred? The deputy asked in a polite tone, trying to match Lemria's mood. Lemria shook her head. It doesn't seem necessary to go immediately. But if we go even a little late, this unholy empire might try to eliminate the evidence. No matter how thickly they bury it with sand, the true form of a genuinely corrupted existence is bound to be revealed. The more they try to hide, the easier it becomes for us to find, so it's all right. But still, moreover, since we have finally entered the imperial palace, it would be a shame not to admire its famous scenery, wouldn't it? Lemria asked with a natural smile. No one could refute her words. Lemria, who usually handled most of the tasks through the deputy, directly expressed her opinion. There was no one in this position who could reject the proposal of the woman with the highest authority present. Since we have received permission from our homeland to stay here for a while, let's take a look around the famous imperial palace inside. I've been curious about it for a while. Yes, understood. Then let me be your guide. Due to Lemria's whim, the Bretis delegation changed their direction. It was an unexpected action that Eileen didn't expect. While Lemria was wandering around the palace, fascinated by its wonders, she spotted a man approaching from the opposite side. Having passed numerous servants and guards on her way here, Lemria had not paid much attention to them. But this man was different. Even for Lemria, who was indifferent to everyone except the guards, he had a captivating charm that unknowingly drew her gaze. No, it could even be called a magical aura. Who is he? His appearance was truly that of a sculptor's masterpiece, crafted with utmost dedication, making him the epitome of a handsome man. But beyond simply being good-looking, he exuded a unique charisma and atmosphere that flowed around him. In an instant, one could mistake him for a bloodline of the royal family. However, his hair color was different, and there was no reason for someone from the royal family to be wandering alone like this. That meant he was either an outsider or a servant of this place, just as the man noticed her presence and momentarily paused his steps. Though it was a brief moment, Lemria couldn't help but sense something peculiar. As the man resumed walking past her, Lemria took the initiative and spoke up. "Who are you? You go around with your own entourage that suits you perfectly." In that moment, the deputy couldn't understand what Roger had said. "W what? What did you just say?" Although the deputy asked, Roger didn't even respond. That sharp gaze was unexpected. Frustrated by once again being ignored, the deputy clenched his fist tightly. In Roger's actions, the insult he had received from the first princess a while ago seemed to overlap. "Answer me right now." Shouting, Roger finally turned to the deputy and asked, "You're being noisy. I spoke to this woman, not you." "What? You insolent! Look at me properly. I am the representative of the noble person present here. If you want to speak to this person, you must speak to me first," the deputy shouted with a voice full of pride. His attitude showed no hint of embarrassment because he was the representative of the priestess. However, Roger's reaction was not only cold, but even icy. "A representative? Are you so proud just because you act and speak on behalf of others?" The deputy's proud expression twisted into a miserable one. "I am not an ordinary representative. How dare you babble without even knowing who this person is? Should I know that?" "What?" Roger's confident question left the deputy flustered. "Should I know? What a natural question to ask. Well then, did you dare to babble such nonsense without even knowing who this person is?" "That was a wrong choice of words," Roger sneered. "The one who babbled nonsense in the first place wasn't me, but her." "You arrogant bastard. How dare you speak like that as a mere employee staying at the palace?" "Employee? It seems that you were babbling such nonsense without even knowing who I am." "Not an employee." Even seeing the expression of the deputy asking that question, Roger didn't bother to correct him. "As you say, the person here is really considered great person. It's not about being considered, but actually. But authority isn't something that simply comes from words. Just because you, a self-proclaimed deputy, raise your voice and make a scene, it doesn't mean you have authority. Haven't you learned that?" The words, as sharp as flying daggers, along with the chilling gaze, struck the deputy's body. "And as a citizen of the Empire, except for the Emperor, I am not obliged to bow my head to anyone. Even if they are an envoy from another country, it should not be forced. This person is a priestess of the Bretis kingdom. It's different from an ordinary envoy," the deputy argued, pushing out words that should have remained unsaid. Despite Roger's accurate statement, there was an undeniable urgency in their desire to argue. "A priestess?" "Yes, the priestess holds a revered position that can only be attained by those who have received the blessings of the saints in the Bretis kingdom. You are not in a position to casually trivialize her words." It was indeed true that the Bretis kingdom had severed diplomatic ties with other nations for a considerable period. However, due to their long-standing reign over the continent, their prestige remained intact. Over the years, some individuals had become ignorant and forgotten their rightful place, daring to question the esteemed status of their own homeland. That was a tree that should never be looked up at. The agent spoke confidently while observing Roger's expression. "Now, do you realize your place?" As he was about to ask, he felt something strange when he saw Roger's unchanged face. Despite mentioning the position of a priest, Roger's face was full of "so what" expression. "So, are you a priest?" "I am their representative." "Right, a representative. parrots who speak and act on behalf of others, spineless creatures without their own backbone. I know well. So what do you want me to do? Of course, the agent hoped that he would bow down on his own, but Roger had no intention of doing so. He hated such people from the beginning, and bowing down to them was worse than death. Above all, if you're going to claim to be a representative, at least be faithful to that role. It seems like you're not even fulfilling your duties as a representative. That statement not only mocked the agent, who claimed to be a representative, but also subtly revealed his own motives. If you think you are serving someone properly, then learn to act accordingly, unless you want to disgrace your master. The agent's face turned red, as if it was about to explode. He clenched his fist, as if he would swing it at any moment, but Roger wasn't concerned at all. He's a guy who has only received preferential treatment all his life, so he doesn't understand his own position. A typical example of being surrounded by sycophants. Most likely, no one would dare to confront him directly. Just being called the priestess's representative would have received similar treatment. Even though the authority to bow down was not with him, but with the priestess, he forgot his own position and became intoxicated with the taste of power. Originally, if your own representative acted like that, there's no way the true master would let it pass quietly. However, the key figure in the incident, the priestess herself, was calmly observing the situation. She didn't care about the actions of her direct subordinate. It was as if she was a completely unrelated person. Perhaps they shared the same thought, which is why she didn't intervene or show any interest. The expressions of the priests and paladins behind me don't look good, so incidents like this must have happened more than once. Since there was no means to hold this foolish subordinate accountable, there was only one inevitable outcome. The priestess displayed a complete lack of interest in her subordinate's actions. She seemed devoid of agency or personal will. She was truly nothing more than a puppet, living and breathing. It seemed like the behavior befitting a priestess of the Lumensis Church. That's why Roger openly disregarded the subordinate and spoke directly to the priestess himself. Don't you think the same? He wanted to test why she remained unresponsive even when he spoke so directly. The expressions of the priests and paladins who had been quietly listening behind froze coldly. It wasn't that they didn't consider the subordinate's behavior contemptible, but it was problematic for an outsider to speak so directly and bluntly to a priestess. Yes, that's right. But even more surprisingly, it was Priestess Lemria, the priest herself, who answered, and she answered in a form of consent. Priestess. The subordinate's face turned into a pathetic expression like an abandoned puppy. However, Lemria didn't even glance at him. She had no interest in how surprised her closest confidant was. I have been overseeing him for a significant period, and there was a time when he displayed initiative and passion. However, I am unsure when he began overstepping his boundaries. Lemria acknowledged her own negligence in allowing such behavior to persist without consequences, yet no one dared to hold her accountable. Priestess. No, it's not your fault. How could I? As the subordinate tried to argue, the priestess stared at her subordinate beyond her snow-white tiara. Even though her eyes couldn't be seen, the subordinate's complexion turned pale with fear. You've been handling my affairs for far too long and working hard. I think it's time for you to take a good rest. She said it in a polite tone, but in reality, she was practically driving him away. The subordinate wanted to say something more, but two paladins stepped forward and quickly dragged him away. Priestess! Priestess! With an echoing cry that felt empty, the subordinate completely disappeared. Lemria didn't even spare a glance for the subordinate who had been with her for a long time and instead smiled at Roger. Now it's quiet. Although it was indirectly mentioned, no one expected that she would openly chase him away in front of everyone. Furthermore, judging by the way she speaks, she must have been overseeing him for a long time, yet she has no hesitation in letting him go. It makes one wonder if emotions even exist within her. Even her smile at the moment feels alien, as if she has put on a mask over a wax doll. So, what is your name? Before asking someone else's name, I believe it is proper to introduce oneself first. A surge of vitality emanated from the paladins in response to Roger's words, but Roger didn't even blink. As if daring them to draw their swords and swing them, he provoked the paladins with his gaze. Enough! It was then that Lemria spoke up. The paladins immediately restrained themselves. I must admit that I lacked manners. I apologize. I'm not very accustomed to dealing with people. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Lemria. I am the priestess of the Bretis kingdom. Priestess. Has one of the priestess, numbering around 10, arrived? Furthermore, she appeared much younger than the priestess in his memory. During his absence, it seemed that there had been a significant change in the priestess as well. Roger Chelsea, I am currently staying here as a guest, serving as a teacher for the Seron. I see. Since it seems that your curiosity has been satisfied, I will take my leave. Roger concluded that he shouldn't get involved with them at all. When Roger, with an openly expressed attitude of no longer wanting to converse, tried to leave, Lemria naturally blocked his path. Roger frowned. What are you trying to do now? Just because you heard my name, do you already think it's time to leave? We've encountered each other like this for a reason, so let's have a little conversation. It seems like you have something you want to talk about, but I have no interest in that. So step aside. A firm command, not even a suggestion to make way. Even in the face of such overt displeasure, Lemria didn't erase her smile. You're Roger, right? I sense a rather peculiar energy from you. Only speaking what she wants to say. Roger became annoyed by Lemria's whimsical behavior. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder who the personality of the recently expelled subordinate resembled. And what does that matter? Are you planning to ask me if I believe in a god or something? Well, can I? I don't believe. That's a shame. Even in such a situation where it would be appropriate to feel offended, Lemria maintained a natural smile. From the very beginning, I sensed an unusual energy from you. For someone who seems eager to hold on to others, you appear quite nonchalant. Oh, if it sounded that way to you, I apologize. But I genuinely meant what I said, and I genuinely responded. Moreover, beyond the peculiar energy, there was a sense of familiarity that I couldn't resist being curious about. At the mention of familiarity, Roger fell silent. Lemria subtly asked, have we perhaps met somewhere before? Chapter 336, Chapter 336, Traces of the Holy Kingdom, 1. Where did we meet? That's such a shallow question aimed at promoting religion. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean it in that sense. It's just that I have a vague feeling of having seen you somewhere. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lemria smiled subtly at Roger's response. Well, you certainly have an interesting sense of humor. What I meant to say was, I was wondering if Mr. Roger has ever visited our main homeland, the Bretis kingdom. Lemria's direct remark made it practically impossible to intentionally change the subject. Moreover, considering how she is asking so openly, could it be that she has discovered something about me? However, Roger could confidently state that he had never seen Lemria before. He only recognized her as a priestess because of her position, deducing it based on the fact that such a rank existed. At least among the people I know in the Bretis kingdom. There were a few. During his childhood, Roger had more than just enemies within the kingdom. Most of them were adversaries, but he had one person he was close to, just one. In the context of the entire kingdom, it was an incredibly small number. But at least Roger, during his intense childhood, had received significant help from that person. As Roger's expression grew heavy, Lemria subtly asked, oh, is something coming to mind? Well, there is one thing. Oh, really? What is it? I've heard a similar phrase like this from someone in a different place. Roger shared the story of meeting the parish priest in Ledervelk and hearing similar words. A blatant objection here would rather arouse suspicion. Lemria's persistent questioning, despite being their first meeting, made it clear that she had sensed something. However, the fact that she asked to confirm meant that she wasn't entirely certain. Priestess suspects me, but it's just a doubt, nothing more. With that, Roger had determined his approach. Instead of outright denial, he would partially accept it and explain a similar experience he had gone through. He would skillfully mix falsehoods into the truth. Redirecting the other person's thoughts to a different topic was not difficult. It seems the parish priest in Ledervelk also saw something similar to what I experienced. To see if the intention was grasped, Lemria clapped her hands in response to the mention of someone similar to her. She mentioned that it was somewhat fascinating to have someone like me. Perhaps she also felt a similar energy. Is that so? It's strange. I was thinking of something different. Lemria attempted to ponder further, but she ultimately gave up as no clear answer came to mind. I guess I'll have to ask the sisters when I return to my homeland. This could be a bit problematic. Maintaining his expression, Roger asked casually, sisters, did you have family? Yes, of course, I have family. Very precious family. I see. Of course, I don't have any biological family who gave birth to me or raised me. I was an orphan taken in by the church. But the family I mentioned refers to the sisters who are like me. If you mean sisters, I'm referring to the priestesses. Lemria stated it as if it were obvious. The priests who had been quietly listening to their conversation from behind were startled. Priestess. They seemed alarmed, as if she had revealed information that shouldn't have been disclosed. Lemria didn't seem to pay any attention to their reaction. Well, oh, was it something I shouldn't have said? I apologize. But when Roger asked, I couldn't just refuse to answer. Lemria's reaction seemed to convey her lack of understanding as to why she had acted in such a manner. Roger narrowed his eyes, observing Lemria, the priestess, closely. Lemria's reaction showed that she didn't quite understand why she had acted that way. Roger narrowed his eyes at Priestess's demeanor. Even though she's probably seeing me for the first time, she doesn't lie or hide the truth. Seeing her lack of self-awareness, it's not that she chose not to do it, but rather that she couldn't. Bretis envoys, including Lemria herself, remained clueless. However, Roger immediately noticed why she was displaying such a reaction. She instinctively reacts to the lineage I possess. Roger possessed the blood of the cursed Bretis king. It was evident that Lemria was responding to this cursed blood. Lemria the priestess and her sisters were raised by the Holy Kingdom as people who maintain a new priestly position. There was a possibility that they had undergone skillful brainwashing while teaching the children. Considering the dark side of the Holy Kingdom, it could be said that it was definitely possible. If they were someone who held a position like a priest, they would have a stronger and more definite bond. For example, they could never lie to the bloodline of the great Holy King. Even if it wasn't full brainwashing, it seemed clear that they had received such implications. Perhaps the reason she approached me and spoke might be for that reason. Having discovered the bloodline she should serve and protect, it was natural for her to take an instinctive interest. It wasn't a favorable situation. The more strangely Lemria behaved in front of him, the more reasonable it was for the accompanying envoy to suspect this side. However, leaving like this bothered Roger as Lemria continued to be conscious of this side. If things continued like this, she might share the story of meeting him when she returned to her homeland. If the priestess has been subjected to brainwashing or manipulation, what if he could use that in reverse? Roger put his thoughts into action immediately. I've heard your story well. Oh, is that so? There was a faint smile on Lemria's lips, perhaps thinking she had received praise from this side. But as I mentioned earlier, I have no interest in believing in gods. That's a shame. It felt like we would get along well for some reason. And I have something I must attend to. I presume you have a similar matter at hand. Yes, I completely forgot, but recollected it belatedly. Thank you for reminding me. Since we're both quite busy, I should be going now. Oh, and, Roger whispered in a low voice that only Lemria could hear, it would be best to ignore of what happened today. Then, as a confirmation, he asked Lemria, don't you think so? A subtly thrown question. But if the other person was under any influence, it becomes not a simple question, but an order. Yes, I think so. Lemria faintly nodded her head. She probably wasn't even aware that she had nodded her head. Roger confirmed that his guess was correct based on her reaction. At the same time, a wave of disgust towards the Bretis kingdom, which he had suppressed, surged within him. Those bastards, even in the past when he was still there, and even now, 20 years later, they were still carrying out terrible deeds without changing at all, hidden beneath the surface. Despicable and disgusting scums. But what made Roger even more frustrated was the reality that he had nothing he could do immediately. For now, I'll let it go. But once everything this side desires is gathered and all preparations are in place, at that time, without fail, he vowed deep in his heart to correct all these twisted things. Priestess Lemria, are you all right? After parting ways with Roger, a priest approached Lemria, who was still standing motionless in her place. To them, Lemria's actions today was unusual. If by any chance there was a problem with the high-ranking priestess's well-being, it would be difficult for those gathered here to avoid reprimands. Yes, I'm fine. Well, that's a relief. But why did you show such interest in that man earlier? He's just a lowly magician, isn't he? Just because. Excuse me. I just felt like it. Is that strange? Oh, no, it's not. The priest tried to coax her, but there was no denying that something was off. Lemria was not the only person who possessed such characteristics. Other priestesses were just like her. They were loyal to the main church, taught doctrine, and harbored no impure emotions. It was known as an unchanging truth within the British kingdom. I know, my behavior today was quite out of character. Lemria herself felt the subtle sense of strangeness, suddenly changing the destination and taking a different path, or dismissing the deputy who had been with her on the spot. I didn't pay much attention because I've been thinking of replacing the deputy at some point. But what was important was the man named Roger Chelsea. He introduced himself as a teacher from Ceron, and the moment she saw him, she felt an unusual interest. However, if asked why she felt that way, Lemria couldn't answer either. It was like an instinct engraved deep in her soul. It was not an area that could be judged rationally. You mentioned Roger Chelsea, right? The man from earlier. Yes, that's right. Priestess, you may not have heard, but his name seems to be quite well known among the magicians. Indeed, I did have that feeling from the first impression. But if you check, I'm sure he's not an ordinary person. A smile formed on Lemria's lips, but it disappeared in an instant. Please make sure to check. Are you referring to Roger Chelsea? Yes, but please keep it very discreet. Don't let anyone else know, not even my sister or the main church, especially my older sister. Yes, well, but can you do it? Once again, Lemria asked with a smile, leaving the priest no choice but to nod his head while revealing his perplexity. In this place, Lemria was his direct superior. Even if Lemria seemed somewhat strange compared to usual, if she made such a direct request, he had no choice but to comply. If it were a loose-lipped deputy, he would have been dismissed long ago, but the priest had no such intention. Lemria knew that as well, which is why she asked the priest for a favor. Thank you, Lemria smiled, expressing her gratitude at the priest's positive response. However, instead of feeling relieved by her smile, the priest felt an eerie sensation. As the priest bowed his head and stepped back, Lemria stood still in her place, as if contemplating something, and eventually started moving forward. Her entourage naturally followed behind her. While looking at the scenery inside the imperial palace through her tiara, Lemria continued to recall her encounter with Roger from earlier. Roger Chelsea. He is definitely someone significant. If it was her usual self, she wouldn't have casually brought up words she wouldn't normally say. What was even more surprising was that at the time, Lemria herself didn't sense anything strange. Even though she should have immediately informed her homeland of this fact, she didn't feel any desire to do so. However, she couldn't help but have personal doubts. Roger didn't give any hints about such matters. Moreover, the peace inside me had a peculiar reaction. The peace that allowed her to ascend to the position of a priestess. Where did the origin of that peace come from? The fact that the peace reacted to the man named Roger Chellies meant that the origin of the peace was related to him. Elder sister. The priestess referred to each other as sisters. Among such priests, there was one who possessed the strongest and most formidable power, the person whom the priestess called elder sister, the chosen one of the British kingdom, raised as a candidate for the saint since childhood, High Priestess Catherine. She was the master of the peace. Having fully recovered his physical condition while staying in the imperial palace, Roger came out to the streets of the capital for the first time in a while. Naturally, he had received permission from Princess Eileen herself. Why cling to something when you're going back soon anyway? Roger walked along the streets of the capital. The streets that had turned into ruins not long ago had been considerably restored in the past few days. The cluttered roads had been neatly organized, and the collapsed houses were being rebuilt even stronger than before. People were diligently working and sweating. Perhaps it's because the royal family has distributed a lot of relief funds. The sight of people working exuded vitality. Seeing everyone overcoming the sadness of that day, Roger thought the scene was quite pleasant to behold. Roger headed towards the hideout, where Hans, Bella Runa, and his teacher were staying. Originally, after Roger obtained the relic fragment, the rest should have withdrawn to Riederberg. However, they were all trapped in the capital with no definite timeline, including Hans and Bella Runa. As Roger opened the door to the hideout, a large black figure suddenly popped out from inside, startling him. In an instant, Roger recognized his opponent and dismissed the thought of an ambush. Hans, brother. As soon as Hans recognized Roger, he burst into tears and tightly held onto his arm. Why are you so late? I had something to do, but more importantly, that situation. Roger examined Hans's condition. Hans looked different from his usual transformation into a beast-like form. Overall, he resembled a werewolf, but he had spikes growing on his back and even had two tails. Roger found that appearance quite familiar. Indeed, it was the presence he had seen the most when the Liberation Army carried out acts of terrorism. A chimera? Are you telling me that you've transformed like that with the fangs of a chimera? Yes. Hans nodded, sniffling. It wasn't Bellaruna this time, right? No, this time it wasn't Bellaruna, it was. It's me. Interrupting Hans' words, a young girl's voice resounded clearly to the entrance. Hans, as if encountering a ferocious ghost, hid behind Roger with his fur standing on end. Brother, I got it, close the door. If someone else sees this scene, it will be reported. Although Roger said that, Hans was still trembling in fear. With a sigh, Roger used his magic to close the entrance door and then moved towards the room where the voice came from. You're always late. I thought I was dying from waiting. Grander was lying on the sofa like a doll, welcoming Roger. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Traces of the Holy Kingdom, 2. No matter how you look at it, you seem to have had a comfortable time. Even though it appears like that, I didn't feel comfortable. Grander's demeanor was rather dull, but considering how long she had stayed here, she was surprisingly well behaved. If it were the usual Grander, she would have found something to do out of boredom. But to be this calm, it meant that she had enough opportunities to relieve the accumulated stress. Roger sighed, recalling the image of Hans with patches of fur missing due to stress. You should have been more moderate. You knew very well what I dislike. And it's all because of some disrespectful guy who made his master wait for so long. If anyone saw this, they would think I desperately pleaded master to wait. I didn't even ask you to come, yet you're saying such things. Grander glared at Roger with a piercing gaze. Just mentioning the facts in a sneaky manner had provoked her. All right, I got it. I understand, so please stop giving me that look. Why are you getting angry like this? I'm not angry. You already seem pretty worked up. I said I'm not angry. Do you want me to really get angry? Please be patient. In the end, Roger was the first to back down. Yes, the disciple should lower his head first. What else could be done? As Roger took a step back, Grander also calmed down her anger. Grander, feeling that she might have been a bit excessive, grumbled as if complaining. By the way, that child Hans, being able to transform into a chimera, has quite an extraordinary constitution. I thought he could only turn into regular animals. He can transform into even more than that. It wasn't particularly surprising that Hans had transformed into a chimera. Considering the moment when he could transform into Beast of Javorden, Roger had vaguely thought about it. Grander showed a curiosity to satisfy her thirst for knowledge, but deliberately suppressed it. Now wasn't the time to worry about such things. It seems like you've finished your tasks. Yes, you seem exhausted from your efforts. If you noticed that, why didn't you offer any help? Upon hearing that, Grander burst into laughter. Help, did I teach you to be so weak? At least you didn't teach me how to fight against demons. Are you rebelling now? Looks like the commonly mentioned teenage puberty has arrived. What age do you think I am? I'm just making a natural defense. Didn't you manage to fight well enough on your own without my help? That should have been enough. That's easy to say now, even though I've been in danger multiple times. You're just making a fuss. Grander's indifference to this side's complaints was unbearable. Since Roger didn't have any expectations to begin with, he went straight to the main point. So, how was it? What do you mean, how was it? If you don't explain properly, I won't know. Don't pretend you don't know. You came here to see how well I can fight, right? From the beginning, Grander didn't show genuine interest or curiosity to be fully engaged. No, she could have been engaged if she wanted to, but there must be a reason for her to endure the boredom and stay here. The sudden appearance of a demon was unexpected even for the master. You've become incredibly sharp at sensing things. I've been living with the master for over 10 years. Has it been that long already? Considering the years, it's been around 13 years. The master picked me up and raised me when I was over 7 years old. Yeah, I raised you with all my heart. Back then, you were a mischievous brat through and through. But now, you've grown up and dare to rebel against the master. How pitiful, how pitiful. You should use proper words when talking about raising someone. You raised me harshly more than anyone else. That's why you've become so strong. Grander decided to retaliate shamelessly. As usual, if Grander adhered to that approach, Roger would be the first to back down. If Roger also shamelessly retaliated, then there would definitely be a fierce fight. I remember there was a time when he got angry like that before. Even now, the thought of Grander getting furious like a wildfire sends shivers down my spine. It's not about being in danger or getting tired of Grander's momentum. What's truly frightening is when Grander bursts into tears, throws a tantrum like a child, and locks herself in a room, refusing to show her face. A long time ago, when Roger was about 17 years old. During that time, Roger became greatly annoyed by Grander's arbitrary behavior and would counter every word she said. He did so, fully prepared to face the master's scolding. With all that determination, even Roger was in an irritated state, knowing that if he didn't do something like this, he wouldn't feel relieved. Granda's reaction at that time was quite entertaining. With wide-open eyes and clenched fists, she trembled uncontrollably. As usual, she had teased her disciple, but when the disciple opened his eyes, challenged her, it was quite bewildering. Roger thought to himself, how much will she scold and criticize me using magic training as an excuse this time? At the moment, when he hoped it would end reasonably, Granida burst into tears and locked herself in the room. That was a situation that Roger had never expected. What kind of behavior is it to close the door, lock it, and refuse to speak? Although the behavior was bewildering, Roger thought it was better that way. He wouldn't have to endure his master's nagging and interference anymore. That's what he thought, until it lasted for a month. How long was she locked up back then? It's been over a month already. Grander is a long-lived vampire, so her sense of time is quite different from humans. For an ordinary person, it takes at least half a day or up to 3 days for their frustrated feelings to dissipate. Although it varies from person to person, it usually doesn't exceed a week. However, for Grander, it lasted for over 2 months. At first, Roger thought that his master was just angry for the first few days. But as a week and 2 weeks passed without any response, he started to worry. He didn't think that the monstrous master had died, but he wondered if something significant was bothering her mentally. After all, she was the one who raised him. But then she would suddenly appear, eat the food that had been prepared in advance, and disappear again. Her stubborn personality made Roger think that she would last longer than others. But the moment it exceeded a month, Roger felt that something was wrong. In the end, it took 2 months and 21 days for Grander's heart to loosen up and for her to speak to Roger as usual after their fight. Yes, it took almost 3 months. Just thinking about that time still gives me a dizzy feeling. It would have been better if she had gotten angry and expressed her feelings rather than showing completely nonsensical behavior, which only made Roger more anxious. So after that, I never questioned the master beyond a certain limit. In the end, that day's rebellion was Roger's first and last. The memory of that day was still deeply engraved in Roger's mind. Why do you look at me like that? No, it's nothing. No, it's not. It's clearly the expression of a guardian who finds dealing with a difficult elder inconvenient. Indeed, having lived together for over 10 years, Grander immediately knew what Roger was thinking from his expressionless face. When Roger didn't deny it, Grander's eyebrows twitched slightly, not because she found it amusing, but because it was an expression she occasionally made when she was displeased. Roger calmly changed the subject. The Lumensis church has made a move. Those guys, it hasn't been just a day or two since they last moved. Grander knowingly chose to let Roger's words pass as if she intentionally overlooked them. This time it's different. It didn't come from a nearby branch. It came directly from the headquarters. The headquarters, they came from the Bretis kingdom. Until recently, I thought they had locked themselves up. To bring up something that happened 20 years ago and call it recent. They haven't been active again for that long. They recently started their activities. In that case, they must have come to investigate this incident, because a demon has appeared in the capital of the Empire. Yes, a high-ranking priestess came personally. A high-ranking priestess. Grander didn't know what position the person from the Lumensis church held. In the first place, there was no need for her to know. To her, regardless of who the other person was, they were just vultures who followed the same deity. A priestess is a highly esteemed position within the church. They are also known as the humans closest to the divine. Even the archbishop, who oversees the clergy, cannot act recklessly. The humans closest to the divine, huh? Quite an arrogant title. They are carefully selected talents even within the kingdom. Moreover, they are subtly brainwashed. It means that they cannot refuse the orders of those who carry the blood of the Holy King. Grander stared at Ludger intently. So you've encountered the priestess, judging by how you're talking. Yes. Did they found out it wasn't exposed? I guess you took advantage of the fact that they are under some kind of brainwashing. I just hinted subtly. People were watching closely, but it'll only give us a little more time. Subtle hints aren't enough, huh? How did you end up meeting them? Meeting them was a coincidence, but they approached me first. Perhaps instinctively, they sensed the blood of the Holy King within me. Roger scorned his own blood, but he did not deny his existence. Rather, just as he had hinted at Lemria the priestess, he did not hesitate to use it if he could benefit from it. I told them not to let anyone know about our meeting through subtle hints. However, there were many eyes among the diplomats who witnessed our actions. They may not have heard the entire conversation, but they must have sensed that something was going on. You couldn't drop hints to the diplomats. It was only effective against the priestess. They, too, will keep their mouths shut because they know very well that they have to maintain their own. However, it's inevitable that rumors will spread. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them all? Roger blinked his eyes as if he found it ridiculous. Are you serious? You want me to kill everyone in the palace? Tusk, you're such an inadequate brat. Don't you think it's possible? After all, you are the greatest magician on the continent. Moreover, the priestess herself must have sensed something strange about me. I prevented the hints from spreading, but I can't stop them from feeling uneasy. Grander asked, with an unexpected look in her eyes. You have a very high opinion of your opponent. If the opponent is foolish, then such concerns are meaningless. It would be better if that were the case. However, the priestess is someone the kingdom carefully cultivated. It serves as evidence that their abilities are not lacking, considering the position they have reached. Ah, I see. Vaguely, I remember now. The church used the pretext of supporting orphaned children and did a lot of suspicious things. The heretic inquisitor, who was considered the craziest in the British Empire. They were an organization that went beyond faith and possessed madness. They raised orphaned children brought from the Empire and trained them. Yes, depending on the children's abilities, the Empire assigns them appropriate positions. If their abilities are lacking, they become suitable servants or attendants. If they are slightly more exceptional, they become priests or sisters. If they are even more exceptional, they become holy knights or heretic inquisitors. The sisters who assumed the position of high priestess were among those few with the potential. Children with exceptional talents, huh? Roger recalled the students he taught at Seron. Children with talent in magic. However, not just relying solely on their talent, but students who put in effort themselves. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if among the freshmen who entered Seron, there were those without talent in magic? Perhaps. Wouldn't one of them have become one of the children taken from the British Empire? Roger recalled the distant past, 20 years ago. The expressionless children in white robes silently following the guidance of the priests. The sight of them huddled together seemed like observing laboratory mice. Suddenly, Roger thought of a girl, an ordinary child without any special qualities among the children brought from the kingdom. She was slow to learn and had an unpleasant personality, often receiving strict punishments from the priests for her slow absorption of knowledge. At the same time, she was the only one with whom Roger could truly open his heart in the kingdom. What happened to that child? Because she had a tender heart and exceptional talents, now that she has grown up, she might have become an ordinary priest or nun. Catherine, chapter 338, chapter 338, Traces of the Holy Kingdom, 3. It was purely coincidental that Roger met Catherine. It was midnight. Roger, as usual, couldn't sleep and roamed the castle secretly. Being someone who always had to endure the risk of assassination, Roger had more sleepless nights in his own bed than anyone else. During those moments, he would seek solace in a secluded courtyard within the castle, untouched by anyone's presence, and silently crouch there. But that day, the starlight was unusually bright, and there was someone in the place he considered his own sanctuary. At first, he thought it was an assassin targeting him. However, the open act of crouching down did not match the behavior of an assassin, and it completely dispelled his suspicion. More than anything, the petite figure similar to his own, and the occasional whimpering sound completely washed away his doubts. No, I shouldn't let my guard down. That person might be setting a trap. Roger approached the girl slowly without letting his guard down. The girl was rubbing her reddened calves and shedding tears. Seeing that sight, Roger immediately realized who this girl was. One of the children brought from the kingdom. The kingdom brought these children to be raised as their own under the pretext of sponsoring them through the church. Most of them were orphans without parents, but there were also children who were sold by their parents, or there were children who were forcibly brought against their parents' will while being preached the teachings of the religion. He hadn't seen the entire process, but Roger knew very well that it wasn't happening in a humanitarian way. The very core of the kingdom, embodied in its headquarters, exuded an unmistakable odor of conspiracy and corruption. An organization led by individuals of such nature, and even more so, a nation, showed no genuine intent to provide adequate support to the children in orphanages. In reality, they were forcibly brought and subjected to rigorous education. Perhaps this girl was one of the countless children in that situation. Even so, to come all the way here in the middle of the night. Did she try to run away, perhaps? Or maybe she didn't want to show her crying face to anyone. Regardless, it was certain that an uninvited guest had come to his secret hideout. "Who are you?" The girl looked up at Roger with her reddened eyes. Roger greeted the girl, Catherine. "Get lost. This is my place." The girl's eyes widened at his words, and then she rushed at Roger and grabbed him by the hair. That was their first encounter. Come to think of it, our first meeting wasn't that pleasant. Initially, he had assumed she was a delicate child, seeing her in tears. However, the moment he uttered a word, she swiftly seized him by the hair. The reason she had been crying in solitude wasn't due to concern for others' judgments, but rather, she simply wished to conceal her vulnerabilities from the world. Catherine wasn't someone driven by an overwhelming sense of pride. Afterwards, they grew closer and started meeting frequently, exchanging various stories. Surprisingly, Catherine wasn't intimidated by the fact that Roger was of royal lineage. She neither showed favoritism nor hostility towards him. Perhaps that's why Roger was comfortable with her. To Roger, who had been reborn in this world, Catherine was much younger than him, but he could genuinely become close to her because of her innocence. When Catherine became upset because of the priests who were in charge of her education, Roger comforted and supported her. At the same time, he received solace from Catherine, in a castle that was like a prison where everyone wanted to kill him. Catherine was the only child who treated him as a friend. Roger suddenly had that thought, 20 years ago, when his teacher accidentally discovered him and asked if he wanted to leave together. What if he had asked if he could bring only one person with him, or at least he should have bid farewell? He regretted. No, it's a foolish thought. If he had escaped with Catherine back then, her life would have been threatened by all the assassins sent by the kingdom. It was a much better path for her to stay in the kingdom and become ordinary priest. I'm sure she is doing well. Since she had a stubborn side that didn't want to depend on anyone, at least she would have become a priest. It had been a long time, but Roger couldn't forget the year he had spent with Catherine. "Hey, apprentice, are you lost in nostalgic memories all of a sudden?" Grander's sharp remark snapped Roger out of his reverie. Indeed, now was not the time to be captivated by such memories. "No, I was just worried about how things would unfold in the future." "Yeah, the kingdom has started moving again, which means the long process of succession to the throne has come to an end. Who do you think has taken the throne, in your opinion?" "I don't know, since everyone wanted to kill me anyway. It's better to keep an eye on it, because they will be your enemies in the future." "Yes, I guess so. Surely you're not going to say it's difficult to fight against your siblings, right?" When he thought about the future, the kingdom would be Roger's biggest obstacle. The leader of that kingdom was a blood relative who shared the same blood as Roger, and it was clear that he had to defeat him slash her. "Do you think so?" Roger asked, staring into Grander's eyes. He felt no fear or sadness about fighting against his siblings. He never had any attachment to them, nor were they such good people. "I have things I must do, so I have no intention of stopping. Even if my siblings get in the way, I will smash through them." "Ha ha ha, you've become quite a tough guy. With that, I can worry a little less." Grander chuckled satisfactorily and peeked outside the door. Roger also followed her gaze and looked out the door. They had been waiting there, ready to continue their discussion. "You can come in now." At those words, two figures flinched from behind the door, but they still hesitated and looked around, so Roger commanded more forcefully, "Come in." As he gave permission, the door opened, and Hans and Bellaruna entered. Hans had returned to his original form, likely due to the antidote. Although Hans pretended not to notice Grander's gaze, Bellaruna's attitude was unexpected. Roger looked at Bellaruna, who bowed her head deeply and realized the reason. You gathered a lot of samples of chimeras and experimental subjects. He. Bellaruna tried to brush it off with a laugh, but she sensed that it wouldn't work when she saw Roger's expression and quickly bowed her head again. Roger pressed his temples with his fingers, feeling the throbbing pain. It had been a long time since he had felt such a headache, even though the seal was still intact. While it was a headache, Roger thought it was a fortunate coincidence. Bellaruna. Yes, yes. Do you know anything about the elven clans? It was natural for ordinary elves to be unaware of such things. But Bellaruna, who had hacked into the world tree and peeked at its contents, couldn't possibly not know. I'm curious about the clans that once protected the world tree. Why would you ask me about that? If you have the ability to hack into the world tree, there must be something you know, no matter how insignificant. Roger questioned, his gaze piercing. Is that true? That's, quite a evasive response. Bellaruna appeared embarrassed and struggled to find a suitable reply. Could it be that the Penata clan is one of the elder clans of the Elven Kingdom? Is that why you can't speak about it? What? No, that's not it. I'm just from an ordinary family. Or is there a death curse placed upon you if you disclose the information? Some unique elven magic? I don't have anything like that on me. Roger clenched his teeth in silence. Then, why in the world are you acting like this? Wow. Hans, who had been observing the scene from the side, opened his mouth and sincerely admired. It was the first time he had seen Roger genuinely annoyed like that. Bellaruna, who made Roger genuinely annoyed, felt remarkably significant to him. She didn't even mean to. It's just that she lacks her own thoughts, and that's what frustrated you, brother. What a natural talent it was. Hans became concerned afterward. Roger didn't seem to be simply irritated. He wondered if Bellaruna had noticed as well and hastily spoke up. Well, I hacked into the underground waterway this time and, hacked into the world tree. Is that so? At that time, I couldn't read it because of the dormant demon's energy inside, but after I fainted in the fight, I was the first to wake up. I see. Go on. Now that an interesting topic finally emerged, Roger urged Bellaruna with his anger subdued. Coincidentally, I saw the roots of the world tree nearby, so I made contact again, just in case. And it connected. It connected. What do you mean by connected? I mean, it connected to the original world tree that serves as the source for this world tree. As the demonic power disappeared, it seems some kind of connection formed between the two. And then, well, it didn't last very long, just a moment. But in that moment, we encountered each other. She could finally say what she had been holding back all along. Bellaruna closed her eyes tightly and confessed. The world tree in my homeland. The one who manages it noticed my existence. Bellaruna peeked at Roger with one eye half open, gauging his reaction. Contrary to her expectation that he would erupt in anger, Roger remained calm. In fact, he was pondering Bellaruna's words with a rather serious expression. Bellaruna anxiously waited for Roger's next words. Just one question. Yes, yes. That manager must be a member of the family responsible for caring for the world tree, right? Yes, yes. Normally, only authorized individuals can access the world tree. Even if you're a member of the family, unless you hold a high position, you can't touch it. He decided not to ask her how she managed to touch it at this moment. That being the case, did that presence fully recognize your identity? Well, that's not likely. The time was so short, and I didn't recognize them either. In other words, they only became aware of each other's existence in that brief moment. The problem is that they realized the location where you access the world tree, right? Yes, Bellaruna replied with a trembling voice. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't be so tense. Roger crossed his arms and tapped his forearm with his finger. Bellaruna, what do you think? What do you mean? I'm asking how they will react. Since they are elves, you should know much better than me. At that moment, Hans cautiously offered his opinion. Perhaps sending an envoy. They must know that this is the capital of the empire. Well, I don't think so. Bellaruna sharply cut off Hans' opinion. The Elven Kingdom is extremely isolated. They would never engage in any exchange or conversation with the human realm, let alone an empire. So, are you saying they'll simply let the presence that stealthily infiltrated the world tree go? It's not that either. Those who worship the world tree above all else won't simply overlook this situation. Meaning they will take action, but it won't be apparent. Yes, the Elven Kingdom will probably send pursuers. They may not be numerous, but they will be powerful elves. Ludger chuckled. Elven assassins, huh? Well, if you consider it in this context, they're like special forces. Elven black ops, one might say. They are the ones who eliminate the traitors of their kin. You can't underestimate them. They are not only skilled in assassination, but also proficient in elemental magic and swordsmanship. Very well. To freely roam the perilous outside world like their own home, one must have the skill. Roger said so, his gaze sharpening. Are there any likely candidates? It doesn't seem like the noble family responsible for the esteemed world tree would personally intervene. There is a family that swears absolute loyalty under that family's command. While the elven families are composed of 7 roots, not all roots are equal. The clan of the lesser root, responsible for guarding the central root and overseeing the outside of the forest. Unlike the Dentes clan, which is friendly to other races, they are a clan dedicated to eliminating external threats for the sake of elves only. We call them Shade Wardens. Can they come directly to this side? Specifically, are they targeting you? Well, they probably are. Returning to Ledervelk as it is wouldn't be a problem then. Well, that might be difficult. Once they catch a trace, they can capture you no matter where you flee on the continent. I don't know the details, but it seems they can launch a special pursuit through spirits. It's becoming troublesome. However, I suppose it won't take them too long to mobilize. Isn't that right? Yes, it seems so. The Shade Wardens can only move when the head of the root gives a direct order. So there is a grace period until the news reaches the head and a decision is made. Bellaruna smiled reassuringly, as if to say not to worry. It will probably take quite a while, the Elven Kingdom. At its center stands the towering world tree, and around it, like a natural fortress, exist various clans. Among them, if you were to name the clan that undoubtedly holds the highest power, it would be the Lifa clan, which directly manages the world tree. Recently, the Lifa clan has become increasingly chaotic, a massive assembly hall. Elven elders sat side by side around a long, white wooden table. They were all members of the Lifa clan or key figures serving under the clan, and soon the one who had summoned them revealed themselves. It was a beautiful elf with long, golden hair akin to the sun. However, the face displayed a harshness that did not match its beauty. Even on ordinary days, it couldn't be described as particularly pleasant, but today anger was even more evident on its face. Do you know why I called you? Everyone fell silent at the voice that was beautiful but piercing like a dagger. While I was managing the world tree, some deranged individual dared to make contact with the world tree. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the hall at those words. The owner of the Lifa clan, Bentman Lifa, spoke in a cold voice. Now you understand why I summoned you. Under the authority of the clan head, I command you, gather the Shade Wardens. Right now. Yes. Immediately. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Magical Beast Summoning, 1, Early Morning. Roger returned to Seron's private office for the first time in a while. It had been almost 10 days since the terrorist incident occurred, and they had stayed in Palace. Guidelines were issued from Seron, and the students had to leave behind their enjoyable vacation in Palace and return to Seron. Roger sipped his coffee, feeling the warmth spread, and opened today's newspaper. It's still relatively calm. The newspaper continued to buzz with news of the terrorist incident in the capital. However, it was worth noting that the word terrorism still dominated the headlines in bold black letters. Thus far, there had been no leaks or information indicating the presence of demons. I expected the priests sent from the Breta's kingdom to uncover something. During their stay in the palace, they carried out numerous on-site investigations. Yet they had yet to provide a conclusive answer, thanks to the Empire's hard work. The Breta's kingdom had the justification of searching for traces of impure beings. However, the Empire held the upper hand in practical terms. Terrorism had occurred in the capital, which could be considered their backyard. Naturally, they insisted that they should be the ones to investigate. Taking advantage of this, the people of the Breta's kingdom strictly controlled access, preventing people from entering or leaving. Of course, they didn't impose excessive restrictions to avoid triggering a backlash, but they maintained a certain level of control to assess the situation. They must have prohibited access to the core area where the roots of the deceased world tree are. However, it was uncertain how long this situation would last. The news of the Empire being swept by terrorism has spread to various countries on the continent. For now, things seem fine, but we don't know when the truth will be revealed and shake the world's situation. I have no idea what tricks they are up to. If they have their own intentions, isn't it just a matter of pushing things forward? In light of that, the delegation led by Priestess Lemria and their party displayed an unexpected level of compliance. However, it wasn't necessarily a positive sign when the potential trigger for a time bomb was so easily cooperative. One can't help but wonder what clandestine schemes they might be orchestrating. As an observer, it's far more convenient when their actions are transparent and open. There's a lot to do. After folding the newspaper, Roger organized the tasks that lay ahead. The night of mystery is approaching. Originally, I had no intention of participating, but if a First Order is involved, the story changes. Moreover, the Zero Order is said to be holding an Order Synod soon. We also need to prepare for the pursuers that the Elf Kingdom might send. There were also smaller matters that required attention. He had to keep an eye on the condition of his students, Flora and Leo, and also be cautious of Aiden. He had to continue managing Royal Street diligently. Now, even if he didn't intervene, things were running smoothly, but in major incidents, Owens had to step in personally. I'm also concerned about the troublemaker from the Pablo family who caused a commotion at the store. Was it Albert Pablo? Having instilled fear in him, Roger didn't think that troublemaker would take action personally. However, the Pablo family itself was the problem. Even if they had a half-hearted child, the family wouldn't sit idly by if someone attacked them from the outside. Above all, the next heir of the Pablo family, the mage with the bestowed color title. As a family primarily dealing with fire, the next heir of the Pablo's family was bestowed with the color title of Red. That means he controls the flames of nature and boasts the highest firepower among single-element users with all color titles. Of course, he wouldn't go crazy and blow up the entire street. The higher the position someone holds, the more they value their dignity and reputation. Although there are exceptions like Casey Selmore, that's because Casey occupies the second position in her own family. Maybe if Casey were the eldest daughter of the Selmore family, she would have exhibited more obedience and refinement than she currently does. Speaking of Casey, I can't help but have concerns about her as well. Passius mentioned that she hasn't been in a good state. If she were merely putting on an act, Passius would have noticed. But if it's genuine, then there might truly be something wrong. Maybe she's suffering from severe aftereffects of Basara's mental attack. Honestly, it was something I could ignore, but it strangely bothered me. Casey participated in this battle as a magician. She volunteered to do so, not because someone told her to. Casey herself probably didn't expect any specific rewards. It's just that it was the right thing to do, and from the standpoint of upholding justice and values, it couldn't be ignored. She didn't seek praise from anyone for what she did. At least that's how Casey is now, as far as Roger knows. Unlike 3 years ago, she has matured mentally and is now a highly respected person in Roger's eyes. If such a person is struggling and in pain from the aftermath of the battle, at least they can provide each other with some small help since they are in similar situations. But she might not like it if I go to her directly. Maybe it's better to secretly provide assistance while hiding my identity. To provide secret assistance. It was like being the supportive old man for Jerusha Judy Abbott. Speaking of an old man, it reminds me of someone. Roger picked up the teacher-exclusive Akashic record placed on the table. He looked at the only conversation record where the other party greeted him first. Long time no see. Yeah, have you been well? Seems like you've been busy lately. Yes, I had some things to take care of. After their initial encounter, the two had periodic conversations. They still didn't know each other's names. They continued to use the names they agreed upon when they first met. They wanted to keep enjoying their current roles as pseudonyms in their acting, and if they learned each other's real names, they wouldn't be able to continue like before. It was clear that Judy, beyond the Akashic record, felt the same way. If you were busy, it must have been field training. Calculating the number of days Judy hadn't logged in, it was easy to figure out. Judy also knew that, so she didn't try to hide it. Yeah, it was. You must have had a tough time. Did you get hurt anywhere? No, I received help. Help? There was an incident. Oops, was I prying too much? I didn't have any particular intention, but hearing that Judy participated in the field training made Roger curious. since he also went to the capital as the accompanying teacher and supervisor. That means Judy is a first-year or second-year student. They might have already crossed paths without even realizing it. I'm sorry, I think I was prying too much. No, it's not like that. It's just that this is a very personal matter that's difficult to talk about. Is that so? Roger absent-mindedly stroked his chin before writing the next sentence. If you have any worries, I can listen. Roger felt a strange sensation when he realized he said something like that so late in the conversation. Strangely, when he talked with Judy, old memories would come back, and he would feel more at ease. Roger never looked back and lived a busy life, where he hardly had any concept of taking a rest for himself. These small conversations with an unknown face and name were like a rare sanctuary for him. So he felt the desire to be of some help to the other person. Especially since she was probably a student, Roger had the confidence that as an adult, he could offer advice or listen to their concerns. Really, not just saying it. After sending the reply, Roger belatedly realized his small mistake. Wait, if it's a question related to love, I don't really have anything to say. From his previous life to the present, Roger had deliberately constructed a wall around himself, isolating himself from matters of the heart. However, the concerns of new students often revolved around issues between the opposite sexes. There's someone I'm concerned about. Oh no. Judging by her words, it seemed to be a genuine love concern. I can't just say I can't help now. Roger decided to listen for now. He could make a judgment after hearing more details. So, what about it? There's someone I keep thinking about. It's a bit strange. In what sense? Whenever I see them, it feels like we've met somewhere before. Logically, it shouldn't be the case, but I keep having that thought. Am I being weird? Roger carefully paid attention to Judy's conversation. Based on the reaction alone, it seemed like a typical case of a student concerned about someone of the opposite sex. Expressing such thoughts indirectly could still feel embarrassing, even in an anonymous conversation. Is it about love? There were no rules in Ceron that prohibited dating. Even now, if one were to go to the school's garden or cafeteria, they would see couples happily laughing and enjoying themselves. However, as a teacher, Roger found it difficult to easily accept such behavior. Why engage in dating and not focus on studying? Among the students who dated, Roger had never seen one who maintained good grades. Perhaps even the couples wandering outside would have significantly lower academic rankings if compared. But Judy seems quite passionate about studying and full of enthusiasm, like an exemplary student. Judy mainly talked about magic, class content, and worries about future career paths. While most students would reveal their true desire to play and avoid studying, she was not like that at all. And now she's concerned about someone. Who could this person be? It was definitely a guy. Roger naturally had negative thoughts about the person who concerned Judy. It would be best to approach cautiously and ask her to be careful. Roger immediately asked Judy, "Is this person good at studying?" "Studying. They must be good at it, right?" "No, they're definitely good at it. There's someone who can't be bad at it." "Can't be bad at it." Could she give such a generous evaluation? What about their appearance? Are they handsome by any chance? Yes, a shy and short answer. With that one word, Roger could infer that the person's appearance was not ordinary. Good at studying and good looking, this is dangerous. Typically, when someone has such qualities, their personality tends to be distorted. There was no specific evidence. It was just a feeling. Roger immediately composed a message. Since it's uncertain whether your concern is just a momentary emotion or not, it might be good to observe a little longer. Really? Yes. In cases like this, time is often needed. I see. Thank you for your advice. I've been keeping it to myself, but it feels a bit better to talk to someone. If you have any difficulties, feel free to talk to me. Mr. Smith, too. With a lively response befitting a student, Roger chuckled and ended the connection. There was no need to continue the conversation, and the agreed-upon time was already up. Knock, knock. Mr. Roger, may I come in? Yes, please come in. As Roger spoke, the door opened, and Principal Alyssa entered. Roger wasn't particularly surprised by the appearance of the principal, since they had made an appointment in advance. This is the first time we've met in person after the field study, isn't it? Since I unexpectedly had a break. Now you'll return to your busy routine. You'll regret not resting properly when you have the chance. I thought it was better to work anyway. Oh my, what an admirable mindset. Alyssa sat down on the sofa for receiving guests. Roger also moved away from his desk and took a seat opposite Alyssa. So, what is the reason for your personal visit, Principal? You could have just called me. Roger, you're the head of planning at Ceron now, a person in a high position. We should treat you accordingly. If I, as a mere headmistress, just summon you at will, it's a bit inappropriate, don't you think? I don't really care. But others might not feel the same way, especially in times like these. Alyssa's words had weight to them. Considering the recent incident during the field study, they were likely under significant external pressure. Upon closer examination, beneath Alyssa's smiling eyes, there were faint but unmistakable dark circles. Even though she had reached the position of principal at a young age, she couldn't completely alleviate the fatigue caused by the current situation. Would you like some coffee? Oh, no, thank you. I've been drinking too much coffee lately, so I need to cut back a bit. I see. So, what is the reason for your visit? In the case of the changed academic schedule, you could have sent an official notice. Oh, that's because I wanted to personally ask a favor from you, Mr. Dart Roger. A favor? Yes. It's related to the revised curriculum. You know there's a section on understanding magic and summoning. Yes. It was the same content they had discussed during their previous conversation at the academy. Now even the first and second year students needed to summon magical creatures to enhance their practical skills. In relation to that, I have found a suitable teacher. I see. Who is it? Teaching magical creatures to the young students. That would be quite a busy task. Roger didn't know who it was, but it would certainly be demanding. You've got quite the sense of humor. Why would I have come to see you if you weren't the one I was looking for? Roger felt a cold sweat run down his back at Alyssa's smiling words. Are you refusing? Yes, I see. I have no other choice, do I? Of course not. Alyssa's smile conveyed a determination not to back down. Roger let out a sigh, unable to withstand the pressure this time. Chapter 340. Well then, please take care. The principal left behind a message filled with burden. Alone, Roger pondered over the conversation that had just taken place. A class on summoning magic beasts. Ha! Principal Alyssa had suggested that Roger teach the students about summoning magic beasts. It sounded good in theory, but in reality, it meant that Roger was officially designated as the responsible teacher. Of course, Alyssa had kindly explained the reasons in detail. Teacher Roger, you know that the actual class on summoning magic beasts is offered starting from the third year, right? In that case, wouldn't it be better to assign that task to the appropriate teacher? They are busy, you know. I am busy too. Until recently, that may have been the case. But due to recent changes in the academic curriculum, the number of classes taught by Teacher Roger has decreased significantly. That was true. The classes taught by Roger, which were based on theory, had actually diminished due to the recent changes in the academic curriculum. Roger's classes were theory-based, but they also included some practical content that was quite popular among the students. However, on the surface, the subjects taught by Roger were strictly focused on theory. Thanks to that, Roger had unexpected free time, and Alyssa had suggested assigning him a new class to make good use of that spare time. Don't I also have to handle the duties of the planning department director? Of course, that's true, but don't worry. We have hired many additional staff for the planning department this time. Indeed, even though he wasn't there, the work had been carried out smoothly, and perhaps it was due to such reasons. Instead of hiring new staff, couldn't we have utilized that time to recruit a new teacher? Are you kidding? Even if we searched for 100 individuals to handle administrative tasks, finding a single person capable of teaching summoning magic beasts would be challenging. It would be more advantageous to select a suitable candidate from the current teachers. Ceron did not casually hire teachers. There was a designated hiring period, and the process itself was complicated. The position of a teacher at Ceron had a certain level of recognition in the industry, thanks to such rigorous distinctions. Of course, it doesn't mean that we can completely filter out people who intentionally hide their identity or those who have personal issues. Even after the announcement was made, the recruitment process took a long time, and during that process, there was a possibility of suspicious individuals slipping through. Taking that into consideration, it was much better to assign someone from the available staff to a new class. Of course, the teachers had their own expertise and fields, so it couldn't be done recklessly. But Mr. Dart Roger, you can do it, can you? Alyssa asked, her eyes shining with a wistful expression, inquiring about his intentions. Given that she went so far as to ask, it was clear that she already knew. That's why I can't refuse. In fact, it was Roger himself who had initially suggested the class on summoning magic beasts. In a way, it was his own doing that caused the trouble. Moreover, he couldn't entirely blame the principal either. Alyssa was doing her best in her role, and she also possessed qualities befitting a manager. It was all about squeezing the most out of the available resources and maximizing work efficiency. Instead of becoming more comfortable after ascending to a higher position, he found himself having to work even harder. The situation itself was quite ironic, but Roger didn't particularly dislike it. Instead, he had one condition of his own. What about the teaching method? Alyssa, as if waiting for that question, gave a prepared answer. That's up to you, Mr. Dart Roger. In a way, it could be seen as shifting the responsibility, sounding somewhat evasive. However, there was no greater gift for Roger than this. That's good then. With those words, the principal left, and Roger's consciousness returned to the present. A class on summoning magic beasts. It wasn't originally planned, but it wasn't entirely unreasonable given the circumstances. Alyssa suggested it, expecting Roger to handle it. She's a truly challenging person to have as a superior. If Eileen, the first princess, used her innate charisma to overpower her opponent, Alyssa was more of a subtle oppressor, blocking every possible escape route. What I'm grateful for is that I have complete autonomy over the content of the class. Roger had also believed that the students needed instruction in practical magic. However, if Seron had made an announcement regarding the teaching method, it would have put him in a difficult position. Some people might prefer that, but when it came to matters related to the class, Roger always wanted to have the final say. Knowing this, the principal fully delegated this aspect to Roger. There were 3 days left until the next class. Since he had been entrusted with the class, Roger was determined to do his best. Ah, I'm dying. Hans returned to Ledervelk and collapsed onto his bed for over half a day. Even after he regained his composure and came to the hideout, Hans was still overwhelmed by fatigue. Nevertheless, being in the same hideout with the source of that stress didn't help. But at least this time she's staying calm. After returning to Ledervelk, Grander stayed quietly in her room. She didn't insist on bringing something or demand to transform into an animal. Well, when compared to the hastily arranged hideout in the capital, there's no place quite like this. Where Grander was currently staying was the top floor of the hideout, equipped with the best facilities. The room was spacious and decorated with various luxurious items. Hans judged that at least there wouldn't be any boredom or irritations like before. At that moment, someone entered Hans's office, and he hurriedly hid behind his desk. "What are you doing?" The person who entered through the door was Violetta, dressed in a comfortably outfit. Codename Mary Poppins. She widened her eyes at the sight of Hans, who was clearly visible despite his attempts to hide. He seemed to be hiding something, but it was too obvious, so it stood out. Hans awkwardly cleared his throat, feeling relieved that the person who had entered was not Grander. "Ah, I was just feeling a bit tired. So what brings you here? You asked me to investigate those who secretly monitor our streets before we leave for the capital." Oh, right. Naturally, it was Roger who was the founder and leader of Owens. Here, Roger used the name Oliver. However, as Roger had various identities, he couldn't continue acting solely as the owner Oliver. So he had to frequently leave the position vacant, and Hans took over in his absence. Among Owens, Hans was the only one capable of handling matters in this direction. And before leaving for the capital, Hans had made a request to Violetta, who was the most skilled in handling tasks after himself. "Well, it seems like you've gathered everything properly." Hans quickly skimmed through the documents Violetta had brought. He didn't have high expectations, but Violetta had organized and brought quite detailed information. It was thanks to the information network that Roger had intended to establish beforehand. The organization composed of children and the elderly, called Old Kids. The organization consisting solely of women, Black Roses. Both organizations had been specializing in gathering information for some time. As these organizations merged, they became even more systematic. Beggars on the streets, workers commuting to factories, waitstaff working in restaurants, female employees in clothing stores, elderly individuals sitting on rocking chairs, impoverished artists, laundry shop staffs. The information network that started on one street spread throughout the entire city of Ledervelk like a spider's web. Now all the city's news are heard and collected by them. There are indeed many suspicious guys involved. Hans clicked his tongue as he looked through the information Violetta brought. As Royal Street grew, there was an increase in those who tried to pull off schemes in this area. Those individuals were still manageable. We could suppress them with our power and influence. However, it becomes troublesome when noble families get involved. Violetta asked with a slightly worried expression in her eyes at Hans's words. Will it be okay? Ha! Oh, it's fine. I can handle it without worry. But the opponents, Violetta swallowed her words. Some of the people who settled near Royal Street were sent by the Pablo family. Since Hans knew how Violetta was involved with the Pablo family, he casually replied without paying much attention. Did you forget? What do you mean? Didn't brother say he would turn this place into his fortress? You must have heard that too. Yes, I heard it as well. I remember the words spoken on that day. But you still worry. Well, they are from a noble family. She felt grateful for what Roger had done to Albert for them. However, looking back now, she couldn't help but worry that it might have been a dangerous choice. Hans snorted, as if he could clearly see Violetta's hidden thoughts. HMPH. You may be the late to join us and not know much, but listen closely. What is it? Even someone like me, a low-life thug, knows how to survive and navigate my own territory. But what about brother? He declared this place his fortress. Do you understand the implications? Violetta couldn't answer. Hans smoothly continued as if he had expected that. On this street, it signifies that we won't be intimidated by anyone, be it the Pablo family or anyone else. This place is an impenetrable fortress that remains invulnerable. If that's what brother said, then our task is to uphold that meaning. Hans's voice was filled with trust towards Roger. At the same time, it subtly revealed his pride in his position and responsibilities. You came here because you were curious about what to do with the people mentioned in these documents, right? Violetta unknowingly nodded her head. In contrast to his previous demeanor, Hans appeared very solemn and exuded a heavy atmosphere. Then let me show you what our brother created this place for. Hans immediately gave instructions to the mice lurking nearby. It was time to show how terrifying this royal street really was. The people sent by the Pablo family moved in separate teams. One of the teams gathered in a nearby pub, sitting at a secluded table and quietly conversing. Have you found the whereabouts of the owner, that man named Oliver? Not yet. It's not easy since he wears a mask and conceals his identity. Continue to inquire about his whereabouts. He's the one who dared to touch the bloodline of the Pablo family. We must warn him about the consequences. Yes. At that moment, the dishes they had ordered along with their drinks were placed on the table. They casually smiled and handed tips to the owner with faces that couldn't be recognized as the ones who had just engaged in a serious conversation. As everyone raised their beer glasses to drink, phew, cough, they coughed and spat out beer mixed with blood, slumping down in their seats. Save us. The man who had only taken a sip of the drink managed to survive. He gasped for breath and sought help from those around him. However, his face soon turned to despair. Everyone who had been noisy moments ago now stared at him in silence. It was surprising that people weren't shocked by someone spewing blood and collapsing. The hostile gazes directed towards him were waiting for him to die. This, damn it. With those words, the person from the Pablo family lowered his head deeply. The people inside the pub naturally stood up from their seats and carried the corpse wrapped in a shroud outside. The bloodstains on the floor vanished without a trace. In no time, the pub returned to its original state. No one would know that someone had died here, as if it had disappeared. And as if they had been waiting, similar incidents occurred one after another throughout the city. A blade pierced through the blanket on a person peacefully sleeping in a hotel bed. Someone walking down an alleyway was pierced by iron balls flying from all directions. A person who felt the sense of crisis and tried to escape fell into the raging river and drowned. However, this news did not reach the ears of the people. Instead, Royal Street exuded a brilliant light like never before, forming a constant flow of footsteps from unending customers. The crowded masses gathered on the Royal Street emitted a fervent vitality and vigor, creating a stage. Behind the curtain and heaps of props, a tranquil death settled. Chapter 341, Chapter 341. Magical Beast Summoning 3. After the field trip, the first and second graders became quite chaotic. Even Aidan, who usually lacks awareness, could clearly sense it. Leo, why is everyone acting like this? Aidan asked Leo, while observing their fellow students talking animatedly among themselves. Leo turned to Aidan with an expression of disbelief. Do you seriously have no idea why they're acting like that? Yeah, what happened? Forget it. It's not as if you haven't behaved this way before. Realizing Aidan's personality, Leo decided to solve his curiosity without further comment. You're aware that the academic program has changed, right? Yeah, they had to make changes due to the significant delay in the field trip period. Yeah, the schedule, which was already packed, has been extended by nearly 1.5 times because of that. Is that so? However, they don't appear to be overly concerned about it. About half of the classes have been substituted with other subjects. I see. Aidan didn't know about this because he hadn't confirmed it himself. Leo continued with a serious expression. The authorities at Ceron appear to be treating this recent terrorist incident with great gravity. Yes, I can imagine. It was a significant event. Typically, practical magic-related classes are introduced from the third year onward, correct? However, this time, due to a major overhaul, even first and second year students will have the opportunity to learn. Oh, really? What's the reason behind that? There are a few reasons, but the most fascinating one is the summoning of magical creatures. Tracy, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation from behind, suddenly interjected. Leo frowned, but Tracy simply ignored his reaction. Aidan, as you know, summoning of magic beasts is a class that can only be taken in the third year. But now they're allowing us to learn it too. It's natural to have high expectations, right? Magic beasts. Aidan savored the words on his tongue like a delightful treat. His eyes gleamed with a blend of passion and curiosity, entranced by the allure of the unknown magic. I'm really looking forward to it. Tracy nodded satisfactorily, considering it a natural reaction, while Leo sighed, knowing that this would happen. However, deep down, even Leo had high expectations for the summoning magic beasts class. There is no magician who dislikes summoning companions to accompany them. Moreover, magic beasts are different from spirits. Unlike spirits imbued with the power of nature, magic beasts vary greatly in form and performance depending on the user's magical power and disposition. Depending on the user, magic numbers can accomplish tasks that even spirits cannot. Of course, for students who do not know what form their magic beasts will take, it is just a hopeful wish. However, unlike the Department of Spirits, where you cannot learn if you don't have talent, magic beasts, which everyone must naturally possess, can be seen as an opportunity. That is why students were already excited, holding high expectations about the magic beast they would summon. It's a pointless assumption. Unique magic beasts account for less than 1% of the entire magical community. Oh, really? Magic beasts are creatures that exist within the realm of common sense. Most of them take the form of animals or plants. In some rare cases, they might even manifest as tools. While that alone is impressive, it's unlikely that such expectations will be fulfilled. As Leo spoke, he subtly glanced at Tracy. Tracy bristled under his gaze, as if to convey the message. You're no different. How amusing. Leo, you will summon a meager and insignificant magic creature. Are you done talking? As the two began to growl at each other, Aidan had to intervene desperately. Aidan, who barely managed to quell the conflict, wiped away his sweat and changed the subject. But is summoning magic beasts really that easy? It's a course that we start learning in the third year, so I wonder if it's too difficult for us to learn now. Leo and Tracy fell silent at the very reasonable question. Leo was the first to speak up. Well, it will probably be like that. After all, the reason it's part of the third-year curriculum is that it's considered learnable by then. They couldn't be sure that they could easily learn it just because they were forced to learn it as freshmen. I have a different thought. It was Tracy who objected and spoke out. Have you heard of Mage Tower? Not Ceron, but the people who receive education in the ancient Mage Tower from a young age learn difficult magic. So what? They don't learn to summon magic beasts when they reach the third year. They can summon them even when they are younger. Considering that, there's no reason why we can't learn it. But those people have received systematic education for a long time. Are we who are just starting to learn the same as them? You won't know until you try. Maybe there's a talent for summoning magic beasts that we haven't discovered yet. At that moment, Iona, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Or perhaps a teacher who is exceptionally skilled in teaching the summoning of magic beasts, so even beginners can learn it easily. Leo gave a sly look to Iona. So, you heard too? Iona nodded her head. Only Aidan and Tracy did not understand the meaning of their words. What? What is it? What is it? Has someone already been announced as the teacher in charge of magic beasts? Could it be the teacher who currently teaches the third and fourth grades? Or could it be a temporary instructor brought in from outside, like the mentor for field trip? Aidan and Tracy's expectations were about to be fulfilled, but in a completely different way. You didn't know, it's Teacher Roger who will be teaching a special lecture on summoning magic numbers. It's been a while. Roger looked around at the students and spoke those words. Even though they had seen each other during the field trip, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it had been a considerable amount of time since their last meaningful interaction. Since the terrorist incident, the students had their personal resting time, and from then until today, there had been a considerable gap. It's a relief to see that everyone seems to be doing well. Even if it was Roger, he couldn't speak harshly to students who had experienced the terrorist incident. However, even that remark didn't sound particularly friendly or gentle. Perhaps it was due to his characteristic cold and stern tone. In reality, Roger exuded an air more along the lines of "I'm relieved that no one is missing class," rather than saying, "I'm relieved that everyone is safe. As you all know, you will be attending a special lecture, and I am the one in charge of that lecture. Since you have been attending my classes, I don't think there's a need for self-introductions. Do you understand?" Responses of yes could be heard from various places in the room. Then, let's start the lesson on summoning magic beasts from now on. The schedule is tight, so I expect everyone to do their best to keep up. This is not just a simple suggestion. Is that clear? At that moment, someone raised their hand. It was Erendia, the third princess. Yes, Erendia, what is your question? Teacher. I heard that this lesson is about summoning magic beasts. That's correct. Didn't I just say that myself? Yes, you did. That's right. Erendia glanced around and questioned, "Why are we having a lesson on summoning magic beasts in the training ground?" The location where the students had gathered was not the typical classroom where they attended Roger's classes. Instead, it was a training ground on a much larger scale, resembling a vast playground. I heard magic beast lessons require meditation, so they are usually conducted indoors, not outdoors. That may be true for others, but this is my class. Naturally, I have the freedom to choose where it takes place. It was true. If the teacher in charge of the lesson said they would do it this way, how could the students object? However, because it seemed like they couldn't fully comprehend, Roger decided to explain. All right, since it's the first lesson, I'll be kind. Oh, is he going to explain? As you all know, you are not third graders. There is a 2-year gap between you and the senior students who have been following the Serang curriculum for over 2 years. Even if you take the same course as the third graders, do you think you will achieve the same results? You little chicks. The students remained silent, all thinking the same thing. Teacher, that's not kind. Of course, my teaching method will be different from that of the third graders. You may be able to learn faster, but it will be harder. If you don't like it, you can say so. Of course, you will still be forced to learn. Then why bother asking if we don't like it? The students stared at Roger with puzzled expressions. Roger's words were somewhat arbitrary, but they made sense logically. Moreover, since it was not a temporary situation, the students decided to accept it obediently. So, is this lesson content being taught in Mr. Roger's special way? Tracy raised her hand and asked, full of anticipation. The students waited for Roger's answer. Roger's special way. Just hearing it, it sounded like an incredibly sweet collection of words. I wonder if he's going to teach the class with some remarkable idea again. Or maybe he'll help us increase our magic power emission. A new method that others don't know. Roger's thoughts were clearly visible in the students' eyes. Looking at those students, Roger spoke calmly. There's nothing like that. Ha! If there were such a method, wouldn't it have been presented in the arcane chamber? Oh. Instead, what I'm going to teach you now is a method that definitely works. In fact, many groups are using this method. Where? In the military. As soon as the word military came out, a shiver ran down the students' spines. What did Teacher Roger just say? The military, the military. Hoping that they had misheard, the students looked at Roger, who delivered the cruel reality to them. From now on, you will follow the training program for summoning magic beasts that soldiers receive. Ha! Really? If you approach the class in the same manner as the third graders, it will be too late. As you are aware, even the third graders struggled to summon magic beasts until the end of the first semester because they couldn't grasp the essence of these creatures. For those of you starting now, it will only become achievable once you enter the second year. Thus, this lesson would serve no purpose. Roger showed the same steel-like dignity as he did in the first class. There would be no compromise, and he had a firm determination to stick to this method. The students didn't have the courage to oppose it. I don't particularly welcome anyone among those attending my special lecture to fall behind. To put it more strongly, it's difficult for me to tolerate. As those words squeezed the student's breath, Roger presented the final carrot, a glimmer of hope to motivate them further. But I can guarantee the effectiveness. If you attend this special lecture, you will be able to summon magic beasts before the end of this semester. His confident words gave hope to the students. We can summon magical beasts. Well, if that's the case, a little difficulty should be tolerable. Finally, an opportunity has come for me too. If they can see definite results at the cost of hardship, they won't hesitate. All the students gathered here were in that sense truly wizards. The confusion in the students' eyes disappeared, replaced by enthusiasm. Seeing that, Roger felt a sense of satisfaction within himself. Good. If they're in such a motivated state, they will follow as instructed. Now, even if they want to resist, they can't. I will teach them properly. The students overlooked one crucial fact. This special lecture will yield certain results in proportion to the difficulty. However, the student's perception of what is difficult falls far short of the actual content of the lecture. Since you all seem eager, let's start the class immediately. The students brightened their eyes and waited for Roger's next words. First, run. The students didn't understand his words right away. I said run. Just run around this training ground. Just run, that's it. There's a condition. Strengthen your body with magic and deplete all of your magical power. Run until your body is exhausted. Until we're exhausted. Yes, you have to deplete all of your magical power and all of your stamina. If there's anyone who stops or slacks off, Roger emitted his magical power outward and spoke with a firm tone, word by word. I will personally call them for private tutoring after the class ends. Roger's private tutoring, of all things. Where else in the world can you find words that make your heart pound? Of course, the pounding wasn't due to excitement, but rather fear and dread. Did any of you not understand? I said run. By the way, I'll keep an eye on whoever falls behind first. Upon hearing those words, the students glanced at each other and started running around the training ground in a terrifying manner. It was at that moment that the students truly grasped the meaning behind the military-style approach they were about to experience. Chapter 342, the students began running in the large training ground. At first, there were no particular difficulties as they ran, strengthening their bodies with mana. Even students who didn't usually exercise were able to run well thanks to the enhancement magic. But as time passed, their mindset changed. Mana is not infinite. The mana required to enhance the body is not abundant. But if they have to maintain that state while running, it's a different story. Eventually, students who couldn't even complete a few laps started running out of mana. The students whose mana was depleted had to continue running with their bare bodies. The bodies that were previously protected by enhancement magic began to scream in agony. Huff, huff, heh, heh. The sound of gasping for breath echoed everywhere. For students who were not accustomed to exercise, their complexion turned pale, almost resembling corpses. Suddenly a question arose in everyone's minds simultaneously. Why am I running? Does this really help with summoning magic beasts? Is this true? Is it really true? However, no one could stop their running footsteps. It was all because of a man who had been staring at them intently with intense eyes. Roger Chelsea. He never stopped watching the students, always on the lookout for anyone slacking off. Even if the students wanted to stop their steps, they were unable to do so because of Roger's presence. Roger was truly like a ghost. If any student tried to slow down even a little, he gave them an ice-cold gaze. And if they still didn't listen, he called out their names and applied pressure with his heavy voice. Just that alone made the students, who were already on the verge of collapse, jump around like wild rabbits. There was no leniency for female students either. If he didn't show favoritism to nobles, would he show it to girls? Of course, there was no need to mention noble female students. Hugh, Hugh, Tracy gasped for breath as she ran like crazy. Even though it was time to stop, Roger didn't say a word. Until he told them to stop, they had to keep running. That was how it was. Why am I doing this? Her voice broke with each breath. Even breathing was painful, and her whole body was already drenched in sweat. Tracy wanted to collapse right there, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It was because of her pride. Why is Leo so diligent? If this had been earlier, he would have been the one complaining the most, not her. But since field training, Leo seemed to have changed in some way and was giving his all in training more than anyone else. Despite the difficulties, Leo ran without any complaints, and seeing that, Tracy felt a boiling sensation inside her. She felt like she would have to live with the label of a lifelong loser if she gave in to Leo here. She didn't want to experience anything like that. So Tracy gritted her teeth and kept running. "Read at Tracy, are you okay?" At that moment, Aidan approached Tracy, matching his steps with hers. It wasn't that he slowed down, but he had already completed one lap and caught up with Tracy. Tracy wanted to answer, but her breath was so heavy that she nodded instead. "Just hang in there a little longer. You'll be fine if you exceed your usual limits. It'll bring some relief," Aidan said with a bright smile. "Are you trying to comfort me like that?" Tracy wanted to retort, but even just breathing was hard. Tracy glanced at Aidan with a surprised look. Except for appearing slightly out of breath, he was still fine. It was thanks to his consistent physical training, unlike others. Tracy suddenly remembered when Leo called Aidan a foolish stamina monster. Now she thought that nickname suited Aidan well. Of course, there were others who ran well besides Aidan. Ona, who was already running several laps ahead of everyone else, was one of them. Beast Race had superior physical abilities. Among them, Iona's lineage was exceptional, surpassing the others. With her long legs, her body moved forward with each step. As Iona passed the boys, they couldn't help but stare at her back in disbelief. For boys, being inferior to girls in physical abilities was a blow to their pride. Because of that, the boys gritted their teeth and continued running. "She's like a real monster." Read at Tracy clicked her tongue at Iona's unchanged expression. At that moment, someone with blue hair brushed past Tracy. "Ah!" Tracy wondered for a moment who that person was. It was belatedly that she remembered that person as Flora Lumos, a genius from the second year. Since the hair color had changed slightly, she couldn't immediately recognize who it was from the back. Was she always good at sports like that? Contrary to what Tracy had thought, Flora was running well. Although she had innate talent for magic, it was believed that she was weak in terms of physical strength, so it was surprising. While everything was difficult, she appeared relatively resilient compared to the students collapsing around her. Hehuk, FL Flora. Cheryl, who had been running alongside Flora, finally caught up to her after falling behind by one lap, and she spoke with a sob. What's up with you? Why are you running so well?" "Well, Flora couldn't bring herself to answer her childhood friend's question. Flora herself was surprised by her improved physical stamina. Honestly, when Roger told her to run, she had a strong intuition that it would be extremely difficult. However, when she actually ran, it was more manageable than she had thought. If I were to guess the cause, it would probably because same reason as why my hair color changed. Basara, the demon, took control of her body and forcibly stimulated the physical talents with her own power. Afterward, Basara completely disappeared, but the once stimulated body did not return to its previous state. For Flora, it was a blessing in disguise. However, she had expected that only the magical aspect would improve and that her overall physical abilities would stay same. "Good things are good, right?" Cheryl saw Flora's satisfied expression and asked, "Flora, you look happy. Really?" "Yeah, normally you would have been the first to get annoyed. Heh heh." "Me?" Flora asked like that, but then closed her mouth. Cheryl wasn't saying anything wrong. If it were the old her, she would have picked a fight with Roger even before starting such simple training. Now, it was because she trusted Roger. If it's something that Professor Roger told me to do, there must be a good reason. A change that the old Flora couldn't even imagine. Cheryl suspiciously stared at Flora's appearance. "Flora, you. What is it?" Flora, sensing Cheryl's gaze, avoided her eye and increased her running speed. "Ha ha, Flora, wait for me." Amidst the small commotion happening around, Roger's voice, enhanced by magic, spoke. "Students who are called, stop running." As Roger called their names, the students immediately sat down in their places. The students who were still running hesitated, thinking that maybe they might get called. Didn't I say only those called by me should stop? Or do you want to stop here forever? Of course, as soon as Roger's words fell, they had no choice but to start running again. Those who are tired, gather in one place and focus on restoring your magic power. Huff, huff, sir, does this process really help in summoning magic beast? A male student asked, catching his breath. Other students around also looked at Roger, expecting an answer. Well, listen while you recover. You may not understand, but summoning magical beasts are different from ordinary studies. In general, studies involve sitting down, thinking with your head, and exploring theories through calculation. To prove them, experiments are necessary, but even that is just a process of validating theories. But magic beasts were different. Magic beasts were distant from studies. If we must compare, magic beasts require embodiment. It doesn't require theoretical cleverness or a shift in thinking. What's important is to feel the essence of your own magic power. Essence, you mean? Yes, your mana, which you normally manipulate without much thought. It's about finding the self contained within the hidden power of mana. The students didn't understand his words any better. Where does the self exist within mana? It seems you all don't understand. Read at, well, it doesn't make sense that mana has a will. There's nothing that doesn't make sense. Mana is a mysterious energy and one of the origins of the world. It can't be defined by human thoughts alone. Even great sorcerers throughout history couldn't define it recklessly. But magic utilizes that mana. Even that magic can only utilize a fraction of the concept called mana. Roger explained while observing the running students, and he called exhausted students to the center of the training ground. The students who had come early to take a rest were silently impressed by the scene. Roger, as if he were a person with a measuring instrument in his eyes, caught the students who had reached their limits like a ghost. Rather than a sense of relief when their exhaustion almost made them collapse, they were more shocked by his accuracy. While recovering, feel your mana rising from your very bottom. If you repeat that process, you will also grasp something. Roger advised the resting students and continued his previous explanation. As you know, spirits composed of energy are beings formed by the accumulation of natural forces. Such spirits also have a will. Needless to say, higher-ranking spirits possess more complex and higher-dimensional wills. Roger immediately asked a question. Here's the question. If magic beasts are made up of mana, does it have a will or not? If there is a will, what could be the reason? Upon hearing his words, the students cautiously glanced at each other, unable to answer hastily. But there was someone who raised their hand. Yes, Rhine. Rhine, who was resting with Erendia, immediately answered, magic beasts possess wills. Why? After all, mana is just a comprehensive energy. Can it have a will like nature? While it may not have the will of nature, it does have the will of the magician. Upon receiving the desired answer, Roger nodded. That's correct. Oh, some students looked at Rhine again with admiration. Ona, who had been running until the end, took her seat. Now everyone has gathered. You must all be curious about why I push you to such physical limits. The students were already curious about that. I explained that the acquisition of magic beasts is not an academic process. So I'll ask you all, do you know the biggest characteristic of acquisition? Upon hearing this, the students each fell into their own thoughts. Ultimately, acquisition is a process that must be practiced directly with the body. The biggest characteristic of that process, to put it mildly, was that the students felt it was very difficult. I guess you don't know. Let me tell you. The students all fell silent and waited for Roger's answer. The biggest characteristic and advantage of acquisition is that the more you do it, the better you become. Is that it? The students asked with their eyes. Roger understood their feelings, but there really wasn't much else he could say. The more you do it, and the more effort you put into it, the more you grow. That's the biggest advantage you can gain from acquisition. The reason your seniors can summon magic beasts in their third year is because they have grown by learning various magics in Seron over the past 2 years. But you don't. By the end of the semester, half of the students who learn magic beasts in their third year cannot summon them. Moreover, it was needless to say that the freshmen who had not experienced 2 years in Seron had no chance at all. You are overwhelmingly short on time. Unfortunately, this special lecture has a deadline that you must successfully complete before the end of this academic year. You mean we have to finish it within this year? Yes, but I think even that is long. Considering the future academic process, you should be able to summon Magic Beast by the end of the summer break at the latest. By the end of the summer break. There is still the fourth test remaining, but even considering that, it's not that much time. Then how can we achieve the best efficiency in such a short time? The students couldn't answer. It wasn't because they didn't know, but rather because they knew it too well that they didn't answer. The answer is to increase the density of training. If you put in twice the effort in the same amount of time, your learning speed will also increase accordingly. That's another advantage of acquisition. Increase the density of training. In simple terms, it meant working much harder than others. I can see from your expressions that you're starting to recover your stamina. Upon hearing his words, the students were suddenly overwhelmed with anxiety, and Roger didn't betray their expectations. Run again. The hellish training was about to begin. Chapter 343. Roger's hellish lecture pushed the students to their mental and physical limits. However, he didn't push them too hard. Somehow, Roger knew exactly when to let them rest once they reached their limits. If they pretended to be exhausted, he would order them to run further after experiencing this several times. The students couldn't complain anymore and simply had to do their best. It didn't matter if they were commoners or nobles. At this moment, everyone had to gasp for breath and run until they were soaked in sweat. And class wasn't only physically demanding, but mentally too. During the time everyone recovered their stamina, they would listen to Roger's lectures. Although Magical Beast is composed of mana and cannot be considered a living organism, it still possesses willpower and exists in reality. As I mentioned before, this is because a magician's will is imbued with mana for a long time, giving it life. At that moment, a student asked a sharp question. In a way, Magical Beast can be considered an artificial organism, right? A pseudolife form born with human will infused into mana. Or rather, can it be considered a living organism? In other words, it's no different from creatures like homunculus or chimera. Placing it on the same level as chimera is a laughable idea. Chimera, at least, has a body composed of flesh and blood, but Magical Beast doesn't even have that. If anything, it is closer to an elemental being. An artificially created elemental being, to be precise. Depending on the perspective, you could see it that way. Perspective. In the summoning studies, debates about whether Magical Beast should be seen as a naturally occurring organism or an artificially created existence are still ongoing. It's an endless debate on whether Magical Beasts should be viewed as something naturally occurring or something artificially created. But it's essentially something created by humans, isn't it? Exactly. It's practically something made by people. But it's not intentionally created, so it's not artificial, right? Then, would you say it's a natural occurrence? Cryptids are similar, aren't they? It wouldn't be impossible to consider a tamed cryptid as an artificially created being. The students had their own views, and they had different opinions about magical beasts. After pondering about magical beasts for a while, the students stared at Roger, as if expecting him to reveal the correct answer. They were like baby birds asking their mother for food. The prevailing trend is to see magical beasts as a naturally occurring phenomenon. To use the term artificial, it would require the active intent of the creator, but magical beast cannot be created simply because someone wants to create it. Why is that? Can't magical beasts be created through artificial means? Because there haven't been any reports of success using such methods, it's safe to say that it practically doesn't exist yet. Indeed, similar attempts have been made in the past, but they all ended in failure. A magic beast is unique to each magician. No matter what method is used, same magic beast cannot be born. There have been quite a few experiments like that besides magical beasts. Attempts to imbue golems with the soul of an enchantment practitioner or to create elementals using the power of nature. Have there been successful cases in those situations? Roger hesitated for a moment before answering that question. Since there are no artificial magical beasts, it's only natural that there are no other examples either. However, the remaining examples did exist. One of them was the Chorus of Steel project, where human souls were forcibly injected into automatons, although it was a slightly different direction from creating artificial magical beings. And the horrific success story of that experiment was ARPA. The same applies to artificial spirits. Even if you forcibly gather and mold the energy of nature, spirits wouldn't come into existence just because energy is gathered. Spirits are not beings created simply by the accumulation of energy. However, few elemental magicians were able to give birth to new spirits. Selena stood as evidence of this fact. She was an artificial spirit, formed by extracting a fragment of Esmeralda's soul from her innocent days. Both Arpa and Selena defied the beliefs of the academic community, who argued that their existence was impossible. However, the circumstances surrounding their creation were far from easy to explain. They were brought into existence in the depths of a shadowy abyss, concealed beneath society's apathy. Truly, it was an ironic twist of fate. Beautiful flowers that did not bloom even in meticulously cultivated flower beds, blooming on top of filthy and dirty mounds of filth. Perhaps it was proof that this world is not as beautiful or just as it seems. In that aspect as well, there have been no successful cases. However, there was no need to burden the students with such heavy truths. Well, in that case, magical beasts can be considered a natural occurrence. That's what scholars who advocate natural occurrence argue. They say that humans are also part of nature, so it is not right to categorize the birth of magical beasts from humans as artificial. In a broad sense, everything can be considered a natural occurrence. The students listening to the explanation were disappointed that they didn't have any writing tools with them in this place. However, whether it is a natural occurrence or an artificial one doesn't matter. What you should focus on right now is finding the existence of magical beasts within you. How do we find them? Magical beasts are already present from the moment you start learning magic. They are like eggs that haven't hatched yet, still in a dormant state. You have to constantly observe mana and search for that egg, and then make it hatch. That's why Roger called the students to the training ground. This whole process was about awakening magical beasts. However, from the perspective of someone exhausting themselves to the point of death, there were doubts about whether this was the right approach. So concentrate. Before depleting your magical power, you should know how to properly assess your physical condition. The majority of students have never experienced magical power depletion. For someone experiencing magical power depletion for the first time, it is difficult to maintain composure in a state of physical exhaustion where the whole body feels weak. At this moment, most students could barely control their own bodies. But with repeated experiences of magical exhaustion, they eventually adapted. At first, it was difficult, but afterwards, they naturally recovered their magical energy and gained the ability to focus on other aspects. Usually, this adaptation occurs naturally through practical experience, but Roger was not so kind. As they had to squeeze out every available strength, it was only natural that pain followed. Do not focus on recovering your mana while in a state of exhaustion. You must intentionally suppress that process and carefully examine your physical condition. The students, desperate to overcome their state of exhaustion as instructed by Roger, closed their eyes and began to concentrate. On the third day of training, the students attending the special lecture started to grasp it gradually. Although no student had succeeded in summoning magical beast, some students discovered something embedded within their bodies. What is this? Flora furrowed her eyebrows, feeling a strange sensation within her body as she meditated with her eyes closed. On the third day of observing her inner self while depleting and suppressing her magical energy, she discovered something hidden within her mana. It resembled a seed, or perhaps an egg of some kind. It even appeared like a precious item stored inside a box within her body, which she couldn't detect before due to her mana being completely filled. If there hadn't been the experiment on mana emission, I would have noticed it much later. To increase the emission of magical energy, she had to find the faint presence of mana pathways within her body. However, just like searching for water in a desert, it was by no means an easy process. It required the aid of mana suppression tools, and she had to learn how to meticulously handle the small amount of magical energy that could be controlled in that state. Repeating this process, the person who eventually pierced through the mana pathways gained a deeper understanding of their own mana. They discovered what kind of mana they possessed and how to utilize it. The experience at that time proved to be of great help in the current situation. Flora found herself in a dilemma at this point. It was great to have discovered the egg that could potentially become a magical beast. However, the problem was that she had no idea what to do next. What about the others? Flora opened her eyes and looked around. Most of the students had strained expressions, focusing intently. She couldn't see anyone else who had grasped it like she did. I seemed to be the fastest. Just as Flora thought that, a shadow cast over her. Intrigued, she turned around and saw Roger. Flora, you've got it. You've uncovered what lies dormant within you, haven't you? How did you know? I could tell from your response. Usually, the initial realization stems from sensing the presence of the dormant potential through self-reflection. I believed you were capable of that. Does this imply that he holds me in high esteem? Flora was secretly pleased with that fact, but her curiosity grew even stronger. As the teacher said, I felt the presence of the egg within my mana, but I have no idea what to do next. That's to be expected. It's still in its dormant state, not yet breaking out of its shell. In other words, you haven't even reached the starting line. So, what should I do now to reach that starting line? I come this far, so I deserve to hear the explanation. However, Flora's anticipation crumbled as Roger uttered his next words. I don't know. What? You don't know? I can guide you in finding the egg, but I don't know how to awaken it. There's no set method for that. If there's no set method, let me explain it with a similar analogy. There are three people, and each of them is given a bird in a cage. They're then told to make the bird sing. How do you think they would do it? Would they all use the same method? Well, each person would probably have a different approach. That's right. Some would resort to various tricks to make the bird sing, others would inflict pain to force the bird to sing, and some would wait until the bird sings on its own. There are three different methods for the three people. So, among the dozens of students gathered here, do you think there will be only a few methods? Flora understood what Roger was trying to say. In the end, awakening this egg depends on the individual's abilities. Yes, it's something you can't do just because someone advises you. The magic egg hidden within you is solely yours. Awakening it is entirely up to your own method. Then, let me ask this. How did teacher Roger awaken his own magic egg? Roger recalled his magic egg, Ether Nocturnus. Since receiving teachings about magic from his master, he had always exerted his utmost effort. It wasn't something he did by force. Roger was aware his own weakness. He had to hide his body, escaping the incessant clamor of the guards and the assassins sent from Bretus. So he studied relentlessly and learned magic. If I were to say, it was my desperation. It was because of that sentiment that the egg awakened. Desperation. Of course, that's my method. Yours will be completely different, so concentrate as much as you can. Since you've already grasped it, there's no need to run on the training ground anymore. Several students who heard those words stopped meditating and glanced around. They harbored expectations, thinking, could it be me too? Did I mention any of you? Those who haven't sensed the existence of their magic eggs should continue running until they do. Roger's special lecture continued. The students who still couldn't grasp it ran tirelessly on the training ground under Roger's guidance. Roger silently observed their efforts. He had already provided them with all the methods and paths. Now, how to walk those paths was up to the students. Typically, it takes at least 6 months to go through this process. Roger shortened it to 2 weeks. From 6 months to 2 weeks. A difference of 12 times in duration. In other words, it meant that he condensed the ordinary process 12 times and pushed the students through it. Perhaps because of this, negative stories about Roger's teaching style began to emerge. Especially Hugo, the leader of the noble faction, took this opportunity to relentlessly talk back against Roger. Of course, he didn't have the courage to do it openly, so he schemed behind the scenes. Roger was aware of this fact, but he casually dismissed it. He didn't care about what those people babbled behind his back. However, it seemed that the other students who were attending the class were not as indifferent. I will quit. For the first time, a person gave up. Chapter 344, Chapter 344. Objection 1. Roger looked at the student standing in front of him. It was Martin Kandak, who came from a relatively well-known noble family among the first-year students. Roger glanced around. Several noble students were sending encouraging looks towards Martin's confident behavior. Looks like someone has stepped forward as a representative. Roger lightly flicked his finger. A barrier of sound insulation formed around Roger and Martin. Now, any conversation taking place here would not reach anyone's ears. Martin seemed unaware, but Roger thought it necessary. Roger looked at the student in front of him. As Roger stared in silence, Martin's pupils trembled noticeably. It seemed like he was slightly regretting what he had said, but since the words had already been spoken, it appeared that he intended to push forward until the end. Well then, Martin Kanduck, are you giving up on the class? Yes. The reason is. Do I really need to ask for the reason? Martin answered the question honestly, although he held his dissatisfaction internally. It's because I feel it's a waste of time to engage in such meaningless actions. Meaningless actions. I am a student of Seron, and I am even a noble. So why should someone like me have to sweat and endure this hardship? Martin had grown up being treated well in his family. After coming to Seron and experiencing the wider world, he realized that the commoners here were not to be underestimated. He could tolerate that. However, this mindless physical training was simply unbearable. He had managed to endure because Roger was the instructor for the special lecture, but when there were no tangible results, impatience and frustration had reached their limit. Even if we don't go through such difficult training, we will eventually be able to summon magical beasts. Martin, let me ask you something. Did you feel the threat to your life during this field study? Martin couldn't answer that question with a yes. There had been a terrorist incident during the field study. Many students were involved and injured. Martin was relatively lucky. He wasn't injured in the terrorist attack and was able to quickly evacuate to a safe place. However, he had heard the news. Chimeras attacking and a black storm raging. That's why there were many students lying in hospital beds. But Martin thought it had nothing to do with him. After all, it was someone else's business, and he was perfectly fine. The fact that there were no deaths also greatly contributed to his sense of relief. Why are you asking me that? However, openly admitting it would hurt his pride. If it was someone who truly experienced a dangerous situation, they wouldn't quit the class. That's. However, I understand your reaction. Martin stared at Roger with surprise in his eyes. He thought he would receive a lot of criticism for saying such things. He had made up his mind to quit despite everything, but Roger was saying he understood instead. It must be frustrating. The intense physical pain that you've never experienced before. And on top of that, and sluggish process. You must have felt left behind when other students in the same class were moving ahead one by one. Martin involuntarily trembled his shoulders. Roger's words were so precise, as if peering directly into his inner thoughts. Since Martin didn't want to admit that fact, he resisted even more strongly. I simply expressed my belief that this class is pointless. Why do you think it has no meaning? If not, then why am I still running around here, drenched in sweat? If I couldn't do it, then it's the fault of the class. Is that what you think? Roger wasn't showing anger yet. Although Martin found it surprising, he expressed the thoughts he had kept in his heart. I have received education in magic from a young age in my family. Although my talent may not be the best in Seron, I take pride in the learning process and time I have invested, which is no less than others. Martin's gaze turned to some students who were sitting and meditating, not noble like himself, commoner students. The unease and inferiority he harbored inside himself stemmed from this. Why should he, who had learned more and for a longer time, fall behind? If the other person were a noble, he could understand. They would have received early education, just like him. But commoners were different. Weren't they the ones barely attending classes, relying on Seron's financial aid? He couldn't accept in his mind that he was falling behind those guys. So, you want to give up. You've put in your effort in your own way, but you're discouraged because there are no visible results. Roger's icy voice weighed heavily on his shoulders. Martin swallowed hard and reluctantly nodded. Even this simple gesture required him to tighten his fists and summon his courage. After all, the person standing before him was Roger Chelsea, the recently appointed teacher at Seron. But no one saw him as a newcomer. He is currently trusted by the principal and reportedly made significant contributions during the recent terrorist incident. The incident when Roger rescued students from the Chimera Legion was famous among the students. As a result, many noble students who did not look down on Roger formed a favorable impression of him. His cold and distant behavior has now become his distinctive character trait. Nevertheless, Martin had to speak to Roger. Yes, I will give up, and Professor's teaching method is wrong. Not only did he express his decision to give up, but he also criticized the professor's teaching approach. It was clear that his statement had crossed a line. Martin was well aware of the consequences. Once he uttered those words, there would be no turning back, and he would face the wrath of Roger. Despite being aware of the consequences, he had no other option but to proceed. Roger silently fixed his gaze upon Martin. The inside of Martin's tightly clenched fist was damp with cold sweat. What would Roger do now? Would he chase him away? Or would he humiliate him in front of everyone? Maybe he would forcefully assert himself even more. All sorts of negative thoughts swirled in Martin's mind. Martin's gaze naturally lowered to the ground. Then Roger spoke. "All right." "Yes." Martin raised his head abruptly. He didn't understand what Roger just said. He agrees with this so easily. He felt foolish for worrying needlessly. "I'm not so heartless as to impose difficult tasks on someone who dislikes them. If this approach isn't effective, then it must be my fault." However, after saying that, Roger stopped speaking and stared at Martin. His eyes were so clear that it seemed like he could see right through Martin's inner thoughts. "If that's your sincere intention, I will admit that I was wrong." Sincere intention. I don't consider words forcibly uttered under someone else's coercion to be sincere. Martin's breath caught in his throat. "Oh, well, it's just," Martin pondered in his mind. Roger already knew everything. As Roger said, Martin's courageous stand against him wasn't because this class was truly meaningless. The method of physically exhausting oneself. At first he didn't like it, but as he continued, he realized something. Commoners surpassing him. That does indeed touch his pride. However, Martin was aware that when it came to magical beasts, talent and intuition played a significant role. In contrast, he had a stronger inclination towards the theoretical aspects of magic, and he was actually achieving commendable grades in that area. He was still a student, but he knew at least how to differentiate what he was good at and what he wasn't. Nevertheless, he took a stand against Roger. It was due to external pressure. "Ruin the lesson," Hugo Bertag, who called him separately. Among Seron's teachers, he is the keeper of the noble faction and the one of the senior teachers with considerable authority. He said such words to him: "Drop out of Roger's class. Martin, it's not that difficult. Just say you're giving up and instigate some students. What about the consequences of leaving Mr. Dart Roger class? I'll help you with that. Besides, I will officially complain to the principal about this special lecture. It's too much to subject the students to such extreme measures." Martin knew what Hugo wanted. He wasn't criticizing the principal's behavior of subjecting the students to extreme measures. He was trying to manipulate the situation to restrict the principal, who was trying to wield her authority too much with this incident. However, Martin couldn't easily dismiss Hugo's proposal. It was because he had a connection with his father. "Martin, how is your father doing?" "He's fine." "Yeah, he better be. Thanks to our Bertag family support, he was able to grow considerably." As Hugo said, thanks to Hugo's care, Martin's family, the Kandak family, was able to secure a decent position in noble society. In other words, it meant that the moment they fell out of Hugo's favor, they could return to the past. Of course, a family that has established its position and roots would not be easily shaken by such a trivial reason. Martin's father must have prepared for this kind of situation. If he thought rationally for a moment, there were flaws in this threat. However, Martin was still young and not in a position to make such a judgment. "Martin, if you do well in this matter, I can recommend you as a special privileged student. How does that sound? You will be treated well wherever you go after graduation." "Well, it's not a difficult task, is it? Just act your age and walk away. These kinds of classes are meaningless." Martin couldn't give a proper answer. He wanted to say that this was not right, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. Hugo looked at Martin disapprovingly and touched his mustache while sticking out his tongue. Mr. Hugo, sir, you're not reacting well at all. Tusk, even though I tried to give you an opportunity, you're saying you don't want it." "Well, there are plenty of others who can do this besides you. But I called you first because I have a connection with the Kandak family. But if the child turns out like this, the Kandak family will be quite disappointed too." Martin closed his eyes tightly. "Yes, I'll do it." He had no choice but to say that. Martin woke up from his recollection and returned to reality. What on earth? A student who has been quietly attending classes suddenly says he wants to quit, and there is someone who readily accepts it. Where can you find such a person? "But I'm just one out of 80 students." "Just one is enough. Out of the 80 students who attend MY class." Martin couldn't control his trembling. Being in such a state in front of someone who knew everything wasn't just an ordinary embarrassment. How pitiful must Roger have viewed him? Following someone's instructions from behind, how insignificant must he have felt, mimicking their words like a parrot. Even thinking about it himself, He found himself repulsive, and if he thought from the perspective of a teacher, it would only magnify that repulsiveness. To Martin, who couldn't continue speaking due to pale discomfort, Roger spoke with a softer voice. Martin Kandak, I consider you an excellent student, so I don't blame you or reprimand you in this situation. However, there is one thing I want you to answer clearly. What? What is it? Do you really want to quit this class? Roger asked with a penetrating gaze. Do you really think that's for the best? Martin wanted to say that he had already given a sufficient answer to that question, but he held back. Roger wasn't looking for a formal answer. He wanted to hear his true feelings. I just thought that it didn't matter if I continued this class, but my opinion is meaningless. Even if it's not me, someone will question this class. That's right. The person who made you do this doesn't expect good results from me in this class. If it can't be you, they will make someone else do the same thing. You thought it would be better if it was you. Martin nodded, feeling ashamed. Roger didn't blame Martin for his behavior. If my class hasn't shown its effect yet, that might be true. But unfortunately, that is no longer necessary. What do you mean? Look over there. Martin looked in the direction Roger pointed, and Martin widened his eyes in disbelief. A magical beast. A magical beast had appeared from among the students who were gathered for meditation. Chapter 345. Ah, no, how is this possible? Martin stammered as he looked at the suddenly appearing magical beast. No matter how hard he tried to summon a magical beast, could he really succeed in such a short period of time? It usually takes at least 6 months for this process. Can it really be done so quickly? Martin turned around to look at Roger with a bewildered expression. Roger's gaze was fixed on the student who had just summoned the magical beast. As expected, it's Flora Lumos. Flora, known for having exceptional talent, was the first to successfully summon a magical beast. Even without the influence of the possession, she already had abundant talent, and now she had even brought forth the potential for future growth. Even with that, summoning a magical beast is difficult to succeed unless you have a proper grasp of your instincts. Flora seemed quite astonished at the fact that she had summoned a magical beast. Roger carefully observed Flora's magical beast. Flora's magical beast had the form of a beast. It was a jaguar with deep dark blue fur similar to Flora's hair color. The rather large jaguar circled around Flora, looking at her with an intrigued gaze and rubbing its head against her. So it takes the form of a beast. It's the safest choice. Although I thought that Flora might create a slightly different and unique magical beast. Of course, judging a magical beast solely by its appearance was not possible. After all, a magical beast is a being composed of mana. Its abilities are influenced by innate mana, making it difficult to speculate on its capabilities without directly witnessing them. Other than that, it surprisingly resembles Flora. Considering Flora's sharp eyes and usual behavior, she strangely resembled a cat. Perhaps reflecting the characteristics of its owner, the born magical beast was also a feline creature. It was huge for a cat, though. From what I remember, jaguars were said to be the largest creatures in the cat family after lions and tigers. First, I'll make sure to calm everyone. The students around Flora also looked at a magical beast with fascination, but didn't approach. It was because Flora's magical beast emitted a golden glow from its eyes and growled. Martin Kandak. Yes, yes. Return to your seat. There's no need for you to worry about what's about to happen. Martin realized that Hugo's plan had completely fallen apart the moment Flora summoned her magical beast. However, even considering that, he had already expressed his objection in front of everyone, directed towards Roger. Although it was somewhat involuntary, Martin still had his own sense of shame about what he had done. He couldn't concentrate on the class as naturally as before. The conversation we had earlier was completely blocked through magic. The students have no idea what we talked about. But teacher, are you still talking? Roger immediately lifted the sound-blocking magic and spoke to Martin with an expressionless face. I have no idea what you're talking about, Martin Kandak. It seems like you were quite tired because of the class. Go and take a rest while awakening your senses about magical beasts. Martin widened his eyes at the intentionally suggestive words. Roger opened his mouth faster than Martin could say anything in response. As a member of the Kandak family, wouldn't it be unfair if you can't summon magical beasts? Go back to your seat. Yes. Roger gazed at Martin's back as he returned to his seat with weary steps, as if he had just woken up from a dream. I thought he would raise his head again after some time had passed. Since taking the position of director of planning, Roger had dealt a significant blow to Hugo's faction. It wasn't at the principal's order, as he had already shown his disdain for noble factions, including Hugo. He needed to diminish their hostile influence to some extent. Taking advantage of Hugo's weaknesses in that aspect, Roger had weakened the noble faction's voices due to internal rifts. I thought it would take quite some time for the rift to heal within the organization. Was I too careless? Or perhaps Hugo's charisma in handling people was greater than Roger had anticipated. No, there was no reason to believe that Hugo, who had no remarkable achievements apart from his noble lineage, possessed leadership qualities. But that didn't mean he was completely oblivious. He knew better than anyone that this was not the time to act recklessly. Since this is the opportune moment, someone must be behind Hugo. When referring to that someone, they were probably the sponsors who provided substantial funding to the Seron Academy every year. Whether it was a group or an individual, it was unclear, but it was evident that Hugo had formed a connection with them. For Hugo, who wanted to establish his position firmly within Seron, it was an alliance that he probably reluctantly accepted. Now that the balance between the President faction and the noble factions completely shattered due to my actions, Hugo must have had the feeling of wanting to seek even the devil's help, so he wouldn't have been able to refuse the hand offered by the sponsors. Instead of not being able to have it himself, he will bring in external forces. Is that his plan? In the midst of the resulting chaos, he aimed to seize any privileges he could. A noble who abandons their pride and takes advantage of the situation. That's what they call a person with a sharp mind for judging the situation. The thoughts of the sponsors who supported Hugo were also obvious. Seron was a massive organization. As such, it requires substantial funding, and there are many sponsors. However, not all sponsors are the same. Naturally, sponsors are divided based on the amount of support they provide, similar to major shareholders in a company. And these individuals do not sponsor Seron out of mere goodwill. What they do is a definite investment, and they expect corresponding rewards for their investments, namely the authority to intervene in Seron. There has been a lot of noise internally so far, but Seron has undoubtedly been able to keep external forces at bay. However, the current field study incident has caused a significant rift. Roger thought the situation was strangely unfolding. If he had been a mere new teacher, he wouldn't have needed to concern himself with such matters. However, he had become the planning director of Seron, and this incident was not unrelated to him. Whose doing is this? It can't be the royal family or Mage Tower. Considering Princess Eileen's personality, Roger judged that she wouldn't join forces with Hugo. If Eileen also wanted to have Seron under her influence, she would have taken a slightly different approach, considering her prideful nature. Mage Tower, on the other hand, was a viable option, but he believed it would be difficult due to constraints. New Tower, Old Tower, and the association of schools. Their influence on Seron was equal. They had perfectly divided shares, and they would have been even more dissatisfied considering the field study incident. If any one of them had ill intentions, the other two organizations would hinder them. But it didn't mean the three of them would collaborate to carry out such actions. On the contrary, while pretending to collaborate, they would consider betraying each other. The relationship between the three organizations was so complex that even Roger had to trust them deeply in a sense. Despite using the process of elimination to remove significant factors, there were still many suspects remaining. Roger sighed he couldn't help it with the lack of clues at the moment. Teacher. At that moment, with a creaking sound, Flora's voice came through. I succeeded. Flora tried to sound composed, but her expression couldn't hide her slight excitement. While others might not have noticed, Roger could tell. Well, you succeeded faster than anyone else. Well, of course, I was born with exceptional talent. Your success will serve as an example to other students. Just don't become too conceited. Summoning a magic beast is not only challenging during the process, but also after the summoning. In other words, Flora was now standing at the starting line. Flora was well aware of that. She only said it like this to receive praise from Roger, even if it was just that. I know. Roger's response felt somewhat distant to Flora. She thought they had opened up to each other to some extent, but was that just her own misconception? When Flora was about to turn away with a slightly disappointed feeling, Roger spoke in a small voice that only Flora could hear. Well done. What? What did you just say? Flora tried to ask, but Roger had already started walking away. As you can see, training in this manner can bring you guaranteed results. Since you're all grasping the feeling, it probably won't take long. Flora's success had actually benefited the surrounding students. There were some doubts about this lesson, but Flora washed them away as if to prove something. Of course, some students still couldn't erase their suspicions that Flora, as a senior and a genius, was able to achieve it quickly. Nevertheless, it was clear that the atmosphere of the class had improved compared to before. The students closed their eyes once again and entered a state of meditation. Perhaps the fact that someone had succeeded breathed hope into them. No one was slacking off, especially Martin Kandak, who remained seated and exerted the utmost effort. His efforts finally paid off. Martin, you. His friends, who usually hung out together, stared at Martin with surprise. However, Martin couldn't pay attention to their reactions. His gaze was captivated by the mysterious creature that appeared before him. It was the form of a girl smaller than a human head. She had a small and short body, and her head was disproportionately large, but that made her look cute in a way. The girl, composed of magic, wandered around Martin while looking at him with transparent eyes, so in the form of an anthropomorphic being. At that moment, Roger, who approached after witnessing Martin's success, spoke while observing his magical beast. Anthropomorphic, huh? Yes, magical beasts usually take the form of animals, plants, or tools, but occasionally there are also entities that resemble human beings like this. Roger carefully observed Martin's magical construct. Typically, it's even rarer than beasts in the form of tools. It might be a magical beast befitting the Kandak family, which specializes in dollcraft. Do you know about my family? Yes, it's true that nowadays, with the advancement of mechanical engineering, automatons have developed more than dolls. But once upon a time, I heard that the Kandak family was unparalleled in doll manufacturing. Martin was extremely surprised that Roger knew such a fact. It turned out that it wasn't just an empty statement when he said he remembered all the students in his class. In reality, Martin's family was on a path of decline due to the development of automatons and golems. Controlling dolls with magic, as before, was considered outdated. Martin's father had tried various changes to revive the family. However, change requires significant energy and funding. The declining Kandak family didn't have enough resources to support such changes. The Bertag family offered their support, leading the Kandak family to accumulate a significant debt to the Bertags. If it's an anthropomorphic magical beast, does it have any other special qualities? The abilities of a magical construct stem not from its outward appearance, but from the user's will and magical inclination. However, since it's not something commonly seen, there's a high possibility that it possesses unique abilities that others cannot perform. There haven't been many cases of anthropomorphic magical beasts being weak so far. Martin's expression brightened. If Roger, who rarely speaks kind words, said it to that extent, it clearly seemed like an exceptional case. Don't get overly excited. Remember, the duration and enhancement of a summoned magical beast solely rely on the magician's efforts. In fact, such moments demand even greater dedication and hard work. Yes, I understand, Martin nodded earnestly. Seeing his expression, it seemed unnecessary to lecture him any further, so Roger nodded his head once. Martin's success truly fueled the determination of the students. While it was understandable for Flora, who had exceptional talent, Martin, who previously had no significant presence, succeeded. The students poured their efforts into summoning their magical beasts, their eyes burning with determination. They didn't hesitate to spend their mana, even without Roger's instructions. This was an unexpected development for Roger as well, and the outcome was equally impressive. 3 days after Martin and Flora's success, all the students attending Roger's special lecture had successfully summoned their own unique magical beasts. This remarkable feat was achieved within a mere 2 weeks. Chapter 346, at the training grounds, where the special lecture on summoning magical beasts was taking place, there was a noticeable difference in the atmosphere. Unlike the usual calmness, the training grounds were now bustling with activity. The students, each adorned with a summoned magical beast, had formed a bond with their mana. I can't believe they all succeeded. Roger examined the magical beasts summoned by the students, most of which took the form of common animals. It was somewhat expected. Magical beasts, as companions or familiars born from a magician's mana, naturally manifested as animals commonly kept as pets. Flora summoned a giant blue jaguar. On Cheryl's shoulder, a vibrant parrot perched, its colorful feathers reflecting her hair. Amidst the students, a small commotion arose. At the center of it was Erendia. Curious about the cause, Roger noticed it was because of the magical beast resting on her forearm, a golden eagle emitting a radiant light. Its majestic presence and regal demeanor captivated the attention of onlookers, showcasing its splendid allure. Among the newly summoned magical beasts, it stood out distinctly in terms of appearance alone. Roger clicked his tongue and shook his head. A magical beast is more than just its appearance. For the students who were unaware of this fact, Erendia's summoned magical beast was nothing short of remarkable. Roger glanced at Erendia. As the surrounding students began showing an unusual interest, her face was filled with joy. She tried her best to conceal it, but her cheeks couldn't hide the slight flush. Indeed, one could doubt whether she truly belonged to the imperial lineage leading the empire. Well, for now, let's just let them enjoy it. If it were the usual Roger, he would have reprimanded them for being fascinated by appearances alone. But now, things were different because he had personally witnessed Erendia's difficult situation at Palace. Overshadowed by her eldest sister, Eileen, and relentlessly tormented, it was far from an ordinary hardship, and Eileen herself calls it an expression of affection. The problem was the excessive and distorted way she expressed it. What might be cute to an ordinary person could be a traumatic shock to a hamster, for example. Roger decided to let Erendia fully enjoy being the protagonist, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. But perhaps fate did not want to let go of Erendia. The attention and interest of the students soon shifted to another student. What is that? It's a magical beast, in the shape of a sword. In the place where the students' gaze gathered, there was Aidan quietly staring at his magical beast. Unlike the other students' magical beasts, Aidan's summoned beast had the form of a tool. It was a sharp sword. The sword, made of faint magical energy, floated in front of Aidan. The students watched Aidan with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Leo muttered with a sigh at that sight. Anyway, he always manages to attract people's attention. Sitting on Leo's shoulder, there was a cat with fur of the same color as his hair, gracefully wrapping its tail around his neck. Leo himself had summoned a rather ordinary magical beast and glanced at Tracy. Tracy was staring intently at Aidan's magical beast with an expression of disbelief. Above Tracy's head, a sunflower bloomed. Could it be a plant-shaped magical beast? Thinking about Tracy's usual appearance, it felt strange to call it a sunflower. However, it was not an ordinary sunflower. It emitted a faint red light, and the parts that could be called petals were made of flames. Tracy's magical beast was definitely not ordinary in appearance. In fact, Tracy herself was secretly proud of the magical beast she had summoned. She thought that she could easily crush the arrogance of those who had ignored her before. However, the important role was taken away by Aidan, who accompanied her. How can he summon such a magical beast? Hey, Tracy, calm down. As Mr. Dart Roger said, the appearance of a magical beast isn't everything. Aidan tried to calm down Tracy, who was disheartened. Phew. Yeah, you're right, Aidan. The appearance isn't everything. Still, it's not common to have a tool-shaped magical beast. Tracy's magical beast is also something to be proud of. Right. Really? Tracy's expression seemed to relax slightly at Aidan's praise, even if it was just a little. But her expression darkened again when she looked at Iona. It was because of the gauntlets on her arms. How can both of them have tool-shaped magical beasts? Iona's magical beast, like Aidan's, also had the shape of a tool. When Tracy was feeling desperate, Leo approached Iona and spoke. Your magical beast is cool. Oh, thanks. Your magical beast is cute too. It's cute, yes. No need to say it out loud. But it's true. Watching this whole scene, Roger silently admired. Out of those four, two of them have summoned tool-shaped magical beasts. Martin, who had summoned a humanoid-shaped magical beast, was also the same. Among 80 students, even if just one person summoned a unique magical beast, it would have been considered a lot, but this exceeded expectations. As for the other students, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. Most of them were animal-shaped magical beings: birds, dogs, cats, and mice. Occasionally, there were noticeable magical beings like turtles or fish. If I had to pick something unique, it would be Julia Plumhart's magical beast. Some students seemed to share a similar thought, as they couldn't take their eyes off Julia's magical beast, considering her exceptional magical talent, mysterious smile, and the attitude that kept others at bay. Even if her summoned magical beast had an animal form, he thought it would be a dazzling one, like a peacock or a white tiger from the snowy mountains. However, Julia's magical beast was completely different from those. A jellyfish, huh? I wonder what symbolism lies behind it. It moved through the air, appearing like a white angel with its flowing movements. That mysterious atmosphere vaguely resembled Julia herself. The rest of the students mostly had plant-shaped magical beasts. There is a human-shaped one, and even two tool-shaped ones, so there shouldn't be anything more surprising. While thinking so, Roger widened his eyes as he saw the last student. At the end of his gaze was Rhine. More precisely, it was the magical beast she had summoned. What is that? The first thought that came to Roger's mind when he saw that magical beast was confusion. Roger did not specialize in magical beasts. Naturally, compared to experts, his knowledge was lacking. However, thanks to the thorough education by Grander, Roger was able to explore various knowledge that ordinary wizards might not know. Even for someone like Roger, he had never seen a magical beast like Rhine's before. What do you call such a thing? A shape? It was neither an animal, plant, tool, nor humanoid. It was a form that he had never seen in any magical being. The three-dimensional shape, floating in the air, had a translucent appearance. As Roger regained his composure, he finally recalled where he had seen that shape before. That's a polyhedron. It was an imperfectly refined dodecahedron. 12. Although its overall shape was round, it was clearly a dodecahedron. What was even more surprising was that the polyhedron was not in a fixed shape. Even now, it was changing its form in real time, transitioning from a cube to an octahedron, and from there to a dodecahedron. Rhine, seemingly surprised herself for summoning such a form of magical beast, turned to Roger. Professor, my magical beast. Before Rhine could finish her sentence, something strange happened to her magical beast. The magical beast, in the shape of a geometric figure, started trembling and emitting a faint light. Simultaneously, a sound like glass shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Had something broken? Before such a question could be answered, the surrounding magical beasts began to react fiercely. What's happening? C, calm down. Stay still. I can't control it. The magical beasts gathered here were like newborn babies in human terms. It was natural for novice magical beasts to react strongly to the unknown waves emitted by Rhine's magical beast. Suddenly, Roger had a thought. Perhaps even a seasoned wizard summoning a magical beast in this place would be taken aback. However, that was not important right now. If the magical beast started rampaging, the surroundings would become a chaotic mess. I need to calm the situation. Without hesitation, Roger summoned his own magical beast. Ether Nocturnus. Sensing Roger's will, it appeared on his shoulder in the form of a raven, not in the form of clothing. Please, Roger spoke like that and grasped his long staff. Ether Nocturnus reluctantly nodded its head. As the form of the raven collapsed, it seeped into Roger's staff. The most effective way to control magic beast is through its owner. But if the summoner cannot handle it properly, external intervention may be necessary. And naturally, the most effective influence on magic beast came from the same magic power. Thud. The staff that engulfed Ether Nocturnus struck the floor of the training ground. From the tip of the staff, a black shadow spread in all directions. Like pouring black ink into clear water, the black pool rapidly expanded around Roger as the center. Roger infused more power into Ether Nocturnus embedded in the staff. The shadow, greedily swallowing the power, finally satisfied, swelled its own size even more. In an instant, the black shadow engulfed half of the training ground. The magic beasts who were about to rampage were all frozen in place. They sensed the presence of a superior magical beast, surpassing their own strength. Just like being terrified in front of a predator, the newly born magic beasts were powerless against their natural instincts. Some magic beasts couldn't withstand the pressure and even reverse summoned. The magic beasts have calmed down. What is this black thing? The startled students could finally see that Roger had taken some action. Incredible, Flora exclaimed softly as she looked at Roger. Beside her, her magic beast wrinkled its brows as if displeased and growled softly. There were 80 magic beasts in this place. More than 70 of them were on the verge of going berserk. Roger, relying solely on his own power, managed to suppress the situation that could have escalated into a major disaster. Moreover, this scent, when Flora smelled the deep yet familiar fragrance emanating from the shadows, Roger, who raised his head, opened his mouth. "Everyone, stay still." Roger swept the audience with a grim gaze. What a gaze! Just intimidating the magic beasts with his momentum. More than that, this black shadow, is it Roger's magic beast? The students were astonished by the dignity of the magic beast shown by Roger for the first time. How on earth could he make a magic beast this enormous, covering such a vast training ground almost halfway? Is this the rumored ability of Teacher Roger? Moreover, isn't this still not his full power? They had already been sufficiently amazed, but there was still more to be astonished about. The students regarded Roger with a mixture of awe and respect. However, for Roger himself, it was a bitter experience. "I feel dizzy." Ether Nocturnus was not in his original form, but deliberately changed into a different form. He had also filled the magic beast with power, making them fearful. Just this simple act alone required Roger to consume a tremendous amount of mana in real time. He had to finish the job before all the mana was depleted. "Rhine!" Roger called out Rhine's name as he approached her slowly, to avoid provoking that unknown magic beast. Fortunately, after showing abnormal behavior, Rene's magic beast did not show any further response. Perhaps it was frightened by the presence of Ether Nocturnus. At that moment, Roger thought it was fortunate regardless of the circumstances. Rhine turned to look at Roger. "Teacher," her pupils pierced through Roger's sealing magic, radiating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, a tear rolled down her cheek. "Why are you showing me such emotions?" When Roger was about to say something, Rhine collapsed like a limp doll. With the loss of consciousness of the owner, the enigmatic magical beast was also involuntarily unsummoned and vanished. Reacting swiftly, Roger summoned shadows to catch her falling body. Upon examination, he found that her breathing was steady and her complexion appeared normal. It seemed that she had simply fainted. Roger called the shadows that had been scattered around. Swoosh. As if rewinding time, the black shadows were drawn into the tip of Roger's staff. From the end of the staff, the shadow transformed into the form of a raven. All eyes followed the sucking shadows and focused on Roger. No one could utter a word. Today's lesson ends here. Chapter 347, Professor, is Rhine okay? Erendia, who followed Roger all the way to the infirmary, asked with concern. "She's fine, but why did she suddenly collapse? It's probably because of the magical beast. You felt it too, right?" Yes, everyone was shocked because of that peculiar magical beast. Some of the newly born magical beasts have rather sensitive aspects. They unknowingly consume excessive mana from their owners. Rhine fainted because of that. Erendia wanted to ask if that was the only reason, but the question didn't come out of her mouth. Roger's serious expression didn't allow for such questions. "Erendia, I understand your concern for your junior, but you should go now. Don't you have classes to attend?" "But leave this to me here. I have plenty of time so I can take care of Rhine. There's no need for a teacher to do it. This is what happened in my class. If I don't do it, who will?" In the end, Erendia had no choice but to leave the ward, acknowledging Roger's words. Roger silently watched over Rhine, who was sound asleep on the bed. "Why are you showing guilt?" Those were Rhine's last words before she collapsed. It made Roger's emotions become complicated. Just for a moment, the sealing magic was pierced, and the energy inside the Judgment Eye exploded exponentially. Roger had read such contents in the literature. The Judgment Eye sees the true nature of a person. However, the abilities of the Judgment Eye could not be defined in just one line. The Judgment Eye was a mysterious power that allowed certain existences to awaken as saints. That power distinguished between good and evil, sought hidden darkness, and expelled what was impure. The first power of the Judgment Eye, the eye that discerned what was impure. Rhine's ability to distinguish whether someone had malicious intentions or posed a threat was thanks to this fundamental ability. Likewise, her ability to approach Erendia or Roger without hesitation was because the Judgment Eye didn't send any danger signals. The problem was the new characteristics that emerged as this power grew stronger. It can read emotions. No deceptive existence could hide its true nature in front of the Judgment Eye. The Judgment Eye saw through the evil and distinguished their lies. There is a difference between reading thoughts and reading emotions. However, it was easy to tell if someone was hostile or harbored some kind of ill intent. Ryan asking Roger why he felt guilt was due to the strengthened abilities of the judgment eye. Why did it suddenly become stronger? I even used sealing magic to suppress that power. The biggest reason was undoubtedly that magical beast, the mysterious magical beast that had no records in any literature until now. It manifested some kind of power, and because of that, Rhine's judgment eye, even if only momentarily, explosively grew stronger. But it's strange. Rhine's non-attribute mana and the judgment eye are clearly separate things. There have been no stories of previous owners of the Judgment Eye possessing non-attribute mana. Conversely, those who possessed non-attribute mana did not possess the Judgment Eye. In a way, Rhine was a malformed child of an era where these two peculiar cases merged into one. There has never been one before, and there will never be another in the future. She was a unique existence. With existing knowledge, it's impossible to make a reckless judgment. If anyone knew this fact, they would think that Rhine had been blessed. Possessing two exceptional talents that others cannot have would be an object of envy to those who don't possess them. However, Roger knows that it is neither a blessing nor a gift. Unwanted power is nothing less than a curse, just like he can hear the voices of the gods. Rhine, too, would have endured a lot of suffering, even though she didn't express it outwardly. Non-attribute mana. I must find a solution for that at least. Non-attribute mana is a rare type of mana with unknown properties in the world. Roger searched through numerous books and papers, but he still couldn't figure out exactly what kind of mana it was. However, one thing he could be certain of is that non-attribute mana consumes the user's life force. Quack! Power naturally surged into Roger's fist. The previous owners of non-attribute mana ultimately couldn't withstand their own mana and died. The scene of that day is still vivid in his mind. Even so, I thought I had enough time. The owner of non-attribute mana can hardly surpass the age of 25, no matter how long they live. As time passes, the mana becomes stronger, but the body cannot endure it. The mana that gradually becomes more powerful is poison to the body. If it cannot be expelled, that person's life gradually heads towards its end. I thought Rhine had several more years considering her age. Rhine's progress was faster than expected. Could it be because of the book he gave her about non-attribute mana, or was it due to the unique synergy between the Judgment Eye and the magical beast? This magical beast formed by non-attribute mana is unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Until Rhine unleashed her power, her Judgment Eye had remained stagnant. It was truly a total crisis. In the end, should I contact him? There was one person they had been pretending not to know each other. It's not that he avoids meeting him personally, but if he had to choose between liking or disliking, he would lean towards the latter. He was Rhine's magic teacher, whom Roger entrusted her to after erasing her memories. If we only consider skill, he could easily become one of Owen's as an executive. However, Roger didn't call him because of their relationship. Rhine's magic teacher despised Roger deeply, just like dealing with a bitter enemy. Roger knew the reason, so after leaving Rhine with him, he didn't interfere or even make contact. There was also the fact that he didn't have the qualification to do so, but it was also because the person couldn't stand him to the point of having seizures. It was only natural considering what happened between them in the past. However, regarding the study of non-attribute mana, the two of them had a shared goal, so he must have been diligently researching during the past years. There must be some results. Come to think of it, that guy had his own problems too. I told him to take care of her properly, but he just sent her to Seron. Roger became annoyed with him, but he couldn't help it. That stupid guy. He probably acted all serious on the outside. But if Rhine pleaded with him desperately, he wouldn't have been able to refuse. Roger understood what kind of person he was, so he couldn't completely understand why Rhine had come to Seron. He may come across as useless, but he's likely been far from idle. While his character may be questionable, his skills are truly remarkable. When considering only skill, he could rival Owen's executives. Roger even went so far as to think about a code name, assuming that he might join UN Owen. If only the relationship between him and me had been a little better. His code name would have been Goth. At that moment, Rhine, who was lying down, groaned and opened her eyes. Rhine was taken aback. She opened her eyes to find herself in a hospital room. She couldn't recall when she had lost consciousness. What surprised her even more was that the person who had been taking care of her by her side was Roger. Mr. Dart, Roger, why are you here? Don't you remember? You collapsed during the lesson, and I brought you here. Don't you have something to say first? Ah, thank you. Yes. Well, I appreciate it, but you don't have to keep waiting here. What happened during my class is my responsibility as the teacher in charge. Ryan felt unnecessarily sorry, thinking that she had burdened Roger. Ryan, are you feeling all right? Yes, I think I'm okay now. Ryan checked her body condition here and there as she answered. She belatedly remembered why she had fainted. I, I fainted because of the magical beast, right? Do you remember what you saw before fainting? Well, I summoned the magical beast, and my magical beast emitted some strange power. And then, and then, Ryan mumbled those words but couldn't finish her sentence. I don't remember. You don't? No, I have a vague feeling of what I saw last, and I might have mumbled something unknowingly, but I can't recall it. Roger carefully observed Ryan's appearance. He had a suspicion that she might know something but was pretending not to, but her expression didn't give him that impression at all. There had been a similar incident before. At that time, Ryan unknowingly mumbled Roger's real name. Perhaps the seal on her memories had been slightly disturbed. What did I say? I didn't say anything disrespectful, did I? Roger gave Ryan a prepared response. You didn't say anything. You simply fainted due to the shock of summoning the magical beast for the first time. Oh, it was good that you summoned the magical beast for the first time, but this time it went too far. Roger's concerned reproach made Ryan feel unnecessarily embarrassed. I'm sorry, but it was my fault for not mentioning it beforehand, so you don't need to apologize. Really, your magical beast is like a newborn baby. It's natural to react sensitively without adapting to the world you encounter for the first time. Magical beasts can be like that too. A magical beast doesn't necessarily obey only its owner's commands. Sometimes it refuses, and at times it even tries to devour its owner. Upon hearing those words, Ryan felt an inexplicable fear. Being devoured by a magical beast. Just hearing it was terrifying, wasn't it? Of course, such cases are extremely rare. I don't know magical beasts that well. Isn't my magical beast also an exceptional case? That, come to think of it, that was true. Roger hesitated to answer, and Ryan became anxious. Then will I be devoured? No, that won't happen. What should I do? I still have so many things I want to do. To go so soon like this. Ryan, does it hurt a lot to be devoured by a magical beast? Is there no pain? Should I write a will? Calm down, Ryan. Roger's firm voice instantly settled Ryan's dizzying mind. It felt as if a heavy anchor had been dropped into the turbulent center of her heart. That won't happen. The magician who was consumed by a magical beast was experiencing a state of magical frenzy due to the excessive utilization of magical power. It was a tragedy brought about by their own mistreatment of the magical beast. I see. That's right. So if you handle your magical beast properly, there is no risk of being devoured. How to handle the magical beast in its unfamiliar form would be a future problem. But it seems you don't want to die. Do most people like that sort of thing? Most people would probably dislike it, but there are also those who like it. More importantly, you mentioned that you have a lot you want to do. Ha! Well. Ryan seemed quite flustered, not expecting Roger to bring up the words she blurted out. Well, yes. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Well, I have so many things I'm considering. I want to explore various kinds of magic. I want to travel and see different parts of the world, and I also want to have new experiences. Do you have any career aspirations? I want to become a magical researcher. A researcher? Yes, Ryan nodded with a brighter expression. There are still many unknown magics in the world, right? Including the non-attribute magic power I possess. I want to become a magical researcher, not only for myself, but also for people who don't know what kind of magic power they have. I see. It was a highly altruistic reason for choosing a future career. Usually, kids of her age only aimed for success through magic. Becoming a magical researcher is a challenging path, but I still want to do it. It's my dream. To become a researcher, you need extensive knowledge of magic, and you'll have to write a significant number of research papers. You need to excel in theoretical aspects, and your magical achievements should not be lacking. Oh, is that much? She had thought about wanting to become a magical researcher, but she didn't expect it to be this difficult. Becoming a researcher, especially someone studying magic, is a task reserved for the intellectual elite. Even someone like Clinton Rothschild, a seventh-rank Imperia-ranked magician, is a magical researcher. That's why he rarely appears in the public eye. I see. Rhine instantly became gloomy. The goal she had wanted so desperately turned out to be a challenging path. Roger thought she resembled a puppy who couldn't go for a walk, looking dejected. Don't be too disappointed. If you make an effort, you can definitely become a magical researcher. Really? Rhine's expression brightened again. She was a sincere student, wearing her emotions openly. That was Rhine, someone whom Roger valued and felt remorseful towards. Therefore, he had an obligation to repay her. You're doing very well in the theoretical aspects of my class. If you can handle your innate magical power well, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable magical researcher in this century. I guarantee it. But still, it's going to be difficult, right? It will be challenging. Sometimes it will be overwhelming, and you might want to give up. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, by any chance, have you experienced something similar, teacher? Of course, I've been through the same. Really, I thought Mr. Dart Roger was good at everything. Everyone fails, and everyone faces setbacks due to the barriers of reality. I'm not exempt from that either, Ryan asked cautiously. In that case, how did you overcome such situations, Mr. Dart Roger? I haven't overcome them. I just endured and persevered. Yes, he just endured. Even if the wounds engraved in his soul and memories healed, the scars remained. It was impossible to completely overcome them. Why? Roger's words were directed at those pure, innocent eyes that were fixed on him. Because that's how it has to be. Chapter 348, Roger's special lecture on Magical Beast spread like wildfire within the academy. All the students who participated in the lecture succeeded in summoning their magical beast. Just as a baby eventually takes its first steps, it was natural for a magician to summon magical beast. But what if that time was dramatically shortened? That's when the story takes a different turn. Summoning magical beast in Seron requires at least 3 years. The process itself takes a minimum of 6 months to over a year, which is a significant amount of time. However, Roger's special lecture had drastically shortened it by several times. Of course, there were complaints from the students, initially due to the excessive intensity of the class. Students who weren't accustomed to sports suddenly found themselves covered in dirt and sweat. So it was only natural for negative comments to arise on the Akashic records. Fueling the rumors, some even spread rumors that Roger's lecture would fail. With someone pushing from behind, the rumors spread like wildfire. It certainly seemed that way. How on earth did the situation end up like this? As the rumors quickly flipped, their impact was equally significant. Hugo Bertag let out a deep sigh in his private office. Despite his attempts to ruin Roger's class, Roger successfully completed the lecture, as if flaunting his achievement. Hugo couldn't comprehend it. No, shouldn't there have been at least one failure if he had been successful all this time? How is it possible for a human to remain unaffected after enduring such a brutal attack? It's difficult to imagine that even the privileged noble students have adapted to such a savage class. The students from noble backgrounds are the ones who would resist the most if you summon magical beast like that. They have lived their whole lives receiving only good clothes, good food, and good treatment. They were supposed to be soaring birds in the sky, not earthworms crawling on the ground. Didn't those birds find it exhilarating to get their feathers dirty while running on the ground? Among them were the third princess, the children of the Lumos family, and even Julia from Mage Tower. And none of them raised any objections to Roger's class. Roger Chelsea, has that human learned some kind of hypnosis? Well, let's generously assume that. So, deliberately, some students pressured others to challenge Roger in his class. But no one followed through with those words. This just doesn't make sense. Roger Chelsea, does that fallen nobleman truly possess something extraordinary? Hugo couldn't fathom that the students genuinely followed Roger. To him, education was not sincerely teaching someone, but merely a means to preserve his position. Above all, the biggest problem that confronted Hugo was the current situation where his plan had failed. I assured him that I could handle it. Now what should I do? Roger Chelsea. Just thinking about him made Hugo grind his teeth. That guy who single-handedly destroyed the delicate balance he had carefully maintained like walking on a tightrope. He had seized his position with overwhelming skills that no one could refute, leaving an irreparable crack in the noble faction. Hugo couldn't forget the humiliating situation where he had to cut off the tails of the noble faction himself. That's why this time he had to succeed. What should I say to him? As he failed once again, Hugo felt nothing but frustration. Since Roger took over the planning department, Hugo's faction had declined. No one followed a person who had lost their trust. Although there were still some people by Hugo's side, it was a far cry from before. However, having experienced the taste of power, Hugo was unwilling to surrender. The intoxicating allure of power provides a potent stimulation to the mind. An excessively high threshold ultimately crushes one's spirit. Hugo was no different. He couldn't compromise or let go of what was in his hands. If he lost something, he had to regain it. No, he had to grasp even more than that for his satisfaction. That's why Hugo decided to seek outside assistance. A big shot who provided substantial funds to Seron every year. He made contact with them. The big shot welcomed Hugo warmly. It was because if the principal tightly held the power of Seron, it would be difficult for them to intervene. They needed someone who could act on their behalf, and Hugo was a perfect fit for the job. Then a light flickered from the crystal ball placed in front of Hugo. Finally, it has arrived. Hugo swallowed nervously and infused magic into the crystal ball. He spoke with a forced smile. "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to contact me so suddenly. I heard you failed." Hugo was speechless at the sudden remark. Sweat trickled down his cheek due to nervousness. His office was filled with heavy silence. He had to say something. "Well, it's not a complete failure. There is still time left. I also have ears and eyes to listen and see, Mr. Hugo. There are many people who are loyal to me besides you." The voice beyond the crystal ball remained calm. It didn't seem particularly angry about the failure of this incident. That made Hugo even more anxious. What if this person never had any expectations of him from the beginning? Hugo, who used to be the leader of a faction, had to let go of a considerable amount of pride to lower his head to someone else. He had to do whatever it took to regain his former status. So he lowered his head and presented himself as a subordinate. But even after going to such lengths, the matter went awry from the beginning. "Ah, no, I can do better." "Yeah, that's right. I didn't give you financial support to interfere from behind." "Well, yes. But it's difficult now. Roger Chelsea's class was successful, and any dissatisfaction that was brewing internally has been suppressed. For Hugo and the big shot, this field learning terrorism incident was a great opportunity. Seron hadn't done anything wrong, but now there was a justification to intervene. Although no students died, many were injured, and the principal was frantically trying to change the academic curriculum. What better opportunity could there be than this? I should have shaken things up from the outside while shaking things up from the inside. I guess I'll have to change my approach. Changing the approach. It won't be a big deal. We'll have to threaten them by cutting funding. Is that possible, Hugo Berteg? Do you think I'm the only investor for this matter? At that remark, Hugo's shoulders trembled. There may be only one big shot having a conversation with him, but there were many investors who sympathized with his intentions. Seron was not a place that could be shaken just because one person shakes it. Big shots investors. As long as there is only one of them, it wouldn't matter if they were changed. There were many organizations that wanted to invest in Seron. But still, isn't it too difficult? The principal is by no means an easy opponent. Seron had always been a place of learning for the nobles. It was a stepping stone that the privileged class had to pass through. But since some time ago, commoners started entering, and now there were talks of everyone being equal regardless of status. It was nonsense, but the one who made it possible was the current principal, Alyssa Willow. That's how skilled she was to the point of being astonishing. Although Seron is greatly shaken by the recent terrorism incident, Alyssa bought off journalists and controlled the media, clearly demonstrating her strength. In such a situation, would the external investors flinch just because they were attacked? Oh well. Hugo, my teacher, it seems like you misunderstood my words. What did I say? This matter is not just about me. Yes, but even considering that, Hugo started to say something but stopped. Is there more? The question of whether there is another big shot of a similar scale was asking if there was another supporting force. Losing one big shot and several small shots wouldn't be a significant blow. Laughter could be heard beyond the crystal ball as if it was the answer. Hugo swallowed hard and asked, "But why are you going to such lengths?" Haven't you already gained substantial profits as an investor in Seron? Investors receive benefits in return for supporting Seron. As much as they give, Seron also provides appropriate rewards. Mr. Hugo, investment is ultimately an action to receive everything back. That's true. By investing a large sum in Seron, you can obtain corresponding profits. That's pleasant for an investor. So, what do you think you need to do to become a great investor? Well, I'm not quite sure. Hugo was not completely ignorant of investments, but compared to the other party, he felt lacking, so he avoided answering. You have to swallow them up. There was a sense of joy in the voice of the big shot. While respecting the other party, you mutually give and take to achieve profits. It sounds good, doesn't it? That's ideal. However, it's too easy going. To truly become a great investor, you have to make even the other party yours. Instead of exchanging, you should only receive. Hugo thought inwardly. So this person now wants to make Seron their own and manipulate it as they please. Well, but if I join hands and work together, it's not entirely impossible. He might not be able to devour Seron immediately, but gradually exerting influence was possible. It might be difficult to break through at once, but once a path is cleared, it is not difficult to widen it gradually. Soon, you'll hear some interesting news. At that time, I hope you shake things up from the inside. Yes, I understand. The transaction between the two proceeded quietly. Roger had a meal with his fellow teachers, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Roger, it's hard to see your face these days, Merrilda said playfully. Roger nodded silently in response. That's how it turned out. How is the special lecture on summoning magical beasts? Is it going well? Yes, the students are doing well. Stay humble. Just because the students are doing well doesn't mean everything will go smoothly, right? Right, Miss Selina? Yes. Suddenly, as the conversation shifted to her, Selina, who was mid-bite, was taken aback, causing her shoulders to twitch. Merrilda pretended not to notice and asked, Miss Selina teaches summoning spirits, right? There might be something she can advise, right? Oh, that. Selina finally realized how she should approach Roger. Bruno, who had been dozing off, spoke up. By the way, have you heard the news? It seems that the external situation regarding Seron is getting noisy. Selina, who was about to say something, found herself unable to speak. Therefore, she inadvertently became interested in it. The external situation is getting noisy. Many investors are considering pulling out due to the recent incident of terrorism during field study. What? Investors? They say that because of that, there might be significant changes in the budget allocation for the second half of this year. Budget changes. That was not an ordinary problem. Seron's teachers needed a budget of a certain amount for their lesson materials. While Selina, who taught elemental studies, would probably be fine, it was quite daunting for Bruno, who dealt with golems that required expensive stuff, and Merrilda, who taught curses and blessings. In addition, there were enchantments that required potions or items for spellcasting. There were an overwhelming number of classes that required money. A budget problem. Roger decided to check with the planning department when he returned. After finishing the meal, Roger visited the principal's office before going to the planning department. He was summoned by the principal. You heard the story. About the investors? Alyssa asked straightforwardly, and Roger explained what he had heard. In response, Alyssa shook her head in a troubled manner. It's because hyenas, who are trying to find any excuse, are increasing. Can't we just ignore them? It's not as simple as that this time. It's not just one major investor. Three of them have joined forces and started exerting pressure. Joined forces, you say? Indeed, if that's the case, it would be difficult to fill the significant hole in the budget. What are their demands? They want the authority to interfere in Seron's internal affairs. Are they out of their minds? That's right. But if we don't listen to them, they threaten to pull out. It's more than just a concern. No matter how brilliant the principal was, she was powerless when it came to money. The reason for summoning Roger was not so much to find a solution, but rather because he was the head of the planning department, and it meant to keep him informed. Will you agree? We'll have to find a compromise after some time. Since they came out so determined, we can't completely ignore them unless there are other investors available right away. Hum. Roger pondered for a moment. The answer came quickly. I think you can ignore them. What? What do you mean by that? It means that we can find other investors. Chapter 349. Passius, who entered the audience room, knelt before Eileen. Eileen lightly touched her chin with one hand and asked, "Any news?" The British delegation has not made any notable movements thus far. It appears they have no intentions of provoking us. Remain vigilant. We cannot predict when they might unexpectedly take action. Yes, understood. The current delegation, led by Priestess Lemria, was searching for traces of demons, roaming through the underground waterways. Although they couldn't find anything concrete, no one knew what else the British kingdom was capable of. Eileen was doing her best to prevent them from reaching the underground sanctuary, but she knew it was only buying time. Since they were individuals she didn't like from the start, Eileen was determined to obstruct them as much as possible. Because I know that they are using the appearance of demons as an excuse to make unreasonable demands on the Empire. If those troublemakers start making noise, it will be a problem. What Eileen holds in check was not their influence in international politics. Quite the opposite. Irrespective of the desires of the nations on the continent, they possess the power to instigate a turmoil within the royal families of a single country. Although it was unclear how and in what way it was happening, the fact that the kingdoms had changed so drastically before the empire was established was evidence. For now, it's fortunate that they are keeping quiet and giving us less to worry about, but we can't let our guard down. Eileen promised herself to be vigilant against Lemria and the delegation, and she asked Passius, "I see. Besides that, I assume there's something else since you came to report in person." "Yes, Your Highness. Your intuition is truly remarkable. Enough with the flattery. Just tell me. I received a message from my senior." "That man." Eileen's eyes sparked with interest at the news of contact from Roger. It hadn't been that long since he returned to Seron, and he was already reaching out to her. "What does he want?" "He's asking for financial support." "What?" Eileen instantly thought she had misheard something. "What does he want?" "He's asking for money." "Stop playing games and explain clearly without leaving out a single detail." Under Eileen's sharp remark, Passius finally changed his attitude. "Lately, there have been interesting developments in Seron." "I am not aware." "Oh, is that so? Why should I be concerned about that? There is a mountain of other urgent matters to attend to." "Still, Seron is a place that even our royal family provides financial support. It would be wise to be aware of it." "Wasn't it your role to find out and inform me about it?" "That was true." Passius shrugged his shoulders, saying he couldn't help it, and continued his explanation. "Lately, among the investors who provide substantial funding to Seron, there have been suspicious movements." "Investors?" "Yes. Companies that receive various patents and privileges from Seron have joined forces and are pressuring Seron." Eileen's lips curled into a smile, showing her interest. "That's interesting. With Seron shaking due to this incident, are these hyenas with an insatiable thirst for money trying to take advantage of the situation? These companies always pursue profits, don't they? They've taken it to another level. It's like trying to swallow something that can't be swallowed, just like a snake. Anyway, if things continue like this, Seron's finances will suffer a significant blow." Eileen let go of her hand, which had been supporting her chin. "It seems like they're not just making idle threats. They seem to be determined to make the most of this situation. Approximately 30% of the entire finances are controlled by those who formed an alliance all at once. They think there won't be another opportunity like this." So that's why that man asked for my help. "What will you do?" If asked, Eileen leaned towards thinking that she didn't need to help Seron. Although Seron was within the Empire's territory, it was a separate existence beyond the Empire's sphere of influence. Eileen also had thoughts of eventually making Seron her own. However, no matter how much it was shaken, that solid fortress would never waver. If Seron is in such a crisis because of other enemies, it would be better to maintain neutrality and observe rather than provide help. Nevertheless, Roger reached out to Eileen for assistance. "Why did that man ask me for help?" "It wasn't really a request, just a proposal." "A proposal in this situation? That's interesting." Mr. Roger said that he would increase the influence of the Imperial Palace in Seron. Influence? That's what he was hoping for. Ha ha ha! Eileen couldn't help but laugh as soon as she heard those words. "So, he wants to call upon the Imperial Tiger to deal with those wolves. What an arrogant man. Does he dare to handle the royal family himself? He may not be entirely capable of that. But asking for help just for a mere request to fill 30% of Seron's finances is too much. I vaguely know how much budget the Seron Academy requires in a year." If the Imperial Palace opens its treasury, it would be possible to provide support at least once. But Eileen was a thorough pragmatist. If I help, what can he do for me? Mr. Dart Roger said that it's not just a simple request for help. Oh, it's not about seeking help while expecting support from the Imperial Palace. He said that they don't need the Imperial Palace to cover the entire 30%. What? Eileen's eyebrows subtly furrowed. Passius relayed what he heard. Out of the 30% of the budget, the amount requested from the Imperial Palace is just 5%. Just 5%. Of course, even 5% was not a small amount considering Seron's annual budget. But for Eileen, the originally anticipated amount had decreased to 1/6, and she couldn't understand why. Does that mean there's a way to cover the remaining 25% of the funds separately? Yes. He mentioned that he need to drive away those who are greedy for this opportunity. Eileen didn't smile this time. Instead, she tapped her armrest with her finger and immersed herself in deep thought. Passius patiently waited, knowing that Eileen was seriously weighing her options. How long did the silence last? Eileen's crimson lips, after finishing her calculations, moved. We have nothing to lose. Yes, that's true. Passius nodded in agreement with Eileen's words. If Seron is in a crisis and the Imperial Palace releases more funds to support them, it would be a complete benefit for the palace. It would cost a considerable amount of money, but it would also provide an opportunity to become the main investor in Seron and exercise influence simultaneously. In fact, this opportunity was very enticing to Eileen. The current emperor, Eileen's father, only provided a certain amount of money to Theon and didn't expect them to show loyalty or obedience. Eileen didn't like that. If one claims to be a ruler, shouldn't they receive the respect of the people? So, if a chance arose, she wanted to increase her influence by any means necessary. However, Seron has become a place where many people are desperate to force their way in. Even if it's the royal family, they couldn't forcibly intrude. And at that moment, an opportunity presented itself. A large piece of meat remained. But I don't really like it. Eileen was the type to seize such opportunities with her own power. Having someone else lay out the feast for her to enjoy was rather demeaning to her pride. But this time, the offer was too tempting to resist. He is certainly a cunning individual. Instead of begging for an opportunity, he presents it as if he is bestowing a favor upon me. It was an affront to her pride, but considering everything, it was an intriguing proposal. Well then, I can personally support at least 5% without any problem. Are you sure? My father would have made the same decision. We can't afford to miss such a rare opportunity, you know, even if I don't like it. Then I'll take it as accepted and send a response. But I'm curious. If he says he won't accept my help, how does he plan to cover the remaining 25% of Seron's budget? Did he find some hidden source? Oh, about that, Facius casually replied. He said he would provide it himself. What? How did you do it? The next day, Alyssa, the principal, came to Rudger's office while he was working on paperwork and asked abruptly, "What are you talking about?" Rudger looked up from the documents, took off his round glasses and spoke. "Oh, you can keep wearing your glasses. Why? It looks good. This intellectual look suits you. Are you joking?" "It's not a joke. Anyway, how did you manage to do that? If you ask me that way, I don't have a suitable answer to give. The investors, that's what I'm talking about." Ah, Roger finally realized why the principal had come to him. "Didn't I say I could find an investors?" Roger asked innocently. "It's a story that's already over, so why now?" Alyssa was taken aback by Roger's words. "Is this person doing it on purpose?" "Yes, you said you would find one. So I did find one. Then it's a closed issue. I didn't know you could do it in just one day, and to cover 25% of this year's budget at once." Alyssa asked, her expression revealing her emotions unexpectedly. "Who is this person named Oliver?" "He's the owner of Royal Street, which has recently experienced rapid growth and become the wealthiest man in Leatherbelk." "Royal Street. Is Oliver the owner behind the mask?" "You know about it. I've heard news from neighboring cities as well, so this person is going to sponsor our Seron, right?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "I wouldn't go as far as to call it a problem. It wasn't really a problem. It wasn't black money, and there was no risk of being caught since the funds were earned through legitimate business. Knowing that she had received a strong commitment of support for Seron, she didn't have to engage in the games of those despicable flatterers. However, Alyssa couldn't shake off the unsettling unease that clung to her. Like the hazy morning mist, the sensation seeped into her clothes gradually. From a logical standpoint, she should have been pleased with the situation, as it would undoubtedly be resolved favorably. Yet her instinct, developed over years of serving as the principal, prevented her from embracing it. What does that person want? If I say pure goodwill, you wouldn't believe it, because such a thing doesn't exist. He requested exclusive rights and patents for the magical items previously handled by the existing investors, as well as close collaboration with Seron. Well, that's not bad. I thought he would demand something unreasonable, but it seems like he is asking for less than the hyenas who were trying to tear us apart. The rest is up to the discretion of the principal. So you leave the remaining choices to me. I can see your intention of not wanting to overtly upset my feelings. Is that why you dislike it? Alyssa's complexion changed as she spoke. No, I don't dislike it. Instead of pure goodwill where nothing is expected, isn't it much better to have this kind of give and take? I'm glad to hear that. Alyssa softened her guard and chuckled. Isn't it funny to see someone who can't easily trust someone's goodwill? Did you perhaps feel disappointed? What is there to be disappointed about? You, principal, are the highest authority responsible for Seron. It's only natural to show such a reaction when the responsibility weighs heavily due to that position. Thank you for understanding. Whether it's because of deep empathy or because there are many people like me who have responsibilities to take. Roger responded with a wry smile to the principal's playful question. Everyone lives with a sense of responsibility. It doesn't matter if their positions are high or low. But there are people who don't, right? That's why they need to be made aware. Behind his glasses, Roger's gaze sharpened. When you neglect your responsibilities and forget your position, you have to know what happens. In his extravagant mansion, the influential figure looked out the window, savoring his wine. Even if Principal Alyssa tries to withdraw, she won't be able to refuse this. He let out a low laugh. It's exciting to think that she would bow her head and send a letter. It's already getting interesting. He downed the remaining wine in his glass all at once. He usually stayed away from alcohol, but on a day like today, it seemed he could enjoy getting slightly intoxicated. Sir Chairman, what is it? The sudden appearance of his secretary was not unexpected. Did Seron send an urgent request? Will they accept the conditions? Well, it's the opposite. They refuse our conditions and want to terminate the contract as it is. Has the principal lost her mind? If these investors pull out all at once, it will be detrimental to her. They said they found someone. Found someone. What does that mean? Speak clearly. An investor. They mentioned an investor. They found someone to replace our position. So now they say they don't need our contract anymore. What? Crash. The wine glass that the influential figure was holding shattered as it hit the floor. Chapter 350. You've made quite a show. Alyssa called Roger into her office and said those words. However, despite her reproachful tone, her expression looked different. It wasn't her usual pretentious smile, but a smile infused with pure joy. How was it? How was it? Thanks to you, it's become quite troublesome. The existing major investors in Seron have suddenly turned their backs on us. There's already a commotion outside. Is that so? Moreover, because of that, the reporters, who used to be friendly, are now swarming around, pestering me. I am quite exhausted. What did you tell the reporters? What else could I say? I simply stated the truth. I told them that a generous donor had become a new investor. It was quite a sudden change in many ways. Roger nodded in response. So, how are you feeling? I feel like I'm flying. This time, it wasn't a formal statement as the principal, but rather a statement as a human named Alyssa. It's not surprising, considering how those who have been trying to manipulate and shake Seron from the outside are now left speechless. Can there be a more refreshing outcome than sweeping them away in one stroke? I'm glad to see you happy. Roger replied with courtesy, and Alyssa stared at him intently. With her hands resting on her chin, her golden eyes sparkled, more radiant and different than usual. It's truly fascinating. What do you mean, Mr. Roger? How old are you? I'll turn 27 this year. Is there any problem? That's why it's surprising. Your actions make you seem like someone who's already reached their 40s. She wasn't saying it to mock or make empty remarks. Roger's demeanor was on a different level than someone of his age. Was it talent? Or another realm of expertise? Alyssa was initially cautious about it. She knew that the more exceptional the abilities of an unidentified opponent, the more powerful they could be, like a time bomb waiting to explode. Alyssa didn't easily trust people. It was the same before she became the principal, and even more so after taking the position. However, the dedicated demeanor that Roger had shown so far managed to wash away even Alyssa's suspicions. Of course, Alyssa hadn't completely let go of all her guard, but during the course of maintaining this business relationship, she was certain she could trust and rely on the other party's abilities. It's a shame. If only his shady background was a bit cleaner, I could trust him a little more. Roger already held a significant position, but what Alyssa had in mind was beyond that. The position of the planning director was one of the best positions at Ceron. With Roger's abilities, he could go beyond that. For example, the position of the next principal of Ceron. Roger was young and capable. He didn't live for his own desires and also had a heart for his students. Although he denied it himself, Alyssa's eyes couldn't be deceived. The uncertainty of his identity and the fact that he was involved with criminals were variables and obstacles. But even with those aspects, he was a perfect person to the point where they didn't become flaws. The issue is the disguised identity, but if you don't get caught, does it really matter? If you don't get caught, then it's not a disguise, but your true identity, isn't it? As the principal of Ceron, such thoughts were not allowed. Roger was indeed a suitable person as her successor. Of course, I'm still young and not someone who can retire easily. Alyssa had a dream: to hand over her position to someone she could trust and retire to live her life. Even after stepping down as the principal of Ceron, she would still be a lecturer-grade magician and be treated well wherever she went. However, Alyssa rejected even that dream. She wanted to live quietly, leaving her job behind and enjoying the life of a wealthy, unemployed person with the money she had saved. Of course, she would be lonely by herself, so she also thought about meeting a good man and getting married. But even that was difficult. It was a dream that couldn't come true without someone who could match Alyssa's high standards. That's often how dreams are, aren't they? Deep within Alyssa's heart lay an unattainable dream, locked away in a precious treasure chest buried alongside the stone that symbolized her very heart, hoping that someday she could retrieve it again. Lately, however, that dream seemed to resurface from the depths of the sea, raising its head. It was all because of the man in front of her. Alyssa envisioned a life where she would hand over the position of principal to Roger and retire. She was a little uncertain, or maybe she should just get married. Alyssa's gaze suddenly became sharp, like a fierce beast. Roger trembled unknowingly. Roger was taken aback by the sudden chill. What's going on? Is the master planning some strange things again? Considering her unpredictable nature, there was a high possibility. Mr. Roger, do you have any marriage plans? Could you please repeat that? Roger thought he misheard for a moment and asked for clarification. Alyssa, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her true intentions, swiftly altered her words. I meant to ask if you have any plans in general. If it's about plans, well, you know. While having new investors can be beneficial, it's not easy for the nesting hyenas to accept them so readily. Indeed, that's understandable. When Roger agreed, Alyssa inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had successfully diverted the topic naturally. The hyenas, always wanting more and never satisfied with what they already had, finally opened their eyes and realized that their very existence was being threatened. This realization drove them to desperation. Deep down they know it's their own fault. Because of that they are remaining silent for now. You're saying they will keep trying until the end. That's right. They will come to Ceron in person to propose an insidious deal. They're shameless. Yes, they are shameless. That's why I'm here. Mr. Dart Roger, you need to understand that. The hyenas who are eyeing Ceron don't feel any shame about their actions. I understand to some extent. Roger had seen human desires a lot. People who thought what they already had was not enough and wanted to seize more. Because of their desires, powerless commoners were taken away and trampled on. But don't worry. If they come, I will give them a good scare and drive them away. You don't have to do that. It would be better if you hand them over to me. What? After all, this is something that our planning department, which is responsible for the budget, should handle. So if they want to complain about something, it makes sense that they should come to me, not to the principal. Do you think those people will be able to tolerate that? They were the ones who had been providing a large amount of funding to Ceron until recently. Now, instead of the principal, they were being instructed to meet a new planning director who had barely been in the role for a year. It was a situation that inevitably bruised their pride. If they can't tolerate it, what can they do? Roger's answer was simple yet satisfying. So what if they complain? After all, we are the ones currently holding the initiative. Well, that's true. Well, those who feel regret should lower their heads. Then I will trust and rely on you. I'm quite annoyed at their low behavior, so I won't tolerate it. If that's what you say, I feel more assured. After bidding farewell to Alyssa, Roger left the president's office. However, before he went outside, he asked Alyssa subtly, "Principal, yes, is there something else you're curious about? Do you have any marriage plans?" Alyssa's eyes widened, and her lips twitched slightly at Roger's words. At the same time, she realized that Roger had heard her slip of the tongue earlier. Her cheeks blushed slightly. "Well, it's not something you wouldn't understand considering your age." Alyssa shouted back at Roger, who nodded as if understanding. "That's not what it is." Roger told Alyssa that if someone comes from the investors, they should all be redirected to him. It didn't take long for a guest to arrive. He came straight to the planning department to meet Roger. The employees were perplexed by his appearance, but they naturally guided him to where Roger was. It was because Roger had mentioned that such a person might come in advance. The guest who came from Rampalt's enterprise, Mordo Anderson, stared at the man sitting in front of him with determination. Despite his visit, the man had not taken his eyes off the document he had been working on a little while ago. It was unclear if he had any interest in acknowledging his presence. A guest has arrived, and you don't even respond. Moreover, who he was. He was from Rampelts, a giant corporation that is counted among the top in the Exilian Empire. It was absurd for a person from the Academy to treat a guest who came from there so dismissively. And Mordo was already boiling with anger because of this incident. He may not have been the person in charge of everything, but he was not a low-ranking person either. Such treatment was absolutely unacceptable. "What are you doing right now?" Just as Mordo was about to reproach Roger, Roger raised his index finger, SHH, a gesture to be quiet. Mordo had to get angry at such an absurd behavior, but he couldn't. Unintentionally, he found himself closing his mouth. Roger's demeanor, who didn't even spare a glance in his direction, had an indescribable aura of intimidation. Mordo, who had intended to pour out all sorts of complaints the moment they met, silently observed Roger instead. Rustle, rustle. The only sound that echoed periodically in the quiet space was the flipping of documents by Roger. Mordo felt as if he was being possessed by a ghost. At that moment, when the document verification seemed to be over, Roger placed the stack of documents on one side of the desk. "So, what brings you here during such a busy time?" The moment Mordo heard Roger's voice, as if he had been released from hypnosis, his mind returned to its original state. He opened his mouth, recalling the purpose of his visit. "Roger Chelsea, planning director. Are you the person in charge of this matter?" "Yes, I am responsible for managing the sponsorship budget and list of investors for projects." As Roger easily agreed, Mordo pursed his lips. "What did you do? How did our Rampelts disappear from the list of sponsors?" "Why are you asking me that? Didn't Rampelts express their intention to withdraw from sponsorship recently?" Roger stared at Mordo with eyes as calm as a serene lake. "But you suddenly come here and get angry like this. I simply can't understand. When did we say we were going to withdraw? We just proposed a slight change in the conditions." "Yes, and if we didn't agree to those conditions, you said you would withdraw as sponsors, and we have decided not to comply with those conditions. Do you understand now? Even so, is it acceptable to handle such a big issue arbitrarily? Don't we have procedures? Don't we have protocols?" Rampelts had no intention of convincing Roger from the beginning. They had planned to force their way and try to cover up this incident as if it never happened. Roger read their blatant intentions and sneered. The principal had said that they would try to persuade him through cunning means, but that was wrong. They were even more brazen than he had anticipated. "And what about the sponsor you brought in? Bringing a poor street beggar who knows where he came from?" If he left it like this, it seemed that he would lose his composure and continue to make a fuss. Roger immediately intervened. "Be quiet." What? What are you saying right now?" "I said be quiet." An authoritative statement that even suppressed any formality. Mordo pursed his lips and then twisted his face. "What kind of manners are those towards a guest?" "That's something I should say." Coming to someone who is busy with their work and making a loud fuss, isn't that an extreme lack of courtesy that even we can't overlook? Roger gestured towards Mordo. Even distinguished guests should maintain decorum in this establishment. Yet you fail to do so and raise your voice here. A palpable aura emanated from his body, gradually permeating the space. Did you think Seron would be a joke? Blue sparks flickered in Roger's eyes. If you wanted to meet me, you should have had the chairman come, not someone like you.